The flower of Aidenbach, the sunshine of Aidenbach. The girl with platinum blonde hair. With that sweet smile, she is my younger sister, the fifth Princess Marianne. When she flashed her sunlight radiant smile, everyone was captivated by her. Every word she spoke was like honey to the ears. Sparkling golden eyes, a cute appearance, and a sweet personality. She was the child who received everyone's love, in stark contrast to her sister. In a dark forest shrouded by a flock of crows, that girl had hair as black as a raven, pale green eyes. To them, I was a different kind of child. Even so, I cherished and loved that child dearly. We were a family. That was an unchanging, eternal truth. From a young age, she always had to endure venomous words like, "Oh heavens, why is that black crow always leeching off Princess Marianne?" How ironic her life was. We shared the same status as princesses, yet I was always the center of ridicule and mockery. But even so, for her, even though people often compared me to Marianne, just then a small hand gripped the corner of her dress, causing her to look over. Before her was her beloved younger sister, with innocent golden eyes, softly calling, "Sister." Seeing this, she quickly feigned a cheerful reply. "Ah yes, it's nothing." At that moment, she thought to herself, "But I love her with all my heart." No, I used to love her. That was before I was accused of poisoning her. Everything shattered into pieces. It all started when Marianne was happily drinking tea with her. She cheerfully held the teacup, saying, "Inviting me to a tea party on such a beautiful day. Sister Elisa is so sweet. Just as you said, the spring flowers are blooming so beautifully." Hearing Elisa say that, she just smiled and replied softly, "Is that so? I just find it a bit of a pity." Hearing this, Marianne giggled and said, "You're really something else, sister." She calmly stirred the tea in her cup, saying, "I just received some delicious tea and wanted to drink it with you." She hadn't even finished her sentence when the sound of her sister's coughing echoed beside her. Before her eyes was the image of the teacup dropping onto the table, tea splashing everywhere, and Marianne was coughing up blood. Seeing this, she could only cry out in fear, "Marianne!" Hearing her call, Marianne could only weakly call back, "Sister." Then she collapsed to the ground. Witnessing her sister like this, she screamed in terror, "Marianne!" After that incident, people around them started whispering malicious rumors about her. A woman said, "Honestly, I knew from the beginning that the Crow Princess would cause trouble." A man added, "It's obvious she did it out of jealousy towards Marianne. I smelled something fishy from the start." Another woman chimed in, "Even if they are half-sisters, how could a princess be so blinded by jealousy as to poison her own sibling? She's truly a disgrace to the empire." The whispers and gossip continued. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes. She was now imprisoned in a dark dungeon, her small hands bound by shackles. She thought, "How long have I been asleep? In here, I can't tell if it's day or night." Elisa slowly sat up. With an empty stomach, she lamented, "I'm so hungry." And as she narrated, "The place I was imprisoned was a solitary cell in a dark dungeon where not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate." When she looked towards the door, she saw a tray of food that had been left there. Seeing it, her heart leaped with joy as she thought, "Food." Every day, she ate only a piece of bread and a cup of water. Yet she could only hastily and obediently eat it, because for her, it had become her only source of life in this prison. It helped her prolong her life on the cold stone floor. And she had to cling to hope, waiting for a long, drawn-out time. Although she heard no news from her family, she sometimes thought, "What if I'm trapped here for the rest of my life?" But then she would comfort herself, thinking, They will do everything they can to clear my name and get me out of here. She wearily curled up against the wall, reassuring herself. That's right. I will get out of here. Then she wondered, I wonder if Marie is okay. A loud noise startled her awake. Before her eyes were two soldiers. They ordered, "Get out." Then they roughly dragged her away. As they passed through the garden, feeling the bright rays shining on her, she looked out, seeing the peaceful and beautiful garden before her. In her heart, she joyfully thought, wow, so the sunlight is this warm and gentle. Then, a soldier glared at her angrily, and violently grabbed her arm, and then pushed her forward, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. When she looked up, she saw her family right before her eyes. Her older brother stood to one side, ordering, "Lift your head." When she saw them, she thought with relief, brother, sister, father. Then she anxiously looked around for her younger sister. Where is Marianne? Seeing Marianne peeking from behind the emperor's throne, she joyfully whispered, "Marie." Seeing that Marianne was okay, she clasped her hands and thought to herself, "Thank goodness, you're all right. Oh, divine spirits, I thank you." Her train of thought was cut off by the emperor's heartless voice. "Sinner, fourth Princess Elisa." Then he looked at her with disgust and continued, "A verdict has been reached for you. For the crime of attempting to murder Marianne, the fifth princess of the Aidenbach Empire." Hearing her father's accusation, she seemed to freeze. Then he coldly continued with his statement, "I sentence you to death." Hearing she was to be executed, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared forward. At that moment, she saw Marianne burst out laughing. The sister she had loved with all her heart was looking at her with cruel, blood-red eyes, giggling incessantly like a victor. Now, in the room, her entire family was present, including the first prince, Rakistan Aidenbach, the second prince, Elsian Aidenbach, the third princess, Adeline Aidenbach, the sixth prince, Luros Aidenbach, the fifth princess, Marianne Aidenbach, along with the emperor, Jules d'Aidenbach. Just then, the emperor's cold voice rang out, "Sinner, fourth Princess Elisa." And she, the fourth Princess Elisa Aidenbach, had to kneel on the floor and listen as the emperor asked, "Do you admit to your crime?" Hearing these accusations from her own father's mouth, her world went dark. In her mind, she questioned, "My crime?" The emperor, sitting on his throne, continued, "To the very end, you still pretend to know nothing. How disgusting." Then he added, "You committed the crime of nearly killing your own sister out of jealousy and envy." At that moment, she could only tremble and stammer with difficulty, I. Seeing her unable to form a sentence, the third Princess Adeline angrily strode towards her and yelled, "Don't you see the emperor is questioning you? Answer quickly, you sinner." Then she shot her a disdainful look. Seeing her sister treat her this way, she could only stare blankly and call out, "Sister." Her younger brother, Luros, added scornfully, "Have you realized your guilt and have no excuse?" Just like Adeline, Luros gave her a look of contempt. Hearing her younger brother ask such a question, she could only say with a start, "No, that's not it, Luros. Before she could finish, he cut her off. "Excuses. Nothing but excuses until the end. What harm did Sister Marie ever do to you?" She continued to plead helplessly. "Luros, please listen to me." The voice of the first prince cut her off. He said, "Bring in the witness." From outside, a maidservant was brought in. Upon entering, she immediately and fearfully said with reverence, "This lowly servant pays her respects to your majesty. I am Rebecca, and I work in the fourth princess's palace." I saw it clearly. That day, when Princess Elisa, was having tea with Princess Marianne. I saw Princess Aisha put a strange powder into Princess Marianne's teacup. Hearing the maid's firm testimony, she was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Then the maid continued, "At first, I just thought the princess was adding sugar. I didn't know it was poison." Hearing this, the emperor coldly asked her, "Did you hear that, Aisha?" Then he held up a glass vial and said, "After investigating your room, I found this vial in your wardrobe. It's the same type of poison you put in Marianne's tea." After saying this, he immediately threw the vial down. The vial rolled in front of her. Faced with both a witness and physical evidence, she trembled in fear, unable to believe it because she knew this was the first time she had ever seen it. She could only stammer, "Impossible." Her face pale with fear, she continued, While in her heart she knew clearly, "I've been framed." Then she clutched her dress and sobbed, I swear, I never intended to harm Marianne." As she said this, tears streamed down her face. Before her was the silhouette of the first prince. Desperately, she crawled over and tightly gripped the corner of his robe, sobbing earnestly, "Brother, you know me." At that moment, her heart could only plead silently, "Please believe me, please." She didn't give up and said to him, I never did it. Please believe me." However, he said nothing and just watched her cry at his feet. Then he knelt down and used one hand to lift her face. Seeing her brother's gentle gesture, she happily called out, "Broth." But before she could continue, a thunderous slap rang out. After that resounding slap from him, her heart felt as if it had stopped, unable to believe her eyes. Bitter tears followed, streaming down. He didn't let up, roughly grabbing her face and saying, "So this is the face of someone driven mad by jealousy. How repulsive. Father, I don't want to see it ever again." Then he suggested, "How about we burn out this sinner's disgusting eyes? Then behead her." "Father?" Hearing his every word, her world seemed to crumble. She thought in terror, "Beheaded? I don't want to die like this." At that thought, she looked helplessly towards Marianne, but was met with only silence. So she tried calling again, "Marie." This time, she was answered by a sob. Marianne, with tears welling in her eyes, sobbed, "It's so scary, Father. I'm so scared." Then she just continued to cry wretchedly. Hearing Marianne's cries, the emperor, without hesitation, coldly ordered, "Execute her in 4 days. Do not give the sinner any food or a single drop of water." He ordered the execution. A guillotine, and both hot coals and an iron rod were fully prepared. She was then led away by 2 soldiers. Before her was the sight of those she once considered family, sitting there, looking at her. None of them showed the slightest bit of sorrow for this decision. Seeing their indifferent expressions, she just gave a cold, faint smile. The sound of heated iron grew closer and closer to her. A soldier grabbed her head forcefully, making her lift her face towards the iron rod. Seeing the iron rod slowly being brought closer to her, all she could do was let out a piercing scream of pain. At that moment, she fell completely into despair, forced to keep her eyes open throughout the execution, even as they burned completely. No one would believe me. Not a single person would listen to my words. Everything was empty. All I can do is pray, "Oh, divine spirits. Oh, Selena, the goddess of the empire, the moon goddess, the goddess of vengeance, please take me to the heavens. Do I truly not have a chance for revenge or to clear my name, my lady? Then, I beg you to kill me quickly. And also, if there is a next life, please do not let me be reborn as a human. I will not love anyone, so that I won't have to suffer the pain of betrayal and can live the life of an ordinary person. Oh, divine spirit." And then, All that remained was a blood-soaked scene. In another place, two cute white birds were perched on a tree branch near a window. Inside was the warm image of a pregnant woman with a blonde-haired child resting his head on her lap. The blonde boy said cheerfully, "Hurry up and be born, little one." Hearing him, the woman chuckled happily. "Isis, there's no need for that. Your sibling will be born in a few months anyway." The boy disagreed, saying with dissatisfaction, "But I want to meet my sibling right now." Then he carefully reached out his hand, then gently caressed it, as if comforting the sleeping soul of Elisa. He said softly, as if speaking to her, "Come to me, my precious little sister. Everyone in this world will love you." In a warm space decorated with sparkling, colorful chimes, the one forsaken by the gods, she was now in the form of a little girl with platinum blonde hair and beautiful turquoise eyes. She wearily closed her eyes, thinking to herself, "I never wanted to be reborn as a human again." I prayed for it over and over. Beside her, a nanny's cheerful voice rang out, "Oh, my adorable Princess Highness." She rocked her in her arms and asked, "How are you feeling today?" "That's right, I am a princess. I have been reincarnated as the Grand Princess Aisha of the Elmira Empire, the rival empire to Aidenbach." Seeing her sullen face, the nanny quickly asked, "Are you unhappy, Your Highness?" Suddenly, an eager voice called her, "Aisha." It was a young man with shimmering blonde hair and green eyes. He was the crown prince of the Elmira Empire, Isis Elmira. He happily ran to her side, saying, "Our Aisha is so beautiful today, isn't she? Nanny thinks so too, right?" As he chatted beside her, she thought to herself, "He's here again." The child with eyes like deep blue sapphires and soft, cloud-like silver hair, hailed as the one and only star of Elmira, had received so much praise and attention for a baby who was only 10 months old. In her heart she thought, "I never received such treatment and love when I was a princess of Aidenbach." Back to the present, Isis cheerfully showed her the large, beautiful flower he was holding. "I brought you a flower today. This is an Elmir flower, the national flower of the Elmira Empire." He gently placed the flower in her hair and said, "I picked the biggest and most beautiful flower in the palace for you." "Of course, little sister. You're so pretty." Despite his cheerful demeanor, she annoyedly turned her head away, causing the flower to fall. She thought, "So annoying. Just leave me alone." Seeing her reaction, he rested his chin on his hand and looked at her, remarking, "Our Aisha seems to be quite shy around strangers, doesn't she?" Hearing this, the nearby nanny spoke up to explain, "It's because Her Highness the Princess is still very young, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Then he suddenly had a thought. A moment later he said to her, "Aisha, I have something for you. Let me tell you a secret." He cheerfully rested his head on the cradle, looking at her and saying, "Actually, I've wanted a younger sibling for a long time. But my mother's health was very poor, so she couldn't have another baby. So 2 years ago, she passed away." Hearing this from him made her heart skip a beat. Then he continued telling her, "I was very sad and hated everything back then. But then Empress Iris came." At this, he held out his hand for her to take. Then he continued, "And gave our family a new member. I'm so happy. Thank you, Aisha." Hearing him, she could only widen her turquoise eyes and look at him. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. The Empress of the Elmira Empire, Iris C. Elmira, entered from outside. When she saw him, she said cheerfully, "Oh, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Then she looked happily behind her and said, "It's such a blessing that His Highness the Crown Prince loves Aisha so much. Isn't that right, Your Majesty?" Following behind her was the emperor of the Elmira Empire, Tyrion Z. Elmira. This man was a war hero who had conquered surrounding nations, making all roads lead through the empire under the name the Road of Pride. He was also a renowned wise ruler, famous for his excellent governance and diplomacy, the emperor of the empire. When I was born, it was said that he brought prosperity to the people, and was even directly blessed by the gods. He also pardoned prisoners and distributed bread to the hungry. This is the light of the empire, and also my father in this life, Emperor Tyrion. Over here he gently asked, "Aisha, are you happy today?" The emperor, known throughout the continent for his cold demeanor, became incredibly gentle and warm in front of his family. This was an open secret that only those within the royal palace knew. In her heart, she thought, a father who always becomes warm in front of me, and a beautiful, gentle mother who sings me to sleep every night, and a brother who comes every day to whisper in my ear how much he cherishes me. This new family has enveloped me in so much love that I can't doubt it all. And yet, the more it's like this, the more the memories of when I was bullied. Someone's voice interrupted. "Princess Marianne, it's too dangerous. She's meeting with the criminal alone." Hearing this, Marianne reassured them. "It's fine. After all, she's already locked in prison. I want to say a few last words to my sister." With that, she headed into the prison. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she wondered to herself, "What is it? It's not mealtime. Why is someone coming?" The footsteps stopped in front of her. Marianne stood outside, looking at her with a worried expression, calling, "Sister." Then she trembled and burst into loud laughter. "What should I do? This is just perfect. It's truly hilarious. Visiting this place was the right decision." Hearing these words from her pupils dilated as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Over here, she wiped away tears from laughing too much and said, "I was planning to come see how pathetic you looked before you die, but this is even more interesting than I thought." Then she asked, "Sister, I wonder if you remember your birthday from 3 years ago. That was the day that I, the child born of a handmaiden who had always lived on the streets, officially entered the royal palace. Even though my bloodline was recognized by the golden eyes that occasionally appear in the royal family, and I entered the palace with full legitimacy." Then she continued, To be honest, it's a bit pitiful, isn't it? That was when I was 10. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Thinking back, you treated me pretty well. Through the iron bars, the fates of the two princesses were clearly divided. One had to kneel pitifully on the ground, while the other bent down to look at her. She asked again, "You feel wronged, don't you? You want to get out of here, right?" Hearing this question, she coughed and hesitantly said, "Of course, I want to get out." But then Marianne suddenly reached out and gripped the iron bars tightly, causing her to flinch. Then she laughed cruelly, her eyes slowly turning red, and replied to her, "But there's no way that's happening. You know, the other noble families adore me." Seeing her like that, she thought in fear, "What is that?" Marianne's pupils. With that, she stood up and dusted off her dress, saying, "Anyway, I've seen enough." Then she turned around, a cheerful smile still on her lips, and said, "See you at the execution site." Marianne's smile, along with her calling "sister," lingered in her mind. My brother, my mother who gave birth to me, and the siblings I grew up with, they all abandoned me, turned their backs on me, threw stones and spat at me. Not a single one would listen to what I had to say. A gentle voice called out, "Aisha, Aisha." The image of a blonde-haired boy slowly appeared, along with the call, "My dearest sister." She cried out in fear, clutching her head and begging, "Please stop. Just stop. Stop." But the voice didn't stop and continued to call, "My dearest sister. My only sister." She wept helplessly, thinking in terror, "The more you call me like that." The image of her former brother flashed in her mind, along with his cold voice. Gouge out her eyes and behead that sinner. She continued to think in fear. The deeper it will plunge me into the horrifying memories that I can't forget. Even if you whisper these sweet and gentle words, I won't believe you. I won't love anyone. I won't care whether I'm happy or sad. So please, no one care for or love me anymore. I won't let anyone find me in this dark abyss. So I will slowly disappear and be quietly forgotten. But then, the image of Isis appeared before her, reaching his hand out to her and giving a warm smile. He called, "Aisha." She thought helplessly, "Why do you keep—" Over here, the image of him happily embracing her. He lovingly said to her, "I love you more than anyone in the world. I will protect you forever. Aisha." A woman's voice rang out. "Oh my, it suits you perfectly, Your Highness." The person continued, "The first time the princess has her hair tied up. How can she be so gentle and adorable?" Empress Iris also smiled happily. "Truly no different from an angel, is she?" Before them now was the princess of the Elmira Empire, Aisha Z. Elmira, who had just turned 1, wearing a pink dress with her hair tied in 2 bunches, looking very adorable. A maidservant spoke up, but when will Her Highness the Princess be able to speak? Hearing the maid ask this, the other woman shot her a look and scolded, "Be more tactful." Hearing this, the maid fearfully said, "My apologies, I misspoke." Empress Iris, on the other hand, remained silent. Seeing this, she too fell silent and sad. In her heart, she thought, "I know. Although everyone in the palace praises me for being well-behaved and adorable, on the other hand, they will always whisper about my affairs. Unlike normal children, I rarely show my emotions." Over here, the maid and the other woman anxiously comforted the empress. One said, "Recently, the princess is growing up so fast lately, so she'll probably start talking soon." The other agreed, "Of course. She is the heir to the bloodline of His Majesty and the Empress after all." Over here, she was still deep in thought. "Until now, I haven't even babbled simple words like Mama or Papa. Actually, if I put my mind to it, I could probably speak right now. But I'm afraid of that determination." As if hearing something, she stopped thinking about it. Seeing the light spirits there, she smiled happily and thought to herself, "Did you little ones come to comfort me? Thank you. These specks of light in my eyes are the spirits that have been by my side, protecting me since the day I was born. I have been reborn as a rare spirit user. A spirit user is someone with the special ability to see spirits that exist as natural entities." She thought to herself, "Although this ability is quite meaningless for someone like me, who has no desire to live, and yet I've received a lot of comfort from my conversations with the spirits." As she spoke, she reached out her hand. She nodded thoughtfully. "You ask if I can talk?" "Yes, that's right. If you want, I can talk any time, but that—" Then she remembered her past self, helplessly begging them. "Sister, it wasn't me. Laros, please listen to me. Brother, please believe me." Remembering this, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "It's terrifying. I won't talk to anyone anymore. I'm afraid they won't believe my words. Goodbye." Suddenly Empress Iris appeared, reaching her hand out towards her. She happily lifted her up, then held her in her arms and said, "It's okay, Aisha will learn to speak soon. Whenever that day comes, Mother can wait." Hearing these words from her eyes immediately flew open. Then she looked up. Before her eyes was Empress Iris, looking at her gently and smiling. In response, she pressed her lips together. Her hands clenched tightly. Then she spoke up, saying, "Speaking of which, it's almost our Aisha's birthday. Are you looking forward to the gifts that His Majesty and the Crown Prince will give you?" Over here, the Emperor was slowly walking towards the room. Hearing her ask, she silently recalled, "Last time, Isis personally hunted a bear to give me, even though he was only 12. As the door opened, the Empress called out cheerfully, "Your Majesty the Emperor." Then she happily said, "I've met the light of the Empire." The Emperor gently reached out, patting her head and remarking, "My, you've grown so much." Seeing him like this, the Empress stood to one side, covering her mouth and giggling happily. She cheerfully asked him, "Your Majesty, would you like to try holding the little one?" Which made him stop in surprise. Then he awkwardly reached out his hands. Then he pulled his hands back, coughed dryly and said, "I can't. She's so small, if I hold her, she might just break." Seeing him like this, she thought with exasperation, "Although I've heard I'm a bit smaller than other children, and not so fragile that I'd break like glass upon being touched." The Empress's voice rang out, "Your Majesty." Then she held her out and continued, "Look, this is our child. She is growing up strong and healthy. She changes every day. She's almost a year old. She won't break." Hearing her words, he was surprised. He was silent for a moment, then smiled happily and said, "You're right." Then he reached out to hold her, saying, "Come here, Aisha. My beloved daughter, truly my beloved daughter." Seeing him lift her up, she could only widen her blue eyes and look at him. Then he held her in his arms and stroked her head. Suddenly he said, "There's something," causing the Empress to look at him in confusion. "Risk?" Then he continued, "We will hold a banquet to celebrate Aisha's birthday this time. The fact that she has grown up healthy, without any sickness, surely brings joy to the entire nation, right?" Hearing his suggestion, she asked, "A banquet? Aisha is shy around strangers. Will that be okay? How long are you planning to hold the banquet for?" Over here, she also squirmed with concern, thinking, "A banquet for my birthday? I'm a little curious." Then the Emperor calmly said, "1 month," leaving her stunned. Not just her, but the Empress was also surprised and asked again, "Yes?" Not only that, but the nearby maid who was pouring tea was so stunned that she spilled it all over. Following that was a disbelieving scream from Empress Iris. One month from now?" The Empress, flustered and anxious, said, "Huh? A month from now? You're joking, right? If we hold a party for a month, the expenses will be..." She asked again, "Are you serious?" The Emperor proudly caressed Aisha's cheek, replying, "It's our first daughter's birthday. What is there to be stingy about? We did the same for Isis's birthday. Don't worry about the cost, just organize it grandly." Aisha's jaw dropped in astonishment, thinking, "A whole month? Isn't that too much?" "No. I'll become a burden and tire everyone out." She glanced over at the Empress, thinking, the Empress's expression clearly shows she doesn't want to, but she probably won't. Object. Her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Emperor. She thought carefully. Actually, Empress Iris hasn't been in the palace for long, so her position is still low. Empress Sotis, her body was frail, so she passed away after giving birth to the princess. But currently, those loyal to the princess are still scattered throughout the royal palace. If we consider the actions of external powers, those who are not heirs to the throne decide. The anxiety she directed towards me was not small, but that matter was almost cleared up. The Emperor had decided to hold a month-long banquet for me. I know he truly loves me, and everyone in the royal palace loves me too. So, thinking this, she pouted, her face sullen. The emperor smiled kindly and said, "And you should also invite your father and mother to the party." Hearing this, Empress Iris beamed with a smile. "Really? Of course. I'll have someone send a letter." The Empress's family is the Marquis Jaxet family, located on the northern border. The Marquis and Marquise Jaxet rarely come to the capital, so the Emperor knew the Empress was often homesick and suggested it. The more Aisha thought about it, the more it made sense. If her birthday party was held for that long, the Empress would surely get to see her parents for an extended period. At this thought, her expression suddenly darkened. "It's so different from my parents in my past life. My birth mother, who carried me and gave birth to me, abandoned me. My father only ever acknowledged the heir Achaeus. It was Marianne." Remembering her face, "Why did I close my eyes in fear and cry?" The Empress saw this and quickly ran over. "Oh my." She picked her up and comforted her, asking worriedly, "What's wrong, Aisha? Where does it hurt? Does your tummy ache?" Crying, she opened her eyes to look at her worried mother, a face full of worry for me. At the same time, her eyes were also drooping. Seeing she had stopped crying, the Empress felt relieved, cradling her and smiling. "Are you okay now? Your color is better." "Thank goodness." The Empress, while comforting Aisha, said, "Mom and Dad will always be by Aisha's side. So don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. We will do everything to make sure you have a very happy birthday." Seeing her fall asleep in her arms, she smiled and gently sang a lullaby. "Sleep well, my love." In the front yard and on the distant mountain, a flock of birds and sheep are falling asleep. Night falls. Aisha woke up thinking, "Wait, it's evening already." The Empress's lullaby and warmth made me fall asleep, but I don't like the dark. Then she closed her eyes and called out to her spirit friends. "Hey, little guys." A series of small sparks of light surrounded her. "If it weren't for you guys, I probably would have given up on this new life already." As she was sitting, she suddenly noticed something unusual. The small specks of light were suddenly swirling around her frantically. "Why is this happening? What's wrong?" She looked out onto the balcony and saw a head of blonde hair fluttering in the wind. Immediately after, a tall young man suddenly appeared. Aisha was startled. Who's there?" The other person opened his mouth and said, "So you really can see spirits?" Hearing that, she flinched. She worriedly thought, "He knows I can see spirits. How on earth? No, before that, how did he get in here? Should I cry to call for help? No, I must stay silent to save my life. In the body of a child, what should I do?" Under the moonlight, the young man suddenly raised his hand, signaling for her to be quiet. Seeing that, her heart suddenly pounded. That person walked over to Aisha's bed. An interesting child. The spirits simultaneously bowed to greet their king. Hearing that, Aisha froze. "Wait, king?" She gripped the blanket tightly and peeked out. This person has only been gesturing to me so far, she thought with a tremble. Seeing this, the one called the king thought silently, "Anyway, I've come too early." Thinking that, he reached out again and pointed at Aisha's forehead. "Go to sleep now. Forget what happened today." A faint flash of light startled Aisha. "Wait." She was gradually becoming drowsy. "No." Suddenly, "I'm so sleepy," she thought, before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Aisha slowly opened her eyes. The maid pulled back the curtains, smiled and said, "Oh my Princess Highness, you're awake. Good morning." Hearing that, she looked towards the direction of the voice. The maid pulled out a chair. "You've been sleeping straight through since yesterday. Did you have a good dream?" Aisha rubbed her eyes dreamily and thought, "Is that so? Maybe I saw a full moon. Then I brushed it off. It must have been just a feeling. A lot has happened to me recently, and that thing is..." The Empress gently reached out her hand and called, "Aisha, come here." Tessa is practicing walking towards the Empress. She took tentative steps, one by one. She could be half-hearted about other things, but for walking practice, I have to put all my effort into it. She deliberately took each step to the rhythm counted by the servant. Even if it was just a feeling, each step made her feel freer. "Only now, I can walk this much." The two maids praised her as they led her. She thought to herself, "I wonder if it's because I'm like the Empress, a bit small, so my legs don't have much strength. Every step is very tiring." She was sweating as she walked. The Empress in front smiled encouragingly and held out her arms to welcome her. "Aisha, Aisha, you're doing so well, my love. Aisha, Mommy's here." Seeing the Empress, undeterred, patiently watching her every step, memories of the past suddenly flooded back. My mother in my past life, the Empress of Aidenbach. Has mother ever held me? In her hazy memories, maybe a few times. Her past self as a child. "Mama." The cold mother looked at her and said, "You need to be a little more obedient." Then picked her up. At a public gathering, even though it was just a political gesture to create a sense of warmth and affection. But even so, mother's embrace was very warm then. Her past self closed her eyes, savoring the moment in that embrace. I was so happy. Returning to the present, she wearily took one step at a time. "I've used all my strength to walk, but my legs are still trembling." The maid beside her, seeing her exhausted, asked with concern, "Princess, are you all right? But this time, maybe I can walk a little further. A little more. Just a little more." Aisha tried to take each step. Everyone cheered for her. "Princess, you can do it. You're almost there." The Empress smiled radiantly, holding out her hands. "Aisha, Mommy's here." She smiled hearing that. "Almost there. Just a little more." Suddenly, she stepped on the rug and slipped. I fell with a thud. The maid beside her asked worriedly, comforting her, "Are you all right? If you had walked just a little further, you would have made it. What a shame. Anyway, you did very well. Princess." She bowed her head to the carpet amidst everyone's worried voices. "Oh my Aisha, are you okay?" "Princess Highness." She was determined to get up. She balanced herself amidst everyone's exclamations. "Oh my," she stood up again. "She's so good. The princess is so good." She took wobbly steps. "I don't want to give up here." Looking at the Empress right in front of her, cheering her on. "A little more. Just a little more," she thought. "If I keep walking like this, will I ever be able to fall into that embrace?" After practicing walking, the Empress ran to the gate to welcome her parents. Her grandparents also doted on this granddaughter. She ran and hugged her parents. "Mother, father." The lady quickly supported her and chided, "Slow down, you'll fall now." The Marquis looked at his daughter with a gentle smile. The Empress is still very much like a child. The warm and happy image of the family of three, laughing and talking, appeared before Aisha. The lady spoke up, "So where is Aisha?" The young lady clung to the maid's dress, thinking, "These people are the Empress's parents." The maid replied, "Yes, Her Highness the Princess is here." She smiled and said, "Come now, let Grandma hold you for a bit." The Empress beside her said, "She's growing up so fast. This is the first time you've met her since she was born, right? The baby didn't cry, she's so well behaved." Everyone praised Aisha for being very cute and adorable. Not to exaggerate, but I think she's really adorable. The Marquis and his wife one holding and one teasing Aisha. The little one reminds me of when the Empress was a child. Everyone laughed and talked happily. This is the first time I've seen the Empress talk so much. It seems the Empress is also like a child in front of her parents. The Empress asked sincerely, "So mother, father, have you two been well lately? How are things in the north?" Aisha heard that and immediately thought, "The north? Are you talking about Aidenbach?" Aidenbach. The Marquis became serious when she asked that. "Let's just go inside first." The teacup was set down. "Father, is something wrong?" The Marquis answered seriously. "No, I just wanted to be careful talking about Aidenbach outside. But after the friendship treaty, things have become more peaceful. Nothing special. But it's always better to be cautious. But anyway, on the way here I heard some strange rumors." The Empress asked worriedly. "Rumors? What are they?" The Marquis sighed and rubbed his forehead. "That thing. I heard that for Aisha's birthday feast this time, Aidenbach will send an envoy with gifts. Is this true?" The Marquis's words made Aisha freeze. The Empress replied, "Ah, yes. Someone will probably come to attend the feast this time." Aisha's heart pounded when she heard that. As expected, the nobility won't attend directly, will they? Her heart pounded. From Aidenbach? An envoy? To come all this way to celebrate Aisha's birthday is truly... I don't want to see that woman's face. Where do they think they're setting foot in this place? A rumbling sound filled her head. Royalty is coming? Please, no. Even if that doesn't happen, that place is no different from a dog kennel. No matter who it is from that royal family. Her face turned pale. Aisha hugged the ball and cried in her mother's arms. The Empress worriedly comforted her. "What's wrong, Aisha? Are you okay?" The Marquis also panicked and asked, or is she hurt somewhere? The Marquis was hit. "Hey, why did you hit me?" The lady beside him scolded the Marquis. "She's crying because you were being loud. Don't you know how sensitive children are?" The Empress continued, "Mother is right. Aisha is usually a very well-behaved child. Father, go and comfort her now." Aisha clutched her mother's skirt and cried. The Empress patted her back comfortingly. "It's okay, Aisha. Mommy's here. Let me scold Grandpa for you." The Marquis chuckled. "Sigh. I'm sorry, Aisha. But this is all because of those Aidenbach people, isn't it?" Aisha heard that and nodded. "That's right. The people of Aidenbach are all terrible." The Marquis saw that and laughed. "So Aisha hates those Aidenbach guys too." The Empress looked at Aisha and replied, "Perhaps." Aisha closed her eyes and leaned on her mother's shoulder, thinking to herself, "I hate them all." The Empress carried Aisha down the hallway. She comforted her. "Azia, are you in a bad mood?" Hearing that, she immediately turned away. "Let's see." The Empress lifted her up high and smiled radiantly. "How can I make my Aisha happy? Shall I give you some cake?" "My lovely Aisha." Aisha thought silently. "I'm the only one who feels sad when I hear the name Aidenbach." Looking at the Empress smiling brightly in front of her, she suddenly felt a little guilty. In the room, the Emperor and Isis, after finishing their work, also rushed over to visit the two. The Empress saw them and asked, "Oh, what brings you two here?" The Emperor proudly replied, "Of course I came to see my beloved wife and daughter." Isis also replied very happily, "Of course it's to see Empress Iris and Aisha." After speaking, the father and son looked at each other. The Empress heard this and laughed. "You two, please sit. Thank goodness. It seems you and Aisha are doing well." The Empress smiled brightly. "It's all thanks to your Majesty and Isis too. Thank you for always loving Aisha." Over here, Isis is holding Aisha's hand, helping her practice walking. Isis was proud. Of course I have to. Because I'm her older brother. I swear. I will protect Aisha. The Empress also responded enthusiastically. Oh, you are so reliable. Aisha thought to herself. Older brother. Isis picked up here and whispered to her. That's right, Aisha. I've prepared a birthday present for you. Aisha heard that and thought, a present? What is it? But that gift will be kept a secret until your birthday. Isis looked at her and smiled. Aisha was immediately bewildered. He also leaned his head towards her. I think Aisha will definitely like it. Aisha saw this and thought helplessly. No way around it. I'm actually looking forward to it a little. The next day, the sky was clear and blue. In the carriage traveling on the road, someone said, I heard the princess's birthday party is being held for a whole month. It's truly surprising. A girl said, doesn't this prove that His Highness loves the princess very much? Of course, I heard that Crown Prince Isis also adores Princess Aisha. They say not long ago, His Highness even gifted the princess the skin of a bear he caught himself. How surprising. I wonder what kind of person Her Highness the princess is. I'm so curious. The biggest curiosity is, the two girls shared the same thought. I wonder if she resembles His Majesty the Emperor or the Empress more. The maidservant spoke up, Your Majesty, are you ready? After seeing the Empress come out in a flowing dress, she exclaimed in admiration. Oh, Your Majesty, Empress Iris, Princess Aisha. The whole group of maids stared at the Empress and Aisha in their pink dresses without taking their eyes off them. The two of you are so beautiful. Aisha gave a wry smile. Finally, the first day of the birthday party has arrived. Since I decided to only show my face today, everyone is in a very excited state. Aisha rubbed her head while the Empress hugged and kissed her. Of course, my beloved daughter is so beautiful today too. I heard this crown has a magic spell to lighten its weight. I don't feel it's heavy at all. She carried Aisha to the window. That's right. Does Aisha want to see outside? When she looked outside, she was immediately surprised. The entire exterior is decorated like a festival. Everyone has opened a festival to celebrate my birthday. She watched person after person laughing and talking on the street, to the steady sound of the Empress's voice. Because everyone loves you very much. Happy first birthday, Aisha, she said softly. Crown Prince Isis appeared in a formal ceremonial outfit and called out loudly, Aisha. After seeing the two empresses, Isis ran over, looked from side to side, and then praised, You look so beautiful today. So adorable, so cute. My sister is truly number one. He patted her head and said, Happy birthday, little sister. You have to stay by my side for a very, very long time. He turned and asked, Empress Iris, may I carry my sister Aisha to the party? She happily agreed. Of course, but you must carry her carefully. Don't drop her. He replied loudly, Yes, ma'am. At the party venue, people were standing around talking amidst the melodious music. Outside the door, the Empress said to Isis, who was carrying Aisha, Now, shall we enter? Aisha anxiously clutched Isis's shirt. Is this going to be okay? Now that we're at the door, I feel the weight of it all. Isis saw this and comforted her. Aisha smiled. I hope my Aisha will be very, very happy today. That is the reason this party is being held. And the reason everyone is here. If you go up, you will be able to shake off the tension. So let's smile brightly with me. Aisha heard that and smiled. That's right. I don't need to do anything. No need to worry. Now then. The door slowly opened. The announcement also rang out. Empress Iris GEMEA, Crown Prince Isis GEMEA, and Princess Aisha GEMAA are now entering. Aisha was being carried by Isis, accompanied by Empress Iris. Making his first public appearance, the emperor appeared in a grand ceremonial robe and stepped forward. "Everyone has arrived, I see," he said, looking at the empress. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate the birthday of my first princess, Aisha. This month-long party is for Aisha. So please enjoy yourselves and offer your blessings to my first daughter." The crowd of nobles, upon hearing this, erupted in applause. "We wish the princess a happy birthday." But no one paid any attention to a youth in a blue robe in the corner, quietly observing everything. After the emperor's speech, they began to mingle freely. The young noble ladies whispered among themselves, "If His Majesty comes down here now, we'll be able to see the princess up close, right?" "Yes, I'm so looking forward to it." Suddenly, the young lady in the yellow dress saw it in the crowd. The handsome crown prince and the princess immediately exclaimed, an angel." At this moment, all eyes were on Aisha. She could only hug Isis to calm her anxiety. She sighed inwardly. Too many people. Suddenly, the emperor blocked Isis's path. He reached out his hand, wanting to hold Aisha. Isis looked at his father unwillingly. Aisha saw this and thought to herself, "If you don't give me to His Majesty, what else is there to do?" Finally, he sighed and handed Aisha to his father, but said resentfully, "Aisha is my little sister." The emperor gave a faint smile and replied, "She is also my daughter." Empress Iris found it very amusing. Isis was dejected. Aisha thought judgmentally, "And to think he once said he didn't dare hold me, because he was afraid I was too fragile." The ceremony proceeded in its proper order. First, they sprinkled holy water brought from the Temple of Light on my head to wish me a long life. Aisha chuckled to herself, "My ability with the light and spirits is quite compatible." Following that, the nobles presented their precious gifts in order of rank, from highest to lowest. "Princess Aisha, we humbly wish you a happy birthday." They came closer to observe Aisha. All were astonished by her cuteness. Aisha started to get tired. She lamented to herself, "I didn't expect there to be so many nobles in the capital. Now it's probably time to watch the dance, right?" At that moment, Aisha suddenly heard, "Next, the envoy of the Aidenbach Empire." Her whole body fell into a state of fear, countless thuds echoing in her head. "From the AI Hung BC's Empire? Who is it? What if it's someone I know?" "Brother Achaeus." The man smiled and took off his round hat. Aisha saw that and cried, "Stop." Rakias was very surprised by this. "Princess Aisha." She just kept on crying. "He's still the same." "Well, it makes sense. The blue robe is the uniform of the Imperial Mages of Edinburgh. If Elmira is the Empire of Knights, then Aidenbach is the Empire of Mages. Arsene is the eldest son of the ducal house, a mage trained in Edinburgh. He is known as the youngest talent in the Mage's Tower." In his admiring gaze, Aisha smiled as she remembered this. "And my only best friend. Before I died, I was 14, and Ozun was 17. I've been dead for 2 years, so he must be 19 now." She cried softly amidst her parents' worried voices. The emperor called her name, "Aisha?" and the empress worriedly wiped her tears. "Aisha, are you okay? Are you very tired?" She thought to herself, "The person representing me with a gift is Asen. It seems his status has risen quite a bit." She tried to stop crying. "No, I'm making everyone worry. I have to stop crying." Asan knelt and presented the gift. "I have prepared the highest grade magic stone of the Edinburgh Empire as a birthday gift for the princess. This stone contains both protection and water magic, so it will help protect its owner." After speaking, A smiled and looked at her. Aisha followed Asen's receding figure with her eyes, thinking to herself, "I'm glad he's still doing well." The knight called out the name, "The last one." Please welcome Crown Prince Isis J. Elmer. Seeing this, she blushed and thought. Isis also remembered. Is he going to give me the gift he said he'd keep secret until my birthday? Aisha was surprised to see the sword. A sword? Isis took her hand. My beloved sister. Happy first birthday, he said, then kissed her hand. Smiled. The emperor saw this and held Aisha close to him. Aisha Elmir, I have long known your intentions. I hear you wish to make a knight's vow to Aisha. Is that correct? He bowed his head and replied, Yes, father. Aisha was petrified upon hearing this. Huh? A knight's vow? Tyrion hugged Aisha and said, Isis Galmer, I have heard your intention. I hear you wish to make a knight's vow to Aisha. Isis bowed his head and replied, Yes, your majesty. Aisha was startled to hear this. A knight's vow? A knight's vow? Elmira is known as the Empire of Knights because the eternal vow exists in the Empire. So to protect the one to whom the vow is exchanged, the knights who have sworn not only give all their trust and honor, they are also willing to sacrifice their lives. Aisha wondered, is he planning to make that vow to me? Thinking this, Aisha cried out, Ooh! Incoherently, her expression clearly showing her discomfort. Then she cried out loud. In her heart, Aisha was screaming, I don't want to. It's too much pressure. Isis, seeing Aisha cry like that, was bewildered and called out her name. Aisha. Aisha cried more and more intensely, making even Empress Iris confused. Aisha could only make you sounds, but she really wanted to say, who knows when a person's heart will change? Maybe you will become my betrayer. The more she thought about that tragic scene, the louder Aisha cried. She flailed her arms wildly. Just as Aisha was thinking about refusing, a hand reached out to her. Isis gently took her hand and caressed it, then said, Aisha. He smiled gently, afraid of scaring her into crying again like before. Seeing that Aisha had calmed down, Isis continued, I told you before, I will protect you anytime, anywhere. Aisha was very surprised to hear these words. Isis continued, You are my miracle, my good fortune, and my wish. In the future, I will become even stronger so I can protect you completely. Then Isis concluded with a sentence, So please watch over me even more. Aisha was now blushing furiously. She remained silent, not saying a word. Seeing Aisha like that, Isis held her hand even tighter. In her heart, Aisha silently cursed, You idiot. But her expression was very happy because of Isis's words. Knowing his daughter had accepted, Tyrion took the sword. He placed the sword on Isis's shoulder, then Tyrion said, I will now conduct the vow-making ceremony. He placed the sword on Isis's right shoulder and said, This is glory. Then he moved it to the left shoulder and continued, This is faith. Finally, he held the sword above Isis's head and said, This is strength. Then Tyrion asked, Do you vow to offer to the one to whom the vow is given all your glory, faith, and strength? Isis, with a determined face, said, I swear to offer everything. Everyone around clapped in applause. Everyone shouted, Prince Isis, Princess Aisha, Your Highness Isis. Looking at this scene, Azia thought to herself again, All right, maybe all my misfortunes have ended. Then Aisha smiled happily. Mother's love and the warmth of the emperor. Isis then turned back, grinning at Aisha, which made her happy too. She added another sentence, and Isis's smile. Aisha thought to herself, maybe happiness will come to me. A moment later, Tyrion looked at Aisha and said, Aisha should go to bed now. Iris also smiled and replied, I think so too. Let me take the little one to bed. Isis's eyes sparkled as he ran over and suggested, "I'm very reliable. Can I take care of baby Aisha?" Iris immediately exclaimed, "I still haven't seen the fireworks. And now I have to leave. What a shame." Aisha heard her mother say that and also thought to herself, "Come to think of it, didn't the nannies guess that the fireworks today would be very brilliant?" Tyrion immediately said, "Ah, the county festival isn't over yet." Iris jumped in, "Then we'll wait until the fireworks are over, and then take Aisha home." "Okay." Isis was also happy and excited, saying, "Yes, Aisha. Let's go see the fireworks." Isis carried Aisha to the balcony and said, "This place is so beautiful. There are no people, so we can watch better." Then he looked down at Aisha and said, "Aisha, you've never seen fireworks before, have you?" Isis, thinking this, excitedly described, "It's like this. The sky will make a boom sound and light up with beautiful, multicolored lights." He set her down on a chair and then said, "To prevent Aisha's ears from hurting, the magicians have worked hard to create silent fireworks." Then Isis winked and said, "You'll see in a moment. It's very beautiful." Aisha heard that and thought to herself, "A magician?" Then Isis quickly explained, "Magicians are not common in Elmira. I feel like the Emperor has put a lot of effort into this festival." Isis pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "Aisha, I think it's about to start." A firework shot straight up into the air. Then with a boom, it exploded into a beautiful light. Both Isis and Aisha exclaimed, "Ooh," in delight. Isis pointed at the fireworks and said, "Aisha, look over there." The fireworks in the sky continued to go off. Isis continued, "The fireworks are so big." Then he said excitedly, "The small fireworks next to them are also so beautiful. There's even blue, Elmi's symbol." Each cluster of fireworks in the sky exploded, connecting to form some kind of word. Aisha thought to herself, "Truly Elmia." Next, the word that appeared in the air was Aisha, making Aisha blush. Isis immediately turned and called Aisha. Aisha heard him and turned to look at him. Isis then smiled and asked, "Beautiful, right?" Aisha didn't answer, but in her heart she thought, "Why? For some reason I feel I can speak out loud now." Isis was still enjoying the fireworks. Aisha thought to herself, "At the moment when all other sounds are drowned out, and brother Isis can't hear, I will speak." Then, as a firework boomed in the air, Aisha babbled, calling out. Because her pronunciation wasn't perfect, she called him Anwai Hit, brother Y Hit. Then she bowed her head, her heart pounding. Did he hear me? I should have said it a little faster." Isis suddenly fell silent, making Aisha wonder, "Why is he so quiet all of a sudden?" Then Isis turned and called Aisha's name. At that moment, another firework shot up. Aisha lifted her head and stole a glance at Isis. Suddenly, she was startled, her eyes wide. The firework then exploded, clearly illuminating Isis's face. Isis was crying. He cried as he asked, "Are you calling my name?" Isis tearfully asked, "Aisha, so you really called me Isis, right?" Aisha smiled and thought to herself, "That's right. I only called his name once and brother Isis is already so thrilled that he's crying." Isis still insisted, "Call my name again. Isis, it's Isis." Iris came over, not understanding what was happening, and asked, "Isis, what's wrong?" Isis was also silently wondering in his heart, "Why do I love you so unconditionally?" Isis, hearing the question, hastily replied, "Your Majesty Iris. Father. Aisha. Aisha has." Iris, seeing Isis so agitated, comforted him. "Did something happen to Aisha?" calm down and speak slowly. Aisha was still lost in her own thoughts. Why can I open up to these people? Aisha's mouth slowly opened. At this moment she was very certain and told herself, now I can talk. Then Aisha called out, Mama, startling Empress Iris. Aisha smiled at her mother. As for Iris, she couldn't help but be deeply moved. She couldn't believe her ears and called out Aisha's name. Tyrion also rushed over and asked, And what about me? Call me too. When Aisha heard that, she smiled. Then she called out, Papa. The Emperor then reached out his hand. Then he lifted her up and said happily, I am your father, my daughter. Aisha also smiled happily in response. She couldn't hold back her tears, thinking to herself, my happy family. From afar, Arsene had also witnessed everything. He stood there calmly, looking up, then couldn't help but say, Prince Isis. The other half of the sentence he only thought, but did not say out loud. And Princess Aisha. For some reason, at this moment he remembered his past life. Then Arsene closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, a voice asked him, What are you looking at so intently? Asen saw the man and called out, Master. He looked up at the happy family scene above and said, The royalty of our empire is in chaos, while here it is so peaceful. Then he declared, How shameful. Ashin, hearing this, shouted, Master, what if someone hears you? He paid no mind and said, Let them hear. This is the heart of the Elmir Empire. And I'm not wrong. I'm old. What do I have to lose at this point? Arsene heard that and could only say, Anyway, we should be careful, right? Then he said with a grim face, The crime of insulting the royal family is severe. Asen clenched his hand into a fist and said, Master, please. His face at this moment carried an indescribable sadness. I still don't understand. The person Asen called Master remained silent. Then he said, Asen, perhaps you understand best what you're saying. Asen replied, Yes, I know. Then his eyes welled up with tears. He stammered, Arsene couldn't find it and was angry. Why Elisa? Why did they have to kill that child? Then he remembered the time before. If I had known, I would have done anything. But when I found out, it was too late. By the time he discovered Elisa's market, Arsene could do nothing. For several days after that, Asen sat on his bed, looking out the window dejectedly. Osun continued speaking, his eyes still open until morning. I had a vision. I saw Elisa's shadow. In that rain, Elisa called my name and gave me a bouquet of flowers. At that time, Azun couldn't help but cry. Osun continued to recount. In my eyes, her radiant smile is still as vivid as ever. Returning to the present scene, both were silent. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard. Asen's tears could no longer be held back and fell like rain. He said angrily, I cannot forgive those people. Asen's master immediately said, Asen, calm down. Get a hold of yourself. Asung, hearing this, raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears. He said, Master, Then his eyes became determined. I will investigate Elisa's death. Once the investigation is complete, the truth will be revealed. His master then turned and walked away. He said, All right, do as you wish, everyone will help you. Asen said happily, Thank you. Thank you, master. Thank you. Hearing this, he turned his head and said, This kid, if you want to thank me, then do your work well every day. And remember to come and massage my shoulders every day. Asen smiled happily. The balcony was also devoid of Aisha's family. Asen thought to himself, Your name is Aisha Z. Elmer, right? Thanks to you, I can be more determined. Thank you. Then Asun closed his eyes tightly. Then he put his hat back on, and then followed his master. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. On a stretch of green land, there was the silhouette of a girl leaning against a tree trunk. It seems the girl is dozing off. Suddenly, a voice calling her name startled her awake. Aisha? She quickly stood up and then smiled brightly, calling out, "Brother, thank you for watching and see you again." A boy ran over, calling Aisha's name. At this point, Isis had grown up more. Isis ran to Aisha's side and said, "I'm here." Aisha replied happily, "Brother Isis is here?" Isis sat down beside Aisha and asked, "What are you reading?" Aisha hummed in response. Then Isis saw the title of the book and read it aloud. The history of the formation of ancient languages and the principles of their development. Then he asked as if to a person, "Do normal 7-year-olds read this book?" When asked this, Aisha could only give a wry smile. But Isis continued, "But our Aisha is smart." Then he reached out and stroked Aisha's head. The 4 seasons came and went in a continuous cycle. Isis immediately shouted, "Aisha is a genius." Aisha continued her train of thought, "The 7th spring since I was born has arrived." Aisha ran hastily down the hallway. The servant also said worriedly, "Princess Aisha, if you keep going like that, you'll fall." But she kept running to her mother. When Empress Iris saw Aisha, she immediately said, "Oh, hello." At this point, Aisha had opened her heart to her new family. Then Aisha rushed straight into her mother's arms, making Empress Iris wonder, "Aisha?" Since the age of 3, Aisha had decided to show her abilities to everyone. At this moment, Aisha, with sparkling eyes, said, "Mum, I want to read that book." And so Aisha began to learn to read. In reality, she was just pretending to learn. Everyone's reaction was explosive. Isis rushed to find Empress Iris. He called out loudly, "Empress Iris," which made her wonder. "Isis, you shouldn't run and make noise in the palace like..." Before he could finish, Isis held up a piece of paper in front of Iris. He shouted, "Look at this." Then his eyes sparkled as he said, "Our Aisha is definitely a genius." Isaac excitedly continued, "She already knows how to write her name." Iris also couldn't believe her eyes and asked again, "Isaac wrote this?" Ice continued to pull out a piece of paper from behind his back. Then he showed the paper to Iris. Isis shouted, "She even wrote Mama and Papa." Empress Iris was incredibly moved at that moment. She turned and called out Aisha's name. Aisha could only smile wryly at that. After that, Aisha gradually mastered all the Elmira script. Not long after, she started reading fairy tales, and recently, she's been learning ancient script. Aisha was particularly interested in the field of spirits. Spirit masters had disappeared long ago, and it was very difficult to find records of them in the royal library. But in ancient times, the number of books about souls was very large, and the types were also diverse. A huge bookshelf suddenly appeared in front of Aisha, making her exclaim "ooh" in surprise. If she learned the ancient script, Aisha would be able to grasp information about souls. Aisha is not the heir. If she shows too much excellence, it's worrying. But then Aisha clenched her fists. She thought with determination, "After lying in bed every day, I can finally do something. I'm excited." Then Aisha couldn't help but think, a royal considered a genius will surely be the target of the heir's suspicion. Of course, Brother Isis is not that kind of person. He's not wary of me at all. Suddenly, Isis called out Aisha's name. He picked up the book she was reading and said, "Besides stiff books like this, don't you have any intention of reading fairy tales or something?" Then Isis flipped through the book thoughtfully. Aisha looked at Isis. She smiled and thought, "Come to think of it, Brother Isis's appearance has changed quite a bit. He's grown much taller and his voice is deeper too. Then Isis turned and said cheerfully, "Let me read it to you." Aisha silently exclaimed, "Most of all, his face has become so much sharper." "My brother is so handsome," she thought. But on the outside she still replied, "I've already read all the fairy tales from long ago." Not to disappoint her brother, she suggested again, "So now let's draw. I can draw a bunny for you." "I draw bunnies better than you." Isis's face was dejected at this, which made Aisha unable to help but laugh. Surprises are more fun. Then she looked at the book in her hand and thought to herself, actually, the ultimate reason for me to study souls is just one. Aisha became silent again. Revenge on the Aidenbach Empire. She looked up at the deep blue sky and thought, in the Elmira Empire, I can easily access news from the Edinburgh Empire. I guess that's lucky. Although the two countries have only been at peace for a few decades after hundreds of years of hostility, mutual interest and animosity still exist. I heard that Marianne has been appointed as a census as before, and as for Brother Akayash, he is scheduled to have his inauguration ceremony as Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Aisha became sad. Even if I die, everyone is still living very well. Suddenly, a voice appeared in her head. It's okay, you can do it. Aisha looked at the spark of light beside her and smiled. That's right. Even as a princess of the Aidenbach Empire, I couldn't see a spirit master anywhere. When it comes to revenge, being a spirit master will be my secret weapon. Then Aisha remembered that moment again, which made her wonder, but what was that back then? Marianne's red eyes. The surrounding atmosphere became quiet. Aisha was deep in thought and said nothing. Isis also silently looked at her. Then he began to speak. Sometimes I also think, but... Aisha, hearing Isis speak, looked over at him. Isis continued. Sometimes I feel like Aisha is much more mature than I am. Aisha was startled and opened her eyes wide to look at Isis. Isis was also looking at her, smiling. Aisha immediately denied it. You must be mistaken. Isis replied, Is that so? Perhaps so. Then Isis sighed again. Aisha is so good at everything. That's why I had that thought. Aisha smiled and replied, My brother is also a genius. Pausing for a moment, she continued, In our empire, there's no one who can match your martial arts talent. Yet you still train every day. On the surface she said that, but in her heart, Aisha let out a sigh of relief. Then Aisha changed the subject. The wind is getting a little colder, brother. Let's go down now. Suddenly Isis called out Aisha's name again. He said gently, Whatever it is, if there's anything difficult, you can always rely on me. Then he smiled and asked, Got it? Aisha heard that and smiled happily, replying, Yes, I got it. Back at the royal palace, Aisha saw the knights busy cleaning and asked, What's going on? Her nanny turned and said, Princess Aisha. Aisha asked, Nanny, what's going on? The nanny replied, Her Majesty the Empress has come to visit. She is waiting for the princes. Aisha's eyes sparkled when she heard her mother had arrived. Empress Iris put down her teacup and said, You're back, Aisha. Aisha immediately ran over happily and said, I wanted to see mother right away. Have you been well? Empress Iris replied, Of course I'm well. It's just that I haven't seen our Aisha for 3 days. I felt so restless. Come here and let me hug you. Aisha heard that and replied, Aisha's really... Mother, how are the preparations for the spring festival going? Empress Iris replied, It's still the same. The problem is that it's the same every time, so everyone gets bored. Empress Iris continued, I want to organize a festival with something new, but I can't think of a suitable idea. Moreover, Aisha. Then Iris's expression became serious. Do you remember the scholar admin who came last time? Aisha innocently replied, Yes, I remember. He's a professor from the Elmer Imperial Academy, right? She remembered that day again. Was there a problem with the assessment of my academic ability then? I answered almost everything too incorrectly. Empress Iris confirmed. That's right, Aisha. Then Iris said proudly, That scholar kept repeating that your abilities are absolutely amazing, truly outstanding. This statement from Empress Iris directly petrified Aisha. Empress Iris continued, He even said you're a genius that appears only once in decades. Aisha replied shyly, What's this about a genius that appears only once in decades? I'm under a lot of pressure, she said. But in her heart, Aisha thought, I should have answered more foolishly. Empress Iris smiled. She called out Aisha's name, causing her to stop her head. Iris's next question made Aisha stiffen. What do you want to do in the future? Empress Iris seemed to understand her daughter's confusion and continued. I've known you were smart for a long time. Do you remember when you were little, the noble lady who came to teach you exclaimed in praise? After a moment's pause, Empress Iris continued. But when I heard the scholar's praise, I became even more worried, wondering what I should do to help your future. Then she smiled and said, Well, whatever you like is fine. If you want to do something, share it with me, and I will support all your decisions. Aisha was so surprised she couldn't speak. She could only make a sound and then couldn't say anything more. Empress Iris knew Aisha was in a difficult position and said, Hyra, it seems I was a bit hasty. Just take your time and think about it. Then she changed the subject. Or how about you try to make friends with children your age at the spring festival? How about that? Empress Iris continued to chatter on. After meeting friends, who knows? They might be able to help in some way with Aisha's decision about what she wants to do in the future. Aisha asked back, Will you allow me to say goodbye? This question made Empress Iris burst out laughing. Aisha laughed along. Then she replied, Yes, I'll try. Then the two of them chatted for the whole afternoon. Until sunset. Aisha sat in a corner of the room. She remembered again what her mother and brother Isis had said today. Then Aisha thought to herself, If I'm going to take revenge, maybe I can only do it alone. I absolutely don't want to put pressure on my family. Then she hugged the pillow in her arms tightly, determined. So there's no other way but to train my soul more and more. Aisha let out a sigh. She told herself, All right, the thing to do right now is to focus. The next day, Aisha went to the library again. She scanned through each book one by one. Dictionaries, illusions, how to create them. Then suddenly she stopped. After that, she became dejected again. Aisha cried silently. I can't read properly. Yesterday, Aisha finally learned all the basic ancient characters. It was difficult, but Aisha learned a lot of basic vocabulary. Aisha then ran to find a step stool. By understanding the principles of formation, I can understand the characters to a certain extent. Aisha stepped onto the stairs and then scanned each book. Its use book. The only thing left now is practical application. So Aisha hurried to the ancient language library. She thought to herself, But I'm still at a beginner's level A, can I do it? I've already read half of the characters in here. Then she said again, Let's skip that. The Royal Library has all the books in the Empire, but there are very few books in ancient languages. There might only be a few really old books. Then she stepped down sadly again. I give up. Now the only way is to find them all. Suddenly she spotted a book. She was startled when she read the title. History of the Soul. Aisha's heart was filled with joy. This is it. If I learn from this book, I'll be able to know a little about the soul. The sparkling lights appeared again. Aisha said, You're too beautiful too. Book. Then Aisha looked at the bright spots and whispered, Thank you. Then she thought to herself, I have to read it quickly. Suddenly, that voice appeared in her head again. Aisha. Aisha. She looked over with a start. That glowing dot had pulled out a book for her. It said, Here, take a look at me. Aisha picked up the book and wondered, Are you telling me to read it? A book about magic? The glowing dot kept on talking. Read me, please. You must read me. Aisha heard that and immediately thought, I don't know if it's because my abilities are limited. So far, I can talk to spirits, but I can't have a specific conversation. But if you guys are calling me so eagerly, you must have a reason. Thinking that, Aisha nodded and replied, I understand. Then she smiled brightly again. Aisha hugged the pile of books, ready to leave. Suddenly someone called her back. It turned out to be Isis. Aisha called out to him. Isis approached and asked her, What are you doing here? Aisha was startled by the question. She hid the book behind her back and stammered, That is. Ice had also seen the pile of books Aisha was holding. He said, Aisha, that is. Aisha held the book tightly behind her back. She said, Then she shouted, Just an old textbook. Aisha hurriedly explained, I think I need to learn more about ancient languages. So I want to try to learn some things. In her heart, Aisha thought, I'm doomed. Isis silently looked at Aisha. Aisha could only force a smile at this point. Then Isis called her name, which startled her. But he only raised his hand to caress Aisha and said, I heard that the scholar admin has left. I heard that he called you a genius, as expected of my sister. Then Isis tilted his head and continued, Empress Iris seems to have thought a lot about your future, but that doesn't mean you have to worry about it too much. He comforted Aisha again. Just do what you want, whatever it is, we will support you. Hearing Isis say that, Aisha was very surprised. Then Isis turned around. Well, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Looking at Isis's back, Aisha wondered again. Brother Isis, what are you thinking? It's as if he knows I'm hiding something. Then Aisha denied her own thoughts again. No, there's no way that's possible. That's just an unrealistic story. Her eyes started to get sad again. She told herself again, the fact that I have the aptitude of a spirit, or that I was actually reincarnated in a new body, is not something I can just casually mention. Then she said to the guard, Let's go back. Upon returning to her palace, Aisha immediately opened the book and started reading. She read aloud, The spirits often clash with each other. Aisha couldn't help but mumble and read, The spirit masters through that. She continued to read, enduring great suffering. Then Aisha put the book down. She pursed her lips, then shouted, So interesting. She continued to read what was written in the book. I'm not sure, but the reason spirit masters have become increasingly rare is because they get caught up in the wars of the spirits. She exclaimed again, My ability to read ancient script isn't very good, but reading it briefly like this is quite interesting. Then she flipped the page again. But it doesn't say here about people who can see spirits from birth. Aisha started to ponder again. Then she asked herself, So who am I really? Aisha propped her chin on her hand and sighed. There's no one to discuss this with. What can I do with this amateur ability? Suddenly she glanced at the book and noticed a title. Aisha silently screamed with joy. Summoning spirits. I thought happily, I found it. It clearly states here how to summon the spirit I want. Then Aisha read intently, D. To summon a spirit, the user must first have Manhwa, the spirit. She then read further down. If these two are prepared, the most important thing here is. She paused for a moment, then read aloud, is when you wish to summon a spirit. Aisha couldn't help but continue reading. It is a magic circle from ancient times. It has the power to connect spirits with this world. Reading this far, Aisha secretly admired. So that's it. As long as I have those things, I can summon spirits. Then she wondered again. So what is the spell to summon a spirit? Aisha continued to read down. But then she said with disappointment, but this book doesn't record the spell to summon a soul. Aisha continued to read. If you are someone who wants to summon a spirit, please purchase an additional book on the spell of summoning spirits. There is currently a special event. Aisha's blood boiled. She threw the book and shouted, I can't believe it. Are you messing with me? Then she collapsed onto the table in utter disappointment. She thought to herself, I thought I could learn more about spirits and how to summon them now. But what can I do without the summoning spell? It's clear the person who wrote this book is a merchant, stopping at the most exciting part to sell another book. A voice echoed in Aisha's head again. What's wrong? Aisha, calm down. Aisha smiled and replied, It's nothing. She thought to herself, That's right. I got a little too excited. I should rest. Suddenly, Aisha glanced over to the other side and said, Wait a minute. Then she looked at the remaining book, the book the spirits told me to read. Aisha went over, picked up the book and opened it. She thought to herself, There's no title or author's name. But what if the spirit summoning spell requires a spirit master, as they say in the legends? Suddenly, Aisha discovered a section on low-level spirit summoning contracts. She was secretly overjoyed. This is it. Then Aisha ran to the table with the book. Let's try the summoning method I just saw in the history of spirits. First, prepare the spirit contract. Second, in case the user does not have enough magic power, prepare a magic stone. Third, if not available, do it with a high-level mage. Aisha had now drawn a circle on paper. Moving on to the next step, if the contract has been drawn. Then Aisha placed her hand on the magic circle. The next step is to memorize the following sentences. At this moment, Aisha began to read, O Spirit, Creator of all things. White smoke began to rise around Aisha. She continued to read, Come to me and become my strength. Then the magic circle lit up. Aisha was also so dazzled that she had to squint her eyes. Suddenly, an electric current appeared around her. Aisha was now so blinded that she had to cover her eyes with her hand. In the spot where the light was, a spirit gradually formed. Aisha stared at it intently. And then finally, a baby spirit appeared. As soon as it appeared, it let out a soft puff of air. Then it exclaimed, I've been summoned. Aisha was completely surprised at this moment. This voice. Then Aisha remembered the voices that were always by her side. She approached and asked, Are you? The little spirit interrupted. Have you signed a contract with me? Aisha was once again surprised. Then she smiled and hummed. The little spirit also flew towards Aisha. Then the baby placed a kiss on Aisha's forehead. Aisha's face was now flushed red. Then the little spirit placed its hand on its chest. It slowly opened its eyes. Finally, the formation process was complete. The little spirit said, Master, greetings. I am Du, a low-level light spirit. With that, the baby smiled brightly at Aisha. Aisha looked at Du in surprise and asked, Has your body changed? Du immediately flew back and forth saying, Yes, Master. Once a contract is signed, spirits are granted a new form to exist in this world. A precious friend who had been with Aisha since she was a baby. Her name was Du. But then Aisha wondered, But is it that easy to make a contract with a spirit? Du immediately replied, It's not usually that easy to sign a contract with a spirit. Du flew over to explain, but because the Master's fusion power is much superior to others, you were able to summon me so easily. Aisha didn't believe it and asked again, 5, is that so? Du replied happily, yes, master doesn't know how happy I was to be summoned by you. 6, is that so? Aisha was happy to hear that. She thought to herself, the voice that has always echoed in my head. Now I can hear it clearly, and we can talk like this. Then Aisha wondered, Du, if you could talk like this from the beginning, why didn't you say so sooner? Du immediately replied, ah, that. Then Du explained, unsummoned spirits, especially low-level ones, do not exist in a fixed entity in their natural state. Du kissed Aisha's forehead again. But after you summoned me, our spirits are connected, which created me now. That's why I can talk like this. Then Du continued, let me introduce myself again. Then Du stood up and bowed, saying, I am Du, a low-level light spirit. Master, you can just call me Du from now on. Aisha immediately smiled and said, all right, Du, I am Aisha Zelmir. You know my name, right? Du smiled and replied, of course. I've been with you since you were born. Aisha laughed. Haha, how embarrassing. Du chattered on and on. You're always so cute and kind. I'm so happy to be with you. You're also famous, you know. Even the Spirit King. At this point, Du realized he had spoken out of turn. Aisha was confused and froze. Then she asked, am I very famous? By then, Du had already covered his mouth. Aisha asked again, and who is the Spirit King? Du turned back and stammered, ah, that. Facing Aisha, a passionate learner and an outstanding student, Du could only stammer, that is. Du said, well, it is. Then Du said, because you are the only one in this world who can see other spirits without a contract. I don't know either. Aisha's eyes lit up. She shouted, what? Then Aisha hugged Du tightly and asked excitedly, is that true? Du could only agree, yes, it's true. At this moment, Aisha's heart was filled with joy. Summoners are becoming rarer these days. I had a vague guess that my talent was very special. But I'm the only one in this world. Then Aisha became arrogant again. Who knows? My ability might be stronger than I think. Then she asked urgently, Du, what are the names of the spirits with higher ranks than you? How can I summon them? Du replied fearfully, NG, please let me go first. Then I stretched out my hand. First. Then Du began his lecture. The way to summon all spirits is the same. The summoning spell, the master's magic power, and the fusion power. As long as you have these 3 things, you can summon any spirit. Du continued, since that spirit refused. Then she gave an example. If we compare the fusion power to a bowl containing magic power, then the magic power is like the water collected in it. Therefore, the larger the bowl and the more water, the higher level spirits you can summon. But now that the master is still too young, compared to your fusion power, your magic power is still not enough. Then Du happily flew around Aisha and said, but you've done so well for your first few times. That's already very good. Because your fusion power is most compatible with light spirits, that's why I came here. Then Du sat on Aisha's shoulder and asked, do you understand now? Suddenly, Du shouted, ha, cookies. While Aisha was still lost in thought about fusion power and magic power, Du had already rushed to the cookies. Du said excitedly, Master, can I have those cookies? Aisha replied, yes, you can have some tea too. Then Aisha remembered what she had read, and immediately said, so the new word I saw in the history of spirits just now is this fusion word. Then Aisha bent down and asked Du, what should I do if I want to practice magic? Du, while eating, replied, now that you only summon spirits once in a while, Your magic and fusion power will still slowly increase. Then Du opened another class. Let me tell you more about the light spirits. The mid-level spirit is Remy. The high-level one is Rudian. The highest level is Ronian and the Spirit King. His name is Luminous. When Aisha heard this, she immediately said, Wait a minute, Luminous. Then Aisha asked in surprise, Isn't that the name of the god of light? The first god most revered in Elmer, the god of light, Luminous. Luminous is the god who symbolizes victory and glory. If there is no light, all things cannot flourish, so he is also revered as the god of prosperity. Aisha thought to herself, even the spring festival is to pray to this god of light. Du, hearing Aisha's question, said, do people call me that these days? Aisha immediately replied, Yes. Haven't they always called you that? Du swallowed a piece of cake and said, Yes. His original form was a spirit, a very, very noble king of ours. To put it simply, Du switched to a history lesson. Once upon a time, a very, very long time ago, when the world was still in chaos, the god of light created day and night. The spirit kings were born during that time. Later, as time went on, the kings also changed their titles accordingly. Among them, Sir Luminous was once known as the ruler of the day and the enemy of the night. Now he is revered as the god of light. So not every god is a spirit. Hearing this, Aisha was very surprised. Du continued, It's just that they are together in this world, so people often get confused. Aisha replied, Oh, I see. Then Aisha suggested, you can have some black tea too. Du said happily, Thank you. Aisha thought to herself, Sir Luminous, whom I have always thought of as a god for so long. It turns out he's a spirit. She thought as she went to make tea. Suddenly Aisha thought, Oh, wait a minute. At this moment, Du was still carefully sipping his tea. Suddenly Aisha shouted, That's right, that's it. Du was so startled that he spat out all his tea. Aisha said excitedly, Du, thank you, I figured it out. But Du was already soaked. Aisha excitedly ran off, thinking to herself, Mom will have a way to help me. Aisha walked down the hallway with a book in her hand, followed by two maids. Her face was filled with joy. Aisha thought excitedly, Mom will surely be happy about this. The red man opened the door for her. The sound of the door creaking. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Aisha smiled brightly and said loudly, Mum, Dad. In her heart she thought of the event for the spirits during the spring festival. It's raining cats and dogs. Aisha looked out the window and said, It's been raining all this time. Du Shi, holding a cake, said, That's right, it's been raining continuously since you came to the Imperial Palace. After speaking, Su happily continued eating the cake. Aisha smiled and praised silently. So cute. Aisha recalled, The day I summoned Du, I learned a lot more about the Spirit King. Every day I locked myself in my room and planned for the spring festival. At times like these, she looked so focused as if she was 7 years old. Luckily, Mother liked the plan I wrote myself. Father kept patting my head and praising me for doing great things. Just like that, my plan was supported by my parents and proceeded smoothly. Aisha looked at Du eating his cake and thought to herself, If Du knew this festival was being held, he would be so happy. After all, this is a festival for the spirits. So the Spirit King will surely be pleased with this spring festival. Everyone needs to know more about the spirits too. Aisha put down her teacup. Du. She continued, What kind of person is the Spirit King Luminous? Du heard that and froze. Then, he flew ferociously in front of Aisha and said with admiration, He's very strong, very handsome, and his horse is super cool. Aisha was a little startled when Du got close. Du, with sparkling eyes, continued, "He's famous for being the most handsome of all the creations of the Creator God. His appearance is similar to that of a human, but he is so beautiful that no one can compare to him." Du said proudly, "It's the kind of look that you'll never forget once you see it. That sparkling platinum blonde hair and those beautiful golden eyes." When Aisha heard that, she immediately asked, "Golden eyes, platinum blonde hair?" She was thinking about something, but then shook his head and thought to himself, "Impossible. There's no way I've met the Spirit King, but—" Aisha hesitated and said, "Hey Du, I don't know," while Du was holding a cupcake and thinking happily, "Now it's the cupcake's turn. Can I summon the Spirit King?" Aisha said. She seemed to be anxiously awaiting the answer, swallowing hard. Du looked at Aisha. Then he put down the cake and said, "In this world, no one can summon the Spirit King." Aisha said loudly, "What? Why is that?" Aisha said, "What? Why is that?" Du continued, "Because of the magic power, Your Highness." Aisha was puzzled. "Magic power?" Du explained, "Yes, humans don't have enough magic power to summon the Spirit King. I told you before, right? If you compare the fusion power to a bowl containing magic power, then the magic power is like the water that collects in it. No matter how big that bowl is, if there's no water in it, you can't summon a spirit. That's the rule of the spirit world." Aisha asked, "Even if I use a magic stone when summoning, is that still not enough?" Du replied, "Magic stones only help to a certain extent. When summoning mid-level or high-level spirits, it can supplement some of the missing magic power, but it can't do more than that." Aisha, hearing this, became dejected. She laid her head on the table, sighed, and closed her eyes, saying, "Well, he is a great spirit. How could a simple summoning spell—" Aisha opened her eyes and thought to herself, "I wonder if I like light. I feel very close to him." She remembered the day she was in the dark prison, when she was still Elisa. The dark curtain of my heart gradually shattered. She looked towards the light. A boy with blonde hair and a sunny smile reached out to her. It was Isis. Aisha wondered, "What is Brother Isis doing now?" "Are you talking about Crown Prince Isis?" a voice asked. Aisha sat up. The nanny stood at the door and said, "Would you like some more tea?" Aisha replied, "Ah, you've arrived." "Yes, nanny, you know. I know he's very busy, but it's been a long time since I've seen him like this. This is the first time." Nung Mo put her hand on her face and said, "Crown Prince Isis seems to be very passionate about swordsmanship lately. He practices regardless of the rain. So now I hear he has a cold." Asiya asked worriedly, "What? A cold? Oh, is he in a lot of pain? Is it serious?" The nanny covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh dear, that's a little secret." Aisha approached and hugged her nanny tightly. Her sparkling eyes said, "What secret? Why are you hiding it from just me?" The young mother was flustered by the princess's sparkling eyes and said, "Crown Prince Isis has given such an order. He's afraid that if the princes visits and gets sick, it will be a big problem. So he didn't allow me to reveal it." Aisha clutched her skirt tightly and said, "What's this? It's clear that every time I get sick, Brother Isis always comes to visit me. I couldn't care less if I get sick." Her face was a little sad. "Why did you tell me not to come? What the hell is this secret?" Zubai came over to see Aisha. Aisha thought to herself, "I hate it when my brother hides things from me. Does Brother Isis feel the same way? Big Brother always wants me to be able to rely on him. No matter how difficult things get, he always wants to be my source of strength. Brother Isis." Aisha clasped her hands together with determination. "All right. I'll write a letter then." As she wrote, she remembered, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever written a letter to Brother Isis. Just like how he always thinks of me. I also want to be a source of strength for you. So you don't need to worry too much about me. Over here, Isis is lying in bed, covering his mouth with his hand, coughing, his face red with fever. He opened his eyes and sighed. Isis placed his hand on his forehead and said, my throat hurts so much. The person sitting next to him picked up a pitcher and poured water into a cup, saying, they say your fever still hasn't gone down. Isis sat up, leaned against the headboard, took the glass of water and said, I have to stop practicing my sword in the rain. What else can I do? The red-haired boy sitting next to him continued, that's a matter of course. Why did you do that in the first place? Isis stopped drinking and replied, that's so I can use my sword flexibly in any situation. The red-haired boy asked again, are you not feeling well? Isis wiped his mouth with his hand, replied, you can't see it, but you still ask. Don't be so mean to me, the boy said. It's noisy, Isis said. He put his hand behind his neck. Uncomfortable. Why, out of all the nights, did it have to be you who came? Veen. The red-haired boy sitting on the chair is young master Veen Belfer. Veen asked Isis, what's wrong with you? Who else besides me can put up with your difficult personality? You were the one who practiced swordsmanship in the rain in the first place. So it's not wrong to say it was an immature act. Sir. Isis coughed into his hand. Speechless. He retorted, but that's what I should do. If I can become stronger than everyone else, it's worth it, Veen replied. Anyway, please don't practice in the rain again next time. Isis said, don't talk nonsense. Anyone can see that you, Veen, are my brother. Knock, knock. A knock on the door was heard. The servant said, Your Highness, someone is here to see you. Isis replied, I'm sick, so I won't see anyone now. The servant was flustered, but this is a handmaiden from Princess Aisha's palace. Isis froze, then asked again, a handmaiden from Princess Aisha's palace? The servant replied respectfully, Yes, are you still refusing to see her? Isis stammered, Tell her to wait a moment. The maid entered, bowed respectfully, holding a tray with a letter. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Lene, sent here by Princess Aisha. Actually, the princess has sent me to bring this to you, Your Highness. Isis picked up the item on the tray and said, A letter. Isis stood still in thought. Both the maid and Veen were confused. Click, Isis realized something. He pointed excitedly at the letter and asked, This letter was written by Aisha herself? Written for me? The maid Lena replied, Yes, of course. Isis held the letter, thinking, Aisha? Who? He thought as he opened the letter. Aisha wrote this letter for me. Her tiny hands wrote a letter for me, huh? Isis read the letter. Dear brother Isis. Isis clutched his forehead and staggered. Oh. Lena's eyes widened. Veen saw this and said, Your Highness, don't get too excited. You'll get even more of a fever. Isis ran his hand through his hair and said, You're so noisy, Veen. Turn around. Lena, you can go out now. Lena bowed and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Isis took the letter and continued to read it. The letter read, Dear brother Isis. Hello. How is your illness? I heard you were not feeling well, so I wrote this letter. I know you practice very hard, but please don't neglect your health. Do you know how sad everyone was when they heard you were sick? Isis read and thought, I just didn't want you to worry. I'm sorry, Aisha. He continued reading the letter. Brother Isis is a very important person to me. and I feel very happy to be your little sister. From now on, I don't know if I'll be able to be by your side, but without you, I feel very lonely. I look forward to seeing my healthy brother at the spring festival. From now until then, Aisha will pray for your continued health. Isis thought to himself, I must hold a firmer position than anyone else. I must put all my effort into gaining control over the nobles. Aisha is so smart and wonderful, I can't help but become stronger. Only then can I protect Aisha. Isis clenched the paper tightly. He thought to himself, I know Aisha is hiding something from me. Secrets that she won't tell me. When I saw her hiding those books in the library, even though it's a pity, but even so, there must be a reason why Aisha can't say those things. Anyway, I will still believe and support her. Isis looked at the letter, his voice firm. It must be so. As if gaining new strength, Isis was filled with energy. I will defeat them, those who make my Aisha suffer. Thien advised, Please calm down, Your Highness. If you keep overdoing it like this, you will collapse before then. Isis turned around and said, Someone, bring me paper and a pen. The servant replied, Yes, Your Highness. Thien was puzzled. Do you need paper and a pen? Isis slammed his hand on the table with a thud. Replied, Of course. If I receive a letter, I must write a reply, shouldn't I? Isis sat down at the table, picked up a pen, and wrote a letter. Bean held his cup of tea and thought, Well, it seems he's good to his little sister. I don't have any siblings, so I don't really understand. I don't even have anyone around me who is as dedicated to me as he is. Thien thought as he sipped his tea. That's what makes Prince Isis more human, isn't it? After Empress Sotis passed away, he was no different from a little wild beast. Thien recalled the day Empress Sotis passed away. It was raining heavily, and white flowers were falling. The prince was then held in someone's arms. However, Isis's eyes looked very lifeless. Back in the present, Thien watched Isis writing a letter and thought, if it weren't for Empress Iris and Princess Aisha, I wonder if the prince would be here today. I'd like to have a chance to talk to them someday. The rain had stopped and a rainbow appeared in the distance. The nanny exclaimed, Oh my, on the day the spring festival begins, there will probably be a beautiful rainbow. It's a good omen. Aisha replied, That's right. She looked up at the clear blue sky, where there were sun patterns, looking at her with great joy. The servant announced, Princess, the letter you sent to the prince has arrived. Elsa turned and replied, Yes. She recalled the time she went boating with her older brother. Isis said, I'm so happy. It turns out that father's name means lion, and mother's child's name means Iris. Aisha, I named you after a dream I had during pregnancy. It means white bird. Aisha asked, If so, was your dream a rainbow? Because Isis, in the ancient language of Elmer, means rainbow. Isis looked at Aisha and smiled. No, Aisha. The name. Isis. My name means that no matter what difficulties I face in the future, I will easily overcome them. That's the name my father and mother gave me, just like a rainbow after the rain. Inside the temple, the high priest stood on the platform, arms outstretched, and said, The healing spell of the god of light. Heal. Everyone below closed their eyes in prayer. The first day of the spring festival, the person kneeling before the altar, with one eye burned, waited anxiously. The burn gradually disappeared, and the other person cried emotionally. Now, the high priest is performing a healing ritual for the sick. Aisha, standing on the upper floor looking down, exclaimed, Amazing, the burn is gradually fading away. She turned and called out, Du. Du sat on Aisha's shoulder and replied, What is it? Master. Du smiled brightly at Aisha. She giggled to herself. Du, I can see the unsummoned spirits, but luckily the spirits are so gentle. Even if my friendliness with humans doesn't increase, I can still talk to Du, even if he wasn't summoned like this. Aisha said, "Last time you said Sir Luminous isn't a god. So he's a spirit. If he isn't a god, then how can those priests use the power of spirits?" Du replied, "Well, to be precise, the power those priests are using is not the power of spirits." Aisha was surprised. "What? But they are really healing people's wounds." Du raised his hand and said, "Ah, that's right. That is because the spirits of light inherently possess the ancient power to heal human wounds. The priests of Luminous who believe in and preach about him will receive a little of his power." Aisha said, "So that's how it is. But if that's the case, then it doesn't really matter if we consider Sir Luminous a god, right?" Du explained, "In essence, it's just a spirit, but there are priests who can use power similar to the power of spirits when they are in a church." Aisha continued, If so, if I have the ancient power of the light spirit, I can also heal wounds, right?" Du nodded. Du smiled brightly and said, "Of course. The master can certainly do it. You can use that power." Aisha was surprised. She asked in surprise, "Really, how strong is it?" Du replied, "Yes. It probably won't be as good as the priests over there. But if you summon higher level spirits than me, you'll need to be stronger to summon them." Aisha was flustered, but those people have to follow God their whole lives and wholeheartedly cultivate to become priests. "But with my current spirit power, no, with my current light power, can I control it?" Du replied, "That's because you are a spirit master. Because the most important thing to be able to use the ancient power of spirits is gentleness, and what those priests have is only due to their belief in Sir Luminous." The people below stood up and applauded. The sound of clapping blended with Du's words. Sir Luminous may graciously bestow a little power upon those who believe in him, but in essence, the best thing about spirits is the ancient healing ability of spirits. Something that not every spirit master can do. Aisha silently pondered. "So I can also heal. First of all, I should keep this a secret," she thought with a quiver. "Even at the level of summoning a low-level spirit, I can heal wounds to some extent. But if I succeed in summoning a high-level spirit to increase my healing power, what should I do? Because letting people know I have a great power is not a good thing." Empress Iris saw Aisha. She approached and asked, "Aisha, are you cold?" Aisha replied, "No, I'm not." She smiled brightly and said, "It's just a little cold. Until I can use my power as I wish, this will remain a secret." The fact that the princess of the Elmira Empire is a spirit master could be a secret weapon. Outside the royal garden, there was a bustling scene of activity. On the table were tea and expensive pastries. The young noble ladies were laughing and chatting happily. Aisha held her teacup. She thought to herself, Tea. When mother said I should make more friends my age, did she mean this much? Everyone is talking so lively and happily. Isn't that what she meant?" "Ho ho." Aisha cried silently. "Of course I'm very grateful to have some privacy, but I still haven't been able to talk to my brother yet." She sipped her tea, thinking, ever since he got the flu, I've been waiting for the day to see him. With the serious atmosphere during the morning ceremony, I couldn't talk to him. And here too. Aisha glanced towards Isis in the distance. He was talking happily. He thought, he's so far away. It's hard for me to even go over and have a quick chat with him. I have to sneak glances at my own brother. Aisha followed her brother with her eyes, holding a teacup, but seeing him so healthy makes me happy too. She suddenly noticed. Is that red-haired person over there Servine? I heard that he has very high skills in swordsmanship and magic. The heir of the ducal family is both handsome and highly capable. He must have a lot of connections, right? a young man who looked like a prince from a fairy tale. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Aisha's thoughts. So, will the princess also be joining my embroidery group? Aisha replied, Huh? Embroidery? I'm not so sure. I'm not very good at it. The young lady said enthusiastically. Oh my. It's okay. The young lady continued to mumble. Of course, the embroidery in there looks difficult, but if you try everything, you'll get used to it. A young lady told me that last time. Aisha replied, No, I'm really fine, thinking to herself, this is giving me a headache. How can I end this conversation? She's been talking to herself for 30 minutes now. Compared to this young lady, everyone else seemed so drained and weary. Aisha sighed, thinking, I wish someone would save me. Someone like a Prince Charming. Just then, he appeared. A voice called out, Princess Aisha. She looked up. May I have a word with you, Your Highness? Veen said respectfully. Veen continued. It's nothing much, just that His Highness Isis has something to tell you. Aisha replied, Brother Isis? She stood up, saying, If my brother is calling for me, then of course I must go. Aisha looked at everyone and said, Please excuse me for a moment, everyone. Please enjoy yourselves. The young noble ladies looked at Aisha with a hint of jealousy. After escaping that group of young ladies, Aisha placed a hand on her chest and let out a sigh. She turned to Veen and said, Thank you. If I had stayed any longer, I might have collapsed before the event was over. Veen replied, It must have been incredibly boring, huh? Aisha's face was grim. Yes, extremely. Veen said, Actually, His Highness Isis never gave me the order to bring you away, princess. Aisha turned to Veen, stunned, and said, Huh? Then why did you? Aisha paused. Veen averted his gaze and replied, From a distance, I could see you seemed very troubled, so I took the liberty of assuming that it would be best to come and get you. Crown Prince Isis also seemed to want to see the princess. Aisha seemed to understand, letting out an ah, as she thought to herself, to be able to grasp the situation from so far away. What a trustworthy gaze. Aisha stepped down, thinking, he's free-spirited, but also honest. I'm truly grateful because I really wanted to immediately leave the chatter of the Marquis's daughter. Aisha noticed the flower pinned to Veen's clothes. Ah, that. She said, It seems you're enjoying the event, I'm glad. Aisha explained, Actually, the flower you're wearing and the wreath on my head are all part of my plan. To welcome spring, I wanted to adorn ourselves with fresh flowers to thank the spirits that reside in all things. Veen tilted his head and said, Is that so? I didn't know the princess personally participated in the event. Aisha replied, It just happened to turn out that way. I wanted to know your thoughts. Veen put a hand to his chin in thought, then replied, The fact that you thought of highlighting the existence of the spirits. I find it very magical and interesting. Usually, people tend to easily forget the existence of spirits. Aisha thought to herself, That's true. Although I see spirits by my side every day, so I don't feel it. For ordinary people, spirits are a distant and mysterious existence. Veen looked at the smiling Aisha. Veen said, It's just as I've heard. Her Highness the Princess seems very mature. I couldn't bring myself to speak in front of His Highness Isis, but just being able to talk with the princess for a moment is a great honor. Aisha tilted her head, wondering why he couldn't speak to her in front of her brother. Veen glanced over. Ah, there. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Isis. Suddenly, a booming voice calling Aisha startled the two of them. Aisha leaned over to look with a surprised expression. Brother! Isis immediately approached Aisha, his eyes sparkling, and said, It's been a while. Have you been well? It's been a while, An Isis, Aisha said while thinking to herself. So this is why he even dragged Sir Veen out. while Veen stood by, trying to restrain himself. Aisha asked, "How is your health?" Isis took Asiya's hand and replied, "Extremely well. Thanks to you worrying about me, everything is much better." Aisha said, "Is that so? That's a relief then. I've read all the letters you sent me." His face flushed. He covered his mouth with his hand. I've read all your letters too. It was the first time Aisha sent me a letter, so I was very happy." Aisha blinked, thinking, "Is he embarrassed?" Gosh. Thinking back, it was true. The letters were filled with feelings that were hard to say out loud. And this was our first meeting after all that. No wonder even I feel shy. Aisha replied, "I was also very happy to receive your letter for the first time." Isis covered his blushing face in embarrassment. Veen exclaimed, "Your relationship is really great." Suddenly, a voice called Isis, Aisha, and Servine too. Aisha turned and said, "Oh, Servine too." Both Isis and Aisha said, in unison, "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma." At the royal palace, Aisha and everyone else were laughing and joking happily on the road. Her maternal grandparents smiled as they looked at Aisha, and she happily thought to herself, even though Mom was too busy to come, listening to her and showing everyone around the royal palace was the right decision. Thanks to that, I can spend time with my grandparents whom I haven't seen in a long time. Moreover, I didn't know that Servine would come along too. I heard that Veen is with my brother's night order. My grandfather's night order is extremely famous for its role in protecting the border. Ho. Perhaps because they are both swordsmen, he seems to admire my grandfather. The Marquis said, "Aisha, go stand over there, under the elmer flower wreath. Let me see." Aisha hesitated. "Here, Your Highness?" She thought to herself. "Why is that?" He muttered something, while Aisha looked at the flower arch swaying in the wind. Aisha reached out to catch a petal. She thought to herself, "So beautiful." I caught it." She looked at the petal happily, when suddenly a voice said, "Stop, you." Aisha let out a small huh. She looked towards her grandparents. In her grandfather's hand was some kind of sphere. She wondered, "What is that?" Marquis Jackson held a glowing sphere in his hand. Aisha asked curiously, "What is that?" Marquis Russell looked at it, as Crown Prince Isis leaned in. Russell explained that the photosphere was something the mages had just created this time. All around was a beautiful campus. Under the sun and the clear blue sky, Ras's voice rang out. "Using this, you can preserve the scenery and sound until the magic stone in the sphere is depleted. The image is as vivid as seeing it with your own eyes. Even the paintings of famous artists cannot compare." Aisha thought, can it really preserve scenery and sound? Impossible. She opened her mouth to ask, "Oh, is that possible?" The Marquis smiled. He held the photosphere in his hand. "Well, look at this." On the sphere, a blurry image of Aisha appeared. Her image appeared, walking down the path. Her hand reached up towards the sun. "Ah, it's moving." Aisha held something in her hand. The sphere projected a beautiful image of Aisha. She blushed and quickly said, "Stop. Stop it, Aisha." While covering the image on the sphere with her hand, Aisha blushed and thought, did I really move and smile like that? It feels completely different from looking in the mirror. Her grandparents laughed at their granddaughter's adorable reaction. Crown Prince Isis's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Hey, this photosphere, can it be copied?" He insistently begged Marquis Ras. "Can you two give it to me? I want it. Please. Please." Ras held the sphere away. "Don't you see Aisha every day, Your Highness? I was planning to bring this home to watch, so I bought it intentionally. Isis tried to argue, but Aisha watched this scene and laughed to herself. Beside her, Veen directly, theft, let out a sound. Aisha turned. Sir. Veen, also noticing her, raised a hand to his mouth. Pardon my rudeness. Veen continued. Seeing how harmonious everyone in the family is, I couldn't help but laugh. Veen looked over at Isis, who still refused to give up and was fighting for the photosphere. Especially since I don't have any siblings. He closed his eyes. So I'm a bit envious of the relationship between the princess and His Highness Isis. On the other side, an image of a happily smiling Isis appeared. Aisha smiled along with him. The two of them stood side by side and Aisha spoke up. I see. The vast and magnificent palace. Today is the most important day of the ceremony. All around, people are bustling with preparations. It was the day that Brother Isis, as the successor, would offer prayers at the altar, burn incense, and pray for the peace of the people. As Aisha walked, she thought, I wonder if it's because of the tradition of everyone wearing white, that the whole palace is so stark white. Moreover, in the evening, there is also the largest grand banquet of the year. And there are many interesting things as well. The events from before until yesterday were just a prelude. Aisha thought again, but it's only the second day, which means my maternal grandparents already went back yesterday. What a pity. She opened the door and let the person in. We've signed a peace treaty for several years now. It's okay to rest a little. Inside were two people. Aisha called out, Brother, Sir Veen. Veen bowed his head in greeting. Aisha returned the gesture. Isis turned his head to look. Aisha, is it evening already? Aisha asked back. What are you doing? In the room was a portrait of Empress Sotis. Aisha looked up. Ah, she silently called out. Empress Gittis. Isis also looked at the portrait and replied, I was just thinking, if Mother were still alive and saw me like this, what would it be like? Isis shrugged. Though it's a foolish thought. Aisha said worriedly to Isis, Please, hang in there. Isis turned to his sister. Thank you, Aisha. But don't worry. He reached out and patted Aisha's head. Because in this present moment, I am happy enough. Veen, watching from a distance, also smiled. Isis continued. Let's sit at the table and talk later. Aisha's voice replied. Okay. Outside the garden, butterflies fluttered. The three of them sat together. A servant pushed a food cart. I've brought tea. Jiang sat there obediently. Duke Veen signaled to the servant that it wasn't necessary. Aisha looked at the drink in her hand and silently marveled. So beautiful. She smiled and thought, why does the color of the black tea sparkle more beautifully than usual? A voice said, Enjoy your meal, everyone. Aisha looked at the servant with some suspicion, thinking to herself, but is there really someone like that in Brother Isis's palace? On the other side, Isis was lifting his teacup, looking thirsty. Aisha hadn't drunk yet. She thought, if he's the one serving tea, he must have been in the palace for a long time. But it seems like this is the first time I've met him. Aisha took a sip. Everyone is busy because of the event. And there are so many servants anyway. It's only natural to see an unfamiliar face. She looked down. This tea. It tastes bitter and a bit slimy. Was it brewed incorrectly? Or has it passed its prime? A voice came from behind Aisha. Master. The spirit Du beside her continued. You must not drink that tea. Aisha turned back. Du stopped her. According to the plant spirits, there's poison in that tea. Asu's hands heard, and her eyes widened in shock. Drops of blood dripped down. Aisha, Du called from beside her, master. Her eyes spun. Aisha's hands braced the table as she looked over Isis beside her. Ah! X's covered his mouth. Aisha called out, brother. His face was pale. Isis turned purple. Could it be that my brother's tea was also? Aisha glanced at it. That tea. If I drink any more. Suddenly, Aisha choked. Veen stood up, raised his hand. Quickly, call the royal physicians and the high priests. He continued. It's another poisoning. My body feels so strange. Aisha tried to call out, Brother Isis. It felt like she was burning from the inside. Her eyes blurred as she looked at Isis. Blood. Streaks of blood appeared on Isis's hands and mouth. Isis. Aisha's eyes felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. Brother. The two siblings collapsed onto the table, Isis's hand still reaching for his sister. Veen, who was lucky enough not to have drunk, stood there with a worried expression. In the main hall, people were chattering noisily. The emperor was worried, his brows furrowed, his face grim. A woman with a frightened face whispered, I heard that thanks to Sir Veen's testimony, the servant who poisoned them has been caught. Ah, if it's Sir Veen, then... At this moment, Veen was hiding in a corner, sadly biting his lip. He clenched his fists, blaming himself. Damn it. I was right there and I couldn't do anything. How could I be so useless? Remembering his helpless state, he regretted it even more. I thought the best way to protect someone was to attack. So I studied diligently without taking a single day off. His blood-stained hand trembled. In reality, at the most crucial moment, he couldn't do anything. It was fortunate that Her Majesty the Empress was in the Crown Prince's palace at that moment, so first aid could be administered quickly. Veen shook his head, thinking, what if Empress Iris hadn't been there? Suddenly, the doctor rushed in front of the Emperor and bowed his head. He quickly asked, How is it? The doctor said, Although Her Highness the Princess only ingested a relatively small amount of poison, because the princess is still young, the effect of the poison seems to be strong. The doctor hesitated. And because His Highness the Crown Prince drank a large amount of the poison, his life is in critical condition. The doctor's words felt like a heavy blow. Everyone was worried and frightened. The Emperor asked, Is there no other way? The doctor replied, The most important thing is to identify the poison and then find the cause. Actually, the best way is to borrow the sacred power of the great high priest. But the great high priest has gone on a pilgrimage with the senior high priests to welcome the spring festival. Ah, why? How could this happen? The emperor gritted his teeth, thinking, perhaps that criminal has even calculated this. Pilgrimage is an annual event that no one could have predicted would happen like this. If we go find the pilgrims and bring them back, it will take 3 to 4 days. Can Isis and Issa hold on until then? His hand clenched so tightly that veins popped out as he remembered his child's cheerful face. This is a matter concerning the heir and the only princess. The emperor said firmly, We must do everything we can, using every possible means. In the crowd, there were murmurs. Anyway, for something like this to happen on the sacred spring festival day, when the crown prince was preparing the offering. And the princes, isn't this an unlucky omen? What do you mean? Isn't it a curse? Or was the offering not enough? Or the heir is not worthy? The person next to him frowned and whispered, What did you say, brother? So, let's... The emperor walked over gloomily. What do you want to say in the end? I heard you say my son is unlucky. The woman quickly bowed her head. That's not it. I just said it was an unlucky omen. His face grew even darker and more menacing. I'll let it slide because I don't want to shed blood. Because as you said, Today is a sacred day of worship. The woman quickly bowed her head and said tremblingly, Thank you. The emperor continued, But if you ever insult the royal family in front of me again, I will cut out your tongue and throw it to the crows. I misspoke. The emperor turned and left abruptly. Suddenly, the people around started whispering, You should know how to accumulate good karma. The woman, ignoring the murmurs of the people around her, let out a sound. He gave a sinister smile. In Aisha's room, the empress held her little daughter's hand and asked, How much longer do we have to wait? A high priest said, For now, with our strength, we have prevented the poison from spreading further. But now we need a sacred power to completely eliminate the poison. We have quickly sent people to fetch the great high priest and the senior high priests. Right now, the empress's eyes are filled with tears. Aisha? At this moment, Aisha was walking alone, surrounded by darkness. She looked around, glancing back and forth. Suddenly, Aisha staggered and fell forward. Ah, she continued. The sound of iron chains startled her. Aisha's leg was bound by an iron chain. Here, this place. She trembled. Before her was the prison cell from her past life. This place is, Aisha said with a trembling voice. A loud bang echoed. Aisha suddenly returned to being the Elisa of the past. She looked up in fear. The underground prison. Coughing, she slumped to the ground and hugged her knees. Oh, a look of discomfort, my throat feels like it's on fire. Aisha glanced at the bowl of water placed in front of her through the iron bars. She immediately thought, water, meat. That water, just that water would be fine. Aisha was desperate, but as soon as she touched the bowl of water, she accidentally knocked it over. Tessa shrieked in panic. Ah, no! The clattering sound echoed throughout the prison. The desperate girl looked at the spilled bowl of water. Aisha looked at the spilled bowl of water in despair. Despairingly, she dropped her hands to her lap. Her eyes looked up lifelessly, as if in despair. Why did my relatives change? Why did they only believe Marianne's words and not trust me? That thought always tormented her. Aisha remembered the scene when she was arrested. I'm in so much pain. She covered her face and collapsed. A thought flashed through her mind at that moment. I want to die. Really? A voice rang out. The morning light flashed, startling her awake. Who is that? She asked, her face lifted. Do you really think so? It's not like that at all. You still have things you want to do, the bright voice said to her. Her eyes. Aisha sat there, stunned. Her eyes suddenly. I haven't seen a glimmer of hope yet. That's right, she thought to herself. Actually, I really want to ask why they wanted to kill me. I didn't do anything wrong. Why didn't you trust me? But now it was all meaningless. Maybe everyone hates me now. A cracking sound was heard, even my own voice. No one wanted to hear it anymore. The picture of her past family suddenly shattered. Thank you for watching and see you again. Suddenly a ray of light flashed. It's okay. Aisha held back her tears. She thought about it. It's okay. Somewhere else, there will be people who believe in and love you. Look, those people are waiting for you. Go to them. The light before Aisha was like a ray of hope, saving her heart. She thought to herself, You're lying. There's no one. I don't see anyone. Frightened in her eyes, fireworks appeared. Ta! Her brother's voice rang out, reminding her of that wonderful brother. And also her mother, who always had a gentle smile for her. And her father too, a man who seemed serious but loved her very much. They were all people she cherished. Calling her name made her happy. When Aisha remembered those things, her heart stirred a little. She also wiped her own tears. That's right. I'm not Elisa, I'm Aisha. She had become stronger. The only princess of the Elmira Empire. The shackles that had bound her feet were now gone. Aisha stood up and faced the light. At this moment, she had returned to her usual self, Alicia, her eyes determined. Aisha Z. Elmira. She remembered her name. I have to go back. She took one step at a time. This is not where I belong. In an instant, the dark dungeon had transformed into a lush green meadow. The sky was clear blue. The wind was strong. She thought to herself, I have to get out. Aisha ran quickly on the grass carpet, panting. She was both tired and a little worried. Aisha stopped for a moment to rest. She found it very difficult. Why is that? An Sang was still in front of her, even though she could find anything. No matter how much she ran, she couldn't get any closer to that stream of light. Aisha looked ahead. Her sweat dripped lightly. Aisha felt annoyed. She plopped down on the ground. Then what do you want people to do? Aisha lay on the grass, deep in thought. No, I shouldn't give up. She tried to reassure herself. I should think about the light. If I think about the deeper meaning of light, then there will be a way to get there, huh? Aisha raised her hand to look up at the sky. She thought to herself, light. He was so warm. Aisha closed her eyes and savored the moment. It was as if he was embracing her completely, just like family. If so, is light family to me? She remembered the happiest moments of her family. Suddenly Aisha shot up. No. Family is light. But that's not all. Ah, I have light too. She placed her hand on her chest. The people who have always loved me, the light I have received from them. Aisha smiled. They are all shining brightly inside me. Suddenly, a light appeared in the palm of her hand. That morning light flashed. Aisha looked at it and smiled. She stood up. All right, thanks to them, I've learned how to stand up and move on. Aisha clenched her fists. And besides, I'm Aisha now. Elisa didn't do anything. Could. But Aisha can. She resolutely reached out towards the light. Her face held a confident smile. She shouted, Do! That light flared up before her eyes. The darkness around her seemed to be pushed back. Aisha looked behind her. Then let go. She turned to look straight ahead. I will not tremble and cry anymore. Let's go. She gave a confident smile. To the place where there are people who love me. Aisha stepped towards him. Bright. In the brightly lit room, Aisha's hand twitched slightly. Her mother took her hand. Empress Isis's eyes were filled with tears. Aisha called out, Mom! The father stared at his daughter, stunned. Aisha lay on the sickbed, trying to smile at her mother. Empress Isis was overjoyed, her eyes welling up with tears. Ah, Aisha! She shouted loudly, hugging her tightly. Through her sobs, she kept calling her name. Aisha, Aisha. Aisha looked at her mother with great sympathy. Mum, you're suffocating me. She hugged her mother tightly, feeling the warmth of the embrace meant for her. I missed you so much, Aisha exclaimed. The high priest came to Aisha's side to examine her condition. Empress Iris stood beside her, worried. Fortunately, blood circulation has returned to where Her Highness the Princess has woken up, said the high priest. But for now, the princess still needs to rest and continue treatment. Empress Iris smiled. She stroked her daughter's head. It's okay, Aisha. Just take your medicine and get enough rest, and you'll get well soon. Aisha replied to her mother. Yes, but Mom, she asked. How is Brother Isis? Empress Iris was startled. Love. Alicia silently looked at her mother. A high priest hesitated and said, His Highness Crown Prince Isis, Because he ingested more poison than the princess, he is in critical condition. Aisha heard the news like a bolt from the blue. To treat His Highness Isis, we need the help of the great high priest. But now he has gone on a pilgrimage to heal people all over the country. The high priest bowed his head. Even though we've contacted him urgently, the earliest he can arrive is tomorrow afternoon. Hearing the high priest's words, Aisha clutched her head in worry, unable to believe it. I only drank a tiny bit of black tea, and it was so difficult to wake up. Her hand trembled. Moreover, I woke up early thanks to the help of the light spirits. But, she thought, as tears streamed down her face, but Brother Isis, there's not much time left, she told herself. Aisha sat up abruptly. Empress Isis was startled. Aisha, you need to rest more, she reminded. Yes, that's right, Your Highness. You need more rest. And this medicine is a stamina-boosting tonic. Before the high priest could finish, Aisha snatched the cup of medicine with her hand. She drained the cup of medicine in an instant. Aisha wiped her mouth. Mother, she said calmly, I have to go see Brother Isis right now. Her eyes were resolute. In Prince Isis's room, the high priests are standing by the bed, healing. Both the Emperor and the Vian are very worried. Very much. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached the door. Emperor Tyrion turned around. Who's at the door? Why? He asked. The door opened. It was Empress Isis carrying Aisha in her arms. Sa's eyes were filled with anxiety. Your Highness the Princess. Everyone was startled. Aisha? Why are you here? Oh no, your health. The Emperor worried. Empress Isis put Aisha down on the ground. She shook her head. I can't stop the little one. The Emperor looked. The little one said she had to see Isis with her own eyes. Aisha's face breathed with relief. She staggered to her brother's bed. Suddenly she stopped. Prince Isis is lying on the bed. His condition seems very critical. Even if they were ordinary priests, they've already exhausted their strength and the situation is still this bad. Aisha thought. She was deep in thought. Where has the great high priest returned to now? Aisha trembled. What if he never wakes up? Her hand clutched her dress tightly. No. My brother said he would protect me anytime, anywhere if I felt scared. He has been training non-stop to become stronger. I have always been protected by him like that. So, Aisha nodded. Now I have to save him. She called out, Do. The spirit Du's tears streamed down. Master! I was so scared you wouldn't wake up. Du cried loudly in Aisha's arms. It's okay. I'm awake now, she smiled. I will protect you so that you will never be in such danger again. Du held her face and cried loudly. All right, thank you. Instead, Dua, she asked. The spirit Dua. Looking at her, yes, Aisha continued. Can I summon a mid-level spirit now? She asked her spirit seriously. Can I summon a mid-level spirit now? Aisha asked. Du looked at her in surprise. No way, Du firmly refused. How can you do that now? You just woke up not long ago. Aisha looked tired. The law isn't enough, so you could be in danger. Du cried. Suddenly Aisha was lost in thought for a moment. She seemed to have an idea. What if I use a magic stone? Is it still difficult? Even though she was surprised, she remained silent. The spirit sniffled. Well, I'm not sure if that's possible either. Aisha replied, Thank goodness. All right, I will make a pact with a mid-level spirit. Right now, even if there's only a sliver of hope, I have to try. Master, Du looked at her. Oh, you said that low-level spirits only have healing abilities comparable to the power of ordinary priests, right? So, at the very least, I must sign a contract with a mid-level spirit to save my brother. Aisha held out her hand. Even though I've always hidden my ability as a spirit magician until now. She clenched her fist. Is this magic detection okay? Aisha asked. She held out a sparkling blue stone. Asuna gave me this stone at my birthday party. I've carried it with me ever since. Aisha looked at the stone. PH. With this, do carefully examine the stone. She shook her head. Just now, the magic power of this stone was completely depleted. Aisha was sad. What? Perhaps the reason the master woke up so quickly was thanks to the protective magic of this stone. Of course, there was also the help of the light spirits, Ju explained. I'm very sorry, but the stone has run out of magic power, so it can't exert its strength anymore. Aisha thought, why is that? Can't I use it anymore? Everyone looked at her with worried eyes. Aisha? Who is she talking to? What should I do? Are you not feeling well? If you're tired, you should go back to your room. Empress Isis was worried. Where can I find a magic stone now? Aisha continued to think. Suddenly, she had an idea. Aisha? I ran quickly to Sir Veen's place. Sir Veen. Veen was startled. She took his hand. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Can you lend me a magic stone right now? Can you? The royal physician and those around stood watching her. Aisha knelt on the ground, drawing strange patterns. Veen looked at her, thinking, what is the princess planning to do? Suddenly mentioning the magic stone from the book. Ancient. When the princess asked to borrow a magic stone, I was very surprised. It turns out the princess already knew I was a magic swordsman. He looked at her kneeling on the ground. But the princess isn't fully recovered yet. Moving so much like that. Aisha flashed by in an instant. Veen looked at her in astonishment. She finished drawing. It's done. A large magic circle appeared. Aisha placed the magic stone in the center of the circle. She knelt on the ground. Aisha focused intensely. Oh, spirits. Spirit that creates all things. A great power emerged. Everyone around struggled to stand their ground, as if about to be blown away. Aisha shouted, come forth and become my strength. A red light appeared on the magic circle, and a boom erupted. The immense power overwhelmed everything around. The surroundings. Aisha struggled to withstand it, thinking, this is draining much more stamina than when I summoned dew. Beads of her sweat fell onto the floor. Aisha panted heavily. She thought to herself, just a little more, just a little more. Aisha gritted her teeth and endured. The power from the magic stone exploded. A great power descended from the heavens. A figure appeared. Aisha lifted her head to look. Up. Before her was a spirit with golden hair. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Rimia. The spirit greeted her. Aisha, with a tired but happy expression. I am a mid-level light spirit, Rimi continued. Aisha pushed herself up with her hands. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Aisha. Make a pact with me. She held her hand out to the spirit, Rimia. Looking at her. All right, I Rimia, at this place, make a pact. To become Aisha's spirit. Rimi kissed Aisha's hand. Thus, the pact between her and Rimia was complete. At that moment, Empress Iris asked in surprise, Aisha, what is this fairy? Aisha smiled faintly. Not a fairy, but a spirit, she told her mother. Everyone in the room looked at Aisha in surprise. A spirit? Aisha calmly replied, yes, and they have the ability to heal. so perhaps they can take the place of the high priests. The high priest quietly looked at her. Aisha's face was firm. I will definitely save Brother Isis. She stood beside her brother's bed. Rimia, Aisha called her spirit's name. How can I use the power of the spirits? Rimia was silent for a moment, then replied, From the moment the spirit pact is made, the spirit and the contractor are linked. Even from a distance, the power can be unleashed. But the closer you are, the stronger the power. Since your body is not whole right now. She hesitated. Rimi stared at Aisha. Pardon my rudeness. Aisha stopped her. Suddenly something flashed by. Everyone around her jumped in surprise and looked towards her. A fluttering light radiated around her. So scary. Rimi's knowledge is being transmitted into my head so naturally. Aisha thought to herself. The high priest said to her, Your Highness the princess. Your eyes. At that moment, Aisha's eyes had turned yellow. She seemed to understand something. She clenched her fists. Good, I can do this. She channeled a stream of light into her brother's body. The high priest watched in astonishment. Oh, that is the power of a spirit. Aisha is using her power to save Prince Isis. Aisha's expression grew tired. The treatment is taking more energy than I thought. Suddenly, Prince Isis cried out, Ooh! Aisha smiled, seeing a glimmer of hope. She was overjoyed. Brother! A whoosh. No, no. No. The power is almost depleted. Is the summoning still not enough? Aisha thought to herself. She looked at her brother struggling on the sickbed. Tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Isis. She suddenly remembered the past, when she was playing and said, Are you free? Prince Isis was puzzled. Why do you think so, Aisha? Aisha fiddled with the cute flower wreath. Because it's clear you're busy, but you still play with me. Isis looked at her and smiled. He placed the flower wreath on her head. It's not that I'm free. It's because I cherish you. He looked at her with a happy smile. Back in the present, Aisha looked at her brother, who still hadn't opened his eyes. Brother, her eyes filled with tears. Aisha. Eze used all the strength she had. Please open your eyes. I remember your smiling face. Though exhausted, Aisha still tried to heal her brother. Savine looked at her, surprised. A surge of power suddenly erupted. Once more, show me that smile. The power flickered out. The room lost the light of its power. A thud. It seemed Aisha had collapsed. Emperor Tyrion and Empress Isis jumped and cried out, Aisha! She lay in Vine's arms, her eyes welling with tears. Your Highness the Princess! Vine cried out. Are you all right? Emperor Tyrion was worried. Aisha, you should rest now. The Emperor said, You've done your best. Empress Isis sobbed. Aisha, your face is so pale. Aisha cried out in pain. Ooh, my chest feels like it's being torn apart. Is it my fault? I only helped him for a little while, waiting for the great high priest to return. I want to save him. Brother Isis. Suddenly a voice rang out. Is this the underworld? Aisha's eyes snapped open. A flash of light. Everyone whipped their heads around. Prince Isis had woken up. No, if this were the underworld, how could my family be here? He forced a smile. Aisha, are you all right? Aisha was moved. Hick. She ran over and hugged her brother who was lying in bed. Brother! Hey, thank goodness. He patted her head. I'm fine. Aisha was happy. Because Brother Isis is still alive. Empress Iris ran over and hugged her two children. Isis, Aisha, because I can see his smiling face again. Isis comforted his mother. Please don't cry, Empress Iris. What a stroke of luck. Her whole family was happy in that moment. Aisha recounted everything. So I transferred the spirit's power to you. I see, said Isis. He continued. Now the secret of the ancient book is revealed. Aisha smiled cheerfully, thinking to herself, that's right. I had to keep that ancient book a secret before. Over there, Your Highness the Princess, someone called her. The high priest came and said, it's truly shameful. When several of us light priests and high priests combined our strength, we still couldn't wake the crown prince. But to have such strong healing power, he continued. Could it be that Her Highness the Princess is a Senxes? The official was surprised. The princess replied, no. Who? S.A. continued. As I just told Brother Isis, I am a spirit master. Boom, everyone was stunned. Suddenly a small spirit appeared. I am Du, a low-level light spirit. Oh, a light spirit. The Empress was surprised. Oh my goodness. The Emperor said, Aisha, I didn't know you had the ability to summon spirits. The Emperor placed his hand on Aisha's shoulder. You said you're a spirit master, right? I will definitely support you so you can become a great spirit master. Aisha was happy. Thank you, Father. She thought to herself. Thank goodness. I thought everyone would be shocked, but their reactions were more positive than I expected. Thank you for watching. The high priest wondered. But that light power is almost identical to the power of us believers. Escorted. That's because the god of light, Sir Luminous, is also the spirit king. Du said, I heard from the spirit I summoned. Sir Luminous is the ruler of light, so he watches over everything in the world. Du continued. So even I, who can control the light spirit, and also the high priests who believe in Sir Luminous, can all use a little of his power. Aisha thought, for now I should just say this. If I immediately say Luminous is the spirit king, they might not believe me. And I might even be accused of insulting a god. The high priest, I see. But if what you say is true, then the princess and I must be using the same kind of power. The high priest bowed his head. To us, Her Highness the Princess is a Senxes. We can only follow this official title. Aisha, just as I thought. There's no other way. Do as you wish, however. Aisha said, because I have divine power, or rather spirit power, I accept the title of Senxes. But I do not want to renounce the world and become a nun, because the place I need to be is the royal palace, and beside my family. Veen said to Tyrion. Everything is settled now. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are safe. So I will take my leave. Tyrion reminded, all right. For now, don't reveal what happened here to the outside. Veen bowed his head. Of course. I won't tell anyone. Isis said to the Emperor. Father, this isn't the end, is it? Tyrion said, I will catch those who dared to harm you and Aisha. Isis said, and make them pay a fitting price. Aisha hugged him. This is the first time I've seen my brother so strong and cold. The Emperor said to his son, of course. I will mobilize all forces. I will definitely catch that mastermind. Tyrion continued, and to prevent this from happening again, I will cut out his tongue and limbs. The Emperor was still angry. Kill all his relatives, then hang their heads on the city walls as food for the crows. He continued to instruct, don't worry about that. You children just focus on resting and recuperating. Isis said, yes, and also he will make the people those bastards love most drink poison right in front of them. Isis smiled and continued, then it will be fair. Aisha laughed, and Veen could only shake his head. The Emperor continued his son's words. Everything will proceed as you wish. The nanny blew on Aisha's food. Nanny, I understand that I have to eat in bed today. But isn't it a bit strange for you to feed me every spoonful like this? Said, What are you talking about? Her Highness the Princess needs absolute rest now. The Empress has only allowed you to eat in bed. This frail body of yours even coughed up blood. Please let this nanny help you, Aisha. I know. Aisha thought to herself. Under my parents' strict orders, I've entered my 3rd week of intense recuperation. During these 3 weeks, I couldn't even hold a spoon on my own. The great high priest rushed in, startling the princess. The great high priest, upon his return, immediately transferred his divine power to me, which I then drank. After finishing the meal as described above, the royal physician came to take my pulse. The medicine smelled bad. After using that heart's prescription, piles of medicines made from various rare herbs appeared in droves. Aisha thought, the smell and taste of the medicine are both unpleasant. After drinking that, I hate the person who poisoned me more than ever. She said, although the culprit was finally caught. Aisha, as promised to us, my father mobilized all forces and caught the culprit. The culprit was a marquis from the north, known for being a fanatical believer. During the interrogation, when they questioned him, he confessed that he had planned this because he was displeased with Brother Isis being the heir. The marquis said angrily, Does the divine spirit acknowledge him as the heir? That's what he said. Aisha sighed. It's not funny at all. In the end, his family, relatives and kin were all arrested and killed. Well, he also declared that compared to nearly killing the noble royal family, the price they paid was still too cheap. Aisha continued to think, but there are still suspicious points. She thought, that marquis, was it really because he was displeased with Brother Isis that he did it? Aisha, the risk was too great, so using that as a reason for everything is not very appropriate. There's no reason to poison me as well. It would be more believable to say he wanted to eliminate the seeds of the Elmira royal family. And that poison. Aisha clenched her fists. Only I know. Aisha, the poison that Marianne drank and that poison are exactly the same. Aisha wondered, why did it have to be that poison? How could it be? The spoon fell to the floor. Aisha called, Nanny. She replied, Your Highness the Princess. The nanny rambled on to Aisha. What? Why are you clutching your chest like that? Are you having a heart attack? You were just sighing a moment ago. No. You don't feel suffocated, do you? What should I do? I'll go call someone to examine you right away. Aisha quickly stopped her. Wait a minute, Nanny. She said loudly. I'm really fine. After recuperating, Aisha went out into the garden. The birds were chirping cheerfully. White butterflies fluttered everywhere, and a cool breeze blew through the colorful flowers. The princess took a deep breath. The air is so wonderful. She played happily. 3 years and 1 day after recuperating, I'm finally allowed to go out. The allowed time is 30 minutes after lunch. Although the time is quite short, compared to the past 3 weeks, this time feels like a dream. She had just napped, had lunch, and was now having lunch. Admiring the flowers while talking. My contribution is very great, because even though it's only 30 minutes, I had to convince my mother and nanny that going out to get some sun is good for the body. It's so beautiful. Aisha smiled to herself. I thought I'd be bored to death, but thank goodness. And left. She smiled cheerfully and called out, Brother Isis. Isis and Aisha spoke in unison. You're not. Are you still in pain anywhere? Has your body recovered? The 2 siblings looked at each other. We understand each other so well. That's right. The 2 of them talked. Isis said, I had to rest for a while, so I couldn't go out. I couldn't even touch a sword. Aisha also joked, Me too. The nannies even spoon-fed me. Isis laughed and said, "Is that so?" Isis thought, "The nanny must have been by her side, helping her a lot." Aisha looked at her and guessed, "Haha, I can roughly understand what he's thinking." Isis looked at Aisha. "Aisha," he said to his sister, "actually, I have something to tell you. That's why I came to find you today." Aisha was surprised. "What is it?" Isis said, "That Marquis who was arrested. Behind him is a—" Aisha calmly said, "I'm not surprised." Aisha wondered, "Why are you only telling me now?" Isis answered his sister's question. "Aisha, you've always been mature and wise." The prince continued, "But you're only 7 years old. I want to protect you from getting hurt. I also understand father's feelings. He didn't say anything to you." Aisha continued to ask her brother, "But you told me these things to let me hear, right?" The people behind him. Isis stood up and said, "My thoughts and father's are very different." "Different," he thought. "You also have the right to know the truth." As he walked, he said, "Who are the people behind this? Who is the real enemy? And what things should you be prepared for?" Isis asked Aisha, "Are you still listening? If you don't want to, you don't have to know." Isis continued, "It's okay if you do that. Because you're only 7. Only 7 years old. I will become stronger, so you won't need to know anything." He touched his sister's small face. "I want me and my family to be able to protect you for a long time. You're still a child, Aisha." Aisha took his hand. "I want to hear it. And I want to protect you too." "Oh no, I can report to you, even though I'm just a child." She continued, "Do you remember the time I healed you? It's clear that I also have power. So if you tell me, so that in the future I will work harder and harder and become stronger and stronger." Aisha thought to herself, "I'm so proud that I can say those words. I've never felt so happy since I got the power of money. I am a man of spirit, Aisha, and his words are very true. Even if I am a child of royalty, even if I carry the memories of my past life, I am still only 7 years old." However, Isis smiled. "Are you sure you won't regret this?" Aisha replied, "Yes." Isis said, "The Marquis, of course, refused to talk until the very end. He kept insisting that he wanted to kill me because he was dissatisfied with me becoming the heir." Isis continued to tell Aisha, "But father is very perceptive, so he knew that reason alone was not enough. So father investigated him thoroughly and found out the truth." Self, Isis. The people behind it are the royalty of the Aidenbach Empire. Aisha was stunned. "What? The royalty of Aidenbach?" Aisha was stunned. Calmly said, "That's right. It's not clear who directly ordered this, but the suspects are people in power." "Isis, it seems the domestic situation over there is very chaotic. It's said that Rakyat Denny Bender, the prince who ascended the throne this time, has many shortcomings, so the noble factions are divided." Aisha wondered, if it's a shortcoming. Isis said, "His own sister Elisa was dethroned for an unsuccessful assassination attempt on a royal family member." Aisha stumbled and collapsed, trembling. Isis asked, "Aisha, are you okay, Aisha?" Isis quickly called for someone. "Damn it! Quick, call a doctor." Aisha asked her brother, "What does that have to do with the poisoning?" Isis was bewildered. "What did you say?" "Oh no, compared to that, your condition now." Aisha quickly said, "Please tell me why did they try to kill us?" Isis replied, "The reason is still unknown, but my guess is that the crown prince was trying to create a stir in our empire to divert the unrest outside." Isis said, "One thing is certain. That Marquis was a spy for the Aidenbach Empire, and a pawn of the Aidenbach royal family, clearly intending to assassinate us. Isis looked at Aisha. In the process, you also got caught up in it, Isis said. I'm sorry. Isis looked at Aisha and said, in the whole process, you also got caught up in it. Aisha silently looked at Isis. Isis smiled faintly. I'm sorry. From Isis's words, Aisha suddenly realized and covered her mouth. I feel so nauseous. She looked. In my past life, those people killed me. In this life, they intend to kill me again. Even kill my family. She gritted her teeth and burst into tears. The maid Raina, standing nearby, was anxious at Aisha's reactions. At this moment, Isis hurriedly soothed Aisha. Aisha, it seems I've said something useless. Let's go inside, the walk time is over. I'll take you back to the princess's palace. Aisha suddenly spoke up. Rina, I'm sorry. Could you please tell the nanny that I can't return right now? Because I have something to discuss with Brother Isis. It's a very important matter. Raina bowed her head. I understand. Your Highness the Princess. I will inform the nanny. Isis stammered, Issa, Aisha lowered her face. From this moment on, I have something to tell you. She sat in her brother's arms under the tree. What I want to say is about myself. She burst into tears. Isis tensed. Aisha, what's wrong? Then, Aisha answered softly. I've had memories since I was born. I've had memories since I was born. Tiz was startled. He asked again, What? It's not just that. She continued. Before I was born in this place, I also had memories. At that time, I was the 4th princess of the Aidenbach Empire. My name was Alyssa Denis Bender. She was the 14-year-old girl who was dethroned for the crime of masterminding the assassination of a royal family member. Isis was surprised by these words. Aisha continued her story. I was slandered for poisoning Marianne. The wind blew softly through the trees. Isis looked at Aisha in surprise. I was slandered for poisoning Marianne. They interrogated me for something I never did, just because poison was found in my wardrobe. Of me. So I couldn't defend myself. Everyone was certain I was the culprit. Just like that, I was executed. Isis was terrified. Aisha, Aisha. She suddenly burst into tears. But she clenched her fists. I never intended to kill anyone. I've never even tried to mix poison. Beads of her tears fell. So, please believe me. At this moment, her mind was filled with thoughts. He thought, how did Brother Isis hear those words? I told him the whole truth. But will he believe what I say? With such an absurd story? She remembered him saying. Remembering my past self, I screamed, I can't remember you. I never did it. Please believe me. She thought, what if he doesn't believe me? Isis at this moment gently. He said, I believe you. Aisha was startled. Even the part about you being a princess of Aidenbach back then. And also the part about you having no intention of killing your sister. I believe you. She burst into tears when she heard him speak. But that's so absurd. The fact that I was reincarnated. And on top of that, I'm a princess of Aidenbach. That's because that's what you said. Aisha's heart pounded. The young man suddenly smiled. And I know too. My adorable little sister is an incredibly kind girl. How could she ever think of killing someone else? Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, I will stand by your side, Isis said, hugging Aisha. Aisha, I believe you, Aisha. After hearing these words, she hugged Isis and cried loudly. She cried in his arms, and he smiled brightly. Even if I were to be born again, the time that had stopped at my 54th year. Thank you, she cried loudly, for believing me. Thank you. Thanks to Brother Isis. It's slowly starting to flow again. I should be the one thanking you for trusting me and telling me that story. Isis smiled. Aisha, your purity and integrity. Now, let your voice be heard and spread throughout this world. In the darkness, a foot stepped forward. Aisha walked silently, with no way out. She was trapped in the thoughts in her mind. Suddenly there was a thumping sound from behind. Aisha was startled and turned her head. Again, the running sound got closer to her. A hand was about to touch her face. Aisha returned to the present. She was sitting under a tree with her brother, talking. Aisha kept sniffling, wiping away her tears. She gave a faint smile. Why do my tears keep falling like this? Prince Isis gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Aisha, I promise you one thing. I will never turn my back on you. I will cherish your sincerity. He took Aisha's hand. Your enemies are my enemies. If anyone tries to harm you, I will risk my life to deal with them, he said with determination. Aisha looked at him. She stopped crying. Prince Isis took a handkerchief out of his pocket and said, Aisha, what do you want to do now? He asked as he wiped her tears. Aisha bowed her head, clenching her hands together, thinking to herself, what I want to do? She lifted her head, her eyes meeting Isis's. In a firm voice, she said, I want revenge. I want to clarify the things from my past life. I want to prove my innocence. I don't want to turn my back on Elisa's past. She became brave. Isis smiled gently and replied, All right. He took his sister's hand. Everything will be as you wish, Prince Isis smiled. The young man kissed his sister's hand. My beloved sister, I will clear your name. This whole world will have to remember your existence, so that all of Aidenbach will have to beg for your forgiveness and mercy. Aisha smiled brightly, tears streaming down her face. Yes, thank you. Thank you. The little girl rested her head on her brother's lap and looked up at the vast blue sky. Brother, Isis answered gently. Isis. Essay, Aisha confided. I still feel like I'm in a dream right now. But even if it's a dream, it's a good one. She closed her eyes and smiled. A dream where I receive all the love. I want to dream it for a long time. Isis took his sister's hand. Aisha, this is not a dream. You and I exist in this place. Aisha lay there, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. So, what if this happiness shatters? I'm truly so scared. Isis smiled, his hair fluttering in the wind. He bowed his head and replied, If so, you can just treat this as a dream. We'll make you always live as if in a dream. Aisha's eyes drooped, and she closed them. Sleep well now, Prince Isis said gently. Switching to another scene, Aisha was surprised when someone's hand was about to touch her. It was Isis. He said softly, Aisha. Aisha turned around in surprise. She smiled, her smile radiant. Aisha thought to herself, Brother. Prince Isis looked at her and smiled. The two siblings held hands and looked at each other. Let's go together. The two of them headed towards the place with light. Aisha smiled. Yes, brother. In another place, the wind howled in the night. Everything was silent. There was even the sound of someone sleeping. If you wait before the temple of Selena, the body of your enemy will be washed away. That is, if you commit unrighteous deeds. You can't escape Selena's revenge. A man's heart pounded. It was Rakis, the first prince of Aidenbach. He sighed. He took a step, thinking, this is a big problem. The poisoning of the Elmira Empire's crown prince has failed. Even the marquis who was a spy has lost his life. He wondered, if it's revealed that the Aidenbach Empire is involved in this, not only will the peace be broken, but it could also lead to war. I anticipated that before, but I still need to prepare more. I took advantage of the chaos in the Elmira Empire after the successful poisoning to build up my own power. If that's the case, my flaws will naturally be buried, and I can quickly climb to the position of Crown Prince. And conquering Elmir, a country in chaos due to the loss of its heir, will become easy. Rakis gritted his teeth in frustration. He looked angry. Who knows, the evidence of the poisoning might still be somewhere. First, I have to assume they found the connection, and then I have to move them. Rakis stood before the large door. He looked straight ahead, thinking, and prepare for war. The door opened. Before him was a statue of the goddess Selena. There was a person with white hair, wearing a white cloth, sitting inside the sanctuary. Are you here to pray again? The girl asked. Rakis replied, Marianne. Before him was a girl with golden eyes looking at him, and smiled. Rakis Den, the first prince with indigo hair and cold eyes, walked in and looked at his beloved sister, saying, You're here praying again, aren't you? Before him was a girl with sparkling white hair like glitter. Her golden eyes were gentle. A pure and innocent aura enveloped the girl like an angel. He called her name, Marianne. The girl smiled and replied, You're here, brother. Rakis Den said, There's a prayer room in the palace, you can pray there. At her older brother's concern, Marianne's eyes forward, she said softly, But when I'm here, before her appeared a large statue of a goddess, her right hand holding a scale representing justice held high. Her other hand hung straight by her side, holding a bronze-colored sword. She continued, It seems I can feel the presence of the goddess Selena more clearly. Maria tilted her head and asked Rakis, Did you intentionally come here to see me today? He leaned one hand on the back of the chair and replied, That's right. Marianne squinted her eyes and smiled happily. Oh my, thank you. Rakis Den faced his beloved sister. His eyes couldn't help but soften, and he smiled faintly. HMPH. Suddenly, a hazy black-haired figure appeared like a phantom, also smiling and talking. Brother. A sharp pain shot through Rakis Den's head, causing him to raise a hand to it. The happy laughter from the past echoed in his mind. The scene changes to another place. The golden sun shyly over the lush garden. There are the smiles of Elsie, the second prince, and the third princess, Adeline. The sixth prince, Loros, and also the fourth princess, Elisa, are playing happily together. Suddenly, Elisa notices his presence. She exclaims, Ah! The girl with black hair and jewel-like green eyes smiled radiantly and called out to him, Brother Ad. Rakism's eyes widened in astonishment. Back in reality, Rakis gasped for breath, his thoughts in turmoil. He was once again tormented by the sharp pain in his head. With a swish, Rakis's weary eyes were revealed through his fingers. He thought to himself, Strange. Why does my head hurt so much every time I think of that child? A voice startled Rakis. Are you all right? Of course, it was Marianne. She asked, Are you hurt somewhere? Her face was filled with concern. But somewhere in the back of his mind, another figure appeared besides Marianne. It was the fourth princess, Elisa. Rakis lowered his hand. He replied stiffly, It's nothing. Marianne didn't ask further, but changed the subject. By the way, about the Elmira Empire. Rakis recounted the whole story. Marianne's disappointed voice echoed everywhere. So that's how it is. The poisoning failed? Arian said sadly. What a pity. Rakis heard that and thought to himself, the one considered a Senxes is lamenting the fact that someone didn't die. He thought indifferently. How ironic, but didn't say it out loud and continued the discussion. It seems they have a very great high priest over there. Rakis added, "Moreover, even the spy that I tried so hard to plant was caught and executed. The losses this time are too great." Rakis reflected on the incident. Thinking back, there were many unreasonable points in this plan. Although I knew it wasn't the right time, I had no other choice but to take a gamble. Ha! Rakis let out a sigh, thinking, now I can't avoid a headache. When thinking of Elisa Den in Aidenbach, the child, the story of her attempting to poison Marianne but ultimately facing the death penalty is still very famous. Her mother, the current queen, pushed her own daughter to her death and insisted on her innocence. Survived, but I, her full-blooded siblings, could not completely escape the suspicion of intending to harm Marianne. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Thank you for watching and see you again. He knows that, from ancient times, the one who becomes the emperor of the people must not have flaws. Though fortunately, all his siblings support him in becoming emperor, but to his siblings all support him in becoming emperor. For the nobles, this story is a good means to propose other candidates besides myself. From the very beginning, the lower the royal authority, the more prosperous the nobles. So it's only natural that they attack me. All I need is to achieve a great feat. Rakis seemed to see the image of himself achieving victory on a bloody battlefield. He thought, like showing them my conquest of the Elmira Empire. Boy! Rakis gritted his teeth, thinking resentfully. Daring to poison Marianne, my precious sister, wasn't enough. To leave such a nuisance even after death. Truly there's nothing more detestable. That's what he thought. But when he looked at his hand, he couldn't help but remember the time before, when Elisa held his hand. Even so, it seems our relationship was very good when we were young. Brackett remembered again. He couldn't control himself and gulped. Rakis's thoughts turned grim again. No, a very good relationship. He stood up, silently scolding himself. Nonsense. Then he called out, Marianne, if you're done praying, let's go back to the palace. With a swish, Rakis reached out, wanting to take her hand and lead her back. Marianne giggled and replied, Yes, brother, then placed her hand in Rakis's. With a swish, the moment Marie's hand touched his, Rakit was startled. Rakis stood silently, staring at their joined hands. Marianne saw this and asked, Is something wrong? A ray of light from outside suddenly illuminated a corner of Marianne's face. She asked again, Brother, with a slightly deceitful expression he had never seen before. Rakis couldn't think of anything. He just said, No, let's go. Marianne smiled and whined, I'm hungry. Rakis, indulging her, immediately said, I'll have someone prepare dinner. Rakis hid his hand behind his back, silently clenching it, thinking, It's cold. He thought of Elisa. That child's hand seemed very warm. No, she's dead and she was a cruel criminal. Rakis closed his eyes and opened the door, reassuring himself. And that was a just verdict. When no one could see, Marianne seemed to know something and smiled, glancing at Rakis with a look of triumph. Suddenly, she couldn't help but let out a snicker. Warm. The sinister giggling echoed, and her eyes had turned red without her realizing it. Rakis seemed not to hear, and as usual, turned back and reached out to Marianne. At this moment, Marianne had returned to her usual self, smiling kindly at her older brother. The two siblings walked, their footsteps making a thump-thump sound on the floor. Trouble. Kiss was still lost in his thoughts. If you commit an unrighteous act, you cannot escape the revenge of the goddess Selena. The image of Rakis helping his beloved sister out, leaving a long, seemingly endless shadow. Outside, it was raining heavily, as if pouring down. The sound of the heavy rain echoed into a dark place. There is a young man in his teens with golden hair kneeling and hugging a man's leg. The man bends down and hugs the boy with tearful eyes, saying, Please don't worry, Your Highness Prince Isis. The golden-haired boy's eyes are lifeless. A tear seemed to be about to fall from the corner of his eye. He thought to himself, Mother has passed away. Along with the man's words, the throne will be yours. He closed his eyes, letting the tears fall. He thought in anguish, it's all my fault. The scene changes. We only see a young boy with blonde hair standing by the bed of his sick mother, whining. Mother, he whispered. Get well soon, Mother. Everyone still says Mother was a stable person. Weak. With a swish, the woman with a gaunt face and brown hair smiled faintly. She reached out and touched the boy's cheek, happily saying, Thank you, Isis. After giving birth to me, Mother's health grew weaker and weaker. Go. The woman turned away from her son and coughed continuously. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing his mother's coughing, Isis's face turned pale with fear and he said softly, Oh. Cough, 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 cough. The coughing continued unabated. The servant cried out in alarm. Oh my, Your Majesty. Isis remembered. Even though everyone said it wasn't my fault. Here, quick, call a doctor. The servant's worried voice kept repeating. A small stone was kicked. Fly. The little Isis thought to himself. In the end, it was still my fault. Under the blue sky, the wind blew the leaves, and a year had passed since my mother's death. Right after the funeral, my grandfather did everything he could to fulfill that promise. He said to Isis with a grave face, The throne will be yours. From then on, there were constant restraints from the adults, power struggles, and in the process, countless arrows were aimed at me. Isis Gordon thought. He stared blankly ahead, his mind endlessly pondering. As a crown prince, I must become ruthless to survive. I must not foolishly open my heart to anyone. Even though at that time I was skeptical about the actions of my maternal family, actions obsessed with the throne. Isis bowed his head in understanding for his grandfather, but reason told him that his grandfather's actions were all understandable. The shining throne appeared in Isis's mind, the only position in the royal palace. From the moment Isis's mother passed away, my position began to waver. Fortunately, my grandfather said that there was no other crown prince besides me. This reassured Isis. More. Isis had a headache again, thinking, but what if something happens to my grandfather's ducal family, or the new queen gives birth to a prince? No one can be sure what my fate will be. Realizing this, Isis reminded himself. Therefore, I shouldn't trust anyone and must train myself. As he walked, he calculated, but the situation has become more serious recently. To be precise, after that person ascended to the throne, Empress Iris, a figure appeared in Isis's mind. A woman with long, shoulder-length white hair, her sparkling purple eyes half closed in a smile. Her whole being exuded a gentle, ethereal aura. Every time he came, he would warn me about Empress Iris and tell me not to trust anyone. Who? Isis thought silently. But she is clearly a good person. The woman in the memory had a gentle voice, laughing happily as she called his name. Prince Isis, with a kind face. The Empress often sent invitations to him. The servant came to announce. The Empress has sent an invitation. But because I didn't want anyone involved in the power struggles of the adults to die, I sighed and thought, so I've always avoided her. He stared intently at the Empress's handwritten letter. But I know, even if just a little, she has always treated me with sincerity. He was lost in his own world. Even when she tried to talk to me, I always answered sullenly. The things she sent me, I didn't even care about. But how long do I have to keep doing this? Isis bowed his head and sighed. Ha! He thought wearily. The throne, the crown prince. I'm sick of it. Not a prince or a crown prince. Click. He hit again. Rock the little stone if someone sees me as just Isis. The stone he was kicking and thinking about rolled and stopped with a clink in front of the new empress's dress. He still didn't know and continued to think, I'd give 1,000 gold pieces for that. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Oh my, Prince Isis. Why are you here again? The question startled Isis from his chaotic thoughts. Thump, thump. He silently reminded himself. Don't get close. While the Empress's eyes were still wide with surprise, the servant behind her quietly said, Your Majesty. Isis ran away, thinking resolutely, I must not open my heart to anyone. When that person had been in the palace for over a year, the sound of conversation from behind the door caught Isis's attention. Ah, that's father's voice. It finally came. Isis was stunned when he heard. Pregnant. What wonderful news! Inside the room, the king was the empress, sitting on a chair. The servant offered their blessings. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Empress Iris smiled brightly and replied, Haha, thank you. If the servant was also happy, hearing her laugh and say, First, I will immediately redecorate the empty palace. The old man, who seemed to be a doctor, also joined in the fun. I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder if it will be a prince or a princess. With a swish, the king placed his hand on Empress Iris's shoulder and said, Whether it's a prince or a princess, it will be a lovely child. Tis stood behind the door, silent, his thoughts unknown. Then he turned and left, thinking, I'll come one last time tomorrow. Inside, the Empress Iris was happy when she suddenly noticed something behind the door, as if by intuition where Isis had just been standing. She was silent, thinking about something. Chirp, chirp, the sound. The birds chirped melodiously throughout the garden. The red maple leaves had fallen. Isis thought with admiration, The weather is so beautiful. It's a shame to know this will be my last time here. Isis was sad. Suddenly someone called his name. Prince Isis. He stopped. Isis. Isis turned his head and whispered, You. Isis said softly, You are Empress Iris. He asked confusedly, What brings you here? Then he froze. Isis chose to turn away and said coldly, Her Majesty the Empress is here, so I will return. The Empress let out a sound and called, Prince Isis. Asisko reminded himself not to turn back when he heard the call. Thump, thump, thump. The sound grew louder with each step of the two. Prince Isis. Accidentally, Isis tripped over a rock while he was running and thinking, If I turn back. Oh, Isis's eyes widened. He staggered. With a swish, Empress Iris looked at the scene before her in horror and covered her mouth. Isis fell and rolled down the gentle slope. The Empress shouted loudly, Prince Isis. Isis stirred, in too much pain to speak, thinking to himself, How far did I roll? He sat up, dazed. A worried voice rang directly in Isis's ear, causing him to cover it. Prince Isis. The Empress, panicked, rushed over. She kept calling, Isis. Prince. Isis was startled and cried out, Danger. He thought, if she keeps running down like this. With a whoosh, Empress Iris appeared in front of Isis. She held his face with both hands and stared at him intently. She shook Isis's face and asked with concern, Are you all right? Which made Isis's head spin. Looking down at Isis's knee, I saw it was covered in scrapes. The Empress said with a pained voice, What should I do? Why are you so badly injured? She said, and then her eyes filled with tears. Isis pulled his hand back. He continued to act cold and said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Empress Iris said indignantly, How can you say that? You're bleeding like this. Isis grimaced. His voice small like a child's. Compared to the wound, I'm more worried about my clothes. The Empress called softly. Prince Isis. Isis lost his patience and closed his eyes, saying, What's the big deal about a scraped knee? Why are you making such a fuss? This is nothing. Whether I'm hurt or not, just leave me alone. Your Majesty's concern is just a burden to me. He added, Besides, what were you thinking, running like that while you're pregnant? Why would you do something so dangerous? After speaking, even Arces felt he had gone a bit too far. He thought to himself, Is she angry? I intentionally said hurtful things, of course she'd be angry. Empress Iris, upon hearing Isis's words, looked down, seeming to be deep in thought. Azes tensed, his hands gripping the grass beneath him tightly. He felt clever. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? With a swish, he stood up on his own, thinking, instead of pushing her away and pretending, I'll just hurt her and leave. He said, I'll be taking my leave now. Isis prepared to leave, not forgetting to add a few more words. I hope Her Majesty the Empress will stop caring about me and just do what she needs to do. He thought, this should be enough. Isis staggered away to the sound of the Empress's calls. Prince Isis, Your Highness Isis. Isis gritted his teeth, thinking, she must be tired of my cold demeanor by now, right? Now, the act of sending me letters, the act of bothering me, and also the act of smiling at me will end. At this moment, the image of the Empress smiling at him still lingered in Isis's mind. Little Isis closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, the Empress shouted, Isis! This startled Isis. Whoosh! Isis let out a startled, oh! His entire body was lifted up by Empress Iris. Isis couldn't react in time, and the Empress said, Don't move. Stay still. Thump! Empress Iris placed Isis on a nearby rock and examined his wound. She tore off her sleeve with her mouth and bandaged it for Isis. Isis, even after being bandaged by the Empress, still hadn't regained his senses and sat there dumbfounded, thinking, she lifted me up. Her strength lifted me. His thoughts were cut off by the Empress. Your Highness Isis, she said, why don't you cherish your body? Isis was startled to hear that. Empress Iris's face was grim and unhappy. Seeing the blood on your knee made me so angry. Isis was moved. Is she showing her pain for my sake? Really for me? Isis thought in disbelief. The Empress tied a knot on Isis's knee and continued. How precious is your Highness Isis? How much I cherish you. Why do you tell me not to mind, not to care about you? Empress Iris looked at Isis with great tenderness. She said, Is it because I'm not your real mother? Isis jumped, he pursed his lips. Then Isis immediately shook his head. The Empress just kept looking at him and smiling. Her smile never changed. She said, Let's go. After that day, I didn't hear from her for a long time. In the palace corridor, Isis walked with a knight. He thought about his father. The coronation ceremony for the crown prince will be held soon. He's probably holding the ceremony this quickly to solidify my position before Empress Iris gives birth. He thought silently. Grandfather will probably be very happy. But is that all there is to it? What's the point of a coronation ceremony for the crown prince, just because my grandfather always wanted it? Will I have to be my grandfather's puppet forever? Isis looked out the window. He sighed to himself. It's so suffocating. I don't have any reason to stay here anymore, but I don't have anywhere to go either. Isis's eyes were sad. He thought, I want to be exposed. With a swish, he held a light blue handkerchief in his hand and looked at it. The Empress's voice appeared in his ear again. I was so panicked just now that I completely forgot I brought a handkerchief. Prince Isis. The Empress wiped Isis's face with a handkerchief and continued. Please promise me that this will be the second time you disregard your pain. Please promise me that this will be the second time you disregard your pain. She smiled mysteriously, her voice soft as she advised. Please, I beg of you. Don't be so careless with yourself. If you're in pain, you can say you're in pain. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Prince Arces. Isis was startled and jumped to one side, standing. He quietly greeted Empress Iris. At this time, the Empress's belly was quite large. She still greeted him cheerfully. Long time no see, Your Highness. Then she covered her mouth with her hand and teased. Ah, now I should call you Your Highness the Crown Prince, shouldn't I? Empress Iris continued. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I heard from His Majesty that you have become the Crown Prince. Isis replied a little stiffly. Thank you. The Empress asked, Prince Isis, are you busy right now? Isis was surprised and hummed. He thought, not really. Empress Iris squinted her eyes and smiled brightly. She said, If you're available, could you come to my palace for tea? Isis followed Empress Iris into Dean Palace. In her room were many baby items like a cradle and a small bear. There were also many books on the shelves and table. Isis looked around with a fascinated expression. Empress Iris saw this and chuckled softly. The Empress sat on a chair and called, Prince Isis. Isis stopped looking around and paid attention to the Empress. She continued, Actually, I have a favor to ask of Prince Isis. Isis froze, his face darkening slightly. He asked, Yes, what is it? Halfway through his sentence, he remembered his grandfather's warning. You must be wary of Empress Iris. The human heart is unpredictable. Isis couldn't help but gulp. He thought, so she's finally showing her true colors. He continued to think, as expected, my grandfather was right. Now that the position of Crown Prince has been decided, what more does she want from me? Isis watched the Empress clinking her teacup as she brewed tea. She said, The favor I want to ask of Prince Isis is... The Empress smiled happily and continued, If the baby is born safely, I hope you will be a good older brother to the baby. Isis was taken aback by the Empress's words. He blushed and thought about something, then asked again, Older brother? Empress Iris smiled and replied, Yes. Then she placed a hand on her belly and gently caressed it. I heard it might be a baby girl. If the little girl is born and can get along with brother Isis, that would be wonderful. She said softly, If that's the case, then Prince Isis won't be lonely anymore. Isis was surprised by these words he had never heard before. He pursed his lips, thinking to himself, This is the first time someone has asked me to take on a different role, not as a crown prince or a prince. The Empress, seeing his silence, shyly raised her hand to her face and asked, Is what I'm asking too difficult? Isis remained silent. A moment of silence passed. Isis replied to the Empress, No, I'll think about it. The Empress couldn't quite believe what she had just heard. Then she burst out laughing happily and said, Yes. Isis ran down the hallway with a cheerful expression. He silently narrated, After that, I frequently visited Her Majesty the Empress's palace. The thought of having nowhere to go. It was as if it was laughing at me for ever thinking that. Isis opened the door to the Empress's room. Isis smiled happily, thinking, The Empress's palace is so warm. He walked over to the Empress. This is the first time I've been given the role of an older brother, and I'm very satisfied. He looked at Empress Iris's belly. She saw this and asked, Do you want to try listening to the sounds? Isis nodded eagerly, thinking everything is so strange. Thump, thump, thump. Thump. Isis squinted his eyes, listening to this sound happily and contentedly. And not long after, my father announced the Crown Prince's investiture ceremony and held a month-long banquet. Knock, knock, the door opened. Isis's grandfather appeared before him. He greeted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Isis jumped up and ran over, saying, "Grandfather." He looked at his young grandson and praised, "You're already wearing your ceremonial robes for the holiday, aren't you? It suits you so well." Isis replied, "Thank you, grandfather." He thought, "Grandfather seems to be in a good mood." He laughed loudly. "From now on, I'll be calling you His Highness Crown Prince Isis." Isis was also happy for him. That's probably all there is to it, because his lifelong wish has come true. Grandfather continued to exclaim, "The language is so beautiful." Isis kept his mouth shut, but he stopped thinking and said directly, "Grandfather, I have something to tell you." He looked at Isis kindly and replied, "Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what is it?" Isis continued, "Although you may find this abrupt, but I never once wanted to be the Crown Prince." Isis's grandfather was stunned and asked again, "What?" Aziz said with difficulty, "Even if I ever wanted to live on, I never once thought of wanting to become the Crown Prince. But grandfather always forced me to take on that role." The boy lowered his head in self-pity and said, "That made me terribly tired." Isis clenched his fists in pain, thinking, "How much will grandfather understand me? I don't know." Tears felt like they were about to overflow. Remembering the scene of being cared for by Empress Iris in the forest that day, he became even more determined, thinking, "But I want to say it, that I wasn't born to be a tool to be used. So even if grandfather can't understand me." Isis closed his eyes tightly after speaking his heart. He felt no regrets about what he had said. Suddenly, the two words "I'm sorry" rang out, causing Isis to open his eyes wide. With a swish, Isis's grandfather sat down and said, Actually, I knew that too. About the fact that His Highness Isis has no attachment to the Crown Prince's throne." Isis hesitated, confused, and began to speak. Then why until now?" Isis's grandfather lowered his face before him and explained, "His Highness Crown Prince Isis may see this as an excuse, but I was also in a great hurry." He continued, to Isis's astonishment, "That child Zotis left too soon. And the only thing that child left behind was you, Your Highness the Prince." He took Isis's arm and said sadly, "So I said I would do my best just to protect Your Highness, but that seems to have become this old man's ambition." He looked at Isis with loving eyes, sighed. "His Highness Isis's eyes are exactly like Zotis's eyes." He confided, "Every time I see those eyes, I tell myself, I must work hard so that His Highness Isis won't leave me like Zotis did." Isis closed his eyes lightly. Mother, he remembered his sick mother, who still smiled gently at him even while lying in bed. Isis looked at his grandfather and said, "But, grandfather, you were wrong about one thing. Grandfather said that person was always the enemy, right? But Iris, she is clearly a good person." At this point, Isis suddenly realized and thought, this is the first time I haven't called her Her Majesty the Empress. Isis's grandfather was stunned, then bowed his head and said, "You are right." He said, "That person is in the same place. She must still be preparing for the ceremony. Do you want to go see her?" He smiled happily and suggested. Isis smiled brightly and replied, "Yes." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Isis panted as he ran to the Empress's palace. Squeak! The door seemed to open. A familiar voice came from behind Isis. "Are you looking for the Empress?" Isis greeted, "Father." The Emperor, with hair as golden as the sun and eyes as blue as the sea, looked at his son gently. He commented, "Your expression looks really good," which startled Isis. He shyly lowered his face and looked away. The emperor saw this and just smiled. He said, "After Zotis, your mother, passed away, the situation in the country was chaotic, and I couldn't take good care of you. I'm sorry." Hearing his father's words, Isis lifted his head. He continued, "Marrying Iris was also for the sake of this country, but it was also a choice for you." Isis was surprised and panted. He thought, "She is clearly a very good person." He ran into the Empress's room, running so fast that he had to catch his breath. With a swish, Isis wiped the sweat from his chin with his hand. The Empress noticed Isis's presence. Turning her head to call, "His Highness Crown Prince Isis, what's the matter?" Isis interrupted, holding out the handkerchief. "This." Empress Iris was startled and said, "You came to return this?" Isis blushed shyly. The Empress saw this and smiled. She turned her head and said, "Just 2 days ago. Yesterday I had a dream." Isis was curious. "A dream? What about?" The Empress looked out the window and continued. A white bird was soaring in the blue sky, and above it was a very beautiful rainbow. Outside, a pure white dove is flying. The beautiful scenery makes Isis look at the scene before him. The Empress exclaimed, "What a beautiful dream! I told His Majesty the Emperor that I would name this child a name that means white bird." Isis stared at the Empress in amazement as he listened to her. "I hope the relationship between this child and His Highness Isis will be very good." After speaking, the Empress turned her head to look at Isis. She exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness." "I see," when I saw him holding back tears. She was shocked and bowed worriedly, asking, "Your tears, Your Highness?" Isis suddenly said, "A good older brother, or the Crown Prince. Either way is fine." Tears rolled down Isis's face like peas with every word. He continued, "But outside, the sky was a deep blue. The wind blew softly. It's so beautiful." Isis just kept silently crying. He blushed and looked up. The Empress answered softly, "Yes." The Empress's face was also covered in tears by then. She smiled brightly and repeated her answer, "Yes, yes, of course." The Empress reached out and hugged Isis, saying, "I will become a good mother." To both Isis and Aisha, "Mother will love you both with all my heart." Isis was held tightly in the Empress's embrace. He cried happily. The scene of the ceremony that day was so beautiful. Ice thought, "The whole world loves you. Your help, your kindness, Aisha." Isis smiled. He took his little sister's hand and led her to a place of light, promising in his heart, "I will protect you." Back in the present, Mrs. Vu pulled back the sleep curtain and said, "It's morning, Your Highness." "Please wake up," Aisha said wearily. Just a little longer." Mrs. Vu, being used to this, just let out a sigh. Mrs. Kwong Tru came to hug her. Kissing Aisha's hair, said, "Happy 14th birthday, Princess." Aisha smiled, thinking, "That's right." Aisha thought to herself, "At 14, my height was somehow enough to reach an adult's shoulder." She was having her hair combed by a servant. Her hair, like a silver thread, now flowed down to her back. After getting ready, Aisha said goodbye to the servants. "I'm leaving and I'll be back." They sent her off. "Please be careful," she thought to herself, "and what makes me even happier is becoming an adult." Aisha walked confidently, her small shoes making soft thump, thump, thump sounds. In this empire, you're only considered an adult at 18. The time I have left until I become an adult. Lost in her calculations, Aisha arrived at her destination. Only 4 years left now. She entered the room and said, "Good morning, father, mother." Empress Iris and the Emperor said in unison, "Happy birthday, Aisha. Happy birthday, my child." They wondered, but But why do you still look as tired as usual? The memories from just now came flooding back. She was horrified by the mountain of gifts piled in the room and shouted, "What are all these things?" Aisha's servant was worried. "Your Highness the Princess." "Back in the present?" she asked, looking truly exhausted. "Do you think so, father and mother?" Aisha sat down, curious. "What are all those gifts anyway?" "I was so surprised," the emperor explained. "They're gifts from people from other countries. If you don't like them, you can put them in storage." Empress Iris expressed, "Aisha, I'm so happy today, because it means you are loved by so many people." She looked at the noble woman before her, who was smiling happily from the bottom of her heart. Aisha thought to herself, "Mother looks so happy. Since I was young, she has always been worried about my position." She smiled radiantly in response. "At 5 to 7 years old, to save my brother, I unleashed the power of the spirits." After that, Aisha went to the UFA. She underwent a ceremony and received the title of Sanctus. The elegantly dressed nobles happily offered their blessings. For the saintesses born in the divine temple for decades, it was natural to receive everyone's love. The streets were also bustling. It seemed the newspapers would sell quite a few copies. Moreover, the owner of this title was also the only princess of the empire, so it attracted even more attention from everyone. Aisha frowned. Though it's a bit embarrassing, the fact that the nation's status is rising is a good thing. However, these gifts are a bit too much. She was drawn by that voice. So next up is receiving the gifts I've prepared. The emperor took out a small scroll. He asked, "You didn't think I'd skip it, did you?" Following his opening hands, Aisha guessed, "Is that a map?" The emperor chuckled softly. Aisha was a little surprised. Could it be that my birthday present is a map? A sudden silence. She began to understand the situation. Her face turned pale. "No. Could it be?" the emperor admitted. "That's right." He pointed to a small area marked with a mine symbol. "This entire island is yours," he declared. Aisha could only scream internally. "I knew it." She asked doubtfully, "Is this island really mine?" "But this island belongs to the Duchy of Rioton," the emperor said. "That's right. This is the Diamond Island of the Duchy of Rioton. But that was only a few days ago." In any case, it was hard to believe. Aisha's jaw dropped. "The diamond mines on this island are all veins of gold ore, aren't they? How is that possible?" The emperor recounted, "For that, you have to thank Isis. Thanks to him, he went with me as a diplomatic ambassador." The sound of knocking echoed. Immediately after, the sound of a latch clicking as the door opened. The person said hastily, "I'm sorry for being late. This morning's training session was a bit long." Crown Prince Isis smiled radiantly. "Good morning, father, mother, and Aisha too." He shyly explained, "I meant to come earlier, but I'm late." The empress welcomed Isis. "You're here," he replied. "Yes, mother," Aisha happily recalled. "After his coming-of-age ceremony, he officially started calling my mother, mother." Isis called Aisha. With the brightest smile possible, the crown prince asked his adorable little sister, "Happy birthday, little sister. Do you like your birthday present?" Aisha had to surrender to his aura. Truly a sinful beauty. Isis seemed to be constantly shining. A brief overview of the crown prince. His characteristic seriousness and strength, even in a warm atmosphere. Outstanding literary and martial abilities and a flawless, handsome face. My brother Isis grew up like a prince, straight out of a comic book. Naturally, he is the future husband who receives the most affection and marriage proposals in the empire. Isis is looking at his sister with great affection. Aisha replied happily, "Yes, I do." "Thank you, brother." She thought to herself, Of course, a perfect person rejecting marriage proposals is not a problem. Since he doesn't have a fiancée yet, he has more time to be with me. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Aisha wondered, but how did you get the island of the Duchy of Rioton? The Crown Prince replied, of course, it was possible. The Empress put down her teacup, stopping the lively atmosphere. Wait a minute. She widened her eyes, coughed. Everyone, it's good to be proud of your own gifts. But you haven't heard about Mother's gift yet, have you? The Empress lowered her voice. Mother's gift, she said, is a trip. Aisha was immediately excited. A trip? The Empress recounted. That's right. I've prepared a villa in the south of the empire. It's a place with a warm climate and incredibly beautiful scenery. She said happily, it's very interesting, right? If you like it. Aisha immediately hugged her mother, happily replying, of course I like it. She snuggled against her. I love it. I love it so much. A trip? Mother, you're the best. The Emperor and the Crown Prince looked at the two of them with fond eyes. Isis pleaded, me too. Say my gift is the best. The Emperor suggested, I didn't expect you to like traveling so much. Next time, so you can travel comfortably, I'll give you a country named after you. Aisha quickly rejected the second request. I refuse. Time flew by. They arrived at the main hall. The place where many people gathered was where Aisha's birthday party was held in the evening. The elegantly dressed nobles excitedly chattered. I'm so excited to meet Her Highness the Princess. Outside, under the gentle moonlight, Aisha called out, too. She asked worriedly, can I do well today too? The little dew replied, of course. You do well every year. Aisha sighed. I know, but, she thought, and all those gift boxes this morning. Everyone on this continent is paying attention to me. Do encouraged, Master will surely be able to do well. Aisha reflected. The price of the name senses. The agreement between the temple and the royal family was very simple. Although the temple allowed me to remain in the mortal world, in return, they requested that I treat the sick in the empire on every birthday. She thought to herself, actually, I don't want that big name or everyone's attention. But since I've borrowed the power of the spirits, it means I owe a debt to the Spirit King, Luminous. Therefore, Aisha thought, the act of proving that person's power and sharing that person's grace, she resolved, is a duty of someone born a princess like me. Aisha was still worried. But in a little while, the door behind her opened with a creak. A man walked in while she and Du were talking. I feel a bit burdened. The door creaked open, and the feet that stepped in were clearly a man's. Aisha was talking to her spirit, also feeling burdened. The other person was a handsome red-haired nobleman. He widened his eyes in surprise. Your Highness the Princess. Aisha was just as surprised. Sir? Veen bowed respectfully. I was rude. May I come in? She comfortably accepted. Of course. Please come in, sir. He lifted his head, said, thank you, and happy birthday, Princess Aisha. She replied politely, thank you for your wishes, Sir Veen. The young man before her now is a very talented figure. He is still a close friend of my brother, and is now the vice-captain of the Royal Guard. Aisha recalled. That day, to save my brother, I borrowed Veen's red magic stone. She kept it very carefully. That Veen stone is still in my jewelry box. The box is so exquisite. When she was little, Aisha wrapped it carefully to return. She told herself, it's not that I don't want to return it. But Veen bowed. I hope it brings a lot of luck to Her Highness the Princess. He said this with a gentle smile, making it impossible for me to refuse. As a result, I now have 2 magic stones. Besides the Sir's stone, The other one was from my childhood friend from a past life. ACN gave it to me. In the small box were 2 stones, one blue and one red, shining beautifully. She looked at them with great happiness. Servine announced, "It seems the ceremony has begun. Everyone is looking for your highness." Aisha walked away. "Is that so?" She walked gently. Veen looked at the princess. His eyes filled with a certain anxiety. Aisha told herself, "But as expected, it's a bit of a burden." Just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, because Veen said again, "If you need help, angry, you can speak up at any time." The gentleman explained, "Because beside Her Highness the Princess, the royal family has appeared." They called her to their side. The crown prince waved happily. "Aisha," Veen's voice still in her ear, "there is always someone ready to extend a hand when you're in trouble." Aisha silently absorbed it. Servine also fell silent. She turned to face him and affirmed, "Of course, I haven't forgotten." At that encouragement, Aisha smiled radiantly. "Thank you, Servine." He blushed slightly. The voice of the person by the temple rang out. Next, the one and only star of the great Elmer Empire. Amidst everyone's excitement, that person introduced Her Highness Princess Elshazi Elmer. She had changed into the outfit prepared for the senses, ready to proceed with the sacred ceremony. Aisha softly called the spirit's name, Rimir. Light appeared in her hands. Her beautiful blue eyes shone with a beautiful golden light. Aisha commanded, "Come forth." She was enveloped in a bright light. A spirit appeared, its form as ethereal as in the legends. The nobles marveled, a killer. Rimi, with golden hair and eyes the same color as her hair. A divine golden hue enveloped that figure, feeling truly outstanding. The people around immediately recognized her. "It's a spirit." Aisha asked, "Father Rimia, please heal that patient." The person she was referring to was a woman kneeling with her head wrapped in bandages. Rimia approached, light enveloping the other person. Her magic power flaring. The pressure creating a wind. The whoosh sound quite clear. Aisha stood behind and assessed. "Good. I can feel enough magic power to transfer." Her blue eyes had returned. "Even without using my life force like that time, I can still heal." She assessed. "Now that my magic power has increased, my healing ability is also stronger." The woman removed her bandage with a rustling sound. She cried emotionally, "My eyes! My eyes!" The crowd cheered excitedly. Everyone shouted in unison, "Long live the senses, hoa ha." Rimi returned to her side. Aisha looked at the people around her with satisfaction, their shouts not yet finished. In the early morning, groans of ha. Aisha lay flat on her bed, rubbing her stiff shoulders from muscle pain, thinking to herself, "Did I use too much magic power and spirit power on healing yesterday? Even so, a few days of rest will be enough to recover." She changed her position. But lying around all day after that evening's feast is so boring. Aisha whined, "Isn't there anything interesting?" She suddenly remembered. Aisha sat up abruptly, excited. "Nanny, can you bring me that?" The woman was confused. "Huh? Which one?" The princess's eyes sparkled. He. She placed 2 sheets of paper on the table with a thud. "Are 2 maps. On one side is the diamond island that my father and brother gave me. On the other side, and also the southern villa that my mother gave me. Looking back, it's hard to believe, are all these things really mine? It feels like the scale of the gifts is getting bigger and bigger." She thought, "I heard this diamond island is the price the Duchy of Rioton paid when they formed a military alliance with our country. Historically, the Duchy of Rioton has been separated from the Elmira Empire for about 100 years. But its backing and military strength are not very prominent. Perhaps they intend to use this to develop on par with Elmira, the duchy's root country. Geographically, they also border the northern frontier of the Aidenbach Empire, Elmira's sworn enemy, so they have a greater need for a military alliance. All this time, after the poisoning of the royal family, although there have been no unusual movements from Aidenbach for the past 7 years. However, no one sits idly by. But to take revenge on them, my brother has been practicing non-stop. Aisha also tried her best. And I, during that time, always wholeheartedly studied spirit arts to be able to skillfully use the abilities I have. Thank you for watching. Both tried not to repeat the scene of being unprepared like that time again. She sighed, frustrated. Vu. Because of Aidenbach, every time I hear news about the continent's situation, I become sensitive, to the point that my mother also worries. Thinking of Empress Iris, Aisha felt lighter. Perhaps mother wants me to go out for some fresh air and a change of mood. The trip she gave her daughter. In the territory of Czechy, a place with beautiful natural scenery and warm weather. The large villa is surrounded by a rose garden, built by the upper class to primarily serve nobles for summer retreats. Aisha was excited for this trip. Time passed again. One beautiful morning, a loud reminder. Have a fun trip, Aisha. The family of 3 came to see her off. Aisha's Hector. See you later. Aisha sat in the carriage, waving goodbye. I'm leaving. I'll buy souvenirs for everyone. Seeing her family and many people seeing her off, she couldn't hide her joy. Immediately after, Aisha looked towards the future, towards the trip. My first trip is finally here. Aisha said, isn't this place so cool? The little spirit's eyes sparkled. He exclaimed with great excitement. Yes, master is the best. Unable to stop himself from flying around, looking around at everything. I really like it. It's warm and full of light. Aisha laughed and said, Right? I think so too. The 2 of them looked outside, the car clattering along. They are on the move. This is a country road in the south on the way to the villa. The emperor was very wise. Father realized the importance of transportation due to the absence of the great Mandarin at the time of the poisoning incident. Afterwards, he invested heavily in teleportation magic circles for travel. It's convenient that, because of that, I can both admire the newly created space-traveling gate and reach the south in just a few minutes. Aisha quietly calculated the travel time. From the gate to the villa, it's another 3 hours. She was very satisfied with this trip. The bumpy road, on the contrary, made her even more excited about the trip, because this was the first time she had ever been on a trip, counting both her past and present lives. Aisha happily rested her head against the glass window, making a soft thump. She closed her eyes and felt it. Just as Du said, this place is filled with light and warmth. The carriage screeched to a halt. The servant called, Your Highness the Princess, we have arrived. Please alight. Aisha rubbed her eyes. I fell asleep. She was as if illuminated by the poetic scenery. She exclaimed, Flowers! The beautiful and magnificent villa is ready to welcome its owner. Everything was gorgeously decorated, but also very peaceful. Aisha was completely surprised by this gift. The person with her politely asked, Do you like it? She stepped up. Yes, I do. Aisha smiled radiantly and replied, I really like this place. The meal was laid out. She thought to herself, This villa, no matter how I think about it. With food still on her mouth, Aisha frowned and affirmed, This place is truly wonderful. The villa is surrounded by a small forest. Impressive because it was built differently from the architecture of the royal palace. The white summer roses give off a fragrant scent. All the servants were extremely friendly. The dinner was prepared to be very delicious. She looked around. It still feels a bit hard to believe. Is this beautiful and delicate villa really mine? On the wall, there's a magic circle. Moreover, this room and the entire mansion are protected by magic. Aisha hummed. Like a cup of tea. I heard that my father bought it from my maternal family, and together with my mother, they redesigned and prepared it. After all, more than ever, Aisha realized, little by little, it was all affection for her. The female soul asked, Your Highness the Princess, did you find your meal satisfactory? She announced, The invitation has arrived before the princess. Aisha was a little surprised. Has the invitation already arrived? I just got here today. The red-haired woman replied, Of course. It's because none other than Her Highness the Princess has arrived. She took out a tray of letters so tall it seemed to glow, startling Aisha. So everyone has sent this many invitations in advance. A letter with an eye-catching red seal was presented. In particular, there is an invitation from the Marquis of Brem, one of the most powerful families in the south. Aisha opened the letter. The other servant added, And they also have a young lady the same age as Your Highness. She remembered, if it's the young lady of the Marquis of Blame, then... A mysterious, quiet young girl, Rose Brame. If it's the young lady of the Marquis of Brame, then she's 13. Although she hasn't had her coming-of-age ceremony yet, because of the reputation of the Marquis of Brame's family, she's already very famous in high society. Aisha thought to herself, I've heard about her a few times too. She has a very good personality and she's my age. She was excited. All right, I've decided. I'll go to the Blem mansion. The servant immediately confirmed the information. Yes, then I will go and prepare right away. Aisha hummed a melody. She mumbled, Meeting a friend on a trip like this is really special. The other servant heard that. She giggled, her expression as if to praise. Her Highness the Princess is so adorable. Aisha saw that and blushed furiously. Late at night, the moon shone brightly. Aisha sat on the porch, deep in thought. Friends? Thinking back, for the past while I've mostly been in the mansion, so I haven't had a chance to make friends. The princess's duties are also many, and my family also shelters and loves me. She remembered the past. Of course, Mother used to arrange places for me to make friends, but back then I preferred to be with my family. Aisha lowered her eyes, remembering that boy, his warm smile was so familiar. She told herself, I wish I had a friend. As expected, a life without a single friend is really boring. Then she suddenly remembered something. While sitting next to Aisha's cup of tea, he looked so pure and innocent. Here I am, a friend. She asked the little spirit. You're always my friend, right? Aisha smiled. Du replied with a very happy expression. He flew up. Of course. His wings flapped gently. Flap, flap. Aisha was overjoyed. For someone like me who has never been under a spirit, hearing the word master for the first time makes me very happy. She welcomed Du, thinking, It's been a long, long time since someone has sought me out and needed me. The little spirit gently touched Aisha's cheek. She was truly very satisfied with the present. Being a master like this makes me very happy. Aisha replied to Du, I'm also very happy to meet you, Du. The little spirit chirped. I'm also very, very happy. Aisha laughed. What? In a dream, she slowly opened her eyes. Aisha woke up in a strange forest. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. In the distance, there was a figure with long golden hair. The scene was poetic. Aisha looked around to get her bearings. Where am I? The fifth princess woke up. Where am I? A man appeared in front of the princess. Marianne Aidenbach wondered, Who is that? A hand reached out. Flap, flap, the sound of an eagle's wings beating. The eagle swooped down to the man from before. The bird's head and the person's touched. A gesture of affection. The man's face became clear, looking towards the princess. Marianne Aidenbach wondered, "Is that?" Before she could ask, the fifth princess woke up with a start. Anne Sang shone into the room. The princess sat up, panting. Du, lying next to her, was complaining. I can't eat another bite." The princess's face unknowingly broke out in a sweat. She wondered, what kind of dream was that? The scene changes. The carriage clatters along. The person inside says, "So today we'll go around the Antrio Plain and through the mountain pass. After lunch we'll come back. Although I haven't fully recovered from my fatigue, we still have to prepare for this afternoon's ball." The fifth princess asked, "Is it a mountain pass?" "I'm really looking forward to it." The servant replied, "The mountain pass we went to yesterday is a very beautiful place on a particularly steep cliff. This place is famous for being a dangerous place on the continent, a place that is almost unreachable by humans." Marianne Aidenbach replied, "I see. To the cliff?" The fifth princess muttered, "Come to think of it, I saw a cliff in my dream." The servant asked, "What's that?" Marianne Aidenbach quickly replied, No, it's nothing. This place is the Casca Gorge." Clack, the fifth princess stepped out of the carriage. As soon as she stepped down, Marianne Aidenbach was surprised. It's one of the highest mountain passes on the continent, stretching from the Faroe mountain range. Marianne Aidenbach looked up, but then froze and let out a sound. She thought to herself, "A red flower. It's the flower I saw in my dream. Come to think of it, the cliff also looks like the one in my dream." The maid then told a legend about that place. "It's a place that humans cannot reach, so I've heard that there are very mysterious beings there." Marianne Aidenbach asked curiously, "Mysterious beings?" "Yes. The fact that humans don't set foot there is also a courtesy to them." Marianne Aidenbach looked up at the mountain peak. The maid called out, "Marianne Aidenbach, if you're done sightseeing, shall we go?" "Your Highness the Princess." Marianne Aidenbach silently asked, "What is this?" She squeezed her hand and thought, After hearing that story, I want to set foot on the dike again, Marianne Aidenbach said, her face showing determination. Marianne Aidenbach's eyes shone brightly. "Definitely. Because if I go there, I'll be able to meet the people from my dream again." The princess left, saying, "All right. I'll ask Du to investigate what's up there later." The carriage stopped. The maid said, "Princess, please wait here for a moment. The young lady of Marquis Brem will come out to greet you." If the servant asks, "Is this your first time visiting the local high society?" Marianne Aidenbach would answer, "Mum." The maid smiled and asked, "Are you nervous?" Marianne Aidenbach shyly brushed her hair. Actually, it's because I haven't seen friends my age in a long time." The maid reassured the princess, "Please don't worry. Anyone who meets your Highness the Princess will like you. Moreover, Her Highness the Princess also has an extremely talented ability." Marianne Aidenbach thought to herself, "Originally, I wasn't going to bring Du along because I was afraid people would pay too much attention. But there are so many places in the Blame Villa that Du likes, so I had no other choice." Suddenly, Marianne Aidenbach looked at Du in surprise. "Oh," asked Du. "What's wrong?" Du was fidgeting nervously. Replied, Master, that is..." But Du himself was also worried and wondered, "What's wrong?" Du replied, "It's like I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen." Seeing Du like this, the princess also became worried. "This is the first time I've seen Du like this." She asked, "Something bad? What is it?" At this moment, the maid ran out in a panic and knelt before the princess. A maid from the ball came. The maid bowed her head and said, "Your Highness the Princess, I have something to tell you. The thing is, right now at the ballroom, the princess is curious." The maid continued, "It seems a white-haired spirit master has appeared." Thump, thump. Marianne Aidenbach's heart pounded with worry. A real spirit? White hair? Marianne Aidenbach's anxiety became more and more apparent. Marianne Aidenbach's hand trembled as she thought. Could it be? The image of a girl. A girl appeared in the princess's mind. Princess Marianne Aidenbach turned and ran. The servant behind her called, "Your Highness the Princess." Marianne Aidenbach wondered, "Impossible. Is it really Marianne? So that's why her eyes turned red. Because she used the power of a spirit. Is that child also a spirit master like me? But why did it suddenly appear here? Why on earth? What if..." Du ran after Marianne Aidenbach, calling, "Mars, Master!" At this, Marianne Aidenbach froze. Ugh. What if it's really Marianne? At this moment, a voice came from afar. "I'm sorry for being late, Your Highness the Princess," which startled Marianne Aidenbach. From a distance, Rose Blim and Chloe Demon approached. The maid asked, "Who are those ladies?" Rose Blim asked, "Are you Her Highness Princess Aisha Z. Elmer?" The princess started and replied, "That's right. I am Princess Aisha J. Elmire." Rose Bream and Chloe Demon were surprised. Then Rose Blim performed a curtsy. "Greetings, Your Highness. It is an honor to meet the one and only star of Elmire. Rouse, I am Rouse Blimer. And over here is the young lady of the ducal house, Chloe de Monta." "Chloe de Monta," the person replied. "It is an honor to meet the one and only star of Elmira." The princess nodded and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you both, Lady Bim and Lady Demon. Compared to that, I first have a question to ask you two. Right now, in the ballroom of the Blim residence, is there a spirit master present?" The princess's words made Rose Blim and Chloe Demon fidget. Rose Blim bowed her head and glanced at Chloe Demon. Demon replied, "Yes, that is correct, Your Highness the Princess. The person is currently in the ballroom." Rose Blim shot her head up and interrupted, "But it's okay now, because Her Highness the real princess has arrived." This statement made the princess frown and ask, "Really?" The princess's expression startled Brim. "Ah, I see. That," the princess guessed. "There's a reason it's hard to say." Marianne Aidenbach replied, "All right, there's not much time. Let's go inside first." Entering the castle, the princess was surprised. The Marquis of Beam's residence is indeed the family that holds the entire southern region. The princess looked around at the noisy atmosphere, thinking, there are so many people and it's so luxurious. Anyway, what did Splim mean by the real princess just now? No matter how I think about it, right now there's only one explanation. Marianne took advantage of the fact that I'm famous for being the only spirit master in the Elmira Empire and pretended to be me. There isn't much interaction between Elmira and Aidenbach, so only a small number of nobles in the capital know my face. But just one small mistake and I'll be exposed. There's no need to." At this moment, the people around were discussing, "Oh my, really? Her Highness the Princess is already at the ballroom. That's what I'm saying. I just saw that spirit summoning. She emitted a blue light. The only spirit master in this empire is Her Highness the Princess." Blim exclaimed, "Look!" The princess, running and laughing, bumped into the princess with a thud. Let's go see." At this moment, Blim was truly rude. But Marianne Aidenbach raised her hand with a swish, stopping the young lady. It's fine. The princess thought. If my prediction is correct, if I go in there now and reveal that I'm the real princess, it will only ruin the atmosphere of the ball. Moreover, it would also tarnish the reputation of the Marquis of Blim, who organized this ball. It would only cause unnecessary chaos. So, first of all, the princess thought, then asked Lady Brim, Lady Damon, from now on, can you two call me by the new name Aina instead of the title Her Highness the Princess? Call me Aina. Both of them were bewildered. Rose said, yes, but Demon replied, but how could we dare? The princess replied gently, it's fine. Thanks to you two, I will also call you by your names. And one more thing. I want to enter without revealing that I'm a princess. Marianne Aidenbach said, and the servant immediately nodded in agreement. The princess thought, I will also take advantage of the fact that people don't know my face. Right now, I need to confirm if it's really Marianne. Lady Bim and Lady Damon hesitated and replied, yes, princess. The princess smiled and replied, good, then let's go in. Clang, standing before the door. The princess's heart pounded with anxiety. Thump, thump, thump. Behind this door. Marianne, the door opened. Oh, gulp. Cheers. The princess was surprised. Huh? No, it's not Marianne. Her name is Adley Roland. She is the daughter of the Marquis of Roland. Rose continued. After the truth that Her Highness the Princess is a spirit master spread throughout the empire, a trend of holding spirit art gatherings emerged among the young noble ladies to see if they had spirit powers. Chloe and I recently attended a gathering with Adley. At that time, the magician invited to be the teacher said that Adley had talent. But before that, no one had ever succeeded in summoning. Suddenly, what kind of spirit is this? Marianne Aidenbach thought. What is going on with this? Unbelievable. After receiving the title of Sainxes and the fact that I was the only spirit master in the empire became known, it was easy to guess that the common people's interest in spirits would grow. But a spirit art gathering that invites a magician? It's unimaginable. Moreover, the fact that the white-haired spirit master wasn't Marianne could be figured out with just a little thought. A Marianne who for years pretended to be a gentle younger sister. She gradually isolated and drove me to my death. There's no way she would do something so attention-grabbing. Suddenly Matthews. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, her face lighting up. The blue light. The low-level water spirit is Nias. Marianne Aidenbach thought. Not Marianne. She's truly a spirit master. But how could a child like that pretend to be a princess? Moreover, according to Rose, that child had cultivated her taming ability and magic power in a short period of time. Is that even possible? And that child, there's something strange about her. At this moment, the princess immediately asked Rose, Chloe, has Adley been acting strangely recently? Chloe thought for a moment and replied to the princess, she's been her usual self. Just 2 days ago, she had tea with us. Rose continued, that's right. If there was anything different from usual, we, her best friends, would have noticed right away. Rose realized her slip of the tongue. The princess thought, friends? So that's why she was hesitant to speak earlier, for fear that her friend would be punished for the crime of impersonating royalty. So what is this strange feeling I get from Adley? No matter how I look at it, something is missing. There's no other way. The princess called out, Do. Can you appear for a moment without letting others see you? Do appeared with a flutter, calling, Master. I'm sorry. You said you felt uneasy, and yet I called you out like this. Ju replied, Not at all. As long as you are by my side, I can bear it. Marianne Aidenbach told Do you see over there? That child is the spirit master I mentioned earlier. It seems she's summoning Neases. But something is strange. I have a strange feeling I can't explain. Do flew over to look. Suddenly it discovered Jia Zine. It's a holy relic. If it is a holy relic, it's a magical object used to temporarily amplify power. Do replied, yes, her taming ability isn't bad, so the holy relic seems to be used to supplement her lack of magic power. The princess thought, come to think of it, I couldn't clearly sense Adli's spirit power. Because that wasn't Adli's true power, I had a strange feeling. The relic sparkled on Adli's hand. But the holy relic, because it reacts very sensitively to the user's negative emotions and uses life force as collateral, just a small mistake can be fatal. So it is a taboo object on the continent. Moreover, the two weaknesses have a synergistic effect, causing the user to be overloaded. Magicians also don't have a good view of it. And again, that's an item that's not easy to find in Elmira, a country with very few magicians. Thank you, Do. You can rest for a bit. Marianne Aidenbach looked around, wondering, where did it come from? Suddenly, the princess was surprised. Ken Erlen, that man, blonde hair, golden eyes. That young man looks very similar to the person I saw in my dream. Wait a minute. Why is that young man? The sound of AA made Marianne Aidenbach jump. The crowd murmured, what a pity. This is the first time I've ever seen a spirit. Adli shrugged and replied, I also feel it's a pity, but there's no other way. The spirits need to rest. So I will take my leave with my spirit Neas for a little while. Marianne Aidenbach saw this and decided to follow and see what happened. At this moment, the princess, huh? What is that? From the holy relic, a black light emanated. An unusual aura. I must hurry. The princess looked around, looking for Adli. Where did she go? Suddenly a voice called, Aina, from Rose. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come out here? Could it be that you're not feeling well anywhere? A voice called out, Rose. It was Rose's mother and father. They asked, what is this about? Why does everyone think the young lady from the Roland family is Her Highness the Princess? Rose explained. That's... With a swish, the princess spoke up. Marquis Brim, Lady Marchioness, it's a pleasure to meet you both. The Marchioness asked, who is it? Chloe replied, the noble star of Elma. Is Her Highness Princess Aisha Z. Elmia. The answer surprised the two of them. They bowed and introduced themselves. It is a great honor to meet the noble star of Elmira. I am Marquis Blim. It is an honor to meet you like this. I am the wife of Marquis Blim. The princess gently thanked them for inviting her to attend this lively ball. I have a question to ask the Marquis and his wife. The Marquis Blim immediately replied, yes. What is it? On the other side, Adli staggered, panting, leaning against the wall. How can it be? The princess asked, the nearest restroom to this ballroom. Where is it? On Adli's side, she was worried. Impossible. Panting, anxiously thinking, is Her Highness the Princess really Her Highness the Princess? When did she get here? It was so chaotic. I had no idea she was here. If I hadn't sensed the spirit's spiritual power, I wouldn't have realized it until the end. Adli jumped. And that spiritual power is like the spiritual power when I summoned Neas. And that spiritual power is like the spiritual power when I summoned... Oh no, it's a much more terrifying spiritual power. I made an excuse to come out here. But what if Her Highness the Princess wants to punish me? What if Mother finds out? As she thought, Adli bit her lip tightly. At this moment, Neas flew over and asked, Master, are you all right? Adli called out, Nias. It said, Master, now you must remove the holy relic. You will be in danger. Adli smiled and replied, It's okay. I'll be fine after a little rest. Besides, if I remove the holy relic, won't you disappear after only just appearing? Because I don't have much magic power. Nias replied, That's... Adli rested her head on Nias and said, Thank you for worrying about me. Stay with me a little longer. Right at this moment, Adli was thinking, compared to that, what should Nyasta do? In the chaos, I impersonated Her Highness the Princess. I haven't even made my debut yet. In high society, I only have 2 close young ladies, so no one knows me. But I never said I was a princess. It's because those people misunderstood on their own. I just wanted to show off Nias's. But this is the first time I've been cheered on like this. Because I've only ever been scolded before. In Adli's mind, the image of her being praised by the magician gradually appeared. Asked the young lady, Young lady, don't you want to become a spirit master? Master has heard about Miss Adli's situation. He said he wants to help you become a spirit master. Would you like to meet him, my lady? Back in reality, Adli slumped into a chair, thinking, because of the robe, I couldn't see his face clearly. But I heard he was a master. So I thought he was a very dignified person. It turns out he's not. She gritted her teeth, feeling a mix of resentment and opening the drawer containing the holy relic while thinking, but what should I do with this? The holy relic, as far as I know, is a forbidden item. That person disappeared without giving me a chance to refuse. So I brought it back. A sigh escaped her lips. The cabinet door suddenly closed. Adli shook her head. I have to return this to the teacher later. Just holding it makes me scared. Besides, maybe with a little more effort, I can summon it myself. I was praised just now. Adli giggled. Mom would be so surprised. My efforts have been recognized. While she was talking to herself, a voice suddenly called out, Adli Roland. Her mother opened the door and entered. Adli said worriedly, Mother, you're back? I thought you weren't home, so I went straight to my room. I'm sorry. Ah, that's right, Mother. Mum, today I was praised by the teacher in spirit arts class. He said my taming ability is very good. If I study a little more. Adli's mother cut her off. So? Did you do it? Adli flinched. Yes, Adli's mother asked again. I asked if Dex had summoned a spirit yet. Adli replied fearfully. Republic of Korea. Not yet. Adli's mother laughed. No wonder. If you haven't summoned a real spirit, don't act like you have. Use that time to study more. Don't do such useless things. You have to go see Her Highness the Princess tomorrow. Hurry up and get ready for the ball. You really have no redeeming qualities at all. HMPH. The door slammed shut. Adli called out, Mom, mumbling, if I suffer, then will Mother praise me? With a swish, a chilling sound. O spirits who create all things, come and become my strength. Aisha Maya looked at the person in front of her with surprised eyes. She exclaimed in astonishment, Oh. Then Aisha Mi asked Luminous, who was leaning against the wall in front of her. You are. Luminous, seeing Aisha Zellmeyer, stood up abruptly and asked in return, Are you looking for the little white-haired girl? Aisha Zellmeyer was surprised by the question. Aisha Zellmeyer didn't confirm, but her question implicitly agreed with what Luminous had asked. Aisha Zellmeyer asked Luminous, Have you seen that little girl? At this moment, Rose, Blim, and Chloe, Damon had come up behind Aisha, Zell, Mia. They heard Aisha, Zell, Mia ask Luminous, Where did she go? Then they said worriedly, That friend of ours might be in danger because she used all her strength to summon a spirit. Luminous, upon hearing Aisha Zelmaya's words, just said coolly, "It seems so." These words and that tone made Aisha Zelmaya remember something. Aisha Zelmaya thought angrily. What? He saw her like that, and still ignored her. After thinking, she continued, "Could it be?" After a pause, Aisha Zelmaya continued to ask Luminous, "Were you the one who gave that thing to Adli?" Luminous heard that and calmly replied, "You think I'm the one who brought rebellious things like holy relics?" His answer made Rose Dream, who was listening, change her expression. Rose Blim said in fear, "What holy relic? What is that?" Aisha Zelmaya had no time to answer Rose Blim's 10,000 questions. She said calmly, "Brother." Then, in a calm tone, she finished her sentence. "I never mentioned a holy relic." Aisha Zelmaya recounted what she had observed. She said while everyone was looking at Nias with admiration, "But you weren't like that." Aisha Zelmaya's next guess startled Luminous. She said, "It's as if you've seen a spirit before." Although a little startled, Luminous remained calm and said, "If it's a spirit, then I know it well." The answer, which was beyond expectations, surprised Aisha Zelmaya. Aisha Zelmaya felt a sense of familiarity. She thought, that mysterious feeling is just like the person I met in my dream. How could it be? However, ignoring that feeling, Aisha Zelmaya was more worried about Adli. She shouted angrily, "Then why didn't you stop Adli when she used the holy relic?" Aisha Zelmaya took a step forward, the heel of her shoe hitting the floor with a thud. As she walked, she said, "For someone who knows so much about holy relics and spirits like you could have solved it before things got more complicated." Aisha Zelmaya worriedly thought, she had to use a holy relic to summon a low-level spirit. With that level of magic power, I can guess Adli's situation without even looking at her now. Moreover, the Spirit Master and the Spirit have been linked since the moment the contract was signed. Spirits are very sensitive to their master's condition, so there's no way they could be happy while their summoning master is in critical condition. Aisha Zelmaya thought with a bit of blame. He must have known all of this very well. But just then Luminous's voice rang out. He asked coldly, "Why should I do that?" Luminous, with an expressionless face, continued, "From using the holy relic to summoning a spirit. Wasn't it all that little girl's choice?" Aisha Zelmaya still hasn't given up. She hurriedly pleaded, "That." But before she could finish, both Luminous and Aisha Zelmaya jumped in surprise. Aisha thought, "This aura." In another place, a pair of feet in white shoes appeared, each step making a rustling sound. A chaotic figure appeared. This person was breathing heavily with each breath. It turned out to be Adli. She appeared with a bruised cheek. Adli remembered her mother's words. "A useless person." Adli recalled the moment of fear when she faced her mother. Adli stammered, "Mother." But in Lady Roland's eyes as she looked at her daughter, there was not a trace of affection, only cold judgment. Adli said with a trembling voice, "Why are you here?" Then, worriedly, she stammered, That's right, Mother. This is the low-level water spirit Nyasa." Adli said expectantly, I finally summoned a spirit." Adli waited expectantly. "I did a good job." Republic of Korea. Before Adli could finish, Lady Roland coldly replied with a loud slap. After hitting her, Lady Roland coldly added salt to Adli's wound. "Why on earth does everyone think you're Her Highness the Princess?" Nias was frightened by the scene before her. She trembled and hid behind Adli's shoulder, listening to Lady Roland say, "If you've summoned that is-spirit or whatever, then shouldn't you be taking advantage of your status as a spirit master to get close to Her Highness the Princess? Lady Rowland's cruel words made Adley tremble in fear, and she could only say, I'm sorry, Mother. But those apologies and efforts could only be met with cold eyes, along with cruel words. You useless thing, from Lady Rowland. Adley wanted to follow her mother's words and go back to get close to Aisha Z. Elmer. But Adley's hand couldn't help but clench. She thought worriedly, but I can't go back like this. Adley thought, I feel like I can't control the holy relic anymore. I'm about to say goodbye to Nia. Adley hurriedly lifted her dress and walked away, thinking, quick, to that place. Suddenly, a thump was heard. A figure in a robe appeared in front of Adley and said, So you're here. In front of Adley were 3 people in black robes, their faces obscured. The girl in front said, Adley Rowland. Adley, upon seeing them, recognized the person in front. She said in a low voice, The magician who gave me the holy relic. The girl heard that and smiled, saying, You're using the holy relic I gave you quite well, aren't you? A pretty cool little spirit. Adley heard that and stammered, Thank you. But the girl's next words made Adley feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The girl said, How does it feel? The feeling of being revered as a princess. Adley heard that and was startled. She hurriedly explained, That was just a misunderstanding on their part. But after speaking, Adley lowered her head and admitted, That's right. Actually, I could have completely corrected that misunderstanding. Adley closed her eyes tightly and continued to admit, But I didn't. I was too excited because it was the first time I was cheered on like that. Adley shed tears and continued, But it's all useless. If I go back to the ballroom now, where Her Highness the Princess is, I'll have to tell everyone the truth. Adley's next words enraged the girl. Adley said, Because I'm not a real princess, nor a true spirit master. Adley sniffled, wiped her tears, and continued to explain. I lost my mind for a moment. Anyway, I can't get recognition from my mother. But the girl interrupted Adley's words. She said, So what? This statement made Adley freeze. She exclaimed, Huh? The girl continued, You just have to become real. Following this statement was a sound. The mysterious girl said to Adley in a deep voice, Just make it real, accompanied by a sound coming from somewhere. Adley said fearfully, So you want me to act as if it's real? After speaking, Adley turned her face away in a daze and said, No, even if I do that, it won't change anything. Adley's next words enraged the mysterious girl. Adley said, That's just acting. I can't become real. The mysterious girl heard that and shouted angrily, Shut up. The scream startled Adley. She stammered, Go. The voice. But the mysterious girl didn't care. She sighed. Ha, she said. This time I thought it would be fine. But it turned out like this. I was wrong to expect too much. Then the girl pointed her finger at Adley and said, All right. The girl continued, If that's what you wish, my lady, then I will take back the holy relic. That statement made Adley jump. Adley's hand, which was tightly gripping the holy relic, hesitated slightly. This scene made one of the mysterious people sigh. Voo. Then he exclaimed, But it seems we've gathered quite a lot of materials. The mysterious girl heard that and laughed loudly. Ah. The girl continued to laugh loudly. Ah, while Adley bowed her head. The mysterious girl wiped away tears from laughing too much and said sarcastically, How can it be? In such a short time, there are so many feelings, huh? Adley, ashamed, lowered her head and listened to the sarcastic words. What a touching friendship. Then Adley heard the girl say, But my lady, do you know what? The girl took out a staff that was emitting a purple light, making a bang sound. The girl threatened, If you climb too high, trying to reach for things that don't belong to you. The girl said triumphantly. Then the fall will be even more painful. As soon as she finished speaking, a black lightning bolt struck towards Adli, creating a piercing shriek. Adli stood frozen in fear, letting the lightning bolt get closer and closer, creating whoosh sounds. Adli closed her eyes in fear, resigning herself to her fate. Suddenly, a thump was heard, along with the appearance of a pair of legs. The dark lightning bolt collided with a golden shield, creating a loud boom. Adli heard the whoosh sound and worriedly opened her eyes, but was blinded by the sparkling light in front of her. After she could see clearly, Adli exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah!" Aisha summoned a spirit to create a shield which made a shriek sound. Adli, in astonishment, called out the name of the person standing in front of her in a disbelieving voice. "Aisha? Your Highness the Princess." Adli's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Aisha turned back and smiled, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Adli Roland." At this point, Adli was still staring with wide, astonished eyes. Finally, Adli thought to ask why Aisha had come here. She hurriedly asked, "How did you get here?" Aisha quickly replied, "A strange aura reached all the way to where I was standing." After speaking, Aisha called out, "Rimia." Rimia, hearing the command, unleashed a technique that created a boom sound. The blow injured the mysterious girl, causing her to cough and quickly dodge. The mysterious girl saw this and clicked her tongue, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice called, "Adli," accompanied by a boom that caught the mysterious girl's attention. Aisha also paid attention to this call. Aisha saw where the call came from. It turned out to be the three of them: Luminous, Rose Blim, and Chloe Demon. Aisha quickly warned, "No, don't come over here." However, it was too late. A shriek was heard. The mysterious girl had launched an attack towards the three of them, along with the words, "Too late," from the mysterious girl. But surprisingly, Luminous just calmly raised his hand. A whoosh sound was heard, and a shield was created. The mysterious girl saw this and thought angrily, "Damn it." Seeing that the situation was not good, the mysterious girl quickly turned around and ordered, "Retreat." The other two mysterious people heard that and nodded, quickly turning around to run. The three of them disappeared one by one, creating whoosh, whoosh sounds. At this moment, the three of them, Luminous, Rosebream, and Chloe Demon, walked towards Aisha and Adli, making thudding sounds. Rose called out worriedly, "Adli." Rimia also let out a whoosh and retracted her shield. Rose quickly grabbed Adli's shoulder and asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" But Adli just said sadly, "Rose, Chloe." Adli pulled her hand back with a VUU sound, which surprised Rose. Then Adli said softly, I'm not far." Those words made Rose tremble with anger. Then Rose shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" "Huh," which startled Adli. Rose's every question surprised everyone. She shouted, "What holy relic? You know how dangerous that thing is, don't you? Out of nowhere, you got involved with strange people. Luckily, it stopped here. What if you were seriously injured?" Chloe heard that and called out worriedly, "Rose." Suddenly, Adli shouted, "If you don't know anything, then don't talk nonsense," which surprised everyone. Adli couldn't take it anymore. She lowered her head in frustration, crying as she said, How can you understand how much I've struggled just to be loved and accepted?" These words made Aisha think sadly. Then Aisha thought, "She reminds me of that time. In order to receive my mother's love, I desperately tried my best." Looking at Adli reminded Aisha of herself. She thought, but just a small mistake was enough to get scolded and hit. This child is just like I was back then, Aisha said worriedly to Adli. Well, first of all, you need treatment. Miss Adli, please remove the holy relic. In your current condition. But before Aisha could finish, Adli shouted, I don't want to. Then Adli continued, someone who already has great power. How can you understand my humiliation and obsession with spirits? Suddenly, Adli stopped as if she realized something. Adli Kaidian, ooh. Then Adli dashed into the forest, startling Chloe, who could only call out loudly, Adli! Rose, Chloe, and Aisha ran after them, their footsteps thudding along with Rose and Chloe's calls of, Adli, wait for me. Aisha also said worriedly, no, she needs treatment right away. Suddenly, Luminous stood in front of Aisha and said, wait. Then Luminous continued, I have something to ask you, which surprised Aisha. Luminous stood in front of Aisha and said to her, wait. Then he stated his purpose. I have something to ask, which surprised Aisha. But Aisha was even more surprised to hear Luminous's question. He asked, why do you interfere in other people's affairs so much? Aisha heard that and exclaimed in a disbelieving voice, huh? Luminous continued with his argument. He said, I told you earlier, all of this was that child's choice. She was even rude to you, but you still intend to follow her. A gust of wind blew, causing Aisha's hair to fly and bringing Luminous's question closer. He asked, what do you gain from doing this? After a moment of silence, Aisha calmly said, is it necessary? Aisha finished her sentence to Luminous's surprise. Is it necessary to have a reason? Aisha smiled and continued, it's just that someone needs help. Luminous was surprised by what he was hearing. Aisha didn't care and continued, and I can help, so I help. After speaking, Aisha turned on her heel. The friction between the sole of her shoe and the grass carpet created a swish sound. At the same time, Aisha's words rang out. I also want to ask you something. Aisha remembered the scene where Luminous created a shield to protect Zeus and Chloe, so she said, just now you also protected Zeus and Chloe from those magicians. Then Aisha asked a series of questions. What was the reason? Isn't this something that has nothing to do with you? Luminous heard that and quickly explained, that. But before Luminous could finish explaining, Aisha helped him give a reason. You did it because you could help, right? Aisha continued to state a reason that Luminous found hard to admit. That was a very dangerous situation, and you have the ability to help others. Then Aisha smiled and continued, I'm the same. This is my choice. Aisha had completely stated the reason for her actions. There's no big reason here. Aisha explained, it's not because I want to become a great senses or anything. After talking with Luminous, Aisha wanted to go into the forest to find Adli. She turned towards the forest and wondered, but which way should I go now? Aisha looked into the distance, deep in thought. The Blim mansion is too big. I can't check it all at once. First, I should go inside the palace. Just then, Luminous called out to Aisha. Wait, which annoyed her. She thought angrily. Again, this person. She turned and said to Luminous, what now? But before Aisha could finish her sentence, she was surprised by a flash of yellow light in front of her. It turned out to be a yellow bird flying in the sky, making a whoosh sound. A yellow light emanated from the falling bird feathers. Aisha exclaimed, Supreme light power. Aisha was so surprised that she gaped, thinking, this bird is clearly. When the bird landed, Luminous told Aisha to borrow it. Then Luminous continued, get on it and go find Aisha. Hesitantly, wanting to touch the bird's feathers, she replied, thank you. Aisha gently stroked the bird's feathers. Then Aisha asked it, Rudy, is that right? The bird heard that and nodded in confirmation. Aisha saw that and smiled. After Aisha climbed onto Rudian's back and said, "Let's go." Rudian carried Aisha and soared into the sky. Aisha and Rudy flew across the night sky. The wind blew through Aisha's hair. She thought, actually, just now I used a rhetorical question, as if helping others doesn't necessarily require a reason. Aisha remembered the words she had said to Luminous. It's just that someone needs help, and I can help. So I help. The wind blew whoosh in the high sky, as if to blow away all of Aisha's worries. She thought happily, but helping Adli is entirely due to my own ambition. Aisha remembered herself in her past life. She thought, when I was a princess of Aidenbach, no one reached out to help me. All my relatives despised and mocked me. Aisha thought sadly, I once wished that someone would listen to me, help me, even just once. Then Aisha remembered her family in this life. She thought, but thanks to the help of my current family, I was able to recover from those painful memories. Aisha continued to think, I know very well how I felt at that time. Suddenly, Aisha's eyes widened. She had seen something. Aisha quickly pointed in one direction and said to Rudyong, Rudyong, over there. In her heart, Aisha thought to herself, even if I can't help much, it's okay. Just like what my family did for me. Then Rudy took Aisha and flew off in the direction she pointed. Aisha stepped onto the ground with a thud and thought, I also want to listen to and help Adli. Aisha carried the thought, I want to reach out and help, as she landed on the ground. At this moment, where Adli was standing, she was walking so hastily that she was panting. Adli had only one thought, it's all over. Adli walked with a thud and cried, thinking, I impersonated her, and I even shouted at Her Highness the Princess. Adli thought this and became even sadder. She cried, Hick, hick, hick. Adli thought, the Queen will surely not forgive me. I will be punished. As soon as she thought this, the heel of her shoe broke, causing Adli to scream in pain. Ah! Then Adli lost her footing and fell to the ground with a thud. Adli pressed her face to the ground and sobbed. Hick. She thought worriedly, what will Mother think? Adli clenched her fists, thinking, maybe Mother will abandon me, because I'm useless and only cause trouble. Adli sobbed. Hick. Hoo-hoo, thinking, I really am a child who can't be loved. Just then, a voice came from behind Adli. Oh my, what's wrong? Which startled Adli. It turned out that the partygoers had appeared behind Adli at some point. The crowd grew noisy. Someone asked, what happened? Another person said noisily, she's injured. Hearing this, someone else quickly said, we must call a servant. Many voices rang out, making things seem very chaotic. Suddenly a voice rang out, but isn't that Her Highness the Princess? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the person who had just spoken. Then a man said, what are you talking about? What Her Highness the Princess? That child is the daughter of the Roland family. Someone heard that and asked in disbelief. Huh? But she just summoned a spirit. The whispers made Adli tremble in fear. She thought, what should I do? Adli's hand clenched the holy relic, her ears ringing with the sound of whispers. Adli quickly made a decision in her heart. Now I have to tell the truth. I can't do anything worse. After making the decision, Adli hesitated again. She thought, but I'm scared. Adli closed her eyes tightly and prayed in her heart. Someone please help me. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice rang out. Adli. Adli stopped Fat DY because of that saving voice. A fluttering skirt appeared in front of Adli. The person continued, it's okay. Adli shed tears of emotion. It turned out to be Aisha reaching out to Adli saying, "I will help you." After landing, Aisha said to Rodion, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to get here so quickly." Rodion replied respectfully, "It's nothing, Your Highness." Then Aisha turned her head with a view and looked around, thinking, "So then..." Suddenly a sound of PCA was heard. The people who were talking about Adli became noisy again. They were noisily talking about Rudian. Someone said, "Did you see that just now? That bird must also be a spirit, right?" Another person replied, "Didn't you see it disappear? Of course it's a spirit. It's the first time in my life I've seen a golden bird." Those words made the crowd noisy again. Suddenly, someone said, "To be accompanied by such a large spirit means..." At this moment, everyone realized, could it be? Because that is Her Highness the Princess. Aisha, seeing that everyone had recognized her, smiled and said, "Hello everyone." "Hello everyone." Everyone exhaled in unison and with a swish. They all bowed their heads in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." Suddenly, someone covered their mouth with a fan and said, "So then, what about that girl?" The words made Adli, who was sitting on the ground, jump. Aisha pulled her flowing skirt and walked in front of Adli, making a swish sound that made Adli unconsciously lift her head and say, Princess." Before Adli could finish, Aisha quickly said, "Ah." Then Aisha took Adli's hand and said, "Because I felt that the magic power I transferred to you seemed unstable, I came here." Then Aisha helped Adli stand up and continued, "I know you worked very hard. On an occasion like today, you still went into the forest to practice. But you have to take care of yourself." Aisha's words made the crowd noisy. Whispers emerged. The magic power Her Highness the Princess transferred to her. Others noisily said, "Practicing alone?" The words of the people combined, making the scene noisy again. Adli asked back in a disbelieving voice, Princess Highness?" The Adli was met with Aisha's bright smile and a reminder. Think. At this moment, a young lady voiced her suspicion. So that means Her Highness the Princess personally transferred magic power to this child." Aisha smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. It was I who transferred it." At this moment, Rose and Chloe rushed over and heard Aisha say, "Because I heard that the young ladies often hold gatherings to discuss spirit arts." Aisha's next words surprised Adli. Aisha said, "And it just so happens that there is a young lady with that talent in the territory." Then Aisha continued, "The more spirit masters there are, the better it is for our empire." The people around heard that and wondered, "What? Is that so?" Others exclaimed, "Oh my, how wise the princess is." But another person still didn't believe it and said, "But why was it in the ballroom just now?" Aisha heard that and said softly, "Could it be?" Then Aisha smiled brightly and said, "Is there a problem here?" Which made the whispering people exclaim in fear, "HEC." Everyone quickly agreed with Aisha's words. "What's the problem?" "There's nothing at all. It must have been our mistake." Aisha heard that and smiled brightly. "Ho, ho, ho. Is that so?" Then Aisha continued, "It seems that because I arrived at the ball late, some unfortunate misunderstandings occurred, right?" As soon as Aisha finished speaking, with a whoosh, Rimia was summoned, making everyone exclaim, oh my." After making everyone exclaim, Aisha smiled and said, "Right?" Then Aisha used her hand, which was emitting a golden light, to touch Adli's injured cheek and asked, "Miss Adli?" Adli, moved, shed tears and said with difficulty, "Your Highness the Princess, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Adli said with difficulty, "I'm truly sorry. in the face of Aisha's forgiveness. The misunderstanding was over. Someone said, "Well, then, shall we return to the ballroom?" Then Aisha smiled and shielded Adli, watching the crowd return to the ball while whispering among themselves. That was amazing. Oh ho. As expected of Her Highness the Princess. After everyone left, Aisha turned back. Aisha looked at Adli holding Nias. She called out, "Adli." Adli closed her eyes tightly and replied, "Yes." Aisha smiled understandingly and said, "I know it's very difficult for you. It must be hard to accept having to say goodbye to him right away." Adli looked at Nias flying in her arms and listened to what Aisha said. Spirits are not tools to gain recognition from anyone, but they themselves are very important friends. After a pause, Aisha continued, "So next time, please summon it with your own strength." Adli hugged Nias and cried when she heard Aisha say, "Summon your own spirit." Adli and Nias hugged each other lingeringly. Adli said, "I promise, Nias." Adli promised, "I will try. I will try harder to summon you, with my own strength and will." Then Adli asked Nias, "Can you wait for me a little longer?" Nias heard that and replied happily, "Of course. I will always be by your side, master." Then a clicking sound was heard. The holy relic fell from Adli's hand. Adli said sincerely to Nias, "Although we were only together for a very short time, but I'm truly grateful to you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Nias. See you again." After saying goodbye, Nias disappeared before Adli's stunned eyes. Rose and Chloe silently watched this scene. At this moment, Adli finally noticed the presence of Rose and Chloe. Adli happily ran over and hugged her friends. Aisha watched this scene and smiled happily, thinking, "I'm glad she has friends by her side." It seems Aisha felt her mission was over, so she turned and said, "Rimia, shall we go too?" In Aisha's bedroom, Aisha changed into her nightgown, sat slumped on the chair, stretched and yawned, saying, "Oh my, so much happened today." Du heard that and replied, "Yes, it was a very long day." Then Aisha smiled and said, "But luckily I don't have much muscle pain." Du heard that and quickly showed off his excellent massage service, pounding his fists and saying, "You've worked hard today, master." Aisha, while enjoying it, exclaimed, "Ego, this feels so good." Suddenly, Aisha saw the holy relic on the table. After a moment of silence, Aisha suddenly called out, "Du." Then Du stopped and listened to Aisha say, "Perhaps in this life, there is always at least one time we are pushed to our wits' end." Aisha said in a tired voice, "Why do bad people take advantage of us when we are weak?" Du heard that and replied, "I don't know either. Although a world of only light would be very beautiful, but light and darkness always go hand in hand." Aisha replied ambiguously without directly agreeing, "I guess so." Suddenly, Aisha discovered something. She exclaimed, "Oh!" Aisha jumped up and looked at the holy relic, saying, "Why is this thing still emitting black light? Shouldn't it have stopped once Adli took it off?" Suddenly, Luminous appeared behind Aisha. He reached out towards the holy relic and answered Aisha's question. "The negative energies of that child are gathered in here." Luminous's obedient hand erupted with a golden light that shone onto the holy relic. Luminous's appearance surprised Aisha so much that her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Finally, Aisha reacted with a start and jumped up from her chair. Aisha looked at Luminous and thought, a familiar reaction when seeing a spirit. Then, as if nothing happened, he summoned the high-level spirit Rudian. And he can also enter and exit the villa even with a protective magic spell. And most of all, his light power is terrifying. As expected, my guess was right. Aisha looked at Luminous and made a guess in her heart. He is the light spirit king, Luminous. After guessing Luminous's identity, Aisha quickly bowed her head in greeting. Greetings, Your Majesty. Du also quickly bowed and called, Your Majesty. Aisha, while bowing, thought, with such a strong light power and such familiarity, how could I not have recognized him? Moreover, Aisha looked at Du clinging to Luminous's cheek, explaining, Your Majesty, I missed you so much. Aisha thought, he's even younger than I thought. He looks to be about my age. After finishing his greetings with Du, Luminous said to Aisha, At ease. Aisha stood up with a swish and stammered, It's an honor for me. Then Aisha quickly said, I apologize for this afternoon. These words from Aisha surprised Luminous. Aisha obediently said, I did not know you were the Spirit King, so I was rude to you. Aisha continued to explain, I was just so worried that Miss Adley might be in danger, so… Luminous had no intention of blaming her. He said gently, It's all right, because I intentionally hid my aura. Then Luminous shrugged, reached out to Aisha and said, And with this appearance, it's hard for others to recognize me. Suddenly, Luminous asked Aisha, But are you all right? Which made Aisha confused, and she asked back, Luminous slowly walked towards Aisha, the heels of his shoes tapping against the floor. He said, Didn't you use quite a bit of strength? Luminous's hair swayed with a swish. He lowered his eyelashes and said, Right now, your aura is also unstable. Then Luminous reached out and touched Aisha's cheek, causing Aisha to just exclaim, Well. When she came to her senses, Aisha quickly bowed her head to avoid the touch and replied, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Aisha's reaction made Luminous feel confused. Then Aisha stopped and looked up. But, seeing that Luminous was paying attention, Aisha continued to speak. What did you mean when you said the holy relic gathers Lady Adley's negative energy? Hearing this, Luminous explained that it was just as it sounded. The goal of those ancient mages wasn't simply to amplify magical power with the holy relic, but to collect the negative energy of its user. Luminous continued, The spirits are just a means to this end. Luminous's answer was unbelievable to Aisha. She blurted out, That's impossible. Then Aisha became sad, bowing her head and saying, How could they do that to the spirits? Luminous silently watched Aisha's hands, which were slowly clenching into fists. Then Luminous voiced his question. Veen, do you usually care so much about spirits? Aisha was puzzled. Yes? She asked after hearing the question. Luminous continued. When you helped that child earlier, it seemed it wasn't just for her, but also because you were worried about the spirit. Just then, Du's wings flapped gently, creating a soft whirring sound as she flew towards Aisha. Aisha hugged Du and smiled, saying, It's because I grew up with spirits. Aisha recalled the happy moments she spent with Du. She said, When I was tired, when I was sad, and even in moments of joy and happiness. We shared all those emotions together. That's why I'm worried for Lady Adley. And at the same time, I'm worried for Neas, the spirit who shares her feelings. Because spirits are very precious friends. Aisha's words struck a chord with Luminous. Then Aisha asked Luminous, So, Your Majesty the Spirit King, is that why you descended to the mortal world? Hearing this, Luminous nodded in confirmation and said, Almost. It was because I sensed unjust acts aimed at exploiting spirits. Then Luminous slowly continued, and also to meet you. Aisha was surprised to hear that. She asked again, To meet me? Luminous's hair fluttered as he said, You are a very remarkable person. Luminous didn't hesitate to praise Aisha. He said, You're always ready to get involved, even when it's not your business. And you have such affection for spirits. Ordinary people don't worry about spirits to that extent. Thank you for watching and see you again. Then Luminous couldn't help but smile and exclaim, "How interesting. It was the right time to come here." Hearing these comments, Aisha blushed with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a blooming bouquet of flowers appeared in Luminous's hand. He quickly said, "I also apologize for what happened earlier." A gentle breeze rustled by. Along with it was the image of Luminous bowing and explaining, "Because I didn't understand humans. Because I didn't understand you, I misunderstood." Aisha shyly accepted the bouquet and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The leaves rustled against each other, creating a soft sound. Aisha thought to herself, "This is..." Aisha had realized where these flowers came from. She thought, "They're the flowers from the cliff back then. It feels like I'm in a very vivid dream." Aisha looked at Luminous and thought, golden hair and metallic eyes, more beautiful than the stars in the night sky. An incredibly special existence, the spirit king of light, Luminous. Aisha blushed, thinking, to be able to meet him like this. Just this alone might have used up a spirit master's entire lifetime of luck, right? After a moment of silence, Aisha hesitantly asked, "Will you be returning now?" Then Aisha hesitantly made a suggestion. "Can we meet again?" Luminous thought for a moment, then said, "We'll see." Then Luminous closed his eyes, smiled, and said, "This may not be the last time." Hearing this, Aisha gave a satisfied smile and said, "Yes." Aisha continued, "It was an honor to meet you." The next morning, Aisha let out a wistful sigh. Aisha enjoyed her breakfast while reading a book and said, "I've only been here for 3 days and I have to go back tomorrow. What a shame." After speaking, Aisha couldn't help but sigh again. Du also said wistfully, "That's right. Today is also the last day we get to eat the lemon cookies here." Aisha thought of the image of Tyrion, Iris, and Isis calling her name in unison and couldn't help but sigh. Then she continued, "Because this is my first time traveling alone, I can't be away for long. The whole family worries too much." Aisha's mood dropped as she said, "In the end, I still didn't make any new friends. There were just so many things going on." Du focused on eating, making nom-nom sounds while listening to Aisha. But it's a good thing the ladies were able to get along. And it makes sense, since their relationship was already special to begin with. As Du swallowed her food with a gulp, about to call out, "Master," a knock-knock sound was heard. Aisha said, "Come in." A maid appeared, bowed, and said, "Your Highness the Princess, someone is requesting an audience with you." The maid continued, "The young ladies from the Blim, Demant, and Roland houses have just arrived." Hearing this, Aisha said, "Oh my, the young ladies don't know that I'm returning tomorrow, do they?" Then Aisha stood up regretfully and said, PH, though it's a pity, I guess we'll have to meet next time." But Aisha's words were cut off by Du, who shouted, "Wait, master." Du panted, her eyes sparkling. She said, "You can't go back just like this." Du quickly flew over and pushed Aisha from behind, causing the maid to giggle and Aisha to say in confusion. As Du pushed, she said, "Hurry up and go. Quickly now." Aisha, bewildered, could only stammer, "You, Outside the mansion, the three of them, Rose, Chloe, and Adley, heard someone calling. Lady Rose Chloe Adley. It turned out to be Aisha, running so fast her face was flushed. Rose quickly stepped forward with a click of her heels and greeted her. "Your Highness the Princess." Adley also said, "We've already requested an audience. If you set a time, we will come back, so why?" But Aisha just smiled and said, "Because I'm returning to the Imperial Palace tomorrow." Her answer surprised the three of them, and they glanced at each other. Then Rose said, "Your Highness the Princess, if that's the case." Rose smiled happily and said, "We were just about to go into the city." Then Rose made a suggestion. "Would you like to come with us? Are you sure?" In the inner city, people everywhere. Every household was bustling with trade. Someone was playing the violin for money, children were playing. Aisha's eyes widened as she took everything in, unable to help but exclaim, "So this is what the city of the domain feels like. It looks so lively and cheerful." Aisha asked, "Where are we going now?" Adli smiled and replied, "Actually, today we were planning to buy some books needed for our spirit studies." Aisha asked again, "Books related to spirit arts?" Adli shyly replied, "Yes." Rose smiled and said, "The three of us want to try learning more." Hearing the answer, Aisha couldn't help but smile. Rose continued, "Although it's content that your Highness the Princess has already mastered, so it might be a bit boring." But Aisha didn't mind. She clapped her hands together with a pop and said, "That's fine. I'll help you all choose books." Then Aisha made a suggestion. "Oh, right. Also, could you call me Aina like last time? After all, calling me Your Highness the Princess is very inconvenient." Hearing this, Rose puffed out her chest confidently and replied, Of course. This time, we'll protect you so you won't feel inconvenienced anymore." Aisha smiled and replied, "All right then." Then she urged them, "Let's go." Rose, Chloe, and Adli diligently took notes while Aisha lectured. Adli gave Aisha a doll modelled after Do, which made Aisha extremely happy. Suddenly, someone waved at Chloe. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, accompanied by a ghostly face. Everyone looked at the face with a deadpan expression. Only Adli was startled. It turned out to be Rose in costume, trying to prank everyone. In a house, on the table were delicious-looking cakes. Aisha couldn't help but praise after taking a bite. "Freshly baked cake is truly delicious." Rose said with relief, "I'm glad it suits your taste." Aisha voiced her question, "But where is this place?" Then Rose explained, "This is a secret base that the three of us have used together since we were little. It's an old place deep in the forest, so it's not very refined. But we created it all ourselves, and it holds a lot of memories." Aisha said. She thought happily, "They invited me to a place that's so meaningful to them." Aisha ate her cake and thought, "This is so fun." Suddenly, a whisper was heard, "Hey, should we show Her Highness the Princess that thing too?" Hearing this, Aisha thought, "Huh?" Then another person said, "The treasure chest." Aisha ate her cake and thought, Then Azia said, "Ladies, if it's all right, may I summon Do for a moment?" Aisha explained the reason. "Because I want to let Do taste the cake too." Hearing this, Rose immediately replied, "Yes, of course you may." Chloe also said, "It would be our honor." A band of golden light appeared, and with it, Do, holding the hem of her skirt and bowing. "Thank you for summoning me. I am a low-level spirit named Do." This adorable sight made the eyes of all three of them light up. Rose exclaimed, "Oh, my." Adli said happily, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Adli looked at Aisha and said to Do, "Here, Do. This is a freshly baked cake. Would you like some?" Do asked back in a disbelieving tone, "For me? Really?" Suddenly, Adli pursed her lips as if determined to do something. Adli said, Your Highness the Princess." Adli continued, "I am truly sorry for what happened at the ball yesterday." Adli fidgeted with her fingers and continued, "The truth is, because my mother always scolds me." Adli closed her eyes and continued to explain. So I did things I shouldn't have, just because I wanted to be loved more. Furthermore, I couldn't control my emotions and was rude to the princess. Even so, in the end, the princess still helped me. Adli said shyly, I don't know how to repay you. Aisha smiled and thought, that's right, she's only 13 years old. She's still a young girl who can make mistakes. Aisha gently took Adli's hand and said, it's all right, lady. Your apology is enough for me. Then Aisha said, if you try your best but are not recognized and are pushed aside, anyone would feel lonely and hurt. Adli was moved when she heard Aisha say, so you had no choice but to do that. I understand. Adli said in embarrassment, Your Highness the Princess. Aisha laughed shyly. Haha, it was also because the holy relic amplified your negative emotions, my lady. Then Aisha smiled and said, so keep the promise you made to Nias. From now on, don't be tempted anymore, but live by your own strength and will. That is enough to repay me. Aisha continued, moreover, it's because Nias has been protecting you all this time. Adli asked in disbelief, Nias is here. Aisha replied, yes, that's right. Do, while eating her cake, said, that's right. Because a spirit is always by its master's side. Adli smiled with relief and said, ah, thank you so much. After a day of fun, Aisha couldn't help but say, today was so much fun. Then Aisha smiled and said, thank you for taking me around. Rose replied happily, it was our honor. Aisha made a promise. Next time, I will invite you all to the Imperial Palace. You will definitely come then, won't you? Hearing this, Rose replied, really? If you invite us, we would be delighted. Rose said, of course we have to go. Suddenly she stopped and hesitantly continued, because we are. Rose shyly bowed her head and finished the sentence. Friends. Aisha froze when she heard Rose. She could only manage to say, Rose. But Rose continued, we called each other by name, even if it was just by your Highness's other name. The words made Aisha so happy she burst out laughing. Aisha confirmed, yes, we are friends. Then Aisha said her goodbyes. See you next time then. The next morning at the mansion, a maid announced, Your Highness, the luggage is all packed. Aisha replied, thank you. Before leaving, Aisha couldn't help but think, what a shame. Now I really have to leave. Aisha looked at the mansion one last time. Aisha thought to herself, what happened that day truly feels like a dream. The carriage door opened with a clatter. As Aisha stepped up, she thought, Sir Luminous did say it might not be the last time, but in reality it will be very difficult to meet again. Aisha thought, that's right, just meeting him was an honor. Suddenly, Aisha froze. She unexpectedly exclaimed, huh? Aisha's face suddenly turned pale. She said, Republic, what is this? Emily, who was beside her, hurriedly said, Your Highness, what's wrong? Then Emily peered all over the carriage and said, is there something wrong with the carriage? The question surprised Aisha. She thought, huh? What? Emily can't see it. It turned out that the figure of Luminous was sitting in the carriage. After the carriage started moving, Aisha frantically asked Luminous, Sir Luminous, what is the meaning of this? She couldn't help but think, ooh, for such a noble person to be in such a shabby place. Luminous replied, didn't I tell you that I'm interested in you? The unexpected answer made Aisha exclaim in surprise, you. But she only heard Luminous continue, saying, originally, the Spirit Kings have no family, nor do they have friends. but for someone to be able to proudly point to a spirit and say, "This is my friend." Thank you for watching and see you again. Luminous smiled and continued, I want to try being friends with you too. Those words turned Aisha to stone. She stammered, Fa. Finally, Aisha shouted, Friends? Suddenly, from the trees along the road, a rustling sound was heard. A figure appeared saying, Oh, hello there. A mysterious figure appeared from behind a tree and said, Because of that person, I had to return in failure this time. More mysterious figures appeared from behind. That person continued, How could I have expected that Her Highness the Princess would interfere to this extent? The mysterious person sighed, raised a hand to touch their hat, making a rustling sound, and said, It was a lot of hard work to get here. A loud bang rang out. It turned out that the mysterious person was Marianne. She said, It's true, the Elmira royal family and I don't get along at all. Marianne watched Aisha's carriage and said, Aisha di Elmir. Then Marianne gave a sinister smile. Marianne continued, I truly hope we can meet again next time. Inside the carriage, Luminous made a suggestion. From now on, just call me Luminous. Aisha asked back in surprise. Me? How could I dare? The carriage wheels rumbled along the dirt road, making a clunking sound. Inside the carriage, Aisha's voice was heard. So... With a surprised look on her face, Aisha placed a hand on her chest and asked, You mean, because you want to be friends with me, you'll return to the Imperial Palace with me? Opposite her, Luminous sat with his legs crossed and replied softly, I didn't say I would go to the Imperial Palace. However, if the path you take leads to the Imperial Palace, then perhaps it must be so. After finishing his words, Luminous smiled and continued, Because I've decided to be your friend. Hearing this, a tense expression appeared on Aisha's face. Amidst the pounding of her heart, thump, growing louder, Aisha thought to herself, Yep, I'm sure of it now. This person has no common sense about the human world. Thinking this, Aisha broke into a sweat. She worriedly wondered, What do I do now? How can I possibly explain to my family that this is Sir Luminous? My parents gave me this trip as a birthday present. After having a great time, I come back with a strange guy in tow. Oh my God. Thinking this, Aisha couldn't help but imagine the image of Isis lying on a sickbed, a lost look on his face. Smiling as he muttered, Aisha came back with a strange guy. After speaking, blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Veen, who was beside him, would frantically shout, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Empress Iris would also panic, her heart breaking as she said, What? Our Aisha was with a strange boy on her holiday. Emperor Tyrion would coldly draw his sword, his face filled with killing intent, and say, Bring that boy before me immediately. Imagining this, Aisha became even more frantic and thought, I'm doomed. This can't happen. Then Aisha shouted, and quickly said, Friends don't have to stick together all the time. Friends have their own separate lives. Hearing this, Luminous asked in surprise, Separate lives? Aisha smiled and replied, Yes, separate lives. Luminous said, Is that so? Then he exclaimed in his thoughts, Humans are so complicated. Then Luminous asked again, So what should I do? Hearing that, Aisha's tears streamed down as she replied, Yes. After replying, she thought helplessly, The Spirit King is too pure, isn't he? Luminous silently watched Aisha for a moment. Then he asked again, If I want to be with you, what should I do? Hearing this question, Aisha was stunned. 2 rosy clouds gradually appeared on her cheeks. A second later, Aisha coughed lightly twice and said, "Visiting occasionally is wonderful, isn't it? Ah, and it would be even better if your identity was clear." After saying that, she thought, "Because I'm a princess after all." Luminous nodded and said, "I understand. Then I will create an identity in the human world, and then come find you." Hearing these words, Aisha showed a look of doubt. But at that moment, a knocking sound was heard from outside. Knock, knock. The carriage door opened. A group of people bowed and said, "Your Highness the Princess, we have arrived at the capital's gate. And right in front is—" Hearing the people's words, Aisha happily asked, "What?" "My brother has arrived." Aisha was extremely excited, lifting her skirt and stepping down from the carriage. As she walked, she muttered, "My brother is so busy, but he still managed to arrange his work to come pick me up. I must hurry and see him." Seeing Aisha's appearance, Luminous curiously asked, "You seem very excited." Aisha quickly replied, My older brother came to pick me up. I want to go see him quickly." Hearing this, Luminous's expression became slightly pensive. A moment later, he asked again, "Is that person important to you?" Aisha immediately froze and smiled. She casually replied, "Of course. My brother is a very, very important person to me. No one can replace him." Luminous hummed, At this moment, Aisha said again, "Then please excuse my rudeness for a moment." After saying that, Aisha immediately stepped down from the carriage, looked in one direction, and paused for a moment. A radiant smile appeared on her beautiful face. Aisha called out, "Brother!" Isis, who had just ridden up on his horse, was also surprised to hear the call. Then he happily jumped off his horse and shouted, "Aisha!" He embraced his little sister's small body. Isis asked caringly, "Are you well?" Aisha replied and asked at the same time, "Yes, and you, brother?" Isis said, "Of course I'm fine. It seems the South agrees with you. You look so much healthier." Aisha said happily, "That place is wonderful, brother. I wish I could go to the South with you someday." Isis immediately laughed and said, "Haha, as soon as I have free time, I'll go with you. Now let's get on the carriage and go back to the palace." After saying that, Isis proactively walked towards the carriage. Seeing this scene, Aisha's body stiffened. She thought in panic, Oh, Sir Luminous is in the carriage." At that moment, Isis turned his head and urged, "Let's go quickly, sister. Father and mother are waiting for you." Aisha followed her brother, her heart still restless as she thought, "Will it be okay? After all, other people can't see Sir Luminous right now." Suddenly Isis froze. Aisha looked up in confusion. She only heard Isis call out softly, "Aisha." Aisha's face immediately became flustered. Isis's voice continued, "Who is this gentleman?" The surroundings seemed to freeze. The entire space was filled with doubt. There was also a feeling called the calm before the storm. Aisha thought in astonishment, "Oh no, brother, you can see Sir Luminous? Why did he reveal his true form?" Thinking this, Aisha asked tentatively, What gentleman? What are you talking about?" Isis cut her off. "No." His eyes gradually turned cold. Isis looked at Luminous and said, "I will hear the answer from this gentleman." Hearing this, Luminous fell silent. Isis remained silent, looking over, waiting for an answer. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Aisha rushed to stand between them and cried out, "Brother! Brother! I'll explain. This person is Lu." Seeing Aisha stammer, Isis asked doubtfully, "Lu?" Aisha quickly said, "It's Sir Lu. Sir Lu. For some reason I was sharing a carriage with him. Sir Lu is definitely not a bad person, so please don't worry. After speaking, Aisha wondered to herself, is that explanation lacking? Sensing the unchanged atmosphere, Aisha cried inwardly, I think it's lacking by quite a lot. At this moment, Isis suddenly called out, Aisha. Hearing this one call, Aisha's body tensed as she answered. Then she thought with apprehension, could it be that I'm going to be exposed? This won't do. Not only do I not have the confidence to explain Sir Luminous's desire to befriend humans, but I might even cause the continent to shake. Thinking this, Aisha almost cried. Isis whispered, could it be? It must be. Love at first sight. Hearing that, Aisha asked, stunned. Huh? Then she only saw Isis say tearfully, after fate arranged for you two to meet at a party, you promised each other a future. Then, to get permission to marry, you took a carriage back to the imperial palace together. Seeing her brother's state, Aisha asked in alarm. Huh? What are you talking about? Isis said again. If you're not given permission, you'll elope, following the call of your hearts, right? Aisha exclaimed, even more alarmed. That's not it, brother. Isis seemed not to hear. He continued to advise. You can't. Aisha, you're still too young. You're not of marriageable age yet. Aisha cried out in helplessness. Oh my God. I told you that's not it. Brother. At that moment, inside the carriage, Luminous observed for a while, and suddenly smiled. He said softly, I am Luminous. A single sentence made both siblings stop in their tracks. Isis turned his head and asked, What? Luminous? You're not joking, are you? Luminous smiled and said, If you are a believer, then you understand, don't you? Isis asked again, You mean the priest of light? Luminous replied, You could say that. Aisha was a little surprised. She looked at Luminous and thought to herself, so that's what he meant by creating an identity. It's true that the easiest human identity the god of light could create is that of a priest. Over here, Isis said again, Judging by your demeanor, you're probably not an ordinary priest. Hearing that, Aisha thought to herself, What the heck is an ordinary priest? This person is the master of the entire temple. At this moment, Isis turned to ask Aisha again, Aisha, how did you get to know this person? Aisha stammered in reply, Well, the thing is, after finishing my trip, I was on my way back when he wanted to go to the temple, so I gave him a ride. Isis asked, Weren't there other carriages? Aisha replied again, But we invited a guest. And besides, since we are fellow believers who worship the God of light, we must treat him with respect. While talking, the two siblings had already sat down in the carriage. Isis said again, Are you planning to just sit there? Luminous asked back, And what if I am? Isis said, I will have another carriage prepared for you so you can ride in a different one. It's more comfortable to travel alone. Luminous said, I don't want to. I also want to talk to the senses. After just a few sentences, the atmosphere in the carriage was once again filled with a burning smell. It felt as if lightning was flashing between the two of them. Aisha immediately felt helpless and shed silent tears. After a moment of standoff, Isis opened the door. He stuck his head out and shouted, To the Temple of Light in the capital, quickly. The driver immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness. Then Isis closed the door, sat back down, and said, Aisha said she would take you to the temple, so we will head there first, because I cannot be disrespectful to a guest. Aisha silently sighed. Sigh. Then she thought, a priest who speaks informally to the crown prince. An older brother who speaks informally to Sir Luminous, aka the God of Light. Aisha cried silently and asked, will we be able to reach the temple safely? The low-level spirit Du immediately replied, Haha, it's like going on a picnic. After an unknown amount of time, a palace appeared in view. Aisha felt lucky and thought, the temple. We're finally here. I thought I was going to suffocate and die. Aisha's helpless face was reflected in the window. She turned her head slightly to glance back. She immediately saw Isis with a gloomy expression, forcing a smile as he asked, Are we here? Get out. Get out quickly. Aisha immediately felt helpless and thought to herself, Listen to him talk. Luminous smiled and said, See you later. Aisha replied in surprise, Ah, yes. Then she called out again, Sir Lu. But by this time, Luminous had already stepped out of the carriage and was walking straight towards the temple. Hearing the footsteps, the carriage driver thought in astonishment, Where did he come from? Then he exclaimed, The carriage driver looked at Luminous, then looked back into the carriage, his head continuously turning back and forth, not knowing what to do. Looking through the window, Aisha worriedly wondered, It'll be fine, right? At this moment, Isis called out, Aisha then sighed. Turning his head to look into his sister's eyes, Isis continued, I'm sorry for the unnecessary misunderstanding just now. But Aisha, even if he's someone who worships the same God as us, letting a stranger you've just met into the carriage like this is an extremely dangerous thing to do. There will also be people who target you, the princess. Thank you for watching. At this point, Isis emphasized, especially men, you have to stay far away from them for me. Hearing this, Aisha forced a laugh and said, You're so... Isis said seriously, I'm serious. And that priest from earlier didn't seem normal at all. Suddenly meeting someone like that on the road is highly suspicious. Aisha's gaze paused when she heard those words. She thought with emotion, He's genuinely worried about me. Thank you for watching. Then Aisha immediately said, I'm sorry for making you worry, brother. But on the way, Sir Lu and I talked for a long time. I think he's a good person. Isis asked, Really? Aisha replied, Really? Isis said again, But you could still be in danger, you know? Swear on the honor of the God of Light that you won't get close to that person again. Hearing that, Aisha's mouth dropped open in astonishment. In her heart, she laughed and said, Who would swear to the God of Light about something concerning the God of Light? This is truly not the most hilarious thing, just more hilarious. The carriage rolled on again. Aisha's voice was heard. I don't want to. Isis asked. Why not? You do like him, don't you? Aisha sighed and said, Sigh. I already said that's not it. In the imperial palace, standing next to Empress Iris, King Tyrion looked ahead in astonishment and said, Aisha this. Looking at the huge gift boxes stacked up into a small mountain in front of him, King Tyrion asked, What are all these things? Aisha spread her arms wide and said, What else could they be? They're my travel gifts. After speaking, Aisha's heart was filled with pride as she thought, These are all gifts I bought with the money meant to maintain my dignity. Should I call this a small revenge on the family who gave me a huge gift on my birthday? Thank you for watching and see you again. Isis walked to Aisha's side, scratched his head, and said with some resignation, Aisha, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but this pile is a bit much, isn't it? Aisha said in surprise. Is that so? But while I was traveling, I kept thinking of my family and just kept picking things out. At this moment, King Tyrion leaned down slightly, looked at a teacup and said to Empress Aerith, But this teacup, it looks like you, doesn't it? Empress Iris looked back and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, is that true?" Aisha immediately said, "That's right. I thought of you, mother, so I chose it. There are also gifts for father and brother that I picked whenever I thought of you too." Following Aisha's words, King Tyrion and Isis each put on their gifts. A gold badge with a sea blue stone for King Tyrion and a jade green scarf for Isis. Both looked pleased as they put them on. Only King Tyrion was heard saying, "Aisha, you are truly an adorable child." Isis also said, "Aisha, you didn't stop thinking about us even while traveling." Hearing this, Aisha said happily, "Ah, and also, I made a lot of new friends. I bought these gifts with them too." Isis asked in surprise, "Friends?" Aisha smiled and replied, "Yes." Then, in Aisha's mind, the images of Rose, Chloe, and Adley appeared one by one, along with her assessments. A friend with vibrant red energy, a very thoughtful friend, and also, thinking this, Aisha paused for a moment and muttered, "A friend I want to cheer for." Suddenly, a "huh" sounded by her ear. Aisha immediately flusteredly said, "They are all good friends. At the upcoming ball, I will invite them to attend and gradually introduce them to everyone." The three of them quietly and affectionately looked at Aisha. A moment later, Empress Iris said, "All right, since they are Aisha's friends, they must all be good people. We have heard about what happened at the Blim Ball." Hearing these words, Aisha was immediately stunned. Then she thought, "That's right. They are the ones who worry about my safety more than anyone. How could they not know about such a major incident?" While Aisha was thinking, Empress Iris spoke again. "You must have been very frightened, but you still handled the situation very well. You became friends with that child, didn't you?" Aisha replied, "Yes, for some reason I was concerned and wanted to help that friend. As a princess, I should have handled this matter according to the proper rules of the imperial palace. I apologize." Hearing this, King Tyrion immediately said, "If it's about that, you don't have to worry. The words and actions of you, the princess, are the rules of this imperial palace." Isis also said, "That's right, Aisha. You are intelligent and kind. I'm sure you will make the right choice. If you consider that girl your friend, then I will also consider her your friend. Above all, as long as you are not hurt, that is all that matters." Hearing these words filled with indulgence and love, Aisha was moved and called out, "Father, brother." At this moment, Empress Iris also stepped forward and said, "Sometimes, those who know how to be gently tolerant will also be the ones steadfast enough to know how to overcome adversity." Arriving in front of Aisha, Empress Iris smiled gently and said, "Aisha, it turns out you have realized this." Following behind the Empress, King Tyrion also said, "I am very happy that you learned valuable lessons on this trip. To us, this is the most meaningful gift." Isis smiled and said, "Aisha, congratulations on completing the first trip of your life safely." Aisha smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I'm back." An unknown amount of time later, at the Imperial Palace, in her room, Aisha sat at her desk. Her hand tapped on the table surface as she thought to herself, "It's been several weeks since I returned from my trip. Time has passed, and we are now deep into summer. The meaning of this is one of the 4 great events of the Elmira Empire. The summer solstice festival is drawing nearer. The summer solstice is the day with the longest period of sunlight in the year, and it is also a day that the people of the empire hold in high regard. Just as the people here worship the god of light, this year's summer solstice event is planning to invite the priests. The entire event is being handled by my mother, while the task of receiving the priests has been assigned to me." Holding a paper filled with dense text in her hand, Aisha flipped it to the other side. As she read, she thought, "I heard that a renowned priest has recently appeared. who might become the next high priest, or perhaps even the Pope. Just because of that rumor, I cancelled all my original plans and decided to invite the priests of light, including that priest. Aisha thought absent-mindedly. A candidate for the position of Pope. Just how immense must that person's holy power be? Holding the stack of papers in her hand, Aisha suddenly froze and silently exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Lou. This name." Aisha thought back to that day, when Luminous had said, "In that case, I'll just have to create a new identity in the human world. If I say I'm a believer, will you understand? See you later." As if she had a suspicion, Aisha said to herself, could it be? That priest. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the window. Knock, knock. Aisha immediately looked out. Outside the window, a young man with golden eyes and hair remained in the same posture. Seeing Aisha look out, Luminous immediately responded with a smile. Aisha was astonished. "Sir Luminous." Luminous maintained his posture standing outside the window. Aisha, in a state of extreme shock, looked out. Unable to believe her eyes, Aisha thought to herself, This is the third floor. No, wait, is he just going to appear so suddenly in the princess's palace like this?" Thinking this, Aisha glanced inside. She saw that none of the court ladies were looking in this direction. Aisha immediately called out, "Ahem." Waiting for the court ladies to turn around, she continued, "Ah, I want to be alone for a while." Hearing this, the court ladies all showed expressions of surprise. A court lady asked with a look of confusion, "Yes?" Aisha tried to hide her embarrassment and said, "Oh, well, I have something I want to think about alone. Everyone, please step out for a bit. Wait until I call you back in." Hearing this, the court lady was silent for a moment before replying, "We understand, Your Highness the Princes. Then we will wait outside. Please call us when you need us." After speaking, the court lady went out and closed the door. Aisha smiled and waved goodbye. At this moment, the window suddenly opened. Aisha cried out, "Sir Luminous, what brings you here? Moreover, that priest outfit. Could it be that the next high priest is you, Sir Luminous?" Hearing this, Luminous was stunned. He suddenly chuckled to himself, but said nothing. At this moment, Aisha suddenly reacted. She let out a cry, "Ha!" Then she said again, "How rude of me. At first, please come in." Only then did Luminous say, "It's all right. It seems I accidentally startled you." Stepping inside, Luminous asked again, "Are there rumors already?" Aisha replied, "Because I've been made the organizer of that event. I'm currently sorting through the related documents. The list of priests includes the name Rune." Hearing this, Luminous said, "At that time, I demonstrated a little of my light ability." The children jumped up and down. "I have no intention of becoming the high priest, but they insisted so much that I accepted." Aisha asked with some doubt, "The children, you say?" Luminous replied, "It's those priests." Remembering the aged appearances of the priests and the high priest, Aisha thought with some resignation, "Haha, the children is right. To Sir Luminous, they are indeed children." Both of them sat down at the table. Luminous spoke again. "But is this okay?" Aisha placed a teacup in front of Luminous and asked doubtfully, "Yes?" Luminous lifted the teacup and continued, "You said that humans also have their own separate lives, so I'm asking if it's okay for me to visit you once every few weeks." Hearing this, Aisha immediately remembered, and then thought with some surprise, so my all-out effort to persuade him back then was effective after all. Although his sudden visits are a bit startling, it probably takes quite a while to understand the private lives of humans. For now, I'll just be satisfied with this. If not, I can just use an excuse like today. After thinking, Aisha immediately replied, "Yes, it's fine." Then Aisha said with some embarrassment, "Ah, right, I apologize on behalf of my brother for his rudeness in the carriage that day. But why did you use your real form back then?" Hearing these words, Luminous took a sip of tea and was pensive for a moment. Then he said, "Because I was curious." Aisha was immediately stunned. Luminous continued, "At that time, you said that the entity called brother was extremely important, right? I was curious to know what kind of person this entity, so important to you, was." Aisha fell silent, quietly looking at Luminous. After a long while, she said, I see." After speaking, Aisha thought to herself, Again, he keeps saying he's curious about me. And this time, it's even about the person important to me." A rosy blush appeared on Aisha's face as she was still lost in thought. Why? Why do I feel so shy? At that moment, a yawn was suddenly heard. Huh. The spirit Du stretched and asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Oh." Du's voice suddenly stopped. Right after, Du exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" After shouting, Du immediately flew to Luminous's side. Du asked, "When did you arrive? Have you been well?" Oh, what's with the priest outfit? It suits you so well." Seeing Du being so friendly with Luminous, Aisha said in alarm, "Du, acting like that with a stranger." Reaching out to catch Du, Luminous smiled and said, "She looks just like someone a moment ago." A spirit is truly like its master, Aisha flusteredly explained. "Well, that was because Sir Luminous suddenly appeared, and also..." Luminous cut her off. "All right, I know." Aisha asked loudly, "Do you really know?" A moment later, Aisha asked with a surprised expression, "The dream I had wasn't created by you, Sir Luminous?" Luminous also said with confusion, "Casca Valley is very peaceful, so I visit there often. But this is the first time I've heard about a dream. It's also possible that your energy reacted with my energy and created a prophetic dream." Hearing this explanation, Alicia's gaze paused. She asked in surprise, "Is such a thing possible?" Luminous said, "I don't know, but to be precise, the fact that you can see spirits with your naked eye is also very astonishing." Pausing for a moment, Luminous continued, "There's also a story I heard a very long time ago." Hearing this, Aisha asked, "Yes? What kind of story is it?" Luminous fell silent. Meanwhile, Aisha had found some information and looked at the Spirit King with great curiosity. After a long while, Luminous suddenly said, "I should probably go." Aisha froze on the spot and asked, "Huh?" At this moment, a voice was heard from outside. "Why are you all standing outside instead of being with Aisha?" Outside, after hearing Isis's question, the court ladies hurriedly replied, "Her Highness the Princess said she wanted to be alone." "Yes, so we are waiting here. Just standing around, killing time." Hearing the conversation outside the door, Aisha silently cried out, "Brother!" At this moment, Isis's worried voice was heard again. "What? It's not that something has happened, is it?" Then the court lady's reply was heard. "It doesn't seem to be the case." Luminous stood up and said, "I should probably go, right?" Aisha said with some embarrassment, that. At this point, Aisha thought again. A spirit king is different from a low-level spirit. Even when not manifested, they won't be half transparent, so it's very difficult to distinguish. But now I can distinguish clearly. Sensing the energy that Luminous was emitting, Aisha thought to herself, because even when not visible, a spirit king still radiates an extremely powerful spirit energy. Aisha glanced at the door and thought to herself, so in his current state, my brother won't notice. but I'm too timid to host both of them at the same time. Thinking this, Aisha bowed and said, I'm so sorry. Luminous said, It's all right. Today's tea party was very enjoyable. I'm leaving now. At this moment, a knock was heard at the door. Knock, knock, and at the same time, Isis's voice was also heard, Aisha. Aisha immediately replied, yes, please come in, brother. Isis opened the door and asked Aisha, Is something wrong? Why did you want to be alone? Aisha replied, It's nothing, brother. I just wanted some quiet time to think about the summer solstice ball. As Aisha was explaining, Isis looked over at the table and was silent for a moment. Then he called out, Aisha? Aisha jumped and replied, Yes. Isis still looked at the teacup and asked, Was someone here? Aisha stammered, I was having tea with Dew. I sometimes have tea with Dew like this. Right, Dew? At that moment, Dew was hugging a cake and nibbling on it. Hearing Aisha's question, she immediately nodded her head repeatedly. Isis remained silent, looking at his sister. Aisha forced a smile, sweat dripping down her face. A moment later, Isis said, I see, so that's how it is. You scared me. It's rare for you to be alone. Aisha's head was covered in sweat as she thought to herself, I'm the one who's more scared, brother. I have to understand this brother's perceptiveness. After thinking, Aisha asked again, But is something wrong? Isis replied, Well, we're about to have a meal with father and mother. I happened to finish my sword practice early, so I came to pick you up to go together. Aisha jumped and said, Right, it's already that time. Let's go quickly. The two siblings walked together. Aisha asked again, But do father and mother have something they want to talk about? They are both busy preparing for the summer solstice ball. Yet they are organizing an occasion like this. There must be something important. Isis said, I don't know. Maybe there will be a surprise at the summer solstice ball. Hearing this, Aisha showed a look of doubt. Isis said again, A surprise that you will definitely like. Aisha asked with even more doubt, A surprise that I will like. In the hallway, the steady sound of footsteps echoed. Aisha curiously asked, A surprise that I like? Do you know what it is, brother? Isis replied, That's still a secret. Aisha pouted, glanced at him and said, How mean? Can't you reveal just a little bit? Seeing this expression on Aisha's face, Isis was stunned. Then he immediately put his hand over his face and said, Don't stare at me like that. That look can't break through this line of defense. Aisha thought blankly, Huh? I didn't do anything. Isis smiled and ruffled Aisha's hair, saying, Anyway, you'll find out soon enough. Just wait. Aisha smiled and said, I know. A little later, at the dining table, Aisha pointed at her own face in astonishment and asked, Huh? My debutante ball? King Tyrion replied, That's right. I've decided to hold your debutante ball during this year's summer solstice festival. Aisha's round eyes widened as she thought to herself, A debutante ball? In my previous life as Elisa, I never once had one. At this moment, Empress Iris said, It's about time now. Holding a debutante ball at 14 is also common. King Tyrion continued, This time, I've also put you in charge of the main summer solstice festival. If we hold your debutante ball on that day, you'll shine even brighter. Aisha, what do you think? If you feel too much pressure, we can move it to another day. Hearing this, Aisha hesitated and said, At this moment, in her heart she was thinking, the debutante ball, the place of official introduction to high society, being able to move freely in high society, and being recognized as a semi-adult. So this is an extremely important ceremony for noble ladies. Aisha pursed her lips slightly and continued to think. Since there's no precedent for holding a debutante ball along with the summer solstice festival, it's a bit stressful. But this is the only debutante ball in my life. Aisha made up her mind and said, I'm very happy. Otherwise, I was wondering when my debutante ball would be. To be able to hold it together with the summer solstice festival. I'm extremely looking forward to it. Hearing this, King Tyrion laughed and said, That's a relief. I was worried you might feel pressured. At this moment, Isis turned over and asked in a low voice, I told you it was something wonderful, didn't I? Aisha smiled and replied, This is indeed a surprising gift. King Tyrion spoke again. Ah, that's right. On that day, the priest who is said to be the next high priest will give you his blessing. Aisha showed a stunned expression and asked, Yes? The next high priest? King Tyrion continued. Originally, I intended to have the high priest bless you, but he solemnly declined. He said he is old, and having the priest who is about to begin his new term bless you would be more meaningful and the image would be more beautiful. Empress Iris continued. That person has enough ability to become a saint worthy of a high priest, so the meaning of the blessing will not be lost. Hearing this, Aisha suddenly understood and thought to herself, Ah, so my parents misunderstood and thought I was disappointed because I wasn't blessed by the high priest. Then she thought again, in this empire where the Temple of Light is considered the state religion, there is a blessing ceremony by the priests of light for people in important positions. The higher the status, the higher the rank of the blessing priest. Since I am a princess, of course I would be blessed by the high priest. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the king and queen, Aisha continued to think, so it's not an exaggeration for my parents to think that way. But that next high priest is none other than Sir Luminous. It's not disappointment, but an honor so unreal it's hard to believe. Aisha, out of habit, brought her hand to her mouth to cover her thoughts. Wow, a spirit master like me is going to be personally blessed by the Spirit King at my debutante ball. Aisha giggled to herself. She whispered, I am extremely looking forward to that day. Hearing these words, all three of them suddenly froze. Seeing this, Aisha thought with confusion. Suddenly Isis said, You know what, maybe it would be better to keep the debutante ball a bit of a secret. The nobles of this empire will see Aisha and fall. Head over heels, that would be a lot of trouble. King Tyrion said, Maybe that's true. Empress Iris also said, That's right. Isis has a point. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn serious, Aisha felt a bit resigned and a little angry. She forced a smile and asked, What are you three doing? The atmosphere in front of me has changed, becoming tense under Aisha's smile and words. What are you three doing? I'm sure no one would be interested, you three. Finally, Empress Iris said awkwardly, Right. That's right. Well then, Aisha has agreed. There must be a lot to prepare. We can't do without dresses or parties. Hearing this, Isis also said, I'll lend a hand too. When it comes to Aisha, I can proudly say I know her best. Empress Iris laughed and said, Oh my, don't underestimate a mother's intuition. Hearing the two of them talking and laughing, Aisha smiled. At this moment, a whisper was heard, Master, Master. When Aisha looked over, Du was still whispering, I know the master very well too, you know. Hearing this, Aisha snorted with laughter. Then she whispered back, Of course, I know that too. After speaking, Aisha said again, Du, there's something. I'm so looking forward to the debutante ball. A while later, on the green grassy carpet, two pairs of feet stepped across. The image of the siblings Isis and Aisha was reflected on the lake's surface. At this moment, Aisha said, "Thank you for taking me all the way to the princess's palace, and for taking the time to have dinner tonight." Isis paused his gaze. He said softly, "I also have something to say about what happened back then." Hearing this, Aisha was immediately surprised. She paused for a moment before saying, "Yes." A while later, Aji's voice was heard again. "So, that holy relic originated from Edinburgh?" Isis replied, "It's not certain. What is certain is that, unlike in Elmer where it is completely banned, the holy relic is still being secretly circulated in Edinburgh. Also, the spirit art classes conducted in the shared territory were taught by teachers invited from Edinburgh. Based on these two pieces of information, the origin of that thing can only be Edinburgh." After hearing Isis, Aisha immediately understood. Her eyes welled up with tears as she said softly, "I see." Isis said again, "As I expected, Aisha. Returning to a few weeks ago, upon returning to the imperial palace after the trip, as the two were walking behind the king and queen, Aisha suddenly called out, 'Ah, brother!' Isis turned his head to look. Coincidentally, he saw Aisha glance towards the guards. Isis gave a nod of his chin. The guard bowed his head slightly, acknowledging the order to withdraw. When only the two siblings remained, Aisha said, "I have a favor to ask of you, brother." Isis asked doubtfully, "A favor?" Aisha took out the holy relic and said, "Actually, during this trip." At this point, Aisha suddenly stopped, looking at the relic in her palm. She gave it to Isis before saying, "No matter how I think about it, it seems someone intended to gather Adli's negative energy into this holy relic. Although, I don't know what that person intended to use this for." Isis gritted his teeth and said, "It's definitely for no good purpose." Aisha replied, "Yes, anyway, according to my intuition, this incident seems to be related to Edinburgh." Isis nodded. Then he said, "I know. I'll have someone investigate the origin of this holy relic in more detail." Back to the present, Isis continued, "But there is one person who can verify this prediction." Aisha clutched the holy relic in her hand and said, "Yes, I must invite Adli to this year's summer solstice ball." Aisha said, "I will definitely invite Adli to this party." After speaking, Aisha thought again. It can be confirmed that Eden Rose was the one who gave the holy relic, and is also the party involved in that case. Her thoughts ended and Aisha continued, "Anyway, I was planning to invite my friends to this party. Later, when I return to the princess's quarters, I will write invitation cards for Rose and Chloe." Isis agreed, saying, If this is a debut, then that's a reasonable excuse." Aisha continued, "And also I have another favor to ask of you. Even if Adli's testimony can clarify the connection between this case and Eden Hazard, I hope you can keep it a secret." Aziz nodded and said, "You don't want to make this case public, right? If so, that child will inevitably have to take responsibility for using the holy relic." Aisha replied, "Yes, I think that's too much for a 13-year-old girl. And most importantly, I hope Eden Hazard will let their guard down." Aisha understood clearly and thought, in reality, the peace treaty between Edinburgh and Elmira was broken after the Spring Festival poisoning incident. Even so, staying silent and continuing to maintain this peace treaty, although said to be for the people of the Empire, but I am waiting for Edinburgh to reveal that arrogant claw. Aisha thought with a serious face, I must act more carefully to know exactly what they want to do. Looking at Aisha's expression, Isis's eyes narrowed, a look of worry in them. Suddenly Isis said, "I've said this to you before, haven't I? That sometimes I feel you're more mature than me." Aisha looked over in surprise. Again she heard Isis continue, "When I realized it wasn't just a feeling, I understood better. After all, you're 14 years old now. So it's understandable that you're more mature than you were then. Hearing Aisha laughed and said, "After all, this is my second life." Isis said solemnly, "That was the last time Elisa Denabender lived at the age of 14. Aisha, no matter what Eden Hazard wants to do, I will always be your 15th year. No, I will definitely protect you for a lifetime. Whatever the cost." Aisha stared blankly, stunned at her brother. After a long while, she said, Besides the Holy Relic incident, is there anything else you want to talk about?" Hearing this, Isis froze. Waiting, he bowed his head and said, "No, there's nothing else. Thank you." Then Isis stood up and said, "Let's go back now, Aisha. It's late." Aisha was stunned once more. She silently watched Isis's back as he walked away. In her heart, she thought, "Brother, do you know? You are the one who understands me best, and I am the one who understands you best." After that day, Luminous would occasionally visit me. Each time, I would tell the maids that I wanted to be alone and ask them to leave. I also often spent time talking with Luminous. Outside the room, two court ladies whispered something into each other's hands. Inside the room, a voice was heard. "Is that so?" A hand reached out and pulled the curtain shut. The voice was heard again. "Strange rumors have started to spread again," the head maid said with a serious face. "Definitely." The wet nurse also said with a serious face, "That's right, it's certain now." Then they both let out a sigh, both looking a little worried. The head maid said, "The princess always wants to be alone." The wet nurse said, "Her expression is always dazed and thoughtful." Remembering Aisha's unprecedented appearance, the wet nurse continued, "And she often looks out the window with a hopeful gaze." Remembering Aisha with a sullen face saying, "I want to be alone," the head maid said, "Our princess." The wet nurse continued, "She has clearly reached puberty." At this moment, the room door was flung open. Aisha, holding a book, walked in with Lena. The head maid and the wet nurse immediately scattered. Aisha blinked her eyes in confusion. Then she asked, "What were you two talking about?" The wet nurse and the head maid were immediately startled. The wet nurse said, "It's nothing." The head maid also said, "Yes, we were just discussing the princess's debutante party." A while later, while Aisha was looking at some documents, the head maid called out, Princess." Aisha replied in confusion, The head maid, holding a teapot in her hand, asked in a low voice, "Is the princess not planning to be alone today?" Today it was Aisha's turn to be flustered. "Huh? Let's see. I don't know either." "But why?" While answering, Aisha thought, "Luminous always appears unexpectedly." The head maid said, "Usually, at the princess's age, one always wants to have some time alone." The wet nurse continued, "Of course, you've all been through that period, right? Head maid?" The head maid immediately replied, "Yes, that is an inevitable process. On the contrary, if one doesn't go through that period, it's more worrying." After hearing the two of them, Aisha suddenly felt confused. She asked, "What are you all talking about? The inevitable process, that period. What is that?" The two replied, "The fact that the princess wants to be alone, always feels restless, and often thinks about many things. That is called puberty." Hearing this, Aisha jumped and shouted, Puberty?" After finishing, Aisha broke into a sweat and thought, "Oh my God, I didn't expect that lying to meet Luminous would cause such a misunderstanding." Understanding the reason, Aisha raised her hand and said, "I think everyone has misunderstood something. I'm not going through puberty at all." The wet nurse replied, "Ah, yes." The head maid also said, "I see." But looking at their expressions, Aisha immediately thought, why are they reacting like that? We know the princess is just shy. So, at this moment from outside the room, the sound of footsteps, thud, thud, was heard, along with a clamour. A second later, the room door was thrown open. King Tyrion, along with Empress Iris and Isis, rushed in, calling out, "Aisha!" Seeing the three of them, Aisha asked in alarm, "Brother, father, mother, what's wrong with everyone?" King Tyrion asked Aisha, "Could it be you?" Aisha's face turned pale. She raised her hand and said, "It's not that. I am not in puberty." Isis said, "All right, I believe you." Empress Iris also said, "Our Aisha has really grown up." Asia asked again, resigned, "No. Could it be that everyone came all this way just for that?" After speaking, Aisha thought again, "You all don't believe me at all." Suddenly, Aisha turned sharply to look at Lena and asked, "Lena, do you think I'm going through puberty?" Lena's heart skipped a beat, and she stammered, no, I don't." Then she said in a low voice, "I thought I was the only one who thought the princess had reached puberty." Aisha was completely helpless and said, "No, seriously." Then she shouted loudly, "I'm really not going through puberty. This is all Luminous's fault." Somewhere else, Luminous suddenly turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. On the table now were displayed luxurious and beautiful makeup items. Suddenly someone said, "So beautiful." It turned out to be the maids praising Aisha. She tried on a blue dress with a unique design. The flared back combined with a high side ponytail made her look both energetic and gentle and lovely. Someone introduced it as the most fashionable summer design in high society today. Then she changed into the second dress, a pink one with a long, layered, fluffy design. The off-the-shoulder style combined with white gloves and a classic hairstyle made her look gentle and feminine, yet no less elegant. Someone praised the classic pink dress as being very splendid. Her two maids fought over choosing clothes for her. One said, "If she wears the pink dress for her debut in noble society, wouldn't it be beautiful?" Imagining that scene is truly beautiful. As she spoke, her body seemed to radiate flames. The other person also refused to back down, her eyes widening as she said, "Yes, it is very beautiful. But try looking at this green dress. It exudes the noble and lovely charm of Princess Aisha. Isn't it a much better fit?" The two went back and forth, as if thunder was rumbling between them, causing the designer standing in the middle to sweat like rain. The two of them turned their eyes to ask Aisha, "What do you think, princess?" Aisha thought to herself, "Yesterday everything was going so well. How did it come to this? Them fighting because of me? They are both so scary." Aisha said with difficulty, "Let's take a little break. I'm a bit tired from trying on outfits for hours." The two replied, "Yes." The two still turned to argue with each other. "But I still think this green dress is the most beautiful." Aisha sat to one side and sighed, thinking, "It's so hard to choose a suitable outfit. It's like I'm choosing between the two of them." The sound of their argument grew louder. "Of course, if the princess wears that green dress, she'll look very beautiful. But look at this pink dress." Lena carried a tray with a teacup and said to Aisha, "I will bring you some iced tea now." She smiled and replied, "Ah, thank you, Lena." Lena continued, "Also, the original child asked Elena what she said." She bowed down. Inside the tray holding the cup were letters. Lena said, "Lady Jules Blaine and Lady Chloe de Mung have sent letters. And there is also a letter from Lady Adley Rowland." Aisha asked in surprise. A letter? She casually picked up a letter to look at it. It was Rose's letter, which read, "Hello, Princess Aisha, this is Rose. How are you? I was very happy to receive your invitation to the upcoming summer party." Aisha giggled as she read, thinking to herself, "Hee hee, Lady Rose is so cute. Her handwriting is also round, just like her in real life." Then she continued reading the rest of the content, which said, "This time I have decided to stay at Lady Chloe's mansion and attend Her Highness the Princess's debutante ceremony. You must be feeling very nervous until then, right? I hope we will see each other again soon. Please remember to take care of your health. Your Highness the Princess. By the way, I also want to have my debutante ceremony as soon as possible. When that time comes, I will definitely send an invitation to Her Highness the Princess." Next, she read the letter from Princess Chloe Dimon, which read, "To the beautiful shining star of the Omira nation, dear Princess Aisha. Hello, I am Chloe. How are you? After the last social party, I stayed at the mansion of the Marquis's daughter, Bram, for a few days. I am currently on my way to the capital. This is an important debut day for you, so I want to get there quickly to celebrate with you. Don't worry too much. On that day, you will surely be the most beautiful person." She read while smiling and thinking to herself, "Duchess Chloe, she is 1 year older than me, so she probably had her debut last year. She probably wants to give me the best advice." She continued reading. "On that day, I will definitely attend with Lady Rose. It is an honor to be invited by the princess. I will pray for your good health and peace. It will be so much fun when we meet again next time, right?" She finished reading the letter. Then she searched for the last letter, thinking, "The last letter is from Lady Adley." She opened the letter and began to read, "Dear Princess Aisha, how are you? I was so surprised to receive an invitation to the princess's debutante ceremony. This is a letter I am writing with so much joy and happiness. My hands are still trembling as I sit here writing this letter. Ever since that last masquerade ball, I still remember the words the princess said. Although I'm still a little afraid of my mother, I'm not as hasty as before. I also know that Niaz is always by my side, all thanks to the princess." She read up to this point and said to the spirit, "That's great, Lou. It seems Nia is really craving her mother's love for her." Lou replied, "That's right." She continued reading. "Does the princess have something private to talk to me about at the debutante ceremony? Is it about what happened that day? Actually, I also have something to discuss with the princess about the strange things I experienced back then." Aisha said in surprise. "Strange things?" She continued reading the rest, which said, "When we meet, we can talk more. I hope my story will be of some help to Her Highness the Princess. Congratulations on Her Highness the Princess's debutante ceremony. See you on that day." Aisha finished reading, folded the letter and said, "Family, the spirits, friends, and..." At this point she stammered. The spirit Lou didn't understand and said, "Huh?" She continued, "I think this summer party will be more special than any other." The spirit flew close to her and replied, "I think so too. There's also the master's debut and you'll receive blessings and everyone will be there with you." She replied, "Lou, yes. Many people will be with me. That's why this is so special to me. All the priests of the Temple of Light, including the High Priest, will attend this party. This means that in the future, Luminous will exist. He is also the candidate for the next pope, so he will be the one to bless me. It's also good for publicity. I don't know what his intentions are, but if the church expands and benefits the Elmira Empire and my family, I will be very happy to join them." Aisha put down the teacup in her hand and thought to herself, and this will be the best way to attract attention from Aidenbach. She lifted the teacup and took a sip, thinking, I need to be extremely careful. There are still many things to do at this party. While thinking, the wet nurse and the maid burst in from the door. The wet nurse said cheerfully, Now let's look at these dresses. The maid said with an excited face, Your Highness the Princess, are you done resting? The two of them startled Aisha so much that she almost spat out the tea in her mouth. Aisha turned her head with a frightened face. She thought, Oh my God, they're making me choose an outfit again. She suddenly simply said, Hey. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stood up, full of life, and said loudly, All right, making the maids and servant behind her cheer at the sight before them, saying, Yes. Aisha shouted, her determination clear. All right, is it about choosing the most beautiful one among these dresses? Come on everyone, let's go in. I will try my best to choose the most beautiful dress. The matron, along with the enthusiastic officials. The carriages slowly entered the city gates. The magnificent and splendid imperial palace is right before our eyes. At the dining table right now is the emperor of the Elmira Empire. The priest said cheerfully, It is an honor to sit in this position. It is truly an honor that our followers can bless Her Highness the Princess's debutante ceremony. Aisha's father smiled and replied, Thank you for coming. My beloved daughter Aisha is preparing for her upcoming debutante party, so I want to arrange everything to be especially grand for my daughter. Why did you turn to look at Zelma and smile to yourself? Father, you too. Everyone must have been very busy lately. But why did you call the priests like this? Aisha was bewildered when the voice next to her spoke. High priest. I was very surprised to hear that you don't like to bless others. Hearing this, Aisha immediately thought, Me too? Kiri and Zelnia looked over with a cheerful face and then said, But when someone said that he is the candidate for the next pope, I understood. A quick glance at him is enough to know that he is not an ordinary person. Scene change. The incredibly handsome young man with golden hair, Luminous, has also arrived. A thought flashes, and just then the emperor's voice asks, Is your name Rune, right? Weren't you originally a nobleman? The emperor and Luminous looked at each other. After hearing the question, he said, Noble. Hearing this, everyone was alarmed. The priest whispered, This is His Majesty. Luminous smiled and said, I am not a nobleman. Tyrion looked towards Luminous and asked, You weren't originally a nobleman? Luminous paused. No. The high priest, Aisha, and Iris all turned to look with concern. Aisha, with a serious face, said to herself, Could it be? Iris was also tense. He's going to speak informally, like he did that day. The high priest was sweating profusely. This is His Majesty the King. Luminous on this side politely spoke up. I am not a nobleman, Your Majesty. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The high priest and Aisha suddenly met each other's eyes. At the dining table, the two of them laughed. Aisha thought, High priest, it seems you've also suffered quite a bit. Haven't you? Empress Iris looked at them, confused. Tyrion said to Luminous, This isn't a question I should ask a priest who has sworn to leave his worldly past behind, is it? It's just that I was interested because you are very special. And I was rude. Luminous replied, It's all right, Your Majesty. Suddenly Aisha's eyes glanced over. Luminous glanced over Aisha. Isn't it that we always want to know more when we feel interested in something, Your Majesty? Aisha was stunned and thought to herself, Why are you looking at me and saying that? Aisha smiled again at Luminous. It is a great honor for me to receive your blessing at my debut. From now on, I hope you will take care of me, Your Holiness. Lu. As Aisha spoke, she thought to herself, not used to it, 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 not used to it. Luminous, on the other hand, still smiled at her. The honor is all mine. I will do my best. Hearing this, Aisha cheered inwardly. That's great, Sir Luminous. That's it. Suddenly she pondered again. But what happened? Aisha glanced slightly at Luminous. Sir Luminous, that one. Speaking respectfully to a human. And so naturally at that. Aisha thought back to the image of Luminous before, remembering the conversation with her brother. He acted as if he knew nothing about the respectful way humans speak. The high priest looked at Luminous and continued the conversation. Anyway, this is the person who could become the Pope. There is no one more suitable than him to bless the debut of Her Highness the Noble Princess, including myself and all other ordinary priests. Tyrion looked at Luminous. All right, the high priest has spoken. Then I am even more convinced. Empress Iris clapped her hands once. Well then, now let's get to the main point. Let's discuss the summer solstice festival. There are many things to discuss. Through the window frame, everyone chatted together at the dining table. Cut to outside. The sky is a clear blue. The four of them walked together. Iris and Luminous in front. The high priest and Aisha behind. The atmosphere between the two people in front was heavy. Iris glanced at Luminous. You've met me before, haven't you? The two of them were close together. Iris continued. At that time, I felt that your aura was not ordinary. But I didn't expect you to be the candidate for the next high priest. Seeing you today, I'm quite surprised. Luminous closed his eyes and replied, Is that so, Your Majesty? Iris's anger began to rise. He crossed his arms and said to Luminous, Do you have to use such stiff honorifics? I still remember you spoke informally to me once. Luminous still appeared unconcerned. Well then, let's do this. Iris's face was at a loss for words. He couldn't argue with Luminous anymore. He covered his face with his hand and turned away. As you wish. Behind them, Aisha's voice was heard. She looked ahead. Those two seemed to get along really well. The high priest spoke up. It's quite magical, isn't it? Aisha looked up. The high priest's face was affectionate. Luminous's back appeared before his eyes. The next pope suddenly appeared right before Her Highness the Princess's debut. It's as if the gods themselves have sent their blessings to the princess. Aisha laughed. Ah, that's right, she thought to herself. It's not wrong, because that god is the person standing right in front of the high priest. The high priest bowed to look at Aisha. The beautiful Aisha appeared before his eyes. You have grown up so much. The high priest's memories returned to when Aisha was a child, sitting in a white circle. I still remember vividly the day Her Highness the Princess first displayed her divine power, turning the entire temple upside down. The image of Aisha extending her hands to use her power in the high priest's memory. In a flash, she was able to assume the title of the Empire's saints with such dignity. As a priest, I feel so proud that the Elmira Empire has a princess like you. The high priest's gaze was fond. I very much hope to be by your side, watching over you for a little longer. Aisha also looked at him. The high priest continued, But as time goes by, this old body has become heavier. Although it's a pity, it's also good to be able to watch over you from behind. The high priest placed his hand on his chest. I hope that with Sir Lu's blessing, the debut and the princess's future will be as radiant as the morning sun. Aisha's face showed a hint of happiness. All right. Although I have no opinion about the temple using me, the high priest's sincerity is different. Aisha also raised her hand and said, There is nothing more steadfast than having someone always watching over you from behind. From now on, I'm counting on you, high priest. The two of them looked at each other happily. Above, Luminous raised the corner of his eye to the scene. Cut to a room, sparkling with black feet. The candle is still lit. Aisha was sitting at her desk in the dark of night. She was hunched over, her eyes slightly weak and not fully open. Ugh. The words written on the paper were also blurry. Her head was nodding, and she was still saying to herself, "Just this one more thing, then I have to go." Aisha's eyes could no longer resist and closed. Sleep, luminous, from above, reached out to support her chin. He looked surprised and careful in the light. Aisha jumped and looked up. "Sir Luminous," he said, "you're still not asleep, are you?" Aisha's hand rustled the papers on the table. It's because there are still some notes from the daytime conference that I haven't finished organizing." Aisha. Essie ran her hand through her hair, adjusting it. "Sir Luminous, what brings you here at this hour? It's late, and you're not asleep yet." Luminous crossed his arms and leaned against the pillar next to the table. "For spirits, sleep is not a necessity, but a choice. I was passing by and decided to drop in to see you. Because when we met during the day, we didn't have a chance to talk privately." Aisha rubbed her head. She remembered something and said to Luminous, Right. I was so surprised this morning. How could you use human honorifics so fluently?" The candle was still burning. Luminous's voice spoke. "After staying with you for a few days in the human world, I learned that for humans, depending on each person's status and their relationship with the other person, they use different forms of respect." Luminous's eyes remained closed. "So I decided that if I were to use a human identity, I would try to follow human rules. That way, I can understand you better." Aisha's eyes still looked at him. "I see." In her heart she thought, so all gods are like this. Even if they don't know about human emotions, they learn things like rules very quickly. Luminous opened his eyes and looked at Aisha. "I also have something I want to ask. Were all the people you met during the day important to you?" Aisha was a little surprised by the question. "Yes." Luminous remembered the memory from that afternoon. "Besides your brother, it seems there are many people who are important to you. And that child who isn't your family also seems different." Aisha remembered the high priest, the child. She smiled and said to Luminous, "Yes, they are all very important to me." Aisha placed her hand on her chest. "My brother, my father and mother, and even the high priest. When I was still wandering in the lonely darkness, they became my light. And they also created a source of light within me." She looked down, her cheeks flushed. "And so I was able to escape from that darkness." Luminous glanced over with his golden eyes. The words he spoke. "But it seems that darkness." Aisha's face fell. Luminous's words continued, "Still remains in your heart." Sir Luminous looked at her with cold eyes. "But it seems that darkness still remains in your heart." Aisha was stunned, as if her innermost thoughts had been seen through. She sat still, unable to speak. About that," Aisha tried to explain. Luminous looked at her. "You look so tired. I should probably go now." He stepped closer to Aisha. She was surprised. "Go to sleep. When you wake up, your fatigue will be gone." Sir Luminous used his power to purify Aisha's body. Aisha nodded blankly. "Yes, thank you. I guess." In the fluttering breeze by the window, Luminous turned his back. "Then I'll be going." Seeing that Luminous had gone, Aisha gently sat up. She got into bed. She pulled the blanket over herself and then went back to sleep. In her sleep she called out, "Brother, S." The next morning, "Oh my, your highness the princess," a maid exclaimed in surprise. "You look so well today." Aisha beamed with a radiant smile. "Is that so? I must have slept well last night." Aisha recalled the scene from yesterday when she was purified by Luminous. He had said that after a good night's sleep, her fatigue would disappear, But it wasn't just that her fatigue was gone. But my energy is overflowing. I can't even control my light energy yet. Her spirit was overflowing with energy, flying around everywhere. Aisha thought to herself, the power of the Spirit King. His words yesterday surprised me quite a bit. Is that also one of Soluminous' abilities? Aisha thought. Remembering Soluminous' gaze. His gaze was as if he knew everything. Aisha pondered, but perhaps he didn't even know the secret of her past life. She gradually reassured herself. But before her were the 3 people in charge of helping her choose a dress for the grand day. Your Highness the Princess, you must really choose now, right? Each person held 3 dresses with different styles. Colorful dresses of different colors. Aisha thought, what do I do with all these things? They've even added another one. It won't be long until the debutante ball. Which one do you like best? Aisha replied hesitantly. But these are the final 3 from the knockout rounds, right? She hesitated. Put the teacup down on the table and looked at the 3 dresses. The shop owner looked bewildered. You don't like any of them? Aisha jumped and replied, no, they're all very beautiful. I like them a lot, but I feel like something is missing. The wet nurse suddenly had an idea. In that case, why don't we ask for the Empress's opinion? I'm sure she can help the princess decide. Aisha suddenly remembered with a happy expression. That's a great idea. Thank you, wet nurse. She immediately agreed with the idea. I'll be back soon. The scene appeared as a clear blue sky, with some clouds and a bit of sunlight. At the Empress's palace, many maids stood before the door, bringing in countless types of fabrics and outfits. Your Majesty the Empress, Her Highness the Princess has come to visit you. Empress Iris heard the news with a happy expression. Let the girl in. Aisha entered, bowed to her mother. Good afternoon, mother. The Empress walked over. My daughter. Come in. Come in. Aisha looked up. She was surprised. It was a white ball gown, fluffy, graceful, and dazzling like a precious gem. She thought to herself, it's so beautiful. Aisha walked in, captivated by the dress. Empress Iris walked over. You must be curious about that. She looked at her mother. Empress Iris smiled. Is it beautiful? Aisha admired it as she walked closer to the dress. Yes, it is. It's so beautiful. This is the dress I wore to my debutante ball. She turned back with a look of astonishment. At your debutante ball, mother? Empress Iris smiled and replied, That's right. Just like you. I also held my debutante ball when I was 14. Aisha looked at the dress and thought, if this is the dress mother wore to her debut, then 20 years have passed, but it's still so new and clean. It's a bit strange. But preparing for this ball made me remember that time, so I brought it out here, Empress Iris said. Can I tell you about it, mother? About what happened that day? Aisha was curious. Empress Iris and Aisha sat down together. Oh my, I wonder if there's anything worth telling. Aisha, with an excited expression, said, I want to hear it. The story of you and this beautiful dress. Empress Iris, with a nostalgic expression. Well then, she began to tell. The scene unfolds. The setting returns to the past, and Empress Iris narrates. It was the summer of my 14th year. The winters in the Northern Territories are very long, so it's customary to hold debutante balls in the summer. That way, the weather is clear and there are many guests. But everything was like a cruel joke of fate. A few days before my debut, the rainy season began. Young Iris sat leaning against the wall, thinking, it rarely rains in the north, and now there's a rainy season. Moreover, her cousin who was supposed to be her partner at the party couldn't make it. Her father was very sad at the time. Iris sat crying her eyes out. A debutante party without any guests. And no partner either. It's a complete disaster. Outside, the rain poured down. The sound of crying echoed throughout the place. Sob, sob. Iris was sitting and crying when suddenly a hand reached out in front of her. She looked up. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Although I can't make the rain stop, I can be your partner. The young man offered her his handkerchief. She was 54 years old. He was a young man with golden hair and jade green eyes, looking up at her. Trang knelt down. Iris was startled. Would you do me the honor of being my partner? He asked. Iris stopped crying, her face surprised as if she had found hope. She smiled happily. Iris took his hand and answered, yes. Then, the two of them entered the coming-of-age ceremony together. The scene was as brilliant as a private world for the two of them to shine, like a dream on a full moon night. A day I thought would be bleak turned into the most wonderful day of my life. Empress Iris recalled with a happy expression. Aisha, with a very cute and excited expression, asked her mother again, was it from back then? The day you fell in love with father? Oh, it wasn't like that. At that time, he was already the crown prince. I thought I could never reach him. Empress Iris said again, and besides, he was really just fulfilling his duty as a partner. But I had a feeling, even though I was crying my eyes out back then, a warm person who could unhesitatingly reach out and help a girl he had just met for the first time. Until I close my eyes and pass away, I will never forget that warmth. She was happy. Empress Iris sighed, but it's a real shame. A beautiful dress like this is only a memory. There's no occasion to wear it anymore. Oh, Aisha excitedly grabbed her mother's hand. I have a favor to ask, mother. Empress Isis asked back in surprise. Aisha giggled with an adorable expression. The maids were regretful. This blue dress is so beautiful, but it wasn't chosen for the debut. What a shame. And this pink dress too. The princes would surely look beautiful in it. They turned to look at Aisha. But as expected, Her Highness the Princess's eye for things is never wrong. Aisha was radiant in her mother's white dress, sparkling like a star. The dress passed down by Her Majesty the Empress seems to be reborn. It's so beautiful. Everyone praised Aisha when she wore her mother's dress. Aisha replied happily, yes, it's all thanks to everyone. Thank you. In the beautiful weather, the summer solstice ball finally arrived. During the morning sightseeing cruise, in my capacity as the censors, I received the priests and had lunch with them. As soon as I finish my makeup, I'll enter the ball with them and introduce the priests to the people of the nation. Aisha said softly to Sir Luminous, I'll see you later then. So, Sir Luminous was also assigned the task of co-presiding over the conference with me. Is this to show the close cooperative relationship between the Temple of Light and the Imperial Palace? Sir Luminous replied, yes, I understand. Well, now that everything is ready, we should get going, Aisha said cheerfully. Suddenly she felt a heaviness on her body. Ooh, so heavy. As expected, since this is a debutante ball, they prepared all the top-tier jewels. A knocking sound, knock knock, came from somewhere. Aisha turned to look. Prince Vian stepped forward and said, Your Highness the Princess, it is time to attend the ball. Aisha turned back. Ah, Prince Vian. Yes, I've just finished getting ready. Let's go, shall we? Vian suddenly froze. Aisha looked at him with a confused expression. Prince Vian. He was flustered. Ah, I'm so sorry. He stammered, Your Highness the Princess, congratulations on your debut. And Aisha looked at Vian, waiting for him to continue. You look incredibly beautiful today. Vian looked at her with all his sincerity. Aisha forced a smile. She smiled brightly. Is that so? Thank you. This is the first time I've been complimented by Prince Vian. I was afraid it was too extravagant, but in that case, I'm glad. She thought to herself, Veen reached out and touched Aisha's earring while she laughed. Haha, Prince Veen, you look very handsome today too. It was as if Veen noticed something. He leaned down to look at Aisha, his face curious as he asked, "Is there anything that makes you feel uncomfortable?" Aisha replied hesitantly, "The jewelry is a bit heavy." Veen pondered for a moment. He approached her, his hand reaching for her necklace. "Please excuse my rudeness." He used magic on it. Aisha was surprised to feel her body become much lighter. "The necklace is lighter now," Veen explained. "I just used a weight-reducing magic. You won't feel heavy anymore." Aisha was overjoyed and gave Veen a bright smile. "Thank you, Prince Veen." He seemed surprised when she came closer. Veen immediately jumped back. "It's nothing." Aisha, after feeling relieved, regained her energy. "Then let's go." Aisha greeted the venerable priests with a radiant smile. "Hello, venerable priests." Sir Luminous, at this time, was always polite in his greetings. "You have arrived, Your Highness the Princess." "Yes, Sir Lu." "Have you all arrived?" Aisha began to introduce them. This is Priest Lu, who will be presiding over this ball with me. This is the Deputy Commander of the Royal Guard, Prince Veen." Veen and Lu politely bowed to each other. "Well then," Aisha nodded to signal the guards. "For the one and only star of Elmira, Her Highness Princess Aisha Elmira and the God of Light have arrived." The loud announcement echoed through the ballroom. The doors opened and Aisha, with a confident expression, said, "Let's go." In the splendid white setting, Aisha entered with the priest, Lon. The two of them walked gracefully, shining brightly, standing out in the entire hall. Many people exclaimed, "Oh my God, how can they be so elegant? Today is also Her Highness the Princess's debut, right? She really grew up to be beautiful. And the priest next to her he's the candidate for the next pope, right? His appearance is also perfect." Aisha and Lul approached the Empress and Emperor. Emperor Tyrion was suddenly surprised, thinking to himself, "Is that—" He asked his wife, "Iris, that dress?" Empress Iris was also surprised by her husband's question. "You still remember?" The Emperor smiled faintly. "Of course. How could I forget that crying young lady?" Her face suddenly turned red as if she was feeling happy. Empress Iris turned to look at her child. Is that what Aisha wanted? She remembered the day before. "I have a favor to ask of you," Aisha said to her mother. "May I borrow your debutante dress? I want to wear your dress to my debutante ball, so you can remember that day," Aisha said with an excited expression. "A debutante party should be just for me, right?" Empress Iris felt restless. "The designers will create beautiful dresses. You don't necessarily have to wear my old dress. I am truly grateful for your feelings for me." But Aisha shook her head. "I like that dress the best, because that's the dress that holds the memories of father and mother. And it doesn't look old at all. I know how much you've cherished and preserved the dress. I will also wear it very carefully." Empress Iris felt worried. "Aisha, in that case, will you accept this dress as a gift for your debut?" Aisha was also surprised by her mother's words. She asked again, "Yes? Just this one dress?" She asked again, "Yes?" She asked again, "Yes?" She asked again, "Yes?" She asked again, "Yes. I'm very happy just borrowing it. This dress is a very important item to you, mother." She smiled brightly. "So I want to give it to you even more. The dress that holds my happy memories. If it can bring you happy memories, I will be very happy. Let this dress be recorded with your new memories." She gently took Aisha's hand, wishing the best for her. Aisha smiled brightly, happily. "So that's how it is?" "Yes, that's right." Both the Empress and the Emperor, after hearing the story, understood why Aisha chose that dress. The two of them looked at Aisha smiling radiantly before them. Our Aisha has truly grown up to be very healthy and beautiful, hasn't she? Aisha and Luo approached the emperor and empress and began the ceremony. The star of Elmira, Aisha de Elmira, greets the sun and moon and the little son of the empire. She bowed, performing an elegant greeting. Emperor Tyrion smiled. "All right, come here now." He looked at her. "Are you nervous?" Aisha confidently replied, "No, I'm not." Before the entire ceremony, the emperor announced, "Today's debutante party is to bless your future. May you experience much more in the future. And may you achieve what you desire based on those experiences. We will always be a strong support for you, so that you can become a brightly shining star of Elmira." Aisha smiled warmly. Before both the emperor and empress, she said her thanks. "Thank you, father and mother." "Well then," the emperor declared. "From this moment on, I declare the summer solstice ball officially open." The entire hall erupted in celebration. The glittering scenery of the grand hall appeared. Many nobles attended to witness the sacred moment of the ceremony. Aisha is kneeling before the priest's prayer for her. This moment has finally come, she thought to herself. The glorious moment of receiving Sir Luminous' blessing. Luminous is standing in front of her. Luminous raised his hand, preparing for the ritual. The light of his eyes flashed before him. That light suddenly flared up, spreading intensely throughout the hall. This surprised many people. Sir Luminous's magic was powerful, creating a sphere with superior strength in front of Aisha. Aisha Z. Elmira, the one and only holy maiden of this Elmira empire. May your future be filled with luck. I sincerely pray for you. Aisha bowed her head and sincerely received those blessings. Her whole body shone brightly, and she thought to herself, "So warm. This is the blessing of the Spirit King." At this moment, Luminous whispered and remained in his heart. Aisha was surprised. "I also bless those who are present at this ceremony." Luminous smiled. The sparkling rays of light spread out, causing the emperor, empress, and even the prince to gaze in wonder. Aisha opened her eyes and also looked up at those brilliant rays of light in amazement. Luminous smiled at her. His face was clearly smiling with happiness. Everyone clapped and cheered in celebration. Luminous helped Aisha to her feet. "Thank you." Luminous replied with a humble expression. "It's nothing." At this moment, Empress Iris announced, "Next is the dance. For the first minute, you'll dance with your partner. Isaac is busy taking care of the party hall right now." Empress Iris looked regretful. "What do you think if we replace your partner with Sir Lu here?" Both Aisha and Prince Isis were stunned. They asked in unison, "What?" The Empress smiled brightly. "I'm truly sorry for not preparing a proper dance partner for you. It would be wonderful if Priest Liu accepts this offer and you two dance together." Aisha glanced at Sir Luminous and then hesitated. She thought to herself, "Sir Luminous will dance with me." Sir Luminous hesitated. But then Isis interjected. "No." He firmly and sternly objected. "I can take on the role of dancing with Aisha. Besides, this is her debut, so I can't possibly yield this to someone else." Empress Iris was surprised. "Isis," Aisha giggled to herself. "In my opinion, my brother is a real fool. Is he really trying to stand up to Sir Luminous now?" Aisha suddenly suggested, "Mother, I also want to dance with my brother. If we dance together, we'll show everyone the most wonderful dances we've coordinated." Prince Isis was moved by his sister's words. "Aisha?" Aisha, on the other hand, smiled. "But is it all right? I want to dance with a new partner today," Empress Iris asked again. Aisha took her brother's hand. "Yes, it's fine." She smiled radiantly. My first dance partner will be my brother. In the melodious music of the hall, Aisha took her brother's hand. Aisha, congratulations on your debut in high society. We have all worked hard together to prepare this party for you. Aisha replied happily. I am very grateful. Thanks to the help of my parents and brother, I have had this happy moment. Prince Isis smiled. You are gradually becoming a high society lady. From now on, there will be many interesting and new things waiting for you to discover. No matter how happy you are, you can't have this brother of yours, you know. Aisha spun around and laughed. She was happy. Of course, the time spent with my brother is the most joyful and important to me. So, you'll always be by my side, right? Aisha asked. She noticed and told herself, hey, the music has stopped. The dance ended. Aisha and Prince Isis bowed to each other. I still haven't heard an answer, Aisha thought. She was about to call him when Prince Isis called for Prince Veen. Take good care of my sister. This is an order. Isis gestured with his hand, pushing Veen towards his sister. Both Aisha and Veen were surprised. Aisha was embarrassed. Oh my, Prince Veen. Veen was suddenly startled. Prince Isis gestured from behind. Do a good job. Veen turned around, flustered. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The two of them stood awkwardly for a moment. Aisha spoke up, Prince Veen. She smiled radiantly. Will you dance with me? Veen bowed his head and took Aisha's hand. Yes. The two of them danced to the music. The Duke knows this song too, right? Veen replied. Yes, this is a traditional dance of the Empire. Suddenly, Veen stumbled while dancing, staggering. But the one who startled Aisha. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good dancer. Prince Veen apologized shyly. Aisha laughed in reply. So the prince who has been good at everything since he was little also has this clumsy side. Prince Veen blushed. Princess, don't tease me. Aisha laughed and replied, dancing ability doesn't matter. Don't be nervous, just enjoy it. That's the main purpose of today's party anyway. Veen was embarrassed. I understand. Afterwards, Aisha and Veen went to see Prince Assis. Dancing with the Duke made me a little sore, she said with a tired expression. Veen stood beside her, full of guilt. I'm sorry, Veen. I didn't know you were such a bad dancer. No wonder you kept stumbling backwards during the dance. Veen stepped forward, fuming. Why are you suddenly talking to me like that? Aisha laughed heartily. Aisha turned around. Suddenly a hand reached out. Your Highness the Princess, she said in surprise. Luminous smiled sincerely. I did not refuse the Empress's offer earlier. Aisha was surprised by Sir Luminous's words. She was flustered. Right. Now, Prince Isis stood behind them, frozen. But hey, Sir Luminous, do you know how to dance? He replied, for spirits, dancing is one of the basic things. She was surprised. He thought, ever since the party started, the spirits have been very happy. The spirit do is also dancing to the music with everyone. Theron, Luminous said. He wrapped his arm around Aisha's waist. Should I call you Jun? Both of them danced brightly at the party. During this time, just call me by that name in front of others. Aisha was surprised. He continued, in the human world, my name is Jun. She thought to herself, in the human world. He looked at her. And even if it wasn't for that, I like this name. Didn't you give it to me? Luminous smiled. Aisha suddenly smiled brightly. She was radiant. Yes, Sir Jun. After the dance, she walked around, thinking to herself, where is my brother? I don't see Prince Veen. He was clearly here a moment ago. She remembered her brother's fiery expression when he saw her dancing with Luminous. Aisha glanced at IEC. Luminous, it should be fine. Sir Luminous was surrounded by many people. You said your name was Run, right? How are you so good at dancing? Oh, up close, your dragon eyes shine even brighter. Aisha was deeply moved. It's a miracle that everyone didn't rush towards me when they saw that handsome face. I'm sorry, Luminous. She quickly ran away. Suddenly someone approached. That was a beautiful dance, Your Highness the Princess. Aisha was overjoyed. Ah, the three of them were the ones she had met on her previous outing. It's been a long time. Are you still well? Congratulations on your successful debut, Your Highness the Princess. Thank you, everyone. Anyway, I was on my way to meet you all, and we just happened to run into each other, didn't we? Aisha replied. Are you all well? Rose smiled and replied, Yes, we have missed Her Highness the Princess very much during this time, haven't we? Chloe continued, Every time there's a meeting at the base, I remember Her Highness the Princess's story. Indeed, especially Adley, who cleans her brooch every day. What is Her Highness the Princess doing? I wonder if she has eaten. We have truly missed you. Adley blushed and called out to Rose. It's not that I'm forcing Adley, but Rose, she. Chloe said, startling Rose. Aisha looked at the three of them adorably. You two said that, right? Aha. Adley and Rose were both flustered. Right. Suddenly Rose's stomach rumbled, causing everyone to fall silent. Rose was embarrassed. This is because I wanted to wear a beautiful dress to the party. So I've been eating since yesterday. Aisha snorted with laughter. I heard there are a lot of desserts over there that the Royal Palace Patties has put a lot of effort into. Let's go there together. Entering the room were many delicious foods. Both Rose and Chloe liked it very much. Chloe, the strawberry juice you like. Did you get it already? Aisha and Adley looked at them and smiled. Aisha said to Adley, Is your spirit studies progressing well? By the way, since we're at the Imperial Palace, if you need any books, I can lend them to you. Adley was overjoyed. Is that really okay? Aisha smiled. Of course. After all, related books are rare, so learning will be limited. Thank you so much, Your Highness the Princess. Actually, since that day, the spirit meeting has disappeared and finding books has become difficult, she said shyly. Thank you. Aisha asked again, The holy relic, you received it from a spirit meeting. That's not something a count's daughter can find. Adley hesitated. Yes, it was a gift from my master because my teacher recommended it. Aisha jumped and thought, Master, could you please tell me the details of what happened back then? Aisha asked, while Adley looked worried. After hearing Lady Adley's story, the master wanted to help her become a soul. Would you like to meet her? Adley remembered that time. A woman in a black robe appeared before her and smiled. Adley was surprised. This is the master? Younger than I thought. The woman in black called out to Adley. You. Adley was startled. So I have very beautiful hair. The woman in black praised Adley. Tata is very pleased. Adley hesitated and stepped back. Want to become a spirit? I can help you. Adley was overjoyed. Really? Is that true? What should I do? Oh my. The woman in black replied. You're serious, aren't you? Adley was startled. Why do you want to become a soul so badly? Adley bowed her head, unable to speak. If I become a spirit, Larvae can receive love from my mother. Although this is a bit embarrassing, up until now I've been lacking, so I haven't met my mother's expectations. This is my last chance. This time I will definitely please my mother to meet her expectations, she said resolutely. Seeing the bruise on Adley's hand, the woman in black smiled. If you really want it, there's nothing you can't achieve. You're enough. Hearing this, Adley was surprised. The woman in black offered a black bracelet. Here, use this. From now on, you will be the soul of Elmira. she said with a sinister smile. A woman in a black robe said that she would be the spirit of Elmira from now on. The woman gave Adley a sparkling bracelet. Adley's eyes widened as she looked at the bracelet. The woman disappeared. Adley shouted, "Wait!" But the woman in black did not turn back. The bracelet shone brightly in Adley's hand. After recounting everything that had happened, Adley said, Aisha asked again, "Wait, you said that person had white hair and red eyes." "Yes, although her face was covered by her cloak, so I couldn't see it clearly, but it was clearly a young girl with white hair and red eyes," Adley replied. "Could it be that you have a guess?" Adley asked again. "Your Highness the Princess." "Ah, no." "Could you please continue?" Adley continued. "Ah yes, what happened after that, as the princess already knows." "Thank you." Adley said, "I made a mistake like a fool. Even though I know it's too late, I still want to make up for my mistake." Then the professor appeared. Aisha voiced her thoughts. So the witch who attacked the young lady at that time was the professor. Yes, the strange thing is, when I told the professor that this was just a play and couldn't become reality, he suddenly changed his tone of voice. Adley recounted about the professor. He had told her to shut up, as if he had become a completely different person. He just kept looking at the holy relic and muttering that it had been filled with enough fuel. What could that mean? Adley wondered. Aisha speculated. If it's fuel, it could be the negative spirit of a child. Of course, Aisha jumped, stunned. Could it be, as I predicted? She thought. My lady, will you come with me to the Royal Library for a trip now? Adley was surprised. The Royal Library? Aisha smiled and said, Yes, thanks to you, my lady. I've received a lot of useful information. To repay your kindness, I'd like to take you on a tour of the library and let you borrow books if you wish. Adley was overwhelmed by the sight of the Royal Library. She looked around. She noticed a book on the shelf that said Aisha. She opened it and searched. It was clearly mentioned in the book before. Suddenly Aisha froze. Found it. The book said that in the case of summoning demons and using dark magic, negative life forces such as jealousy or resentment would be used as fuel for this type of magic. Aisha thought, this is it. The thing that uses negative energy as fuel. I have my answer. That's right. Up until now, the only factor I wasn't sure about was the girl with white hair and red eyes. But a place where one can easily buy holy relics, and then use the fuel of black magic containing evil energy stored in the holy relic. With that white hair and red eyes, it must be Aidenbach, Aisha immediately thought. Perhaps it can only be that child. That girl is Marianne, the princess of Aidenbach. No, I should say, the dark mage Marianne. She thought to herself, if Marianne is a dark mage and the one behind these incidents, then everything can be explained more easily. The red eyes under that identity are not a spirit, but a demon. Aisha gritted her teeth. What on earth are you up to, Marianne? Suddenly she froze. Adley cried out, Your Highness the Princess. Adley took Aisha's hand. She asked Aisha, You've been trembling this whole time. Are you all right, Princess? But before she could hold on for long, she quickly let go. I'm sorry. How could I dare to touch the princess so casually? Sao took Adley's hand again. I'm fine. Aisha rested her head on Adley. Just for a little while. Can you stand still like this for a bit? Adley took the princess's hand again. She said, The last time someone held my hand like this was the princess. I still remember the warmth from the princess's hand that melted my heart. From that day on, I was determined to become someone who could bring warmth to others like that. Especially at this moment, I hope that this action of mine will help the princess feel better. She held Aisha's hand and spoke sweetly. Adli and the princess left the palace with a few books. As Aisha walked, she thought, Lady Adli is a shy person. Thanks to her, my mood has improved. She chuckled to herself. I have to keep it a secret that my hands get cold. It's a normal thing. It's probably due to the water properties in a person's body. Adli stared at Aisha in a daze. When they arrived at the palace, Rose joyfully called out to them. Your Highness the Princess Adli. Rose excitedly boasted to the princess. As expected, the dessert in the imperial palace is the best. It's truly amazing. Aisha could only smile at her cuteness. I'm glad you all liked it. Rose noticed the books. What are those books? She asked. Ah, the princess lent me some books about spirits, Adli replied happily. Rose was happy. Really? That's great, Adli. Now if you want to study hard with those books, you can meet Naye again soon. Adli smiled. I'm looking forward to it too. I'll study really hard. Aisha also added, everyone will always support you. Now, it's already midnight. The Lantern Festival is about to begin. Will you all go see the lanterns with me? Aisha said. Everyone cheered. I'd love to. Then they went together. Let's go this way. Yes. All of a sudden, Aisha froze. A strange voice was transmitted through the crack in the door. Ase was stunned. Whose voice is this? Atli followed the princess's gaze. What's wrong, Your Highness the Princess? Aisha quickly replied, it's nothing. Let's go. In another scene, Isis said, the situation in Reincarnation is quite complicated, isn't it? VN replied, yes. It seems that the small-scale battles have continued since the last high point. Isis continued, that's right. I also heard that Eden is gradually gathering its army. The more Isis thought about it, the more upset he became. What a sad story. He frowned. If this continues, war will break out sooner or later. Isis remembered the scene from a year ago. Thanks to winning the affection of the fifth princess, who was praised as a saint, he easily became emperor. But then, the control and the opposition from the nobles made his position very unstable. His efforts to expand his territory brought him the achievements to appease this and consolidate his power. But Isis believes that this is just the outward reason. After conquering Reincarnation, they will definitely continue to cross the border and aim to invade our Elmir Empire. Isis gritted his teeth in anger. Damn Aiden and his ilk. Isis, no. It's the other way around. I wonder if now is the right time to take revenge for Aisha. Isis remembered Aisha's words. You have to always be by my side. He suddenly froze. He clenched his fists. This is the dream of receiving everyone's love. I want to dream this dream for a long, long time. Aisha lay on Isis's lap. Don't you worry about a thing, my Aisha. Isis sat up. Then, we must prepare to act. Isis walked to the door and opened it. So it's you, Aisha. In the room were Isis, Veen, and Aisha. When Rio Tang signed a military treaty with our country, this nation was provoked by Aidenbach. Giving up a diamond mine in exchange for a treaty is a bit much, but perhaps because the nation's fate is at stake. Aisha said, during that time, if Rakia was planning a war, then Marianne must have been busy helping him, because that child always follows Rikia's. If dark magic is used in this war, Aisha felt lucky. It's a good thing the young ladies turned back at the right time. Isis's eyes were sad. Aisha. Aisha shouted, no. Aisha said to Isis, even if the Prince of Aidenbach directly participates in the war, our situation and theirs are completely different. Kaisa continued. You are the sole heir of our empire. If you participate in the war between Reincarnation and Aidenbach, it will be very dangerous. On the contrary, that is a good opportunity for Aidenbach. Moreover, she clutched her dress as she spoke. I won't allow it. You are my only brother. Isis hurriedly hugged Aisha. Aisha, calm down. Aisha said to Isis, "You promised me you would be by my side in the future. You had already made up your mind and decided that day, didn't you?" Isis seemed to fall silent upon hearing Aisha's words. "If I hadn't accidentally overheard today, were you planning to keep this a secret until the end?" Aisha thought of the past. "I will definitely protect you for a lifetime. No matter what it takes, I will do it." She clenched her fists. "He wants to shoulder everything to protect me. The origin of the holy relic is from the Aidenbach people," Aisha continued. "If they are planning to start a war, then it must be some kind of ultimate weapon of Aidenbach. They know I am the spirit princess. Using the holy relic in the spirit temple is enough to cause turmoil for the empire. But luckily I also gained Adli's trust, so I have a little bit, and I'm still looking for more in the meantime. The effort I put into studying spirit arts and nurturing my spirit abilities is absolutely not in vain." Aisha stepped forward and continued, "Brother, from now on it's not just you protecting me. I will also protect you and our loved ones from Aidenbach with my own strength. If something like that happens, then hold out your hand to me, and you won't need to protect me from behind anymore." Isis bowed his head. "Your dream," Isis said. "I want to continue protecting your happy dream. I just want you to stay innocent like this forever, in a peaceful and beautiful place. If only I could always see you laughing and talking happily. That is my whole world." Isis took Aisha's hand. "But it seems I was wrong. In the end, the one who creates your dream is you, Aisha." Isis continued to look at his sister and said, "That was a hasty judgment in a moment of emotion. Let's find different paths together." Aisha smiled brightly. "Really?" Isis continued, "That's right. Your brother has never lied." Aisha retorted, "You lied last time." Isis said, "Ah, that." Aisha smiled faintly. "From now on, you're not allowed to hide things from me. You hear?" Isis said, Is there ever a time when I don't give in to you?" Aisha and Veen walked down the corridor. "Forgive me. There's nothing special about His Highness the Crown Prince asking me to escort Princess Aisha in his place." Aisha laughed and replied, "Because my brother needs some time alone to think, right?" She thought that he needed to sort out his long-held intentions anyway. "I'll probably talk about Marianne after the party. I hope to find more about this type of dark magic. I've read most of the books in the Royal Library, so it's very difficult to get new information." "What about the magic swordsman? The one who has been responsible for magic from generation to generation?" Aisha glanced over. "Prince Veen, do you know about dark magic?" she asked him. "Let's see. Dark magic is as rare an event as anything related to spirits. I think if it's something I know, the princess probably knows it too." Aisha sighed, as expected. Veen was at a loss. "I'm sorry I can't help the princess." Aisha refused. "No. Thank you, Prince Veen." She thought, that's right. Even if he is a magic swordsman, it's very difficult to know specifically about this type of dark magic that disappeared in ancient times. If I can't get any more information from this dark magic, what should I do? From now on, I will devote myself to dealing with that child with my own strength. Veen looked at her. If Marianne is really a dark witch, can I defeat that child? Suddenly there was a noise. Bean even said, "The Lantern Festival is coming soon. When the festival begins, everyone will light 1 or 2 lanterns containing their wishes and release them into the sky. It could be for the prosperity and health of their loved ones, or the deepest wishes in each person's heart. Perhaps that wish is the process of confirming to oneself what one desires," he said, his eyes looking up at the sky full of hope. "Does Your Highness the Princess have anything to pray for?" Aisha was surprised. She thought to herself, "My wish, the thing that I truly desire." Aisha smiled lightly. "Let's see. The festival is about to start. but I still haven't thought of what I want to wish for. What should I do? Veen smiled. It's all right. Even if you don't make a wish at this year's Lantern Festival, the princess will surely be able to achieve what she wants. The gods of light of all things will always be by your side. So please don't worry too much, princess. All good things will come to you. Aisha smiled. Whether near or far, we can always be a protecting light. I'm sure you've also heard our whispers. She raised her hand to look at the sky. Whether it's now or yesterday. That's great. I have to sort out these chaotic thoughts. Thank you for coming with me. Aisha greeted Prince Veen, who replied, Yes, I will take my leave now. Ah, Prince Veen. Veen turned around. Have you chosen what you wish for? Veen was surprised. Yes, I've recently been thinking about what I want to accomplish. After saying goodbye to Aisha, Veen met with Crown Prince Isis. I have escorted the princess back as your highness commanded, Isis replied. Is that so? Thank you. Please relax, your highness. Your expression right now is tighter and deeper than the Elmira River, he said. Isis replied. I didn't know the Elmira River was that shallow. Veen, as you know, the holy relic will not be so easily eliminated. Veen nodded. Yes, this time the holy relic was discovered in Elmer. If it was an act by Aidenbach, then it must be some dirty plot of theirs. That's right. Just look at Raiton's current situation and you'll know. We absolutely cannot let our guard down, he emphasized. Veen continued, However, for your highness to personally go into battle is too rash. If it weren't for the princess, I would have stopped this myself. Isis covered his face and sighed. I understand, so there's no need to repeat it. You're always nagging. Veen smiled faintly. The princess is so worried that she has to nag your highness. Prince Isis froze. Why are you reacting like that? Veen was surprised. Isis quickly turned back and replied, It's nothing. Anyway, don't worry too much. I will voluntarily participate in Jotun's war. You understand my abilities, right? He said with a smug look on his face. Isis laughed. That's right. I acknowledge your swordsmanship skills, but your dancing skills are terrible. He hid his anger. Why are you suddenly bringing up dancing? Who knows? If you were a good dancer, you might be able to charm and make those Eden Hazard guys surrender. Veen replied, What's the big deal? In the quiet garden, he found a man. Aisha sat alone, lost in thought. Sir Lu, you're here? A sound came from somewhere. When? It startled her. Luminous approached. The party is too noisy, and there are too many people. Aisha sighed. So you came out here. You look much more comfortable, don't you? I'm more comfortable too, aren't I? Sir Luminous replied. Aisha smiled. She said nothing. I have something I still haven't resolved. It's been a long time, but it feels like it just happened yesterday. Even though time passes, it continues to smolder in my heart. And now it has become the root of the problem, threatening me and my family. Aisha clutched her dress in anguish. Luminous looked at her. That's why the darkness in your heart has not yet dissipated. Yes, I have to resolve it to escape from that ghost. So I always have to trade my own strength. She sighed in relief, standing up with a resolute expression. I want to summon Sir Luminous. I want to summon Luminous. Sir Luminous looked at her with astonished eyes. You mean you want to summon me? Yes, Aisha replied seriously. Until now, no one has been willing to summon the King of Spirits. Aisha thought to herself, I know that too. She clenched her fist. It's reckless to say that a mere human would summon the King of Spirits. But even if it seems impossible, if I'm going to try, I have to do it. She said with determination. I will do my best. I will study every day. I will hone my spirit skills. I will give it my all, much more than now, so that one day I can summon the spirit of Sir Luminous. Luminous, look at her. What's wrong? He frowned. You are strong enough now, and you also have people protecting you, don't you? Even if the events of the past threaten you now, can't you enjoy your present happiness in the peace they have created? Aisha replied, happiness and peace. She thought, my brother said something similar. To be honest, it's not like I've never thought that way. Because the embrace of family is so warm, I thought I could stop seeking revenge and be happy with the present. But Aisha pondered. No, for me that cannot be happiness. In her mind, thoughts swirled. Seeing Aidenbach's actions, I have realized for sure that my happiness will be complete after I get my revenge. Aisha clenched her hand and placed it on her chest. My true happiness will begin by severing the evil ties of the past and protecting those who are important to me. I am still lacking now, so I will do whatever it takes to become stronger, even if that means summoning the King of Spirits. Aisha's eyes were now more determined than ever. Tai Luminous looked at her, speechless. The wind blew past, and both of them looked up at the sky. The bright lanterns are flying up. Aisha thought to herself, that's right. It doesn't matter what Marianne's true nature is. No matter who I face, I can't lose. As long as I become stronger, that's all that matters. She looked up at the sky with determination. That's what I have to do right now. Luminous looked at her. He muttered to himself, if it's a master with deep eyes, it's fine, right? Under the bright lanterns in the sky, everyone watched together, praying. The scene looked truly beautiful. Aisha and Luminous looked up at the sky together as if hoping for something. At the party, everyone is praying very hard. May I ask what you prayed for? Rose spoke first. First, I prayed for the health and happiness of my family and friends. Adley was flustered. Prayed. Adley. Chloe was gentle. Adlia, it's okay if you don't say anything. After all, a wish in a lantern is a secret. Rose wondered. But there are no secrets between us, right? Words have power. You know, the more you say it, the better you'll do. Adley laughed loudly at that. Is that so? I prayed that I would become a more wonderful person. Chloe shrugged. I prayed for my family's prosperity. The three girls looked at Aisha and wondered. What did Her Highness the Princess wish for? Aisha replied shyly. I'm so thirsty. It's hot today, isn't it? Let's all have a cool glass of fruit juice. Aisha drank the water and then realized something was wrong. She wondered, something's strange. No wonder it feels different than usual. It feels like my throat is on fire. Aisha was startled and dropped her cup. Could it be? The people around were alarmed. Princess! Are you all right, Princess? Prince Isis shouted. What's going on? Aisha was frightened. Could it be poison? Isis rushed over. Aisha? Stay with me, he ordered. Priest, come here quickly. Suddenly a loud noise occurred. He looked at Aisha and stammered, Aisha. Huh? Aisha. At this moment, she blushed and looked at Isis, then hugged him tightly. My brother, Veen, who was standing outside, approached and sniffed the wine the princess had drunk. The princess drank wine, didn't she? The concentration is also very high. Perhaps she's drunk. The people around were buzzing. Aisha sat there, drunk and laughing unconsciously. He was embarrassed. Hey, there are a lot of people, so we should move away. The drunken princess said unconsciously, Brother, my brother is so reckless. Don't you ever do that again, you hear me? The life I've lived is more than... Isis said, forcing a loud laugh. So you're feeling very sorry for yourself, aren't you, Aisha? The people around were surprised by Isis's words. The drunken Aisha kept talking nonsense. Where are you? Your sister apologizes to you. Veen stood there helplessly. Is it possible to erase everyone's memory with divine power? Luminous said, only use it when it's unavoidable. Veen joked. So, can it cure drunkenness? That would be a first try, wouldn't it? Of course, the two of them suddenly recognized the voices of two people. What's wrong? Aisha? Isis? Tyrion and Erith, the Empress and Emperor of the Elmira Empire, ran over. Aisha asked Isis, Mother? Father? You? Empress Iris asked. I heard Aisha fainted. What happened? Are you all right, Aisha? Aisha playfully said, My family, you are all the ones I love most. After hearing this from Aisha, the family of three looked happily at the little girl, watching her sleep, and said, We love you very much too, Aisha. The next day, the family discussed the story of the party again. Isis said, That day was really lovely, wasn't it? If there was a recording tool, I would have watched it over and over again. Emperor Tyrion sipped his tea and replied, From next time on, we must definitely prepare a recording tool, right? Princess Aisha, standing nearby, was embarrassed and shouted, Now everyone, please don't talk about that again. At the palace, Aisha stretched as if preparing to do something. Now, let's begin. Well then, let's begin, she said with a determined face. Lu, Limmy, Master, good morning. Did you sleep well last night, Master? Her two spirits asked. Aisha was cheerful. Good morning to you too. Are you ready for today? Du replied, Yes, of course. Limmy nodded. Of course. Aisha continued. Well then, first Limmy, please. Aisha unleashed her power. Her eyes instantly turned yellow. She shouted, Lu! Give it to me. Du was excited. A bright light flashed with a swoosh sound. It turned into a bow of light. Aisha aimed along the bough. A powerful arrow was fired. The arrow hit the tree opposite. Aisha was surprised. The flashing light made her stand and watch. The place she shot left a mark on the tree trunk. Aisha shouted, All right. Aisha, along with Du and Limmy, cheered. Aisha praised. Well done, Du, Limmy. Aisha thought to herself, All right, my breathing is gradually getting better. After the ceremony ended, I got a new daily routine. That is practicing soul magic every morning. One day, in order to summon luminas, first summoning a high-level soul is a short-term goal, but to boost my morale and at the same time prepare for war, I am developing attack techniques with Du and Limmy. Light soul magic was originally not for attack but for healing purposes. So the body was not healthy. The higher the level of mastery of the technique, the more the physical burden is reduced. Aisha had thought that in 7 years, she had gained enough magical power. If this continues, maybe it won't be long before I can summon a high-level spirit. Good. Then let's do it one more time. She was excited. On the green grass carpet, Aisha rested. So tired, she panted. Aisha thought to herself, Even so, I can't get exhausted because it's something I have to do. Thinking back, is Luminous still well? But I haven't seen him since the party. Suddenly a noise came from somewhere. She looked up. Sir Luminous was staring at her face, causing. Aisha was startled. She quickly sat up. Rune, it seems that summoning me wasn't just empty words, was it? Luminous said. Aisha laughed faintly. Is that so? She thought in panic. Appearing so suddenly, I can't grasp it, Sir Luminous. He looked up at the arrow mark on the tree trunk. Luminous asked, Don't you want to rest? Aisha said with a thoughtful expression. But Even if it's just for an hour, I have to get stronger quickly. I don't have time to delay, she said firmly. Luminous looked at her and smiled. He used magic on her body. The two spirits stood beside her, looking at her with excitement. Luminous helped Aisha to her feet. Come on, let's go. Huh? Go where? Aisha wondered. The children in the temple said so. For humans, there are things as important as work. Aisha was stunned. Like what? Luminous turned back and smiled. Rest and recreation. In the bustling atmosphere of the festival, Aisha and Sir Luminous strolled through the streets together. Do we have to do this? Luminous asked. Of course. Sir Run, you said you wanted to take a walk around the capital, and disguising ourselves is necessary since we're sneaking out without an escort. Aisha tried to explain. She felt helpless, thinking to herself, I can hardly get Sir Run to leave Ludian. I said there's a lot to learn about humans, but Luminous just looked at me with a confused expression. I will do my best not to attract everyone's attention, Luminous said, staring at Aisha. Why is that? Everyone seems to have already focused their attention on you. The golden child of a well-to-do noble family has no limits. She was stunned to see all eyes turning towards her. Oh, this is because Sir Run is too prominent. It's the same with you. This is the simplest shirt I have. Suddenly, Aisha was drawn to the dresses in the shop. So big, she said unconsciously. Luminous looked at her. Aisha smiled brightly. Well then, let's both buy new clothes. After that, the two friends chose their own clothes. This much should be fine, right? Aisha turned around. Ah, have you finished changing? Sir Luminous stepped out. This is the first time I've tried wearing something like this. Is it all right now? He looked so different with the wig and new clothes. Luminous said shyly, This is the first time I've done something like this. Is it okay? Aisha was stunned. It's very good. The people around also gathered to look at him. She shyly pulled Luminous and ran out of the store. But really, the hair and new clothes are not the problem. Let's use it quickly. I've already paid, so let's get out of here quickly. Stepping outside, Ajia breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly adjusted Luminous's clothes. That was too dangerous. Sir Luminous, I didn't think a wig would be so useless. First of all, even though it's a bit hot, please bear with it a little longer. But please bear with it a little longer. Don't take off your hat, Aisha reminded him meticulously. Suddenly Sir Luminous took off his hood. Aisha was startled. Sir Run, if you do that, everyone. Aisha worriedly turned to look around. The light refracted gently, a kind of illusion. Now we won't stand out anymore, Sir Luminous said calmly. Aisha was surprised. Is that true? She noticed the crowd of people passing by. No, you should have used magic from the beginning. Why now? The day has come. Aisha looked at Luminous with helplessness. Luminous, on the other hand, replied indifferently, Didn't you get into the shop in the car you were planning to use? Suddenly, a pop sound was heard. What do we do? It's about to start. Aisha turned around. She saw some kids whispering to each other. We can't miss it this time. Let's go quickly. Aisha looked at the bustling crowd in front of her. She said, It seems like there's something interesting over there. I wonder what it is. Luminous pondered. Aisha's face was eager. We have to go see, right? Luminous said. The girl smiled brightly and looked towards Luminous. This way, Sir Run. Sir Luminous watched her intently. He smiled, his eyes radiating gentleness. Luminous followed Aisha. Suddenly he noticed something and stopped. This noble body is calling out, Spirits of light, answer my call, a little girl said. Hello, I am the spirit of light of Lu. Puppet and a little girl appeared on stage, causing the crowd to shout, "Wow!" Aisha stood there stunned. Luminous stood beside her and whispered, "It seems that's your story." Aisha replied, "Is that so?" Her face turned bright red with embarrassment as she thought, "I know everyone will stare at me when they find out I'm a spirit of light. I didn't know there was a script like this. It's a little embarrassing." Around her, people watched the play excitedly. That was so interesting. I'm going to become a great soul like the princess too. Oh my, the princess was chosen by the gods. Why kill a child like that? It's good to have such a wonderful dream. It's not about killing. Aisha stood watching the play and laughed faintly. So many people love you. Sir Luminous looked at her and smiled. Aisha was flustered. Are you teasing me? Suddenly a fragrance and a crackling sound made Aisha take notice. Come and try it. A taste you'll never forget once you've had it. A grilled meat vendor next door shouted. Aisha looked at the stall, filled with delicious food. She thought, it looks so good. Aisha looked hungry. Wow, it looks so delicious. An old man suddenly appeared from behind. There's also sweet grape juice here. She looked displeased. I have an unpleasant memory of grape juice. How much is this sausage? Yes, 1 silver. Then you must come next time. The handmade grape juice is made with all our heart. Aisha asked again. 1 silver? This much isn't expensive. This is the restaurant with the best quality meat in this area, the shop owner said. Aisha explained. It's not about that. She thought, what do I do? I used up all my silver earlier. Now I only have gold. In her purse, she now only had 2 gold coins, equivalent to 100 silver. Suddenly Aisha noticed the boy next to her. The newspaper boy looked at the food stall with a look of longing. The shop owner looked at him. Oh kid, you're here again. The boy was startled. I told my parents to come. In front of the customers. This is really awkward. Aisha looked at the boy, deep in thought. He hesitated shyly. Then she had an idea. But I only have 1 gold coin right now, Aisha said. The shop owner was startled. What? 1 gold coin? I don't have enough change to give you back for a gold coin. Anyway, it's the same, right? If so, then there's no other choice but to buy all of this food. It's too much for 2 people to eat. What should we do? Aisha continued. The boy standing beside her was startled. She leaned in close to the boy. Hey kid, I said I need someone to eat with. I wonder if you can help me. The boy, I said I need someone to eat with. The general was surprised and asked again. Really? Really? Aisha smiled and replied, Of course. The boy was flustered. I thank you. Even so, that's a large amount, isn't it? What about the rest? She worried. Suddenly, the boy hesitated. Anyway, if there's still a lot, can my younger siblings at home eat with us? Aisha was surprised. She glanced at Sir Luminous, who nodded in understanding. Of course, that's great. If you carry it alone, it'll be heavy. So let's all carry it together, shall we? The boy was overjoyed, his face beaming. If you don't mind, may I ask what you do for a living? The shopkeeper asked. She looked at her. I'm a foreigner traveling. Aisha replied with a radiant smile. Aisha and Luminous walked down the small alley. She thought to herself, the road is treacherous. The child walking looks dangerous. She looked around. Is there really a house on this road? Her earring suddenly fell off. The earring fell on the path she was walking on, but Aisha didn't notice. Have you found it anywhere yet? A voice came from the small town. Someone's voice, a little further this vicinity. Thud. A loud noise on the road. There was a person hiding behind the wall, trying to avoid the soldiers' search. The man looked out. He had green hair. Suddenly he noticed a pair of sparkling earrings that had fallen on the ground. He picked it up and looked towards the path Aisha had taken. Finally, the little girl that Aisha and Luminous had just met led them to her home. The little girl spoke up. "We're here." The little girl opened the door and politely invited them into her house. "Please come in." Princess Aisha also said politely, "Excuse me." However, Spirit King Luminous saw something shining nearby. The little girl's younger sister saw her come back and happily ran to her older sister, saying, "Sister." The little girl from earlier caught her younger sister and asked, "Hanem Rachel, were you a good girl at home?" Then, she opened the food parcel, gave it to her younger sister and said, "Here, look at this. Guess what I brought?" When Rachel saw the food, she happily said, "Wow, what is this? Is it ours? Can we eat it?" The other little girl heard this and smiled, saying, "Yes, you can eat it. You're hungry, right? There's a lot. So let's eat together." Rachel was overjoyed to hear this and said, "Really, Sister Karina? That's amazing. You're the best." Aisha stood watching the two sisters talk and smiled happily. Finally, she knew the little girl's name was Karina. What a beautiful name. Suddenly a little boy came out and said, "Karina, who are these people?" Karina turned around, smiled, and called the boy's name. "Eden." Eden continued to ask Karina, "A child who delivers newspapers suddenly has these dishes and even those things too. What is it all about?" Thank you for watching and see you again. Karina immediately understood and explained, these people had a lot of food left over, so they gave it to us. They brought it all the way here, you see?" Eden heard this and said to Karina, "What? Don't you know that there's no such thing as a free lunch?" Then the boy asserted, "If they bought that much food, they must be nobles. I just don't know what they're plotting against us to accept that." Princess Aisha and Spirit King Luminous, standing there, heard everything the two young children said to each other. Then Marianne gently spoke up to explain, "I'm sorry we came so unexpectedly. We happened to meet on the street, and I asked her to eat with me first. Since there was a lot of food, it would have been heavy to carry alone. So we came together." After hearing the fifth princess's explanation, not only did Eden not believe her, but he became even more suspicious. Then that's even more suspicious. I mean, a chance encounter between a poor child like us and a noble person like you would have no contact whatsoever. Then Eden said bluntly to the two of them, "Our house has nothing you want. Please go back. We don't need the food either." Then the boy turned and walked away. Marianne saw this and tried to hold him back, but just as she took a step, the boy's stomach suddenly rumbled with hunger. Everyone in the room at that moment froze. On one side, Princess Marianne and Karina were laughing. On the other side, Rachel was embarrassed for Eden, while Eden himself was blushing. In order to lighten the awkward atmosphere, the little girl spoke up. I'm hungry too." The fifth princess heard this and immediately said, "Let's eat this before it gets cold." Then everyone sat down at the table to enjoy the food. Trong De Turv seemed to be the happiest, as she ate with great gusto. Aisha discussed with Karen, "I heard that they use good quality meat in that area. So it's really delicious." "Yes, it's really delicious." "That's right, it's so delicious." Rachel and Spirit King Luminous were whispering to each other. "Why does your face keep changing? A while ago you looked handsome, but now you look a little off, right?" "It's just my mood." Eden, watching from outside, whispered, "Is that delicious?" When Rachel heard this, she immediately scolded Eden. You fool, pride can't feed you. When Eden heard this, he immediately said, What? Fool. Even so, I'm a year older, so I'm the older brother. Rachel didn't want to argue with her brother anymore. She quickly stated, So what? You're more childish than me. Eden heard this and moved closer to Rachel, saying, You're really... Rachel quickly put a piece of sausage in Eden's mouth. Then Eden tried it and found it incredibly delicious. Karen and Maria saw this and immediately laughed. After eating, Aisha quietly stood up to observe the room, and she thought to herself, And this house has been here for a long time, so it hasn't been managed at all. Only simple sleeping and eating areas have been prepared. These children are too weak and it's dangerous for them to be here. I wonder where their parents are. Karina seemed to have figured something out from the fifth princess. The little girl suddenly spoke up. Our house looks very shabby, doesn't it? This is an abandoned house where no one lives. This is a perfect place for children who have been abandoned by their parents and wander the streets to gather and live. When Princess Aisha found out about this, she asked in surprise, What? So you are? Karina said without hesitation, Yes, we are not biological siblings. Eden brought me and Rachel here while we were shivering from the cold. Because we were in the same situation, we relied on each other and lived like a family. Marianne was extremely shocked to hear that. She spoke up and asked the children, So, until now, have you been living like this on your own? Eden once again voiced his suspicion, suddenly following us and giving us food. I was thinking what to do. The very beautiful adult tribe came to visit out of curiosity, wondering how the common people live, right? Marina and Rachel, hearing Eden say that, immediately interrupted the boy. However, the boy continued to voice his thoughts. These are normal and dirty things compared to what you two enjoy, right? Is this sausage also used as a charity for the poor child selling things on the street? It seems that your mind and body are so full of comfort that you're being kind, right? Anyway, that side doesn't need to make any effort. Just being lucky enough to live in that world is enough, so don't look at us like that. That disrespectful sympathy makes us humans even more miserable. Seeing Eden express all his feelings with that expression, Essay suddenly remembered an image of herself in the past. She had done this to someone before. After saying all those words, Eden immediately ran out of that place as fast as he could. When everyone in the house saw him run, they immediately chased after him. However, as he ran out, he accidentally bumped into a stranger. The young man caught the boy from falling. Karina and Rachel ran out and shouted, Eden, are you okay? The black one immediately said, It's okay. When everyone heard that, they breathed a sigh of relief. View, that was really lucky. At this moment, Eden suddenly realized something. Then he stood up and asked, Who are you? The young man who had just been bumped into smiled and said, Me? Everyone then went to talk and all of them understood and knew who that young man was. Aisha picked up an earring and said again, You said you came to find the owner of the pair of earrings you happened to pick up on the road, right? The young man whispered in agreement. That's right. A pair of earrings like that doesn't belong in an alley like this. Isn't that quite interesting? Meanwhile, Karina was bandaging the young man's hand. He was in a little pain, so he thought to himself, Ouch, be gentle. I may look like this, but my skin is still very delicate. Then, the young man spoke again. Anyway, in the end, it was the right choice, wasn't it? Since there was only one path, I decided to try it. Then, he approached Aisha and whispered, And I saw a cute young lady like this. Suddenly, Luminous came closer. He put his hand out in front of her, and the young man to maintain a distance between them. Luminous said softly, but with a powerful voice, Stepping back a little would be better. The young man heard this and immediately straightened up. Then he also cheerfully admitted his mistake. So I was being rude, wasn't I? I apologize. Aisha then also nodded in agreement. Karina then went out with Eden. The little girl said, "Thank you. It's getting late now, isn't it? We almost had a big problem. Thank you for saving him." Then she reminded her brother, "Eden, you should say thank you too." When Eden heard this, he bowed his head and thanked the young man. Thank you." The young man heard this and immediately said, "Oh, you know how to say things like that? You were so cruel to her earlier." Karina was startled when she heard this, and Rachel asked in surprise, "Have you been here since then?" The other guy immediately nodded and explained, "I came a while ago to find the owner of the earrings, but the atmosphere seemed a bit serious." "So why did you rush out like that?" Eden's face flushed when he heard his name. Then he retorted, "No, it's fine if you don't know." Aisha suddenly rushed to Eden and lifted his pant leg, revealing that he was also. The baby was also injured in the leg. Right here. Injured just now. When Eden saw Aisha's action, he said indignantly, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Not only did Aisha not let go, but she also said, "Stay still. If you move, it will hurt a lot." She wanted to heal Eden quickly, so she thought that she had to use the healing power of light. Then she said to Rachel and Karina, "Karina, Rachel, I have to clean the wound, so can you two bring me some water?" The two innocent little girls immediately nodded their heads. As for the other young man and Sir Luminous, she felt that the other young man was the problem. The clothes he was wearing were definitely not those of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Princess Aisha remembered something. She immediately sent a signal to Sir Luminous. "Sir Luminous, could you please look at that person for a moment?" Spirit King Luminous also received the signal. He nodded in silent agreement. Aisha thought happily, "Good. It's so lucky that Luminous is also a spirit. I mean, I can talk to him with my thoughts, just like talking to Jun." Suddenly Marianne felt something. Spirit King Luminous whispered to the man, "The clouds are gathering. Those clouds look like the sausage I ate earlier." He retorted, No, really." "Oh, that looks like a laniculus flower. What does that do?" A moment later, while bandaging Eden's wound, Princess Marianne, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, used her power to heal the boy's wound. That she did so with restraint, because she was afraid that if she healed him completely, everyone would become suspicious. Suddenly Eden said to Aisha, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that expression. It's just that I thought no one in the world would be nice to me for no reason. Even my parents abandoned me because they didn't love me. Someone I just met for the first time couldn't possibly treat me well out of love. So I just lived thinking that no one loved me. So in a way I felt very comfortable. Probably because there was nothing to get hurt about." After hearing this, Aisha also shared her feelings with Eden, saying, "There were times when I couldn't trust anyone and was always suspicious of everyone. Just like you. The wound I suffered when the person I loved betrayed me was so severe that I couldn't receive love from anyone anymore. I was determined not to love anyone again." When Eden heard this, he immediately asked, "You've been through that too? All the nobles look so happy." Aisha immediately replied, "This has nothing to do with status or background. So I wandered alone in a very deep darkness. But not anymore. Someone told me that there is a love that doesn't need a reason." Then, Marianne continued to ask Eden, "You're the one who brought Rachel and Karina to this house, right? Does your heart feel any sympathy for those children?" Hearing this, Eden suddenly remembered the memories between the three of them from a long time ago. Then the boy said, "No, that's..." Suddenly, Karina and Rachel came over and called Eden's name. Then she ran to him, hugged him, and said, I love you, Eden. Marianne, seeing this scene, also smiled happily without realizing it. Then suddenly the young man from before entered the room, breaking the emotional atmosphere. Hey, sorry to break the touching moment. If I don't say it now, I probably won't get another chance. Is that okay? It turned out that it was raining and everyone hadn't brought their things inside yet. Well, that really broke the mood. We were having a good time, and then suddenly we're all stiff. The three of them, Karina, Eden and Rachel, were startled and panicked. It was still raining heavily outside. Princess Aisha and Spirit King Luminous intended to leave, but it seemed they couldn't just yet. Spirit King Luminous glanced at the weather and said, "This late summer rain. We should probably head back slowly." Then suddenly he turned to look at Princess Aisha and made an offer. "Can you make this rain stop?" Aisha stiffened upon hearing this and she replied humorously, "Are you saying you want me to buy you a bamboo rain umbrella?" Then she thought about it again. That's right. If it were Luminous, he could make this rain stop without needing to buy an umbrella, because he is a special person who can change the weather between night and day. I had forgotten about this because of the days I spent with him. Luminous is a person from a different world than me. Suddenly, Eden's voice calling for Rachel cut through Marianne's train of thought. Rachel said she couldn't. It turned out that Rachel intended to go out and play in the rain. She stretched out her arms to catch the cool downpour. What? What is this? I was about to hang out the laundry, and then suddenly it started raining like this. The weather was so hot just now, and now it's so cool. Eden followed behind, indignantly calling out to the group, Hey, you're cheating by going alone." At this moment, Karina, looking out from the hall, cried out in alarm, "Look at Eden. If he keeps running out in the rain like that, what if he catches a cold?" The young man from before saw the children playing and laughed, saying, "The children are so mischievous, but they look like they're having fun." Marianne returned to her own train of thought. That's right. No matter how long Sir Luminous stays to learn about humans, it won't change the fact that he is a god. Suddenly Aisha asked, "Sir Run, how was your day today?" Luminous answered honestly, "I had a lot of fun." All of this was both strange and interesting. Marianne continued, "Well then, now before we go back." Then suddenly Marianne grabbed Luminous's hand and pulled him out into the rain. Then she asked Luminous again, "Can this make you feel more interested and refreshed?" "So, how is it? It's very cool, isn't it?" Spirit King Luminous then also smiled back at Aisha and said, "Yes, it's very cool." The young man from earlier saw this and said, "She's just like those young ladies from noble families who have never been in the rain before. I don't like my hair getting wet, but there's nothing I can do about it." Then he also carried Karina out to play in the rain with everyone. In that scene, it was extremely beautiful and happy. Alas, it's dark, and the rain has stopped. Aisha and Luminous, along with the young man from earlier, said goodbye to the three kids and left. Karina, on behalf of everyone, thanked the benefactors who had helped her. Today was really fun. Thank you, everyone. Please be careful on your way home. Rachel, who was beside her, also added. As for Eden, he walked up to Princess Aisha and said politely, "I thank you and I'm very sorry, because I was the one who hurt you. So I sincerely want to apologize to you." Aisha. Ase was surprised by the boy's action, and she asked softly, "Is that true?" The little boy Eden nodded and replied. Marianne, seeing his sincerity, smiled and patted his head, saying, "All right, if you know you were wrong, then you're a good boy." Everyone then went home. The young man from earlier also spoke up to say goodbye to Aisha and Luminous. "We have to part ways here for now. It was a pleasure meeting you both." Then suddenly remembering something, he said, It seems I haven't asked for your name." What is your name? Aisha replied, My name is Say. My name is John. Aisha also asked him back, So, what's your name? He answered honestly, Andy. You can call me Andy. Then he added, by the way, since this is broken anyway, I'll take it home as a souvenir. Before Aisha could finish her sentence, he had already dashed away, not forgetting to say, Well, I'm off then. On his way home, Andiff walked and thought to himself, Even though she looks childish, she possesses a special energy. I'm really curious about this girl. As Andiff was lost in his happiness, his sister's piercing shout brought him back to reality. Big brother! Oh my goodness, what have you been doing to get yourself in this state? I'm really at a loss for words with you. Andiff quickly said, Oh no, you caught me again. But I was just about to head back. His younger sister continued to question him. Where on earth have you been all day? Then she suddenly noticed a shiny metal object in her brother's hand. Seeing it, she immediately said, Brother, do you remember? Don't forget the purpose we came here for. Hearing this, Andiff nodded and said, I know. I'm heading there now. And he walked towards the Elmira Imperial Palace. After a stroll in the capital, summer, where drops of sweat fall like pearls. Summer, where drops of sweat fall like pearls. When did autumn begin with its cool breeze? I am now enjoying autumn after a strenuous training session. I am experiencing a small but precious and happy time. A sky without a single cloud, an autumn dessert with my beloved family, and a passionate marriage proposal that I tasted for the first time. The emperor suddenly spoke. Aisha, I have received your marriage proposals. The prince and princess were startled upon hearing this and replied in unison. A letter? What marriage proposal? For the two of us? Even Aisha was shocked. The emperor nodded and replied, Yes. This time, the Duchy of Reincarnation sent a letter saying their duke's son and daughter will visit, and has sent a marriage proposal. Upon hearing this, Isis voiced his disapproval. Those children of Reincarnation. Father, if it were for me, it might be acceptable, but Aisha is only 14. How can you two be so calm? Hearing this, the emperor calmly sipped his tea and said, Then I will refuse it. Then came a letter of friendship between the two nations with the following content. The purpose of this visit is to see and learn about the culture of the Elmer Empire. That is why I wish to strengthen the relationship between our nations in a more friendly manner. The marriage proposal seems to have been sent as a courtesy, signifying such goodwill and as an ally. Emperor Tyrion then said, If it weren't for that, I would have run to Reincarnation and thrown the proposal letter at them. Then the empress added, But Aisha, you must remember, as you said, one never knows with you. You are of marriageable age. I don't intend to interfere as you are still focused on your studies. More marriage proposals will come later. Prince Isis replied politely, I understand. Hearing this, Aisha thought to herself, That's right. He has reached marriageable age. So that's what father wanted to say. He was intentionally bringing my brother up. Emperor Tyrion then continued, Anyway, the delegation from the Duchy of Reincarnation will arrive in a week. Their stay will be for 4 days. During that time, you will have to escort the Grand Duke's son and Grand Duchess of the Reincarnation Duchy. Isis, you will be with the younger sister, the princess, while Aisha will be with the older brother, the Duke's son. Upon hearing this, Aisha asked in surprise, Me, with the Duke's son? The empress nodded and explained to her little daughter, Yes. Originally, I intended to assign the princess to you. But anyway, if you want to play the role of a partner in the ballroom, you should probably take the Duke's son. The same goes for Isis. The emperor then also voiced his support for his children. Well then, For the sake of stable diplomatic relations, both of you do your best with the royal family during this visit. Although reassured by her parents, Princess Aisha still had many worries in her heart. The fact that Reincarnation is sending a delegation to our empire at a time when our internal situation is not good is due to Aidenbach's provocations. It's not just about harmony between nations and cultural exchange, is it? Yet, she still obediently replied to her parents, "Yes, I will accept father and mother's wishes." A moment later, in her private room, Aisha did some research on her own. Let's see. Name is Andiff, 20 years old this year. He is a character with green hair and purple eyes. His family consists of the Duke, the Duchess, and a younger sister, the Princess. He is currently the only son of the duchy and the heir. After reading that information, Aisha thought to herself, his family structure is just like mine. Then, she continued her research and found out that his favorite thing is to enjoy beautiful works of art. Aisha felt that this young duke was not as difficult an opponent as she thought. However, she felt this name was very familiar, especially the purple eyes and green hair. Then she thought of the young man she had met the other day. Could it be? Although there are many coincidences, his scheduled arrival is a week from now. There's no way he's already in Elmer, right? Someone so gentle probably wouldn't be the son of a duke. A servant entered Aisha's room and announced, "Shall the first prepare the horses?" Aisha immediately replied, has the time come already? The location is the newly opened salon of a noble lady in the capital, right? The servant also quickly replied, "Yes. After the debutant ball, there are more and more social events." "Please be careful, Your Highness." Aisha replied cheerfully, "Yes, even though my hands are still a bit shaky, thank you." After her debut at the Haji party, along with helping with the Imperial Palace's work, attending social gatherings also became one of Aisha's duties. Today is the third day on her social calendar. But when Aisha arrived at the social gathering, many people were interested in her. They started conversations with her, saying it was a great honor to meet the one and only star of Elmira. "This is the first time we've met since the Spring Festival, isn't it? The last party, no. Have you been well? I was so looking forward to meeting the princess at this salon." "That's right. For Your Highness the Princess to walk to a place like this, I couldn't be happier." With such an enthusiastic reception, Aisha felt as if she had stepped into the wrong place. However, she still replied politely, "Thank you all for welcoming me." Aisha sensed that someone wanted to say something but kept beating around the bush, not getting to the main topic. Finally, a young lady spoke up. "Your Highness the Princess, that priest from last time, Oh, I heard that priest attended the debutante ball. Is he that handsome?" Aisha froze upon hearing that question. The other lady continued to ask, "I mean that priest. I heard he has beautiful hair. I'm curious to know just how handsome he is." Hearing this, Aisha thought to herself, "So that's how it is. Handsome men truly are a world treasure, aren't they?" Then another lady said, "I actually saw him at the debutante ball that day." Aisha didn't expect everyone to be so excited about June. She was ready to throw a party right then and there. The Temple of Light does not forbid starting a family. Although it doesn't welcome weddings as much as the god of Dazen, one can still get married and receive blessings in the temple. So strictly speaking, having a relationship with a priest of the god of light isn't a disrespectful act towards the deity, right? Suddenly, someone said to Aisha, as expected of the princess, "That's right, Crown Prince Isis, Duke's son Veen, and this time even a priest. Your Highness, the princess truly has a connection with those three." The other person started a discussion. Even if Priest Jun has a radiant appearance, it doesn't change the fact that the Crown Prince is the best groom in the empire. "Oh my, if you saw him in person, you wouldn't say that," The moment I saw Sir Jun, my first love began. Actually, Duke Sun Veen is my first love. Hearing them discuss, Aisha gave a wry smile and said, "They are all wonderful people, aren't they?" Then suddenly they asked her, "Your Highness the Princess, if it's not too rude, does Your Highness the Princess have an ideal type among these three?" Thank you for watching, and see you again. Aisha was taken aback by this question. She stammered, My ideal type." She thought for a few seconds and then answered, I don't really know because I've never thought about such things." A young lady then continued to ask Aisha, "Well then, even if it's not one of those three, do you have any other ideal type?" Aisha still affirmed that she had never had an ideal type in this matter. Seeing this, another young lady shyly asked Aisha a question. "Then do you know the ideal type of those three?" The rest of them chimed in and supported the question. Yes, their hobbies or favorite foods, we want to know their ideal type. Aisha was surprised by their assertiveness. She gave an awkward, shy smile and replied, "I understand. I'll try to ask them once." Just hearing that made the other girls' eyes light up, and they said in unison, "Thank you, Your Highness." And then they gathered together to gossip again. If we could find out Duke Veen's ideal type, it would be so exciting. What if the Crown Prince likes someone with dark hair and dark skin? What should I do? If Priest Chun's ideal type is a nun, I'm willing to become one too. Suddenly, a noble lady spoke up. Anyway, being able to talk to Your Highness the Princess feels like a dream. Actually, I've wanted to become someone who socializes with you regularly for a long time now. The green-haired lady also shared her opinion. Me too. Chatting with Your Highness the Princess is so interesting and exciting. Once again, I congratulate Your Highness the Princess on entering high society. We will be seeing each other often from now on. Aisha also smiled and replied, "Thanks to all of you, I've had a wonderful time. I will invite everyone to the next gathering, and then we can talk about their ideal types." Sitting in the carriage, Princess Aisha realized that high society was a much more difficult place than she had thought. But on the bright side, everyone seems quite cute, especially the image of the girls getting excited over the talk of ideal types. Aisha thought to herself, finding out my brother's and Duke Veen's ideal types seems easy because I can ask my brother about the Duke's ideal type. The main problem is Sir Luminous. How would I dare to ask the God of Light for his ideal type? Then she thought silently about her own ideal type. She was lost in thought in the carriage. Finally, the carriage carrying Princess Aisha arrived home. Hearing the sound of her carriage stop, a servant quickly came out to greet her. "Your Highness the Princess." Seeing the servant's haste, Aisha asked, "What's the matter?" The servant immediately recounted the whole story to her. The Riotan delegation has arrived earlier than expected. As soon as the Duke of Riotan's son met His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress, he immediately came to the princess's palace to request an audience. As she stepped out of the carriage, Aisha pondered, "The scheduled arrival date I received in the letter is still many days away. Why such a rush?" When Aisha entered, she was startled because the person she thought was the Duke's son had the same green hair as the young man she met the other day. She was about to call his name when he suddenly turned around, smiled, and while speaking, presented her with a bouquet of flowers. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Andiff Riotan, Grand Duke's son of the Duchy of Riotan." Aisha was surprised. "Why is Andiff here?" A moment later, they sat and chatted together in the room. While sipping tea, Aisha secretly glanced at the young Duke and thought to herself, "So the man I met in the capital was indeed Duke Andiff. He looks quite different, but I don't sense the same aura as before." Suddenly, Duke Andiff called her Princess Aisha. Aisha was startled and replied, "Yes." She wondered if he had recognized her. However, It seemed her worry was unnecessary, as Andiff only said, "It seems you've inherited all the beautiful features of His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress." Hearing this, Aisha immediately thanked Andiff. Thump. Duke Andiff noticed something had fallen on the floor. It turned out to be a piece of paper. He picked it up and said, "This fell on the floor." Seeing this, Aisha quickly took the paper back and explained, "I sometimes have meetings with my mother here, so the documents haven't been sorted yet." Andiff also commented, "It seems you have a business plan." Aisha looked at the paper and replied, "This is the project plan to promote child welfare. I happened to learn about the necessity of child welfare, so I prepared a practical business plan. It turned out that the welfare plan was born after she met Karina. She wanted children like her to be able to get an education. So she prepared this project, and luckily, her mother had also planned this project in advance." Thinking about this, Aisha wondered in her heart if those children were doing well. Hearing this, Duke Andiff also said, "Even in Rioton, I have heard and known that the Elmir royals are considering the plight of the people. I am also interested in the child welfare project. It is an honor to talk with you like this." Aisha was surprised by Andiff's words. The Duke's son is also interested in the child welfare project. Andiff replied, "Yes, it was a chance opportunity. For a child to live like a child, they need the help of adults, don't they? If I may cautiously offer my opinion, I think it would be best to establish a facility for children in difficult circumstances, to solve the problems of food, clothing, and shelter for many children in one space." Hearing Andiff's words, Aisha immediately replied, "I hadn't thought of that. Thank you for your kind words." At the same time, she thought to herself, if it was a chance opportunity, he must be talking about that day. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Your Highness the Princess, the Crown Prince and the Princess of the Duchy of Rioton are waiting for you both at the palace greenhouse." Andiff immediately explained to her, Originally we were all supposed to have tea there, but because I wanted to meet the princess, I disregarded etiquette and came to see you first. I apologize for not informing you beforehand. It's because I wanted to be with your Highness the Princess for a little longer." Hearing this, Aisha just gave a wry smile. After that, they went to the palace together. Andiff even courteously opened the door for Aisha. As the door opened, Aisha said softly, "Brother, I'm Komi." That she never expected the scene before her to be so utterly surprising. She exclaimed in shock, "What on earth is this situation?" When the Princess of Rioton saw Her Highness the Princess arrive, she immediately said with joy, "I told you so. This is the princess? It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness the Princess. My name is Almina Rioton, also the Grand Duchess of the Rioton Empire. You can just call me Mina." Aisha also politely introduced herself back. "Welcome to Elmira, Princess Almina. I am also the Grand Duchess of Almira, Aisha, Princess Almina." As for Prince Isis, the young man seemed to be wearing a look of pleading towards his younger sister. Suddenly, Almina called out to Aisha, "Your Highness the Princess," which startled her. Then Almina continued, "Oh my goodness, just looking at His Highness the Crown Prince, I can already see how incredibly handsome he is. I was wondering how beautiful Your Highness the Princess would be. It's just as I thought, you are truly beautiful." Duke Andiff also nodded in agreement. Of course, His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress are masterpieces, so of course Her Highness the Princess must be as beautiful as her parents. Hearing such compliments, Aisha happily replied, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Thank you." However, Almina said modestly, "Oh my, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I'm so glad you've taken the time for us to have fun together. Thank you. Now that Your Highness the Princess has arrived, let's have tea together. This is so much fun." Andiff also agreed. I agree. Look, even those maple leaves outside seem to be dancing and rejoicing with us. Aisha didn't expect the Reincarnation siblings to be so hyperactive. Amina seemed a bit hot, so she unconsciously said, "It's already autumn, but the summer heat still lingers, doesn't it, Your Highness, the Crown Prince?" However, Aisha saw that Almina seemed so cold that she had goosebumps, yet she claimed to be hot. Could it be that she's doing this to use a beauty trap to mesmerize my brother? Andiff, while pouring tea for Aisha, introduced it, saying, "This is a famous tea from our Reincarnation Empire. It's also one of the items that will be imported here this time. Does the tea smell fragrant?" Aisha watched Andiff as he poured tea, chatted, and laughed intimately with her. She had a thought. Is he also using a handsome man trap? The Reincarnation Empire sent a marriage proposal as a formality, but in reality I feel that he seems very sincere. While sipping her tea, Aisha pondered. Although my empire and Reincarnation are allies and have signed some military-related agreements, this could be a part that can change with the current situation. The person who first founded the Reincarnation Empire 100 years ago must be mentioned. He was a prince who emerged from the Elmer system. From then on, the Elmer blood in him gradually faded. At that time, the Aidenbach Empire continuously provoked them. So the Reincarnation Empire opened diplomatic channels with the Elmer Empire to help their empire rise above the threats and provocations from Aidenbach. A marriage with Elmira opens up a larger empire as well as a strong ally. If Princess Almina or Prince Andiff marries someone powerful in our empire, Reincarnation will surely have a solid backing. And if the target is my brother or me, they would become even more powerful. I thought the real purpose of this visit was cultural exchange between the two countries, but it seems this is a marriage arrangement between two nations. Prince Isis spoke up. Today's tea party is really enjoyable. Princess Almina beside him clapped her hands happily and replied, "Oh, really? I feel happy too." Then, Isis said, "But I think you two should return to the palace to rest and prepare for this evening's party. Aisha, you should also go back and prepare early." Aisha also agreed with her brother's opinion. "That's right. And besides, you two must be tired from the long journey. I think it would be better for you to go back and rest." However, Almina and Andiff felt they still had plenty of time. "But it's still early. It's only noon, and besides, we've already finished preparing for tonight's party." Then, Andiff also reminded his sister, "Mina, it's time for you to go back and prepare for everything. Because you came here as the Crown Prince's companion, you have to prepare more than usual." Hearing her brother say that, Almina also agreed and replied, "Then I hope for your help tonight, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Before leaving, Andiff didn't forget to say goodbye to Aisha. "Have a good day, Your Highness the Princess." After the Reincarnation siblings left, Isis slumped his face onto the table and lamented, "This isn't being lively or enthusiastic, it's being hyperactive. I've never seen a girl like that before." Aisha thought to herself, "I don't know what my brother's ideal type is, but it's definitely not this girl." Then Aisha suddenly said boldly, "Brother, can I ask you something? What is your ideal type?" Hearing that, Isis immediately froze. He didn't expect her to ask him that. Aisha explained, "Well, it's just that I want to understand what kind of person my brother is." Seeing this, Isis asked sincerely, "Do you really want to know? Since that last time, I saw that priest." Then suddenly Isis turned and asked his sister a question in return. "About that Jum fellow, have you met him since the party? Or has he come to see you?" Hearing her brother ask this, Aisha hesitated, not knowing whether to tell the truth or lie, because June was her friend. However, she still decided to keep it a secret. "No, I've been in the palace all this time, and he's at the church." Isis continued to ask Aisha, "So, do you know Priest Run's ideal type?" Hearing this, she suddenly suspected that her brother might have feelings for Saran. She immediately slammed her hand on the table and said, "Saran is not an option, brother. Of course, he's kind and handsome, but I didn't think you had feelings for him." Isis was surprised by that answer. He immediately retorted, "What are you talking about, Aisha?" Aisha continued to voice her thoughts. "If you're asking for fun, that's fine. But if you're planning to set him up with someone, you can't, because he already has an ideal type. Wait, don't tell me you like Saran." Finally, Isis understood what his sister meant. He said, "So you mean you were just curious about the ideal types of the three of us in high society, right?" Aisha immediately nodded. "Yes, I only have a good impression of Sir June. I don't mean anything else by it." Suddenly, the conversation between the two siblings quieted down for a few seconds. After they both calmed down, Isis said cheerfully, "It was just a misunderstanding, it's okay." Aisha also gave an embarrassed laugh and replied, "I was also being silly. I even misunderstood that you had feelings for Saran." Hearing that, Isis immediately retorted, "I told you before, it's just that Sojin has officially become a priest at the Imperial Palace, so we meet often. I'm just a little worried about what else might happen." Hearing her brother say that, Aisha replied, "Yes, I understand." Then she thought to herself, Luminous has become a priest of the Imperial Palace. So, he has a great influence and seems to be integrating into the human world. If he becomes a priest of the Imperial Palace, he will surely be in charge of affairs within the palace and outside the Temple of Light, as well as the royal palace. So, he and I will see each other more often. Thinking of this, Aisha suddenly felt happier. That's good too. Then Isis continued, "Anyway, Beyond's ideal type would be..." He pondered for a few seconds and then said, "From my assessment of his personality, he is a very caring person who loves everyone. So he would probably like a girl with a strong mind and a straightforward personality." Hearing that, Aisha nodded in agreement. That's true too. And she thought to herself, the trend of creating mature hairstyles will be very popular, you'll see. Then she asked her brother, "So, what is your ideal type in the end?" Hearing this, Isis rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Ideal type, huh? I don't know either because I've never thought about love." Aisha quickly said, "Oh, don't be shy, just tell me. Anyway, the girls are very curious about your ideal type right now." But she only thought this to herself and didn't say it out loud. After a few seconds of careful thought, everyone gave a very cautious reply. Alexis finally decided to tell his sister, "All right, I'll tell you. Well, she must be a mature person with the qualifications of an empress. It would be great if she were intelligent and decisive." Hearing this, Aisha also nodded and said, "I agree with this too. If she is the one who will accompany my brother in the future, I hope she will be a good empress for our country." Isis continued, "I think if she's a classy, elegant person, I don't care much about looks." However, Aisha shook her head in disagreement. Isis continued, "But she must also have a very open and kind personality. Kind to everyone around her, but must act decisively when necessary." Hearing this, Aisha frowned, and before her brother could finish the rest of his sentence, she stopped him. Elsa listed all the ideal qualities her brother had just told her. A mature, elegant, and classy person, but with an open, kind, gentle, and considerate personality. Fit for the position of empress, intelligent, and at the same time, must have decisiveness in all matters. Is this your ideal type? Ice immediately blushed and said, "It's just an ideal type, that's all." Aisha thought to herself, he said he's never thought about love, yet he has so many ideals about women. And he says he hasn't thought about love. But where can you find a woman like that? Then again, it's true, my brother. Sai is a kind, strong person, and looks just like his father. From head to toe, there's nothing to criticize. He's skilled in both martial arts and literature. Truly a reliable person. He is the most perfect groom in this world, with the outstanding ability to assume the position of emperor. So a woman like that is also suitable for my brother. Anyway, he's a formidable person. And that ideal type is a combination of elegance, dignity, handsomeness, intelligence, a cheerful personality, and kindness to everyone. That's the light spirit luminous. Could it be that my brother likes him? Thinking of this, Aisha immediately asked her brother, "Brother, in the end, you..." Before Isis could even hear the full sentence, he retorted, "It's not that, Aisha." But Aisha thought to herself, I have to tease him until he gives up his aversion. The next day, while discussing the welfare project for children in difficult circumstances with Aisha, the Empress asked her, and you met the delegation from the Duchy of Rio Tem yesterday, right? I heard that everyone enjoyed a very pleasant tea time together." Aisha did a complete 180 and said, "I was just about to ask about that. Is it true that you previously rejected the marriage proposal from Rioton? It's not just Princess Elmina but Prince Andiff as well. It seems they have prepared very thoroughly." Sitting next to them, I felt so sorry for my brother. The Empress naively asked back, "Did that really happen?" Aisha immediately nodded and said, "Yes." Then the Empress explained, "Actually, the delegation from the Duchy of Rioton sent a marriage proposal here and asked me to reconsider during their visit." Aisha said in surprise, "Oh, is that so?" Then a thought occurred to her. What if Princess Elmina becomes my brother's wife? At this point, she felt a pang of pity for her brother's fate. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Then Aisha immediately slammed the table and said resolutely, "No way. This time you will reject them too, right? Even though they are very friendly to us." "It's not okay, mother." The Empress just said calmly, "You may say that, but Aisha, listen to me. About your marriage I will do as Sir Run wishes, but that Princess Elmina is another matter entirely. In fact, no matter how much opposition there is, if Isis agrees to this marriage, no one can object, right?" Hearing her mother's reasonable words, Aisha also replied, "Yes." However, in her heart, she still felt a little reluctant, but she decided to say it to put her mother at ease. "Then let's see how my brother decides." Hearing her daughter say that, the Empress also smiled happily and said, "That is Isis's happiness, so let Isis decide." Aisha also nodded in agreement with her mother, but she seemed a little unhappy. That's right, the most important thing is how he decides. Then she thought again, if Princess Alvina captures my brother's heart as she planned, then I must respect my brother's decision. All I can do now is watch and cheer for them. The Empress felt that her daughter seemed a little sad. However, Aisha said, "I feel a little sad because my brother has always been by my side all this time. If he gets married, he will spend more time with his family." The Empress also empathized with Aisha on this issue. She asked her daughter, "Do you think everything in this world is permanent?" Aisha was surprised by this question. The Empress continued, "That won't change, and love will grow over time. I think family love is the only permanent thing in this world. Even if you or your brother marry someone else you love later on, each of you will always have that love for your family. And that will never change. You know, say, you are Isis's happiness, and of course, it's the same for me." Hearing this, Aisha understood her mother's words. And she also realized that her brother's ideal type, or the words her brother had said earlier, were all meant for their mother. And it's definitely because he has been in contact with Mom for so long that he has such thoughts. And if I had a mother like that, I couldn't help but love my mother. To me, mother is the most wonderful mother in the world. Hearing her daughter say that, the Empress asked, "Why are you suddenly saying that, Aisha?" Before the party began, A servant knocked on Aisha's door and asked, "Your Highness the Princess, it seems you've forgotten you have something to do at today's party. You seem more worried than usual." Aisha also nodded and replied, "This is not an ordinary party, and my outfit today is for battle." The servant heard this and after a moment of silence asked, "What? For battle?" Aisha thought to herself, "That's right. The most important and proper weapon in high society is to overwhelm them first. And today, I must use Princess Raitan's previous strategy to fight against all the torture towards my brother. I will wear a suit of armor called a dress. And then the party will be a battlefield for me, to see if Princess Almina is really good to my brother. I need to find out." Andiff was lost in thought, with a certain feeling in his heart that couldn't be put into words. The emperor, presiding over the meeting, said, "The duchy is currently at a disadvantage in the conflict with Aidenbach. We need to find a way to strengthen our military power as soon as possible." The green-haired man spoke up. "But until now, it's because of the military treaty with the Elmer Empire that we've had to be so lenient with them. It certainly won't intervene in our military conflict with Aidenbach. The army on Aidenbach's side has always been overwhelming, which has caused our soldiers' morale to plummet. If this continues, it won't be long before a large-scale war breaks out, and we will face the path of annihilation. So, shouldn't we establish a formal alliance with Elmira as soon as possible?" The emperor, with a serious expression, asked, "This is still a long way off, so let's deal with what's right in front of us. What is your opinion?" The bearded official replied, "Your Majesty, don't you know? This is a state marriage. The fastest and most certain alliance can only be a state marriage." Andiff heard this and thought to himself, "I knew it would come to this. To them, I'm just a diplomatic tool." Another official continued to ask, "So, what about exchanging the diamond mine for the military agreement last time? Wasn't that already too much? But that diamond mine is very rare. We can't just keep offering them our land time and time again." The emperor continued, "I know the reason is that, but..." Before the emperor could finish his sentence, the other official continued, "Currently, a state marriage is the only safe way for our country." Andiff remained silent, thinking deeply. This is like I'm the only means of making money in a collapsed family. Suddenly another official voiced his objection. "But Princess Almena is still young and acts childish. But our crown prince has reached marriageable age. Let's try sending them 2 marriage proposal letters and see what happens." Andiff heard this and was suddenly startled as if he realized something. "That's right. This is ridiculous." He angrily stood up and slammed the table, shouting, "Princess Amina is still so young and you're forcing her to get married. How can you do that? What do you people want?" The emperor shouted an order. "Everyone, stop." Then he rubbed his head wearily and said, "Today's meeting is to discuss the plan for the upcoming state marriage, which is the final plan. We need to protect the nation and pursue the freedom of the Raitan Empire." After speaking, the emperor turned and ordered, "Everyone, get out." Suddenly, someone spoke up, stopping the emperor. "Please reconsider this matter." Andiff stood there with a look of displeasure, grinding his teeth in anger. The green-haired man stood up and said sarcastically, "Huh, what nonsense. Now that they can't solve it, they're just trying to buy more time. I'm sure the princess is doing this on purpose." Adlib was furious upon hearing this. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that his veins bulged. The green-haired man, with a dangerous expression, continued, "But the nation's security must come first, shouldn't it? Could it be that you are selfishly thinking of your own personal interests, leading your country down a dangerous path? Do you only want to pursue your love and not worry about our country? If you do that, you will surely regret it when it's too late." Each word was like a needle piercing straight into Andiff's heart. leaving him momentarily stunned and unable to resist. The green-haired man, with a stern and slightly dangerous expression, said, "Love is just a luxury. The peace of the country is paramount." The meeting ended. Andiff, his face lost in thought, walked away dazed. On the corridor, unaware that Almena had been standing there watching him for some time. Standing alone by the railing, looking slightly melancholic as if deep in thought about something. From there, Princess Aisha approached and called out, "Sir." Hearing that, Andiff was a little startled. He changed his contemplative expression to a friendly smile and turned his head to say, "Your Highness, the princess has arrived? As your dance partner for today's party, I came here to escort the princess to the party." Aisha replied, "Thank you, sir. I didn't know you were standing here waiting for me." "You are so thoughtful." Andiff, with a cheerful and flattering expression, said, "You praise me too much, princess. Thanks to you, I now know that fairies can descend to earth even at night." Aisha, with a helpless expression, replied, "Day or night, you always speak so eloquently, Andiff." Nif continued to speak in flowery and flattering terms. Faced with the princess's noble and splendid beauty, I have no words left to describe your appearance. This left Princess Aisha speechless, standing there with a look of helpless resignation. But then her expression changed to one of slight worry and curiosity as she thought, "But it seems his expression isn't very comfortable. Could something be wrong?" A gloomy, somber atmosphere enveloped the entire world. In the palace, the princesses, as if drained of all life, slumped down in disappointment, murmuring phrases like, "Graceful and elegant too. Sniff, sniff. Mom and Dad, why did you have to give birth to me so late?" Childish, with the qualifications and character of an outstanding queen. Anlip, seeing this scene, was a bit confused. He whispered to the princess, "Why is everyone like that?" Aisha replied, "I think it's because I just told them my brother's type." Anlip, upon hearing this, felt bewildered and confused. Suddenly, a black-haired girl appeared out of nowhere, her face just as bewildered as Adlip's. She walked over and said, "Look at them. I'm so glad I still don't know anything about the crown prince's ideal type. But if I perform well today, there's still a chance, right?" Hearing this, Aisha was a little surprised and asked, "Is Run attending the party today?" The black-haired girl quickly replied, "Since he has become a priest of the imperial palace, he is here to welcome the distinguished guests from the Duchy of Rio Tenno." Aisha felt enlightened. Her face full of admiration, she praised, "I must admit, you get information really fast." The black-haired girl replied with a playful voice, "When it comes to handsome guys, you have to be fast." Aisha glanced around, wondering to herself, where is Princess Almena?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Highness, Princess Aisha?" And Mina arrived with Crown Prince Isis. "So you're here? I've been looking for you." Aisha, with a bright and cheerful smile, said, "Hello, Princess. You two came together? It's a pleasure to have you at this party." As soon as she finished speaking, Aisha thought to herself, "Just as I thought. She's sticking close to my brother." And Mina's face lit up as she praised effusively, "Oh my goodness. Seeing you smile like this is like looking at an angel. Although this is only the second time we've met, I feel like we've become much closer. Haven't we?" Hearing this, Aisha burst out laughing. Then she thought to herself, "She's really open as expected." Amidst the sparkling, luxurious scenery of a palace, Princess Almina, with a face full of honor, said, "This party at the Elmer Imperial Palace is truly special. It's both beautiful and grand. I am so happy and grateful that everyone has welcomed us so warmly." Aisha, upon hearing this, was a bit confused. Almina continued, I'm sure I'll miss Elmer a lot after this. It would be wonderful if I could live in the Elmer Empire in the future. I'll be really sad to go back. We've only just met. Hearing that, Aisha's face filled with utter confusion. She froze stiff, not understanding what was happening, and could only stammer a few sounds. Princess Almina continued with her flattering words full of hidden meaning. In my heart right now, there is only His Highness the Crown Prince. Oh my. I think it would be great to live here. Aisha's face was frozen solid. It was plain to see. Then her expression gradually became serious as she thought to herself, behaving like this, Princess Almena is certainly not suitable for my brother. It's clear that my brother has no feelings for Princess Almina either. Crown Prince Isis stood by, talking to Almena with a forced attitude, his face looking tired. Aisha spoke up. As the Princess of Elmira, I would be happy if Princess Almina came to visit our country. Since you are a distinguished guest, I will definitely take good care of you and leave you with many beautiful memories. Thank you for watching and see you again. Aisha smiled and continued. And if you want to visit next time, I will welcome Princess Almina. My brother still has a lot to learn, so he probably doesn't have much time to take the princess out. And also, Aisha's face became incredibly radiant. She asked cheerfully, what about the state marriage? Ainina was startled upon hearing that, jumping in surprise. She was too shocked to speak. Aisha's face was triumphant as she thought to herself, good, she probably gets my meaning now. Suddenly Alpina put her hand on her head. Swaying, she stumbled and fell against Isis. Aisha, my head. Aisha, standing nearby, once again had a face that looked like it was about to turn to stone, thinking, these two. Isis, supporting a lost Almina, asked with concern, are you all right? Anyone watching could see Almina's very convincing act of feigning illness. She said, this is probably the first time I've attended such a grand party, so I'm a little nervous. I must have a headache. Although Aisha was a little angry inside, she still asked gently, what a pity. I'm sorry. Are you okay, Princess Almena? Almena said with a suggestive tone, I think I would be better if I could go to the terrace with the Crown Prince and get some fresh air for a bit. But Isis replied with a full rebuttal. No, if you have a headache, it's better to go back to the palace and rest than to breathe the outside air at night. Hearing Isis say that, Aisha's eyes widened in surprise, while Almina, not expecting this, was shocked to her core, stammering, oh. Isis, with a worried but no less handsome face, continued, you must still be tired from your journey here, princess. Let me take you to get some medicine. Hearing that, Almina hurriedly said back, no need. I think I'm much better now. Isis, however, was still stubborn. How could that be? A headache can't go away that quickly. Aisha, witnessing this scene, was temporarily frozen, staring blankly, not knowing what to say. In her heart, she thought, oh mother, I must have worried for nothing. Princess Almena has met a strong opponent. As for Almina, she was still trying to explain and justify herself. I'm fine, really. My head is completely normal now. It's like I just woke up. The pain is gone. Crown Prince Isis still insisted. You should get plenty of rest, princess. Mina cried out for help. Brother, say something. Andiff, seeing this, just shrugged and replied nonchalantly, you should rest, little sister. Suddenly, Aisha unexpectedly glanced behind her. A young man with striking red hair appeared in the crowded, bustling crowd. He is clearly Sir Run. It's Duke Sun Veen slowly approaching. He bowed politely. Are you well, Your Highness the Princess? It is an honor to meet you. Princess Aisha also replied enthusiastically. Yes, are you well too, sir? Then she giggled, which made Von a little confused. Why are you laughing? Aisha replied cheerfully. You really are the Duke's son. Even though you were standing far away, you still recognized my voice, didn't you? Could this be your special ability? Veen was a little surprised to hear that, and his face turned red with embarrassment. He shyly raised his hand to scratch his head and said, Don't praise me too much, he said. Andiff, observing from behind, his face darkened, said nothing, and raised his hand to his chin, a sinister smile forming. Aisha spoke up. Let me introduce you. This is the commander of the Second Night Order, Duke's son Veen Belter. Andiff bowed politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Andiff Rioton, Grand Prince of the Duchy of Rioton. Veen also replied politely. And I am Veen Beltmore, commander of the Second Night Order. Welcome to the Elmer Empire. Suddenly Andiff said, Your Highness the Princess, wait a moment. Just a moment. Then he leaned close to Aisha's ear and whispered something to her in front of Veen, which made him very confused. Aisha listened and exclaimed, That's a good idea. Then Andiff, his face radiant with a bright smile, said, Well then, we'll talk about this together tomorrow. What does the princess think? I think it would be better if we talked privately. Veen, hearing this, was startled and surprised, his eyes carrying a hint of sadness. What? Andiff cheerfully replied, Well, this is something only Her Highness the Princess and I can know. I can't say it out loud. How embarrassing. Veen's face darkened slightly upon hearing this. He said disappointedly, Something only the two of you know. Aisha cheerfully continued, That's a special secret. We'll talk privately tomorrow. I'll share it with you later. Hearing that, Veen didn't know what to say. He glanced jealously at Andiff, who was smugly self-satisfied. Suddenly, Veen's expression became serious with a hint of danger. He asked, lately, It seems His Highness the Crown Prince is very interested in the princess's business. Why not invite him along to discuss it? Adlib was surprised to hear that question. But Aisha quickly replied, My brother? That's a great idea. It would be much better if my brother came along. Although she said that on the outside, Aisha felt apologetic in her heart, thinking, I'm sorry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I hope you'll understand. Andiff and Veen were like fire and water. They looked at each other, emitting sparks of animosity. Aisha, confused, turned her head, feeling a bit of an itch. It was bearable, then she sneezed. Achoo! The moment Aisha sneezed, Andiff and Veen frantically rushed towards her. They looked at Aisha with faces full of alarm and worry, asking repeatedly, Is something wrong with your body? You haven't caught a cold, have you? Aisha, surprised and flustered, waved her hands. I'm fine. I just got a whiff of perfume up my nose, that's all. Hearing that, both of them breathed a sigh of relief in unison, saying, Thank goodness. Seeing the two boys so concerned about Aisha, everyone around them started gossiping. Prince Andiff seems to be very caring towards everyone, doesn't he? Hearing this, Andiff also hurriedly tried to justify himself. Not at all. It's not like I care about everyone. Duke Veen is the one famous for being very kind and caring towards everyone. Aisha stood watching, rubbing her irritated nose with her hand, wondering to herself, It seems there's something going on between these two. Andiff turned his head to look behind him and said, The next song is about to start. Then Andiff turned back to look behind him and said, The next song is about to start. He smiled and offered his hand, asking, Princess, would you do me the honor of a dance? Aisha also replied cheerfully, I'd be delighted. In the splendid, glittering scene of the party, Andiff said to Aisha, "Thank you for today, princess." Aisha replied, confused. "Yes." Andiff bowed his head and calmly continued, "There's something that's been on my mind. When I first set foot here, I was a little nervous. No matter what difficulties I faced, I didn't dare to show it for fear of worrying you. But fortunately, thanks to the very sincere treatment from everyone here, I feel much more comfortable. That's also why I'm very happy that the distance between me and the princess is getting closer and closer." Hearing these words, Aisha was a little surprised. Her face slightly flushed. She hesitated and said, Andiff's face suddenly became serious. "Your Highness the Princess." He leaned in close to Aisha's face, making her surprised and flustered, not knowing what to do. Crown Prince Acis, after taking Almina to her room to rest, thought with a worried face, "I'm sure the princess will be fine after some rest." Suddenly, Isis and Veen seemed to activate their sniper scopes like in Firefly, seeing the girl he loves about to have her kiss stolen by another man. He flew like the wind to prevent the first kiss, but unexpectedly, the two only touched noses. Andiff explained, "This is just once. It's a traditional greeting ceremony from the Reincarnation Empire. Only close friends greet each other by nose like this." Aisha said in surprise, "So that's how it is." The two brothers were also made a fool of and wanted to crawl into a hole. They became gloomy and grey. Isis, though furious, still managed to force a smile and said, "I'm very surprised. Rioton is indeed a very liberal country." Veen continued, "But anyway, this is the Elmer Empire." Adip realized he had been a bit rude and hurriedly said, "Oh my, the meaning of this ritual is just that I have good intentions and want to be closer to the princess. I don't know the customs of the Elmer Empire, so I was a bit rude. I will be more careful." Aisha also spoke up to console them. "I'm fine. Don't worry, you two. Don't be so negative." Isis, hearing that, also said, "Since Aisha said it's okay, I'll let it slide this time. Thank you for watching." Seeing her brother like this, Aisha felt a little confused in her heart, thinking, "My brother is truly an unpredictable person." Suddenly, screams came from outside, making Isis wonder in surprise. Why all of a sudden? Aisha, inside, also curiously peeked her head out, thinking to herself, "Why is someone screaming? Could it be? Is it Sir Luminous?" Luminous appeared with his handsome face and a radiant smile. A radiant smile that made many girls swoon, exclaiming, "He's smiling at us." Seeing this, Aisha was also a little surprised and flustered, thinking, "It seems he's getting more and more used to being here, but smiling like that is a violation of the rules here." Luminous approached and bowed politely. "Long time no see, everyone. This must be the first time since the last party." Seeing how Luminous behaved, Aisha couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. She thought to herself, "He even knows how to pretend to adapt to the human world. Like this. I have nothing more to say. Greetings, Priest Jun. Thank you for attending today's party. You have also officially become a priest of the Imperial Palace, haven't you? Congratulations." Luminous bowed his head slightly and said modestly, "Thank you, Your Highness the Princess." Suddenly, Luminous turned to look at Andiff, which made him a little surprised, then suddenly asked Aisha, "Are you sick, Princess? A cold in the middle of summer?" Hearing Luminous's question, Aisha froze stiff, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Andiff, beside her, was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Luminous continued, "Having to deal with these people, how could you not get sick?" Aisha sneezed again, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Her face was frozen, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Isis and Andiff, with worried expressions, asked one after another, "Are you okay? Are you all right?" Aisha replied flusteredly, "It must be the perfume. I think I need to go outside for some fresh air. I'm sorry. I want to talk to Sir Run about a few things for a moment. As a holy woman, I also have a few things to ask him." Isis replied, "It's okay." Andiff waved his hand and smiled. "Go quickly and come back soon, princess." Aisha smiled awkwardly at them, thinking to herself, "Phew, I didn't think the title of Saintses would be so useful. I used to think it was just a title with no real use." Suddenly, Veen stepped forward from behind and draped a cloak over Aisha. "Your Highness the Princess, please forgive me. I'm sorry, but it's a bit cold outside, so please wear my coat for now to stay warmer." Aisha turned around and smiled warmly. As expected, Duke Veen is so kind. "Thank you, sir." Veen's face was slightly flushed at this moment. Perhaps he had been moved by this princess. Seeing this, Isis and Andiff also watched from behind with serious, contemplative expressions. Outside the palace, Aisha suddenly said loudly, "Do you know that the words you just said were very dangerous?" Luminous replied calmly, which made Aisha freeze. "Well, thinking back, those kids probably don't know anything about me, but I'm sure they don't remember anything either. It seems Sir Luminous hasn't realized his mistake yet, so Aisha can only think helplessly, 'Oh my goodness, I have nothing more to say. I'm done.'" Suddenly Aisha remembered something and asked Luminous, I was wondering, does Sir Run have an ideal type?" Luminous asked back innocently, "That sounds strange. What is it?" Aisha tried to explain. "To put it simply, an ideal type is the person you like. Something like that. Does Sir Jun have an ideal type? I'm a little curious." Luminous, with the expression of an innocent fawn, seemed not to have truly understood Aisha's explanation. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "The person I like?" Aisha, looking a bit flustered, asked worriedly, "Do you understand my explanation?" Luminous replied, "Didn't you already know that?" Aisha asked, confused, "I knew beforehand. What is it?" Luminous looked straight into Aisha's eyes and calmly replied, "You are my ideal type." The Spirit King Luminous, under the name June, was looking at Aisha and saying, "You are my ideal type." Hearing him say that, her face turned red, and she asked in embarrassed alarm, "What?" Then she hurriedly waved her hands and said, Oh my, Sir Run, that's not it. What do you mean? I'm the ideal type." He, on the other hand, remained calm and looked at her, replying, "I'm telling the truth. Isn't that so? We've been very close since we were in the carriage. What more is there?" She asked back in surprise, "Huh?" She was now very curious but didn't know how to ask. Sir Jun. She could only knit her brows in frustration and think to herself, I mean a favorite type of lover. He must have misunderstood." She glanced at the golden-haired man beside her, who was tilting his head and looking at her, and thought again, I don't know how to say this to him. But does he even have a favorite type? I wonder if the other girls are as curious as I am about Sir Chun's ideal type of lover. At this point, she imagined the other girls also eagerly gossiping with each other. What? Could it be that Sir Run likes Her Highness the Princess? She felt that the more she thought, the more she was getting off track, so she quickly waved her hands and said, "Thank you for your answer. Let's go back now. Everyone has been waiting." Luminous, seeing her frighten herself with her own thoughts, just stood and watched silently. Then he looked at her, his lips moving, and spoke, "I thought you were going to ask about Donian." Hearing him mention this, she, who was about to leave, had to stop. He, on this side, continued to ask, "The summoning. It failed, didn't it?" His words were like a knife stabbing straight into her heart. Remembering that time, the door outside was blocked. Inside, the magic summoning books were scattered everywhere. Before Aisha's eyes, there was a large magic circle she had drawn. She recalled a previous conversation between her and Lulu. "Can you do it?" "Of course, Master." During this time, we have continuously nurtured our magical power and soul harmony throughout our training. "That's right. I also feel stronger than before. If it's me now, then..." Remembering this, she clenched her hands tightly. Then she sat down, placed her hand on the summoning circle that had been drawn earlier, and took a calm, deep breath. She spoke. "These spirits can create all things." The circle slowly glowed as she spoke, and a wind gradually picked up around it. Seeing this, she struggled to keep herself from being blown away, thinking to herself, "This feeling is very different from before. It's like it's sucking my body inwards." She gritted her teeth and told herself, "But I must succeed in this summoning. If I can summon a high-level spirit like this." Thinking this, she said, "Come to me." As she finished speaking, the circle flashed brightly. She continued, "Answer me quickly." In her heart, she silently prayed, "Answer me quickly. Just now." Suddenly, a stream of black energy gradually appeared. The whistling of the wind continued to echo. Suddenly, everything just stopped. She let out a surprised, "Huh?" "Oh no," she said. And after the smoke gradually dissipated, her dazed expression slowly emerged behind it. She stared helplessly at the dissipating smoke and muttered, "How strange." Unwilling to accept the truth before her, she hurriedly said, "No, it can't be. I clearly had enough power to summon. No, I have to try again." She on this side continued to remember that time. "The first time I failed to summon a high-level spirit. After trying to summon again several times, I had consumed a lot of energy, but the result was still the same." Ending that memory, she asked, "You knew everything?" The wind around them was still blowing through the trees. He said, "When you use your power, I know everything. But why did you hide this from me?" Hearing that, she fell silent for a moment. Then she said, "I just didn't want anyone to know. My brother, or my father and mother, and especially you." She shyly looked at him and smiled, continuing, "How could I dare to say that I dared to summon the King of Spirits? If I failed, it would be so embarrassing, wouldn't it? I want to be a source of strength for my brother, not a burden to him. I don't want anyone to know how pathetic I am. Why can't I summon Ronian? Am I still missing something? My power is clearly sufficient. I think I must still be missing something. No matter how much I think about it, I still can't find an answer to this." Hearing her pour out her heart like this, he said, "If you want to know, you can ask me too." She listened. She started to laugh and replied, "That would be the last resort, if I really can't find the answer. Just meeting Sejun and talking like this is already too lucky for me. There must be a reason why I told myself that summoning spirits is something I have to do on my own." Hearing her say that, he looked at her in amazement. "Yes." He gave a gentle smile and said, "You're always like this, aren't you? You always give me such surprising answers." Then he extended his hand towards her and said, "The answer is always closest to you. So don't give up, okay?" Small specks of light gradually appeared around them, flying about. He said, "This is also the last time I'll do this. Come here to me." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards her and smiled, and with the specks of light flying around him, he looked as if he were glowing. He asked, "Is your answer here?" Hearing that, she replied, "That's right." She looked at him confidently and said, "I will definitely go to where Sarun is. So please give me more time." Then she looked at him and smiled brightly. He looked at her gently and said, "I'm very happy to see you smile like that." She said expectantly, I think I will reconsider summoning a high-level spirit again tomorrow. He gently encouraged. Do your best. When he saw her return, Veen, who was standing with Andiff, immediately greeted her. The princess has arrived. She approached the two men standing there and asked, And what about my brother? Veen replied respectfully. He has gone to greet the important people in the delegation from the Duchy of Rio 10. Andiff on this side also added, Your Highness, we were waiting for you to escort you. Hearing that the two were waiting for her, she quickly said, Oh, I've made you wait. Let's go quickly. Then she took the cloak from her shoulders and returned it. Duke, I'm returning your things. Thank you, sir. Thanks to it, I felt very warm. I hope you can enjoy the rest of your time happily. Veen hesitated for a moment. Then he called out to her, Princess, I've reconsidered what you said, that because I'm a magic swordsman, I recognized your Highness's voice. Actually, the ability of a magic swordsman is not to distinguish voice characteristics. She asked, So then? He averted his face and replied, I don't know for sure, but... Then he said sincerely to her, I hear the princess's voice more clearly than anyone else's. Hearing his answer like that, she was a little taken aback. This expression of hers made his face turn even redder. Then he quickly bowed his head and said, I wonder if the princess has any misunderstanding about magic sword techniques. Well, please be careful on your way. With that, he stiffly left, leaving her still not understanding what was happening, only able to call out softly after him. Duke Veen. Suddenly, from behind, a mumble was heard. Really. Seeing Veen like that, Andiff also helplessly turned his head and said, This is more of a headache than I thought. Almena, we're both going to have a hard time. Luminous, standing nearby, saw him like that and was also confused, not understanding what the hell the guy in front of him was talking about. Meanwhile, Almena was lying on the bed crying, soaking her pillow and sadly writing, Oh, Crown Prince Isis, please take care of your health. Cutscene. Aisha is now smiling happily and asking, Is it for real? And Mina heard her question and also smiled brightly in response. Yes, it's for real, so... The two of them were now sitting opposite each other, enjoying tea and cakes while laughing. He. Then she put down her teacup and spoke. This morning, the Duchess came to me and asked for my help with her state marriage to my brother. I'm a little surprised. And Mina, hearing her speak, immediately replied, The astute princess must have realized my wish for a state marriage with Crown Prince Isis, right? If the princess helps me, it would be no different than having everything in this world. She calculated and then said, Even though there's no good reason for me to help you, the Duchess. Almina also replied frankly, You're right. But Your Highness, could you please listen to my story just once? Then she immediately recounted her story. The Duchy of Rioton and the Elmer Empire are neighboring brother nations, but more than just a friendly relationship because we share a common root. Through a state marriage, we will officially recognize each other as allies. She continued seriously. Both sides become strong allies to each other in a positive way. If the culture of the Duchy of Rioton and the Elmer Empire merge, who would dare to call us the failures of the continent anymore? Aisha, on this side, looked at Almina in front of her and thought, It seems my brother wasn't swayed by the beauty trap, so she's changing her plan to persuade me. Also, she's not wrong. The Aidenbach Empire is eyeing our country, so having an ally is much better. Thinking of this, she spoke up. A state marriage is something that benefits both countries, not just Rioton, but with any country. Isn't that so? Almina was a little surprised and said, That's... Aisha continued to speak. So if you say it must be Rioton, isn't there another reason? I mean, it's not just about national interests, but also about my brother's happiness. That's right. But, she said quietly, what the Duchess said doesn't seem to have anything to do with my brother's feelings. Seeing this change in her eyes and aura, Mina was a little startled and felt a pang of guilt. She continued to express her opinion. I wish for my brother's happiness. If my brother gets married, I hope it's at least to someone who can take care of him. Then she stood up, ready to leave, saying, You weren't feeling well yesterday. I'm sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing so early in the morning. But perhaps you should go back and rest. It would be better. Suddenly Mina asked, Do you know? The tea your highness just drank is a flower tea that only grows in Rio 10. Hearing Almina say that, she was a little confused and turned her head to look back. Almina continued, It's like a typical specialty of Rioton, with a fragrance that reminds one of a summer forest. I'm very happy that the princess seems to like it very much. She asked, Duchess, what are you saying? What's the meaning? Alpina replied thoughtfully. Suppose a page in Rioton's history disappeared. Then this tea could no longer be called Rioton's tea. Then she closed her eyes tightly and began to speak. Suddenly excited, she said, Yes, your highness, the princess's words are all correct. I know that the crown prince is a very sentimental person. I don't have the leisure to worry about the danger to a family. The motherland will disappear from history. But I bet everything I have that I am very sincere about this marriage. As the princess already knows, the situation in the duchy is not good. War will soon begin and Rioton will be at a crossroads. In this perilous situation, a state marriage with the crown prince is the only hope that can save Rioton. And then the image from before gradually reappeared. Amina was strolling at night, and she had accidentally stumbled upon her brother standing in a corner nearby. He looked at her with sorrowful eyes. Outside, under the night sky, everything was still. Only the sound of the sea breeze blowing fiercely remained. Andiff and Almina were walking together on the bridge, admiring the night sky. The two of them just walked together like that, neither saying a word. Then Andiff spoke up to reassure his younger sister. Amina, you don't need to worry. I will persuade the nobles. Before he could finish speaking, she cut him off. I'm thinking of going to Elmira. Hearing her say that, he immediately stopped and asked, Go to Elmira? She replied, The ministers are right. Not only that, the situation in the country is very tense. A state marriage with a great empire will also bring great comfort and strength to the people and the knights. He couldn't believe his ears and asked, Almina, are you serious? She replied, That's the fastest way to protect the country. We have to try it to know. And who knows, a new path might open up in Elmira. And above all, everything on the motherland, from which I stand, see, and feel, is so beautiful and precious. We must protect it. Hearing that, he could only remain silent and knit his brows, speechless. Under the moonlight, the scene remained still, with only the sound of the wind lingering. Andiff said nothing and turned to look at the scene right in front of him, and also agreed, Yes, it's beautiful. The two of them just stood there together, gazing at the distant sea. The flashback ends and Almina's voice continues. That day, I resolved to do everything I could to protect this beloved motherland. I can't promise to make Crown Prince Isis happy right away, but I will not stop trying to become someone who can bring him happiness as soon as possible. So, she said with teary eyes, though shameless, can I not use my patriotism now? Aisha, hearing these sincere words from her, remained silent and looked at her, thinking to herself, this urgency, she thought, looking at Alina's constantly trembling hand. Then she remembered her own image from the past. She wondered to herself, is it because I want to protect the things I love? After thinking, she said, the one who chooses to marry is not me, but my brother. I understand what the Duchess is saying, but I can't help either. Hearing this, Almena hastily called out, "Princess." Before Almina could speak, she continued. Nevertheless, seeing the image before her, Anania was astonished and opened her eyes wide. Aisha on this side smiled gently and said, "I can tell you my brother's ideal type." Hearing that, Anmina's eyes lit up. She asked cheerfully, "Really?" She held Aisha's hand with teary eyes, moved and shook it excitedly, saying, "An ideal type? Just with that, I can win the crown prince's heart." Aisha smiled and thought to herself, "Well, my brother's ideal type is something the other noble ladies also know. Giving the Duchess the same opportunity as them is a good thing, isn't it?" That's what she thought. But a moment later, after hearing Isis's ideal type, Almena was sulking, curled up on the chair and whining. The crown prince's feelings are so difficult to understand. Elegant, refined, intelligent, and tasteful. Unity, brightness, and so on and so forth. Seeing Almena like this, Aisha could only give a forced smile and try to save the situation. "First of all, that's just an ideal type. If you want to please my brother, being stubborn as you are now, will actually have the opposite effect." Then she grabbed Almanar's hand and pulled her along, saying, By the way, let's try to create his ideal type." At the dressing table, after finishing her preparations, Elisa asked, "Duchess, would you like to look in the mirror once?" Hearing her question, Anmina shyly asked back, "Is it okay? I feel a little embarrassed." She smiled cheerfully to reassure Amina. "Don't worry, my lady. It suits you very well." Anmina shyly blushed and stroked her hair. After Aisha helped her with her makeover, Anmina had now transformed into a beautiful and sweet young lady. Amina eagerly looked up at Aisha and asked, "Really? This is the first time I've done my makeup like this. And your highness even did it for me yourself." "I don't know how to repay you," Aisha replied. "It's nothing, I had fun too." She said, "The appointment is at noon. It's about time to go out, isn't it?" And Mina asked in surprise, "Has time passed so quickly?" Suddenly, a knock came from outside, attracting the attention of the two girls who were talking inside. Another maid entered and reported, "Duke Andiff has arrived." Hearing that Andiff had arrived, Aisha exclaimed with an "Ah." Almina, hearing this, curiously turned to her and asked, "Do you and your brother have any plans?" Aisha replied, "It's just a simple conversation." Then Almena hurriedly said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll take my leave. I hope your highness has a wonderful time." After speaking, she rushed past Andiff, leaving him bewildered and with no idea what was going on. Anna ran off, cheering herself on. "Today I will definitely succeed. Beauty trap. Let's go." Adip was still stunned and turned to ask, "You look very familiar. Are you a guest of the princess?" Aisha calmly replied, "I am Duchess Anmina." Hearing the answer, he immediately said cheerfully, "Ah, Duchess and me. Excuse me, who?" Realizing who she was talking about, he was startled and turned back and forth to get a good look at the person who had just left. A moment later, after having calmly processed everything, Andiff returned to the main issue and spoke up. "This is based on the plan for cultural and technical education support from Rio Tenha. Through the safe living equipment, the children's well-being can be somewhat guaranteed. From there, cultural education will be conducted. Our goal is that after removing the equipment, the children can still grow up independently." Aisha listened intently as he spoke, flipping through the documents in her hand. Andiff, sitting opposite her, was looking at her with a troubled expression. He remembered a few nights before, sitting in his study. As he worked, he glanced up with a dazed look. Then he lamented gloomily, questioning himself. "What am I doing?" He thought, "Because it's a project the princess is very interested in. I offered to try it out to win her favor, but it's taking much more time than I thought. Minor, anyway, seems to be getting closer to the crown prince. At times like this, wouldn't it be better for me to meet the princess once too? Then he turned over the documents on the table regarding the cultural education plan within the welfare project to examine them. He fell silent, thinking about something. Then he remembered the image of 3 children playing happily together. He even pictured Elisa smiling brightly at him. With that thought, he immediately picked up the paper and put his pen down. He focused and wrote furiously. Back in the present, Andiff was sitting opposite, watching Aisha intently. After reading the documents he had provided, she said, "It is cultural education for the independence of children." Hearing that, he looked at her nervously and swallowed. And she, on the other hand, was radiant with admiration. "This is wonderful." Her praise made him look at her in surprise, his eyes wide. She, however, just kept talking. I've also tried designing the nurturing platform device based on the Duke's advice. Would you like to see it, my lord? I have prepared a space where the children can live normally, and a space where they can run and play next to each other. She asked. What if we also put the space for education together? Is that all right? Because he was so focused on looking at her, he only just now came back to his senses. He explained, because I think if there is a space in front where they can run and play, it will change the educational atmosphere. Therefore, separating them would be better, and dividing the classrooms into smaller ones so that the children can have lessons that are suitable for their abilities. She replied in agreement, "That's good. Not only for art, but it will also be more convenient for conducting other types of education." But hearing her say that, he immediately asked hastily, "Is there a problem?" She knitted her brows, looking at the documents, and then said, "I want to get a partial idea of the difference in the internal structure. I'm worried if I can figure it out on my own." He replied, "If that's the case, I can help with that to some extent. The school in Rio 10, because it has both general and vocational education, has many cases of structural division." She asked back, "So you can brainstorm with me?" "Of course." Then, he was captivated by her. Right before his eyes was a beautiful Aisha, smiling gently and saying, "I didn't expect to receive such help from the Duke. Thanks to you, the project can be accelerated." "Thank you, sir." He also smiled radiantly. In response to her, "I am honored to contribute my efforts to help the princess, even if it's just a little." On the other side, Isis was awkwardly calling out, "Duchess, why are you like this?" Hearing him ask, she didn't seem to care and continued to ignore him coolly. To explain why the current situation arose, it was because when the two of them were walking together, Isis had initiated a conversation with Almina. He said, "The weather is nice today, so I'll introduce you to the rose garden." But then he had to stop, confused, and call out to her, "My lady," because she was standing in one spot, holding out her hand expectantly. She was different from usual. She had to wait to be escorted, and wouldn't move until she was. Or at times, she would continuously bring up topics that were too difficult. She would say, "Today I read a very difficult book in the library, so there." Isis, hearing her mention the library, naively asked back, which left her speechless and holding back her words. "The princess has been to the library? You need an access card for that. Did you go with Aisha?" And so he said helplessly, "Most of all, in the way the Duchess worries about the servants' rest." He thought to himself, "It's clearly official working hours now." Yet, the area around the two of them was completely empty, without a single person. He continued, "Everyone has gone home." Then he turned to her worriedly and asked, "Is something wrong?" "You're not your usual self, Duchess," she said. I heard what the princess said. That the crown prince's ideal type is someone gentle, elegant, and knowledgeable. He said helplessly. That? In his heart, he silently prayed. Aisha. Then he continued. That was just something I suddenly. It just came to mind. So I said it. I've never really thought about an ideal type before. Hearing this, she immediately retorted. Even so, when you talked about your ideal type, you came up with an image like that. So isn't it the closest thing to your ideal type? He sighed and said. But even if that really is my ideal type, so the Duchess doesn't need to act like that. Hearing him say that, and Mina looked at him sadly. She hesitated and asked, Is that because I was never the person in your heart to begin with, Your Highness? Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly turned to look at her, who was looking downcast, and explained, I didn't say that to criticize the Duchess, so please don't misunderstand. It's not because I don't like the Duchess, but rather... He cleared his throat with a sound. Ahem. Seeing this, she also looked at him with confusion. He continued, I think that trying to fit someone else's standards is like wearing clothes that don't fit. It doesn't have the same charm as having the courage to show that person your true self. After saying that, his face immediately turned red. Almina, on the other hand, stared at him in a daze. And Mina made a mischievous face, and while tapping her own head said, I failed. Aisha was a bit surprised and asked back, Even yesterday, my brother didn't react at all. Anina quickly waved her hand and explained, Ah, no. It was more than that. She smiled to herself, fondly remembering, no charm can compare to the courage of showing one's true self. She continued, I thought if I became someone who pleased His Highness, I would succeed. But His Highness saw me. Hearing Almena say that, Aisha smiled happily. Aisha asked, Did my brother really say that? Almena shyly replied, Yes, as expected. His Highness the Crown Prince is a good person. She lit up, talking a mile a minute without stopping. Of course, the princess is the same. You two are perfect. How can you observe your surroundings so well? The people around you two must be very happy. Aisha thought helplessly to herself. Can I call it lucky that she hasn't given up yet? Then Aisha asked, So what does the Duchess intend to do now? Hearing this, Alina covered her face with both hands, looking quite flustered. From now on, I'll have to think carefully, because I still don't have a decent plan. Then she clenched her fists, determined. But I have to try my best. She continued, so that even if I fail, I won't have any regrets. Hearing that, Aisha suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened, revealing clear surprise. She thought to herself, so that even if I fail, I won't have any regrets. And Mina, seeing this, excitedly asked back, is there anything I can help Your Highness with? I owe Your Highness a favor, so I want to repay it somehow. Just say the word. Aisha was surprised. The Duchess wants to help me. Almina was resolute. Yes, if we work together, maybe we can solve it. Just tell me, even if it's something you're a little hesitant about. Aisha, though a bit surprised, remained silent. She pursed her lips, deep in thought. She said it was the courage to let others see her true self, didn't she? Then she made up her mind and stammered, actually... She bowed her head. There's something I've never told anyone. Aisha continued, Actually, not long ago, I failed to summon a high-level spirit. Hearing this, Almina was surprised. As she fiddled with her teacup, she recounted, Because I didn't know what was missing. I looked into this and that. But as expected, I couldn't find any information related to spirits. If I tried a little harder, could I succeed? Speaking of which, Aisha suddenly felt embarrassed and laughed quickly to hide her confusion. Now I don't know what to do next, so I feel a little frustrated. And Mina said worriedly, "Your Highness must have been through a lot." Seeing this, Aisha immediately denied it. Even so, I'm trying to start over, so don't worry." Amina, hearing her say that, remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Mina's mind. She quickly stood up, not forgetting to remind, "Your Highness, can you wait for me for a moment?" Hearing this, Aisha was very confused. At this moment, suddenly countless piles of books were placed, thud, on the table. Aisha's face lit up and she quickly asked, "Duchess, what is this?" And Mina didn't answer her immediately, just quickly handed the books to Aisha and said, "First, please take a look." In Aisha's hands now was a book titled, "A Good History of Spirits." A title that brought back some not-so-good memories, she recalled. At that time, she was burning with anger, throwing the book while shouting, "Assuming I'm a summoner, then I would immediately buy a book related to the Spirit Order, one of the current special events." Now she thought to herself, so there's a volume 2 in Rio 10. Actually, when Almina arrived, she had brought with her all the books related to spirits from the duchy's treasure library. At that time, she simply thought, "Actually, I brought them because I thought they might be helpful to my brother." Before leaving, she had insisted, "Brother, take this with you," which made Andiff jump in surprise. On one side was Almina shrugging proudly, on the other was Aisha, her heart pounding with excitement. So there are a lot of documents related to ancient spirits in the duchy. I didn't think I could get so many documents so suddenly. She was happy, pursed her lips and swallowed hard. This time, will there really be evidence to help me summon a spirit? She raised her hand as if to cough. Ahem, thank you. There are so many documents, it will probably take some time. I will read them as quickly as possible and return them. Almena smiled. Princes, you don't have to. The two chattered animatedly. Why don't you and I read together? Aisha asked back in surprise. Together with the Duchess? Almena said cheerfully. Yes, I can also read ancient languages. Over there. And Mina clapped her hands together, smiling cheerfully. If two people read together and share information, the time will be reduced a lot. Aisha smiled cheerfully, silently agreeing. Well, if the Duchess is okay with it, let's do it together. Alina didn't hesitate. Of course. At this moment, Alpina ran in excitedly. And Aisha, turning her head, had already seen her, smiling happily at her. The following days, Aisha and Almina sat together researching and writing. They copied the books that Almina had brought from the Duchy of Rioton. Aisha and Almina seemed very focused on a certain book. The two girls were always curious and answered each other's questions. They sat by the window enjoying tea together. The two chatted animatedly. We've been reading for several days now, but the content is all pretty much the same, isn't it? Yes. What does the book you just read say? Mina replied, this is an overview of spirit magic. She bowed her head to look at the book and continued, the qualification to train spirit power without the help of a spirit. Aisha wondered to herself, without the help of a spirit. Before she could think of anything, Almena's voice cut through her thoughts, to how to activate a magic tech item with that power. Aisha was surprised. Wait a minute. You can activate a magic tech item? Almina immediately explained. Yes, magic tech items were designed with original magic power, but it seems that it's also possible to use spirit power. Is that right? It is said that if you do that, the technical item can create a different kind of power. Aisha, upon hearing this, nodded. Oh, how interesting. I'll have to research this further. Leaning closer to Aisha, Almena smiled brightly. Fortunately, I found some useful information for your highness. I'll have to read more. Cut to a gentle morning with soft, rainy sunlight. The light crept through the window, creating a peaceful and serene space. Aisha closed the book and let out a long, gentle sigh. She thought to herself, even after reading 3 more books, there's nothing particularly special, though the content related to the conflict of the spirit mages is quite interesting. Observing the color of the sky through the window, she was suddenly a little surprised. Has the sky already changed so much? She looked towards Almina, Duchess. At that moment, Almina was sleeping, slumped over her book, her face gentle and radiating a sense of peace in the tranquil space. Aisha thought to herself, she's asleep. She quietly sat closer, taking care not to wake the sleeping person. This isn't her area of expertise, so she must be very tired. Aisha gently draped a blanket over her. She thought to herself, I thought she would get bored quickly and not come. And the way she helped so enthusiastically, as if it were her own business, and the way she would do her best if she was determined. She chuckled. Now it's as if I'm seeing the Duchess's true self. She smiled and thought to herself, I must show this to my brother. Suddenly her eyes widened and she let out a small "oh." The book Almena was holding suddenly revealed a piece of paper tucked inside, making Aisha wonder, what is this? She asked herself, what is this? As she pulled out the book, she thought to herself, Your Excellency. Hearing the noise, Anina slowly opened her eyes and woke up. As she sleepily rubbed her eyes, she asked, Princess. Aisha was a little surprised. Ah, you're awake? And Mina let out a long yawn. I think I forgot something. I'm sorry. Aisha sat beside her, smiling and replying, Hee, it's okay. And Mina remembered the paper Aisha was holding earlier. She asked, But what is that? Aisha replied, It's something that was tucked inside the book the Duchess was reading. It seems there's something written in it. The 2 of them stared at the letter, curious about its contents. Holding the letter in their hands, both of them were extremely confused as they looked inside. They were bewildered. What's written in here? They asked each other back and forth. What language is this? It's not ancient script, nor is it Almia or Edinburgh script. If we take it to linguists or archaeologists, they should be able to read it, right? Aisha suddenly realized something and quickly stopped Almina. Wait, Duchess, she said. I'm not sure, but I think I can read that spirits also have their own language. This could be a spirit language. Hearing that, Almina was happy. Then we can just ask the spirits and find out, right? Aisha nodded. Right. Then she called out, Lu, can you take a look at this for me? Lu appeared and raised her hand high. Cheerful, yes. Approaching the letter, Lu observed it intently. Lu spoke. Is this the language of the spirits? Aisha was completely certain. As I thought. Lu immediately spoke at length. I once heard that there were cases of great spirit mages in ancient times who were very good at the language of spirits. Although it's been a long time and the letters have faded, I'll try to read it. Aisha smiled. Thanks, Lu. He began to read. After learning of the existence of the Spirit King, the spirit mages who knew their own abilities through summoning increased dramatically. Those who used tricks or obstructions to prevent others from being able to summon like themselves became more and more numerous. And there were more and more spirit mages who could not use their spirit abilities. As expected, conflict was unavoidable. After hearing these words, Aisha's face showed a thoughtful expression. She thought to herself, conflict. Lu continued reading, This may be the last summoning. I hope heaven will be on my side. Aisha frowned. This is about the conflict between spirit mages. I didn't see any of this content just now. Almina turned to ask, If the letter says that at that time, spirit mages were obstructing each other to summon the Spirit King, and that obstruction was the source of the conflict, right? Isaac bowed his head and replied softly, "Yes, it seems that in that process, there were cases where spirit abilities could no longer be used." And Mina heard this and tilted her head. Then the person who sent this letter must be a spirit mage. Staring at the letter in her hand for a long time, Aisha was deep in thought. In all this time, I've never seen a record of anyone succeeding in summoning the Spirit King. So the person who wrote this letter must have failed, right? She clenched the letter tightly and wondered, but who was the letter intended for? Cut to the scene outside on the palace corridor. Anina, holding an oil lamp, was strolling leisurely. Suddenly looking to her right, she saw a familiar figure and mumbled, "Brother." Andiff was busy with a pile of papers, when suddenly he heard his sister's voice called out, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Andiff heard this and immediately turned to answer, "Mina? I'm just looking at some documents. The night breeze is very cool." Anina heard this and said, "It's late, but you're still so busy." Hearing that, Andiff immediately shot back, "You've been busy studying with the princess lately too, you know." Hearing that, Almina immediately became shy and startled. She sat down, conveniently placing the oil lamp on the table. Embarrassed, she said, "I just kept reading and got caught up in it without realizing. I didn't think it would turn out like this." Niff, hearing his sister say that, coughed a little laugh. "She said it would be useful for you, so she even let you see the books you brought." Almina smiled brightly. "I'm sorry, but if you saw the princess's diligent efforts, you would surely want to do it with her too." Andiff, though silent, stared at Mina with a smile. And Mina looked down at her brother's pile of papers on the table. She had put the table in the house. He came to conquer Elmira. It turns out we're the ones being conquered, aren't we? Andiff did not object. "That's what I'm saying." The two of them chatted together. "Tomorrow I plan to go to the Divine Hall with her." "The Divine Hall?" "Yes. The princess said there might be some information there that could help her." Almina then invited Andiff to go with them. "How about it? Will you come with us too?" However, he gently refused. "I'm fine, I have other things to do. Just go. Don't mind me." Suddenly, Opina seemed to remember something. She spoke while fumbling in her pocket. "It's a bit dark to look at documents here, isn't it, brother? Luckily, I brought something very good." Andiff didn't understand and asked back, "Huh?" She showed off the item she had just taken out, saying, "It's a magic tool that the princess lent me." She transferred her spirit energy into it instead of magic power. Then she fumbled around. "If you press here." As soon as she pressed it, the magic tool immediately lit up and flew into the air. And Mina exclaimed excitedly, "What do you think? The princess is so talented, isn't she? This bright light should be enough to read the letters, right? Besides, that's it." Andiff was extremely surprised, his pupils wide and unable to close. This was activated by spirit energy? Alpina cheerfully agreed. "Yes, it's magical." She recounted. "A few days ago while I was reading a book, I found some content like this. The princess said she would study it for a few days and she succeeded and brought it over. It's so magical that I kept admiring it. Today she said she would lend it to me." Then she picked up the lamp and went to the door, but not without reminding, "Well, I'm going in first. You should rest early too." Andy replied, "Yeah." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was closed. Click. Again, leaving him sitting alone in deep thought. He took his hand. He looked up, staring at the magic tool levitating in the air. "Oh my," Andiff thought to himself, "this energy is..." At the temple, and Mina cheerfully looked around, exclaiming with sparkling eyes. She said, "This is the first time I've seen a temple so large and beautiful." When he saw that the person who had arrived was Princess Aisha, a priest immediately bowed and greeted her. "You have arrived, Your Highness the Princess?" She replied, "I apologize for the sudden visit. It's because we have a guest from the Duchy of Reincarnation." Then she asked him, "Can we walk around and admire the temple?" Hearing her ask this, he happily agreed. "Of course you can. Please feel free to look around." Hearing him say that, both Almina and Aisha went around the temple together. When they reached the temple garden, Almina asked, "Are there no priests in this area? Are there any priests?" Aisha, hearing her friend ask, also happily explained, "This place is the old building, that's why. About 10 years ago, the temple was expanded, so this place is no longer used." As if she understood, she replied, "Is that so? No wonder it gives me the feeling that this place isn't well cared for." When they arrived, Aisha immediately pushed the door open and said, "Please come in." Once inside, Almina's eyes widened in amazement as she looked around. She felt as if she had been taken out. "Wow," she said. "I don't know why, but the deeper I go inside, the warmer I feel." Hearing that, she chuckled and said, "The Temple of Light was designed to hold as much light as possible. The deeper and older the place, the stronger the power of light, so perhaps that's why the Duchess can also feel it." She still looked around excitedly and continued, "Come to think of it, the book I once read said that the energy of nature can affect spiritual power." Listening to the technique, hearing her say that, Aisha silently agreed in her heart. "That's right. Perhaps that's why I always feel at peace when I'm in the temple, because its essence is the power that nature bestows and is the purest thing." Suddenly, she stopped her train of thought and stared intently in one direction. She wondered to herself, "Essence." As if sensing a fleeting aura, she was startled and turned her head to look. In her heart, she felt confused and let out a small, Seeing her like that, Andina also called out in confusion, "Your Highness." Then she continued, "Wait a minute." The aura flickered in and out of the air. Aisha was confused. She thought, "What is this aura?" And so she continued to walk forward, step by step, following the aura she had sensed. When she reached to a door, the light from the other side shone through, causing both her and Almina to squint uncomfortably as they looked. But she still reached out her hand and pushed it open. Having crossed to the other side of the door, everything before the two of them suddenly brightened. It was an altar placed in the middle of a waterfall, accessed by stones placed on the water's surface. In her heart, she silently asked, "An altar?" As for Almena on this side, when she saw the beautiful and poetic scenery before her, she exclaimed with a woe, and then asked her, "What is this place used for?" She replied, "I'm not sure either. I just felt something and followed it." Not unlike Almena, her heart was also pounding with excitement as she thought, "This is the first time I felt such a powerful and pure light. Perhaps it is the center of the temple, a place that was used in the past. With the altar as the center, I can feel a huge power, condensed by heaven and earth over a long period of time." Then she pursed her lips and resolved, If what I'm truly missing is the essence of light, then I must try at once." Thinking this, she gathered all her determination and walked towards the altar. As she walked, she said, "This is the place, Duchess." Suddenly hearing her say that, Alpina also vaguely replied with a yes. She said, "I will try to summon here. Could you help me complete this summoning even if someone else comes?" Almena replied cheerfully, "Yes, please don't worry, Your Highness the Princess." With that, she moved to the other side of the altar, standing opposite the summoning circle. In her heart, she thought, If spirit power is influenced by the energy of nature, and if the closer one is to the essence, the stronger that energy becomes. And then she just took a deep breath and placed her hand on the summoning circle. She thought, then at Elmira, the place where light has converged throughout its long history, clearly. Then she read the incantation aloud. O spirits who create all things. After her words, the circle immediately lit up, replacing. She thought happily to herself. As expected. Because of that, the wind gradually picked up. Almina, standing on this side, also thought in surprise. Such terrifying power. My body feels like it's about to be sucked in. The light energy converged on one side of Elisa. On the other side, Almina thought, the surrounding light energy is gathering at one point to react to the summoning ritual. Aisha continued, answer my call. In her heart she thought, finally here I'm sure I can successfully summon. Then she said loudly, and come to my side. Accordingly, the wind blew even stronger. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, shining straight down on the summoning circle. Seeing this light, Almina, who was nearby, also had to widen her eyes in amazement. Not only her, but the maids in the palace as well. The minister also had to say in surprise, that light, Isis on this side, upon seeing that beam of light, was just as astonished as everyone else and said, that, returning to where Aisha and Almina were standing, the circle of light grew stronger, creating a great wind around them, causing almost everything to crack. Almena, seeing this powerful force, called out worriedly, Your Highness the Princess. In her heart she wondered, did it succeed? But then she suddenly came to her senses. Before her, the beam of light gradually faded, leaving behind a cloud of dust. From within the cloud of smoke came Almina's coughing and her worried calls. Your Highness the Princess. She just kept looking around and calling, Your Highness the Princess, where are you? Then she suddenly stopped. From behind the gradually dissipating smoke, Aisha's figure also gradually appeared. In the midst of that smoke, she just sat there dazed. And Mina saw this and said with confusion and hesitation, Huh? How? And Aisha at this moment was sinking into a dark abyss. From within, Marianne's voice echoed, asking her, What were you waiting for? Look, you've lost it again. As she spoke, she moved forward and then stopped, standing amidst the corpses. Seeing the bloody scene before her, Aisha's eyes widened in fear as she let out a loud scream. She cried out in fear, No! Father! Mother! Brother! Seeing the corpses of her loved ones right before her eyes, her face showed only fear, and she couldn't utter a single word. Marianne's figure in that scene also slowly sat down and touched her cheek. She said, You are not suited for something called family love. Hearing that, her eyes seemed to darken, and she could only let out a sob. Marianne, in that scene of hers, continued to speak. The thing that you can do is nothing at all. Suddenly a loud smack echoed. Amina on this side spoke loudly, pulling her out of that dark scene. That's not it. She looked seriously into her eyes, which made her also stare blankly. Then she pursed her lips and said, But even with the power of nature like this, the summoning still failed. In her heart she thought, If I can't succeed, then I can't stop that from happening. Almena's voice cut through the negative thoughts running through her head. She said, I came to Elmira with the hope of being able to contribute a little to the duchy, because I believed in myself. Therefore I hope that Your Highness the Princess will also believe in yourself. If you still can't believe in yourself, then remember the people who believe in you. Hearing this, her clear blue eyes widened, and she looked towards Mina, she thought, People who believe in me. Then she remembered the warm voice of Isis calling her name. Aisha. She wondered, when did it start? For me, this new life had too many constraints and pressures. So I wanted to run far away. To disappear. For me, he always held words full of affection, and was the one who let me bask in a warm light. Light, the light within me. Thinking of this, she immediately stood up. The person who made Almina jump in surprise and call out, "Your Highness." She thought, that's it. Then she said, "Duchess, can you run now?" Hearing her ask that, Almina was confused and asked back, "What?" With that, she immediately turned and ran away. And Mina, seeing this, hastily called after her, "Your Highness the Princess." Now, in her heart, she thought, I've missed the most important thing. The most important thing is light, and then myself. Because essence is not just simply a space with a lot of light. Isis's voice echoed in her head. "Aisha, I believe in you." She thought, the person who showed me the light for the first time, who made me able to stand up again. And also, she thought as she hurriedly ran. She arrived in the middle of a fresh, green field. She thought, the place most full of light in my heart. Yes, it wasn't by my strength alone that I came this far. O spirits who create all things, to protect those who believe in me, and for all to live happily together. Answer my call and come to me. Answer my call and come to me. Escaping from fear and believing in herself, a sparkling light appeared after her summoning words. Seeing that, she smiled happily and said, "I finally managed to summon it." She asked, "Will you form a contract with me?" Then she smiled a smile as bright as the sun high above. The voice of that person echoed in response to her. Yes. From the sky, a large white bird was flapping its wings, looking towards her. Seeing this sight, Almina happily said, "The princess did it." Then hearing Alvina's voice, Aisha also happily turned her head and smiled brightly under the shining sun. She cheerfully ran over and took Almena's hand, saying, "It's all thanks to you, Duchess. I had forgotten that I always have people who believe in me by my side. Me. If it weren't for the Duchess, I probably wouldn't have been able to figure it out." Hearing her say these words, Almena couldn't hold back her emotions and called out, "Princess." Suddenly, from a distance, a hurried voice called out to the two of them, "Princess, Duchess." It was Lena rushing towards where the two were standing. She said, "You two are here." Seeing her like that, Aisha asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Lena? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lena, hearing her question, hesitated. "Well, it seems the princess has to return to the imperial palace immediately." Hearing Lena say this, Almena, behind her, was startled as if she had realized something. "That's it," Lena on this side continued to speak. "There's an urgent message that you must return to the duchy immediately. Everyone has finished preparing and is waiting for you too." She asked, "I have to return to the duchy? It seems something has happened in the duchy of Rio 10. I heard that it's related to border protection." Hearing Lena say that, both Almena and Aisha fell silent and were lost in thought. And Mina stood beside, trying to calm herself down so she wouldn't have to tremble anymore. Suddenly a voice called out, "Princess," and Aisha on this side was also lost in thought. Then she said, "Not right now." Hearing her voice, both Lena and Almina looked at her in surprise. As she finished speaking, the flapping of the white bird's wings echoed above them. She said, "Because it's very urgent, we must hurry." Then, before Lena's astonished eyes, "Thank you for watching." The two almonas just like that sat on the back of the bird and flew up into the sky. From above, Almina hugged Aisha and looked at the surrounding scenery with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Aisha, on the other hand, calmly said, "Let's go, Ludian." Then the two of them, along with Ludian just like that, flew across the blue sky. After flying for a while, they could both see the duchy appearing right before their eyes. The bird just kept flying in that direction. Right? Elisa on this side thought to herself. That's right. It's not strange for the Duchess to return. Even in that situation, she still helped me. Then she called out, "My lady," and gave for her a feather from Ludian. Seeing this object, Almina hesitated and asked, "This is?" She replied, "Because of the Duchess, I was able to have hope and challenge myself again. Thank you for being by my side during this time. When you return, please show this to everyone. Say that the Princess of Elmira has expressed her deep gratitude to the Duke and Duchess of Rioton. Furthermore, she has promised not to spare any support for the Duchy of Rioton." As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Almina and smiled radiantly. Then she continued, "And this is the proof of that." Hearing this, Almina's eyes filled with tears and she looked at her with emotion, calling out, "Princess." Then she smiled brightly and said, "Thank you." Just before, Almina had stood up on the road. A man looks as if he is seeing something. He pointed up to the sky where Ludian was flying and said, "Look there. Everyone." The surrounding people asked curiously, "Could it be?" Aisha on this side also looked up in that direction and happily called out, "Aisha?" Andiff, beside him, also looked up and then thought in surprise. As expected here, where Ludian had landed right in front of everyone. Aisha and Almina also followed, and slowly climbed down from its back, walking towards where everyone was standing. Andiff approached from a distance and called out to her, "Princess." Amina was called over by a maid. "Duchess, this way." Hearing him call her, she replied, "I've heard the news. That everyone has to return to Rioton immediately. I wish you all a safe journey." He also replied politely, "Thank you, Princess." Then he held out his hand in front of her, and she looked at him with curiosity. He continued, "This morning I visited an old friend in Anmia." She asked in surprise, "The Duke has a friend here?" He recounted, "Last time I visited, a friend of mine had injured his knee. The wound was very severe, but it healed without a single scar in just one day. I thought that since it's an empire that worships the god of light, their healing abilities must be very different." Hearing him say this, she looked at him with a guilty conscience. He said as he showed her the earring in his hand, "Isn't that right, Zora? I'm returning this to you. Forgive my rudeness, Your Highness the Princess." Knowing I've been discovered, she could only sigh and ask shyly, "You've already figured it out, sir?" He just smiled and said, "Before I came to Elmira, I was swayed by those around me, not knowing what I wanted to do or what I could do. After meeting the princess, it seems I was finally able to escape my insecurity and pursue the things I want. It's all thanks to the princess." Hearing these words from him, she widened her beautiful jade green eyes and looked at him. Then she smiled and replied, "I thought I was being helped by everyone, but I never expected that I would also be the one to help the Duke change a little. I'm so happy. Although the time we met was short, I see that the Duke is an intelligent and sharp person, so I believe you can definitely achieve much. Well, as a first step like this, when the duchy is stabilized, I plan to officially send a letter proposing a joint cooperation with Elmira," he said with a passionate smile. She also smiled cheerfully, as if silently agreeing with his words. Then she replied, "Yes, I will wait." On this side, Isis was also slowly approaching Almina's place. "Duchess." Hearing someone call her, Almina also turned her head by reflex to look. He shyly rubbed his neck and asked her, "Can we meet in a more relaxed setting next time?" Almina, hearing him ask that, was surprised and widened her eyes to look at him. Then she turned towards him and said, "That's fine. But in that case, You're not allowed to not recognize me then? He asked, confused. What does that mean? She smiled brightly and replied, the next time we meet, I might become a completely different person. I will be Duchess Almena of the Duchy of Riotin, wearing the most splendid dress created just for me. Seeing her like that, he stared at her blankly. Oh. And then they just looked at each other and smiled. He said, I'll definitely recognize you. On the day the two siblings, Almina and Andiff, left, Ice and Aisha, along with the entire royal court, stood there to see them off. Them. On this side, Almina had just sat down opposite her brother. She spoke up. In the end, both marriages failed. Andiff, hearing his sister say that, also smiled and replied, that's what I'm saying. Even so, clearly, a new path has just opened up, she said, holding the feather in her hand and smiling happily. No different from his younger sister, he on this side also happily agreed. That's right. Destiny always exists somewhere around us. At Aidenbach Palace, shrouded in darkness, the maids were focused, each doing their own task, until the sound of a door opening. Ooh, echoed, capturing the attention of all of them. From outside, a small figure, along with 3 male figures, was stepping in from outside, standing in the middle of the shadows. The 3 male figures were actually a girl, covered by a cloak that concealed her entire face. When she entered, all the maids present in the palace lined up neatly on both sides and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. It turned out, behind that cloak was the familiar face of Marianne, wearing a cold smile. She spoke coldly. I'm going to the temple right now. Prepare for me. A nearby maid glanced towards where Marianne was standing. In her heart, she silently exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen Her Highness the Princess. She's so beautiful. Inside the room, a head maid announced to Marianne, the carriage has arrived. This way. With that, Marianne turned and walked outside, followed by her maids. When they were about to leave the room, the head maid turned back and said to the other maid, instructing, you, after cleaning the room, must follow immediately. She obediently replied, yes, head maid. Then she and Marianne went outside, leaving a red gemstone necklace on the table. While cleaning up, the maid happened to see the necklace on the table. Seeing it, she wondered to herself, is the red color ruby? Ah, I think if it's the princess's, it must be noble and expensive. As it sparkled, looking at the bright red stone on the table in her heart, she thought, it's like I'm about to be sucked into it. Then, as if urged by someone, her eyes gradually became lifeless. Her body also lost control, and she just reached out her hand, thinking to herself, if this beauty, if it were mine. Thinking of this, suddenly Marianne naturally, from somewhere, appeared standing right behind her, staring at Ata and exclaiming, oh, a thieving cat. As if awakened, Ata was startled and turned around, exclaiming in alarm, Your Highness the Princess. In her heart she was bewildered, confused. She had clearly left the room already. The necklace in her hand just slipped from her grasp. Then, I heard the shattering sound of the stone which caught her attention. Seeing it broken, she let out a terrified scream. She screamed in fear. Oh, how could this be? I'm sorry. Your Highness the Princess. Something this valuable shouldn't break so easily. What's wrong with it? That's... Marianne heard her say this and asked quietly, what do you mean? That's right. This isn't real gemstone. Ah, the maid, as if she couldn't believe her own hands, turned to look at the face. Marianne. Ata asked back in disbelief. Huh? Then Ata retorted, But the princess's things can't be fake. Seeing Atar's deer in the headlights innocence, she just chuckled. And just like that, she couldn't stop laughing out loud at the maid's confusion, who didn't understand what was happening. After laughing for a while, she said in a cold voice, "How foolish, you know nothing at all. If it's not real, then you just have to make it real." Ah. The maid was still confused and asked back, "What do you mean?" Marianne didn't say much and reached out to pick up a shard of the gemstone, holding it up in front of her. The maid. Then she asked, "Look, what do you think this is?" Looking at the bright red gemstone shard in her hand. Ahem. The female servant, as if controlled by someone, said, "This is the most valuable ruby in this country." Under the full moon, my eyes of Marianne now had also turned a red color just like the precious stone. She continued, "What Her Highness is wearing is a real gemstone." Hearing the answer from the maid as she had wished, she was satisfied and smiled a little. Smile. On another side, under the quiet night sky, Aisha was now peacefully asleep, deep in slumber on her warm bed with dew. Everything just like that created a space full of peace. Outside on the balcony, suddenly a figure appeared. Then that person slowly walked to where Aisha was sleeping soundly. It turned out to be the spirit King Luminous. He looked at her for a moment and then said, "You've successfully summoned with your own strength. You deserve a reward." Then he used his power to transfer his aura. "Myself to her," he said. "This is a buried memory, and it is something you must face." Everything gradually became blurry. Seeing this hair color, she was confused and sat up, thinking, "Black hair." She wondered to herself, "Is this Elisa's form? So, this is a dream? I've dreamt like this once before. But something is different from that time. There's a feeling of more freedom." Suddenly, she stopped, let out "Oh," and looked ahead. In front of her was a mirror covered by a pure white cloth. She thought with confusion, "What is that?" Then she walked to stand in front of the mirror. Seeing that it was a mirror, she thought to herself, "A mirror." Thinking that, she reached out and touched the cloth and pulled it off the mirror. But then she had to jump back in surprise when she saw what was before her. She said, trembling, "This." She trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammering, "In the end." Before her, in the mirror now, was Marianne with a pair of yellow eyes. Thank you for watching and see you again. On a beautiful morning, the scenery around the imperial palace was peaceful. Inside the room, the sound of a steady thump-thump echoed. Aisha was hugging a book to her chest. I turned around and let out a sigh. As she looked outside, she thought to herself, "It's so frustrating that I can't touch anything." Thinking of that, she suddenly fell silent. In her heart, she wondered, that dream, what was it about? Black hair, that was clearly me and my Elisa identity. But why did I see that child in the mirror? Based on the investigation into Adley last time, I discovered the truth that Marianne uses black magic. After that day, I continuously researched black magic whenever I had free time. Did that also affect my dreams? No, that feeling was too real and strange for me to just consider it a dream. Then she thought, as if realizing something, "Wait, didn't I have a dream like this before?" It's clear. Just as she was thinking this, a knock came from outside, interrupting her train of thought. Lena called from outside, "Your Highness the Princess." "It is I, Lena." Hearing Lena's voice, she sat up and looked towards the door, saying, "Come in. What's the matter?" "I apologize for disturbing you while you were resting, Your Highness the Princess. But it seems you need to prepare quickly. I heard that a special delegation from Reincarnation has visited and requested an audience." Hearing about the Reincarnation delegation, Aisha looked at her in surprise. Now, right in the main hall, a member of the Rioton delegation said, Aidenbach's army has already crossed the border of the Duchy of Rioton. Hearing them say that, Elisa was so surprised she couldn't believe her own hands as she looked at them. He continued, after crossing the northern mountains, they attacked a nearby village and are gradually moving down towards the duchy's city. Emperor Tyrion, hearing this, asked, Didn't you guys say it was just a minor conflict a few days ago? The other man replied awkwardly, That's why we had to hastily arrange a negotiation. But they made demands that were difficult for us to accept. Emperor Tyrion frowned and asked, What did they demand? He hesitated and replied, The eastern sea of the duchy and the islands in that region. Isis, hearing this request from them, thoughtfully said, If it's the eastern sea of the duchy, then it's adjacent to the northern tip of Elmira. Moreover, there's no way Aidenbach doesn't know that the island with diamond mines there belongs to Elmira. He said seriously to his father, Your Majesty, it's clear they want to go through Rioton, and then seize the empire. Tyrion, hearing his son say that, also frowned and said, Their ambition is too obvious. The man in the Rioton delegation continued to plead. Therefore, we hope to receive military support from our neighboring country, the Elmer Empire, and we plan to send a delegation to attend the second meeting scheduled for 10 days from now. And speaking of which, he looked towards the box in another person's hand. Inside the box was the feather of Ludian. Seeing it, Aisha thought in astonishment, That is. Then she remembered the words she had said before. The Princess of Elmer expresses her deep gratitude to the Duke and Duchess of Rioton, and the fact that I am giving this to you is equivalent to a promise not to spare any support for the Duchy of Rioton. This is the proof of that. The Liu Sai Ang feather I gave to the Duchess, the other man continued. Duchess Alminia Rioton told me to convey this to Her Highness the Princess. She thought in surprise, Why so fast? I haven't been able to contact Minya and the Duke since they returned to the duchy that day. The meaning of the feather is a request for unconditional support. Let me think a bit. How can I help them right now? The man's voice rang out again, cutting through her thoughts. This is the princess's proof. Emperor Tyrion, upon hearing this, spoke. All right, as promised, we will support Rioton with 500 soldiers and healing priests. Hearing her father say that, she was so surprised she couldn't believe it, and turned to look at him. She thought to herself, Yes. Tyrion continued, However, I will reconsider sending a delegation. If Elmira intervenes in the negotiation process, wouldn't that be a provocative act towards Aidenbach? The other man, hearing him ask this, said with concern, Actually, the last negotiation was just a joke, not a place for negotiation. From the very beginning, they unilaterally demanded the handover of the East Sea, as if they didn't care about the conditions of the duchy. Tyrion said, Continue explaining. The man continued. The negotiations failed because the conditions were too unreasonable for us, so we think this war is inevitable. I don't understand why they accepted the offer for a second round of negotiations. But their arrogant attitude and unreasonable conditions have not changed at all. So we want to add more weight to the negotiations based on the strength of Elmia. This is a recording made by attaching a recording device to a pigeon's neck, and then tracking their movements, he said, then projected the image inside for everyone to see. Currently, Aidenbach's troops are estimated around 1.2 million. If there is support and military intervention from Elmira in the negotiations, they might back down a step. Tyrion frowned and said, That's just a temporary solution. I understand what you mean. I will summon a delegation to the duchy. Seeing that he had agreed, the Rioton delegation bowed their heads to show their gratitude. The other man said, Thank you for the great support from the Empire, Your Majesty. May the gods bless Elmia. Suddenly, Isis saw something in the recording device in their hands. He asked, "Wait a minute. Who is that person? I remember seeing that person somewhere." Hearing him say that, Aisha also looked over, her heart filled with confusion and an "oh." The man, hearing him ask, also looked and then said, "Ah, that's a man. That is the commander-in-chief of Aidenbach. His name is—" Seeing that person, she couldn't believe her eyes and thought to herself, "This person." We continued, "He is Duke Axel Rostover, known as the cold-blooded slaughterer on the battlefield." But not believing her own eyes, she wondered, "Why is this person here?" Suddenly Aisha shrieked in alarm. "He's a slaughterer on the battlefield. Are you sure you're right?" Empress Iris quickly turned her head and said, "Aisha?" But in Aisha's thoughts, "No way. These people are clearly misunderstanding something. That person, that boy, Axens, he." The Grand Vizier also had the same thought as Aisha. "He's like a demon. He's like a demon." He crossed mountains and traversed forests. They began their attacks from the small villages on the outskirts, attacking brutally not only those who resisted, but also the elderly and children. On this battlefield, there is probably no way to stop him, unless we stop caring. Aisha's heart pounded, her face pale. Were these words about him? There's no reason for it to be like that. Accent is a child who wouldn't even kill an ant. Even as time passes, a person's nature doesn't change. Something is clearly wrong. Aisha, after her face turned pale, was startled by the sentence, "If the commander-in-chief is present, I will personally attend the negotiations." The ministers said together, "That's right." They said that he had immediately accepted the second meeting. They didn't know what they were thinking. But unless the conditions changed, it wasn't a positive sign. Emperor. And everyone was discussing, "From what I hear, he's a rather arrogant person, isn't he? Does he have any special characteristics?" The minister immediately replied, "There isn't much news, but I've learned that he is a sage of Aidenbach and a powerful magician." Crown Prince Isis muttered, "A magician, huh? No wonder." The emperor listened and nodded. "If so, we should arrange a delegation for Duke Banmo. Let's summon them now." As for Princess Aisha, she sat with her head bowed. Accent. Taisha. She clenched her dress tightly. "All this time I didn't know. What happened to him must have happened to him too, right? If so, then Suddenly, Aisha stood up, the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor, shocking everyone. They didn't understand. "Aisha, what do you mean?" Aisha proposed, "I will attend the meeting." Aisha's purpose in wanting to go was that she had to ask directly. Only then would she know the reason why he didn't participate in the war. No one understood why Aisha proposed to go herself. The crown prince had a look of disbelief. The emperor didn't even let the crown prince speak. "What are you talking about? I don't see how that could be the best course of action." Aisha bowed her head and said, "I was the one who promised the Duchess of Rioton. I must go." The emperor thought for a moment and then said, "You are the princess of this country. The royal family is the embodiment of the country. Almira has responded to Rioton's request, and your promise has been fulfilled. The princess should reconsider the attitude she must have as a princess." Aisha was startled after hearing the words from the emperor. The emperor ordered his ministers, "You all should also go back and rest after your long journey." Duke. Princess Isako fell into a deep silence. "Brother, can we talk for a moment?" The crown prince looked at his sister with a pained expression. It still shone brilliantly into the palace. But Aisha, with a heart full of thoughts, was still nodding in a corner. "I understand father's worries, but it's not just a promise to the Duchess," that the crown prince affirmed with certainty. "However, even if father agrees, I will still object." Aisha quickly turned to look at her brother. Brother. Even so, the crown prince was still gentle with his sister. Aisha, do you remember? That ball. But Aisha remembered that she had stopped him from participating in the campaign. At that time, it was just like this meeting. I felt like a hypocrite. The crown prince placed his hand on his sister's shoulder and said gently, I don't blame you. I'm only talking about this because I don't want you to be sad. Aisha, for whatever reason, no one wants to send their loved one to the battlefield. No matter what scheme you have, this will not change. Suddenly, Princess Aisha said a name. Assange Rostov was my only friend when I was in Aidenbach. Crown Prince Isis was surprised to hear those words from his sister. My sister? What do you mean? I remember now. No wonder I felt something was familiar. It was that name. It seems he didn't recognize it either. But Aisha whispered, Assange's personality doesn't fit the title of slaughterer on the battlefield. He was a child who always put others first, and was at the forefront of helping those in need. He was always by my side without any prejudice. Asia closed her eyes to remember, protect. But Crown Prince Isis interrupted Aisha's reminiscence. But Aisha, after seeing his appearance in the recording just now. Hey, can you say he's still the person you knew? I've met him in the past too. However, the image reflected in that recording was like a different person. Look, Aisha, I believe what you say. But I don't think we can trust the person who is currently leading the enemy's front line. Aisha fell into a deep silence. You're right, maybe. Assange has changed a lot in the time I was gone. But that figure is so unfamiliar. The affectionate gaze of Crown Prince Iris fell upon Aisha. S.A. was very worried about her brother. I promised not to go into battle and will return safely. He said I'm forming a delegation centered around Duke Ban Mo, right? Let Duke Veen be my bodyguard. I promised to always stay by his side. And absolutely no contact with the Aidenbach people except at the negotiation site. Crown Prince Iris was resolute. Even so, I still don't want to let you go to such a dangerous place. Aisha clenched her fists, determined with her own plans. Just once, please believe me and take me to Rioton. Right now, if there's anyone who can persuade the commander-in-chief, it's probably me. There were two people sitting together drinking wine. They were Crown Prince Iris and Veen. Crown Prince Iris sipped his wine and quipped. Veen, a teetotaler, has become my drinking buddy. Veen immediately replied, I know you're the same as before, but please don't complain to me like that. Iris said, too noisy. Iris sipped his wine, lost in thought. Suddenly, Veen advised, if you're so worried, you should try to stop the princess one more time. But she said she has a reason to go. Veen said, if the princess has said so, then finding an answer is very difficult. Crown Prince Iris ran his hand through his hair. Please understand me, I'm also in a difficult position. So I can only drink. But Veen's words awakened Crown Prince Iris. The princess asked you to trust that she will go and return safely. But if that can be done according to the princess's wishes, then that place is no longer a battlefield. I understand. Actually, from the moment you came looking for me, fidgeting, I predicted that you had already lost to the princess. Iris retorted. What? Who's fidgeting, Veen? Quickly asked. Didn't you call me here to order me to protect the princess? Don't worry. I am a knight of Elmer, and my duty is to protect the royal family. I will definitely bring the princess back to Elmer safely. Crown Prince Iris, feigning skill. What is it? The representatives of the nations participating in the negotiations between the Duchy and Aidenbach this time. There's a condition that only one person can participate, accompanied by one knight. Aisha has asked me to let you go with her to protect her. Veen's face was horrified. Me? But Crown Prince Iris said, it seems she knows very well that I trust you. No matter what happens, you can still protect the princess, right? Veen promised the crown prince. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will bring the princess back to you safely. The crown prince had great faith in Veen's words. That's the fierce determination of a knight. Vaya said very firmly, if the princess wishes, I am always ready. Both Veen and Crown Prince Iris looked at each other and smiled. You should remember that I alone am enough to make promises to Aisha. Scene changed to the day before departure. Aisha looked at the palace and thought, tomorrow I have to leave. Tomorrow my brother will come to find me. We will go with the young Duke Veen to persuade father. After a long period of persuasion, and after the young Duke had finished speaking, father finally nodded. I'm so glad my brother and the young Duke spoke so skillfully to father. If it had just been me trying to persuade him, I wouldn't have been able to. Aisha thought to herself and smiled secretly. My brother coordinated with the young Duke without mentioning it to me. I must thank the young Duke. Suddenly a scarf was draped over Aisha's shoulders. It was Lena who draped it. Princess, it's getting colder. Let's just walk this much today. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold before you have to undertake a cold schedule. Oh, Aisha replied. All right then. I'll go back and check if I've left anything behind. No. Aisha turned to one side and saw the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper greeted Aisha, and Aisha also greeted back warmly. I don't know. Come to think of it, I wonder if Sarun is well. I haven't been able to see him lately. I wish I could say hello to him before I leave. The schedule isn't very long. I'll tell him about it when I get back. Suddenly there was a loud thud. Aisha quickly turned around and saw that Rina had fainted. Rina, what's wrong? Aisha felt like someone was behind her. When she turned around, the soldier, the butler, and the two gatekeepers had also fallen to the ground. Aisha quickly hugged Reina in her arms. This will never be easy. Thank you for watching. See you in the next videos. This is the end. As she was frightened, drops of water fell. Aisha. She looked back in fear and saw a figure jump up from the fountain, saying, Hello. A man with blue hair suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sitting on top of the fountain, smiling at her and saying, Hello. When she saw the person in front of her, she was a little hesitant, but then she also asked him, Is it because of you, sir? Did you do this? Seeing that he was suddenly being wrongly accused like that, he laughed and said, Don't look at me with such scary eyes. She just fainted for a little while. Hearing him say that Lena had only fainted, she immediately glanced towards her. Before her eyes now was Lena, still breathing evenly. Seeing that Lena was all right, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. Then she turned her head back to look at him and asked, What is your purpose? The blue-haired man said firmly, I told you not to worry. I'm not interested in the people around you. Then he stood up and continued, I came here to meet that person. Aisha. Seeing that the person in front of her knew her name, she thought with suspicion, This person knows my name. Moreover, that robe, the feeling of pressure is just like luminous. She looked at the man standing on the fountain with a sly smile and thought, No, maybe it's even more than that. Janet appeared out of nowhere, breaking the heavy atmosphere between the two. He smiled brightly and called out, Sir Aisha? The sudden appearance of that little kid really scared her pale, making her scream. After regaining her composure, she looked back with hesitation. Realizing who it was, she called out in surprise. Seeing that she had recognized him, Nese also smiled happily and said, Long time no see. Are you still well? I pestered him to let me come here with him, because I wanted to see you. The man also happily added, That child knows you, right? Because she said she missed you so much, I brought her along. She thought in confusion. A child? Could it be? Nispan happily introduced the man to her. Sir Aisha, let me introduce you. This is the water spirit king. Sir Hanan. Hearing Nis say that person was the king of the water spirits, she was startled and looked over. Hanan was still standing at the fountain, saying nothing but smiling at her. When he knew, since that was the king of the water spirits, she bowed respectfully and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Hanan, seeing this, also jumped down and said, "It's all right. Look up." Then he immediately leaned in to look into Aisha's eyes, which startled her a bit. He cheerfully assessed her. As expected, fair-skinned and cute, just as I've heard. But you're a little shorter than I thought. Hearing him talk about Aisha like that, Nis, standing beside him, turned pale and shouted, "Sir Hanan, what you're saying is rude." Nin and Nis were playing with each other when Aisha hesitated. Sir Hanan? Hearing her call him, he also turned and said, She asked, "You said earlier that you came to see me. So you knew me before?" He also didn't hesitate to answer clearly. "Of course, you're very famous. Right now in the spirit world, there's no one who doesn't know you." Hearing him say she was famous, she covered her face in embarrassment and stammered, "Is that so?" Then she remembered that Du had also said before, "Moreover, the master is very famous." She scratched her head and thought, "Du also said that before. I'm famous because I'm the only one who can see spirits without making a contract. It's nice, but so embarrassing." She looked seriously at Hanan and thought, "Does Sir Hanan know why I can see spirits? By the way, should I ask?" she thought, as she backed away. Hanan noticed and gave a faint smile. "How strange. I heard you have a very good rapport with the spirits. But you seem to be on guard with me." She hesitated and looked at him, saying, Is it because I feel like you hate me? It sounds unbelievable." Seeing her answer, he was also surprised and looked at her. Then he smiled and asked her, "Shall we talk for a bit?" So the two of them went together to a deserted place. Upon arriving, Aisha stopped in her tracks. She turned around and asked awkwardly, "Sir Hanan, what did you want to tell me?" Now, before her, was Hanan, staring intently at her. He said, "Look, the more I think about it, the more confused I get." "What?" "Normally, when you sense that someone doesn't like you, you should be a little more perceptive, shouldn't you?" Hearing that, she looked at him in surprise. But then he continued, "Or maybe I don't understand human culture well. Actually, when I came to the human world, I didn't think humans would answer me." Hearing this, she was speechless and thought, "This tone, I think I've heard it somewhere before. That's right, my time." And then she remembered two certain individuals who always said, "Ho ho, that's how it was in my time, when I was still a normal human being." Nispan, unable to listen any longer, also spoke up angrily. "Sir Hanan, really? I told you not to use that tone with her. It's so embarrassing." He didn't back down and retorted, "Hey, you little brat, it's because you don't know. But that's how it was in my time." Seeing the two of them bickering back and forth, she wondered to herself, "But what did this person come here for?" Suddenly Hayden stopped arguing with Nis and turned to look at her. Her face turned pale as she complained, "You've been startling me this whole time." He got straight to the point and asked her, "You want to summon Luminous, right?" Hearing him ask her that, she was a little surprised. She pursed her lips and replied, "Yes, that's right." Then she said in a loud voice, "I promise Sir Luminous. I will definitely do it." He heard this and said, "You, haha. Oh, all right." He then looked at her seriously and said, "You should give up. I came here to say that." Seeing him suddenly approach her, she was a little startled and stepped back. She said resentfully in a loud voice, "Suddenly telling me to give up and not summon anymore. What on earth are you talking about? Threatening someone without a reason, he said calmly. Look, the reason is simple. Then he pointed at her. Because your ability is not enough. Hearing that, she asked with a tremor in her voice. My ability is not enough? He replied, That's right. The amount of magic a human can use in their lifetime is predetermined. Moreover, we can see the vessel that contains a human's power. Some have small but full bowls. Some have very large bowls but are dry. That bowl is decided from the moment you are born, so no matter how much you try, it will not change. But your bowl is already full. To summon the Spirit King requires a great deal of magical power. Many have used their strength and spent their entire lives to achieve this. As I see it, your ability is not enough to compete with them. Hearing this, she said loudly, If so, then I will try. I will try at all costs to improve my ability. At that time, before she could finish speaking, he quickly cut her off. You don't understand. Then he stepped in front of her and continued. To summon the Spirit King is beyond your ability because your vessel is very small. She said resentfully, That's impossible, he continued to approach her and whisper in her ear. So Aisha, look at me. He continued. Now stop and return luminers to the spirit world. The sky has cleared, and the warm sunlight seems to add to the brilliant beauty of the palace of the Elmira kingdom. Outside the palace, servants bustled about, preparing luggage for the princess's upcoming trip. At Aisha's room, sunlight streamed through the transparent glass window, passing through the sheer white curtain. Aisha sat on the chair facing the window. Lena said to her, Your Highness the Princess, Duke Veen Beltmore is here to visit. Aisha replied, Please show him in. Duke Veen entered and immediately placed a hand on his chest, speaking formally to her, Princess, everything is ready, so I have come to escort you. Aisha's eyes were radiant, and she said cheerfully, You've worked hard, Duke. How much longer until we depart? In response to her question, Veen replied, Aside from waiting for His Majesty and the Prince to see us off, we have a little extra time. Hearing Veen's answer, Aisha immediately continued, That's great, Duke. Could you come here for a moment? His face was filled with curiosity, not sure what the princess intended to do, but he still obeyed and replied, Yes, I understand. Veen Beltmore suddenly stopped, his eyes showing clear astonishment as he stammered, Princess, this is... She admired the 2 magic stones carefully placed in the box, one jade green and one red. Her eyes filled with a smiling expression, she said. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Since you're here, I wanted to show you. He was very curious and immediately asked her, It doesn't have any magic power left, but you still keep it, Princess. Aisha held the box containing the 2 stones in her hand and just laughed. Instead, it has good luck, she said with eyes filled with determination mixed with a bit of mischief. Hearing that, his finger twitched slightly. Aisha clasped her hands tightly and continued, I will definitely hold it tightly in my hand and pray like this, so that it will bring me luck on this journey. May it bring me the result I desire most. Veen immediately said, So the princess will bring it with her. The princess is someone I have followed and protected for a long time. From what I know, the princess never gives in to difficulties. Hearing such words, she replied, So in your eyes, I'm that cool. I'll try not to disappoint you. The atmosphere between the two was filled with comfort and joy. He smiled and continued, Disappointed? That's impossible. Suddenly, she picked up the 2 stones, warming them, and said, I was wondering whether I should bring it as a lucky charm. But it's true that bringing it would be another burden, right? There's no other way. I have to give it up myself. Hearing that, Veen immediately proposed an idea to her. So, Princess, why don't you combine the 2 magic stones? I have a string with me. It can be made into a necklace. Aisha immediately turned to look at him, her face full of curiosity with her cheeks flushed red. Combine them? His face at this moment looked extremely serious, mixed with a hint of melancholy. He said, "Let me borrow your hand for a moment, princess." Veen Beltmore bowed and placed his large hand on her hand, their fingertips touching. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared between their hands. When they opened their hands, the two stones were now. They had merged into one, becoming a teardrop-shaped stone with a mystical purple hue. She was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Wow, it really combined. And this color is so beautiful. It's a pity that it can no longer hold magic, so I can't infuse it with more spells. But I've prayed in place of its magic." "Good luck, princess," he said. They looked at each other and a smile bloomed on their lips. The servant and the guards were stunned, their faces flushed red. Aisha, not understanding why everyone was reacting this way, immediately asked, "Everyone? What's wrong?" A guard immediately stammered an explanation. "Well, we didn't mean to eavesdrop, did we?" And Lena hurriedly turned away and said, "This wall is dirty. I have to go clean it. Oh my, look at all this dust." Vi and Lean said, "This made everyone jump." He said while panting. He continued, "Even though I don't know what everyone is thinking right now." Aisha was very surprised. She didn't quite understand the current situation. "The people around us wouldn't dare," they said. But mixed in were small whispers. "What do you think? The skinship just now." Hearing this, Aisha's face flushed red. She quickly said to him, "Duke Veen, it must be almost time. Shouldn't we go down now? Thank you for watching." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Ah, yes. Then I'll wait for the princess in the hallway." She immediately replied, "I know. Rena, stop wiping the dust. Come here and pack my things for me." Rena frantically replied, "What?" "Yes." She could only give a wry smile and think to herself, "Honestly, holding hands isn't that big of a deal. It just made the atmosphere weird. Everyone is so strange." At this moment, the guard standing next to Duke Veen was blushing and shyly saying yes to him. Aisha suddenly turned back. "Oh," he turned and left. And she watched the back of the tall young man with long red hair. Jerky. Night fell at a camp, darkness gradually enveloping it, with only the flickering flames of the campfires visible beside the white tents. Inside a certain tent, a candle flickered on a wooden table. A person in red iron armor said, "All right, I'll report the situation first. 2 days ago, early in the morning, I received a report from a scout in Rio 10 saying that a small group had left the border. After investigating, it was found that they had quietly used the teleportation gate at the border." He continued, "After tracking the direction of the magic, it can be seen that their destination is Elmia." He said. Another person with dark blue hair tied up high and a long scar on his forehead continued, "Are they planning to ask for support? The target is almost at its destination, and yet they dare to ask Elmira for support. These mice must be cornered to be so bold." Another man with chestnut-colored hair and red armor said, "If they used the teleportation gate, they would have arrived immediately. If Elmia meets their needs and sends reinforcements, things will become more complicated." I continued, "Isn't it better for us to announce our refusal to hold the talks right now?" ACN sat in the leader's position, looking incredibly majestic. He placed his hand on his chin. His eyes closed in thought. "Stop being so noisy," he said. "You're distracting my thoughts." The others were suddenly startled and fell silent like statues. He casually opened his eyes, revealing a deep, ocean blue color. Asena said, "Let's proceed with the meeting as planned." It's just a small obstacle in a pre-planned scheme. I'm sure you all know this, but this plan must be carried out in the utmost secrecy. He continued, but one of the men under his command raised his voice. But they are allies, sir. We don't know how many reinforcements Elmira will send. Foolish, he said coldly to his subordinate. That's why we must hold the meeting. They are so close to each other. So I had already anticipated this. I am prepared for emergencies. ACN continued. Anyway, what's done is done. I just need to figure it out one more time. We just need to let them know who holds their lives in their hands. It wouldn't be bad, he said. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, remembering all that he had been through, filled with blood, death, and the resentful, hateful faces of the people. Then they'll know to kneel before me on their own, he said. Outside, the sky was gloomy, the wind challenged, each gust fierce. In the small camp, a fire blazed in the center. They were collecting the corpses, piling them up next to the fire. The bodies were piled on top of each other, and some people were kneeling around them. The scene was very noisy but also cold. The crackling sound of the fire saved the crackling. A young man who was kneeling suddenly looked up. Amidst the blazing red fire, an arm reached out. The young man looked at that arm. In the sea of fire, it suddenly moved. A loud bang echoed, attracting the eyes of those nearby. They rushed to the young man's side and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" The young man was frightened. Stammered, Over there. The corpse is moving. Look!" The wounded fingers in the sea of fire still twitched. The warm sunlight shone down on the palace of the Reincarnation kingdom, accentuating the peach-orange domed architecture and the whitewashed walls, which seemed to sparkle under the deep blue sky. Aisha stood next to Duke Veen. They had just arrived not long ago. Suddenly, from a distance, Prince Andiff Reincarnation and Princess Almina Reincarnation rushed over. Almina called out loudly, "Your Highness the Princess." Hearing Almina's voice, Aisha said, "Minya, slow down, you'll fall if you keep running like that." The two of them rushed over and surrounded her. And Mina, her face flushed and panting, asked, "It's been so long since we last met. Are you well, Princess? Was the journey here very difficult? Oh my, we haven't seen each other in so long. And now the princess is even more beautiful." As for Prince Andiff, he bowed his head politely, and he said, "Minya, calm down. You're frightening Her Highness the Princess." But it's true that since Her Highness the Princess stepped out of the carriage, the atmosphere in Reincarnation has suddenly become sweeter. Aisha smiled shyly and said, "You two are still the same." Both Almina and Andiff smiled happily and looked at her. She also smiled gently because it had been a long time since they had last met. Andiff sighed, "Let's not stand here anymore, let's go inside and talk." In the room, Almina and Andiff told her about receiving an urgent report. Aisha was very surprised and immediately asked back, "There was an urgent report?" Prince Andiff handed her the report and said, "Yes, Your Highness. Please take a look, Princess." Andiff's eyes became filled with contemplation, mixed with pain and helplessness, as he told her about what was in the report. According to the report, a total of 3 areas were damaged. By the time we received the news, it was already too late. By the time I sent troops, when reinforcements arrived, the place had been devastated beyond description. Aisha bowed her head, her face showing deep contemplation as she bit her lip tightly. "But Mina suddenly spoke up, and hearing her, she immediately looked up to listen, though she didn't know what it was. "I don't know if this can be called good news, but there's a very strange report." Andiff nodded. "There's a record that some people who were supposed to have been killed suddenly woke up." Hearing this, Aisha's jade green eyes widened, She was astonished to hear such a strange thing. She asked again, "The people who were supposed to be killed have come back to life?" In response to Aisha's question, the Prince and Princess of Rioton continued, "We also find it hard to believe, but it's true. The wounds they had when they were attacked have also completely disappeared." Aisha was still very skeptical of this information. She asked again, could it be that it was just a mistake while searching for survivors? However, she had found survivors. She had found survivors. She had found survivors. She had found survivors. But Almena and Andiff denied what she had just said. "That's not it." Princess Almena shook her head and said, "When the reinforcements arrived, they witnessed with their own eyes that everyone there was dead. After that, we sent people to clean up the village." Almena continued, "After moving the bodies to a nearby city and praying for the deceased, 28 of the dead came back to life at the same time." Aisha was very confused when she heard this. They came back to life while praying. It sounds like they were being helped by God. Andiff, with a look of doubt, continued, "But this is reality, not a fairy tale." The image of a tiny little girl holding a cup of water with a halo around her, as if she had been awakened, is one of the victims. Andiff continued to talk about the strange event, saying, "After investigating those who had woken up, they said that after the attack they couldn't remember anything. But among them, some even claimed to have heard God's voice. It was a child about 5 years old, without parents and hiding in a corner. Suddenly, the child came close, took my hand, and said he was sleepy. And if, as he recounted," Aisha continued, "could that be the person who is currently being praised as a god?" Still maintained a thoughtful and skeptical expression in the face of this strange event. He continued, "We still can't be sure. Anyway, it was just a child who had just gone through an attack. The child said that apart from a low voice, it heard nothing else." Aisha was very curious. Her eyes also filled with doubt and confusion. She asked, "If so, was that the voice of a god?" Almena hesitated. "We'll have to ask the child to know for sure." Hearing Almena say that, Aisha's face was dazed. The room, with its dominant dark golden brown tones and the neatly arranged furnishings, made the light streaming in feel even warmer. Andiff outside heard his subordinate's report. He entered and called out to Aisha, "Your Highness the Princess, the Aidenbach group has arrived." He said to listen. "Hey," she said with a cheerful smile. "Just in time. Anyway, everything is almost settled in here. When they're ready, tell them to come in." Andiff, "I know," then turned and left. She watched Andiff's retreating back, then looked back at the scrolls of paper. The thick report on the table made her let out a sudden puff of air. Seeing this, Veen Beldmore, standing behind her, immediately asked, "Is the princess nervous?" She answered honestly, "This is the first time I've been in this position, so I'm a little nervous." Suddenly, she touched the necklace with the stone combined from the other two and said, "But I can do it," Aisha said as she clenched the small stone in her palm. Seeing her like this, Veen's eyes also filled with joy. Suddenly there was a lot of noise from outside. The sound of footsteps, clump clump, became clearer and clearer. A group of large figures in armor entered. Aisha sat on her chair, quietly observing them. Her focus was on the person in the middle, Asena. Asena suddenly smiled brightly, his attitude extremely cordial. "So Elnia has arrived first. I should have come earlier." Aisha also replied gently, "It's all right. It's just that I'm a bit impatient by nature." The dark blue-haired man standing behind Asena said excitedly, "Oh, isn't this the renowned Princess of Elmia? I never thought we'd meet here." "Hey!" His eyes were filled with provocation mixed with a bit of curiosity and contempt as he smirked and continued. For someone so noble to come to a remote place like this. It seems this young highness doesn't know her own limits. Even though she heard that, Aisha said nothing. Her face was cold and she thought to herself, it's true that everywhere you go, there are shameless people who let their mouths run ahead of their brains. She intended to speak, but Asuna immediately warned the subordinate who had spoken out of turn. If you do that one more time, I just need to hear your voice ring out in this hall one more time, and I'll cut out your tongue and throw it to the dogs. Asuna's eyes were extremely dangerous, accompanied by a cold voice that showed no hesitation, causing Aisha and Veen to jump in startlement. The dark blue-haired man from before, his face was now so uncomfortable that he looked like he was about to burst. He didn't dare to say another word. Asena bowed his head politely and said, Please forgive me, princess. Let's start now before anything major happens. Aisha was extremely tense facing this person. Anyway, everyone has a beautiful face. All representatives took their seats. We will now proceed with the second round of talks. Andiff concluded the matter by saying, in short, Reincarnation has repeatedly rejected the proposal to hand over a part of the East Sea and the rights to the local islands. However, as everyone can see, Reincarnation's proposal from the beginning has been for peaceful negotiations, so we have always prioritized ending these regional wars. Therefore, Rio 10 would like to propose another round of negotiations to avoid transit taxes and maritime trade. He continued. Andiff continued to propose. In addition, we will grant Aidenbach the right to monitor the currents in the waters of Rio 10. Hearing this, Asuna rubbed his chin and asked, the right to monitor the currents? The remaining subordinate of Arsenal, the one with chestnut-colored hair, continued. We know that refusing the current proposal also affects the Elmer Empire, and the Empire has decided to step in on behalf of Rio 10. That's right, Aisha said. Asena's subordinate continued. If so, can we understand that the current proposal was also made with Elmira's agreement? Aisha quickly replied. That's right. The man with the chestnut-colored hair continued. Then that's really strange. Didn't Reincarnation initially say that the reason they couldn't accept the negotiation terms was because it affected an island belonging to Elmira? Granting us supervisory rights in that sea area must also be displeasing to Elmira, right? He said. It seems that Reincarnation only sees it as a hollow island used to protect its own safety, and doesn't care at all about Elmir's safety. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst into a long, gleeful laugh. He continued to speak with a look of provocation and challenge. So the military alliance between Elmer and Reincarnation is like a castle made of sand. On our side, before he could finish his sentence, Aisha said. A long time ago, Aidenbach worshipped Selena as the one and only god. Hearing that, he didn't understand what issue she was trying to bring up and immediately asked, what is the princess suddenly talking about? Ignoring his words, she continued. Their lives were unjust, but they thought that even if their bodies died, their souls would still remain. And they believed that the vengeful god Selena would have compassion for them and help them. The story that many people tried to live honestly, so as not to become the target of the god Selena, was widely spread, to the extent that even in Elmira people knew about it. Aisha's long eyelashes drooped slightly as she continued to speak calmly and thoughtfully. Deeply influenced by this, the Aidenbach regime never allowed any unnecessary sacrifices to occur during wartime until 50 years ago. That was a noble god, but in front of the soldiers of Aidenbach. Speaking of which, Aisha stopped and raised her head with eyes full of confidence. Hearing this, Alicia stopped and raised her head with eyes full of confidence. Hey, he thought to himself, useless confidence. He snorted lightly and continued with a look of dissatisfaction and annoyance. It seems the princess is very interested in the cultures of different countries. She just looked at him, still lost in thought. Asenan, his face serious to the point of being frightening. It seems the princess didn't come here to negotiate. His eyes were stern. Such a noble spirit. Aisha clasped her hands on the table thoughtfully. ACN. A sigh. I know the princess is very intelligent. But does the princess know what will happen to those who do not fear the gods? Aisha was suddenly startled. This is a world where many people suffer unjustly because they have no power. No matter how honestly they live, they are not rewarded. That is the will of the gods. The gods only care for those with ambition. Asena continued. He clasped his hands. How noble is the princess, now sitting in this position. I just think that the princess is a person who knows how to borrow the words of the gods to lecture others. A general beside him was startled and reacted. General. Commander, he whispered into Esena's ear. How can you say such things? Acne said seriously back. Don't interfere. Everyone stared at Asena. Aisha here. Lean responded to Esena's words. The words you just said are probably not what Aidenbach wanted to convey, are they? Anyway, I must have met the wrong person today. Asna remained calm. I don't understand why Rioton made such conditions. It seems the princess and Rioton have the same vision. Is it right? The right to observe the ocean currents? Is this proposal worth exchanging for peace? The princess should know what she can get from Rio 10. Aisha's eyes narrowed. It's just a naval battle. Andiff quickly retorted. What naval battle? What are you talking about? What naval battle? What are you talking about? Asena suddenly stood up and continued. Seeing such a reaction, perhaps Rioton doesn't want that to happen either. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Asena said seriously to everyone. I'm giving you 3 days. Find a more sensible and intelligent proposal. Aisha replied to S&R's request. We'll meet again soon. He bowed his head and left. Aisha clenched her hands tightly. She asked Han about the situation. How is Remy doing around here? Remy stood by. The window, she said to her, is still in the process of clearing the scene. My lady, I have also helped the people there, my lady. I see. The distance between us is so great. My strength must have weakened quite a bit. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Suddenly footsteps entered. Veen stared blankly at Aisha. Princess, you need to resolve the matter here before you worry about that. How long does the princess intend to monitor the injured? Aisha replied. This long is fine. Anyway, I'm already here. I want to do everything I can. In his thoughts, the person couldn't help but nag. Veen frowned. The princess also knows how heavy her burden is. If you overwork yourself, I won't let you go into battle. The princess knows that very well, right? Or the emperor or the prince. Aisha stretched and changed the subject. Oh my, it's gotten so late already. I'm so tired. I should probably go to bed soon. Veen was helpless. At times like this, I see the princess is exactly like His Highness the Crown Prince. Aisha laughed and said, Of course. He's my brother. Veen looked at her and smiled. Well, you should rest then. Veen said goodbye to her. Good night, Veen. Aisha said back. Aisha smiled cheerfully as she saw Veen off. Suddenly she appeared. I'm back, master. Aisha was startled. She immediately signaled for Du to cover her mouth. Ouch. All right. Du said to her. Just as the master said. They are discussing it. Aisha praised Du. Good job, just as the guard was about to change shifts. Aisha looked outside. We have to sneak out for a trip. The sound of a footstep running on the road made a loud noise. A footstep ran past. That was Asuna. He was running hastily as if searching for something. In his hand, he clutched a piece of paper. Destroyed. How could you delay time like that? If we had conquered them from the beginning, we wouldn't have needed the authority of the East Sea, a complaining general said. We have wasted too much time. Even reinforcements are constantly being sent. Now is the time for us to return. The general continued. The conditions that Rio 10 presented today probably also have a reason. Reason. A CN clenched the piece of paper in his hand. Even though you knew that, you were still there stammering like just now, he retorted. The general quickly said. Now, that's not the issue. We've bought enough time. Being so hasty will only arouse suspicion. Don't stand here clinging to me. Get out now. Asuna shooed him away, but the general remained stubborn. He brushed past the general. Are you going somewhere? He asked. Leader. Asena walked on without saying another word, ignoring the general's loud voice. Leader. ACN ran to a river. He stopped. ACN took off his hat and coat. A person approached. That person was wearing a black coat, looking at him. You're late, Dukistov. Asuna looked at the person with a questioning expression. Why are you here? Asenan had a look of doubt. Could it be that there are still people here? That person nodded. I was called here. He covered his face in disappointment. Ha, as expected, it was a trap. You used the language of Aidenbach. Did you also create this directly? The person nodded again. He knitted his brows. I don't know why you're doing this, but... His hand began to use power. You're too low. A CN used his spear to create a powerful force directed forward. Ahead, a huge source of power seemed to make everything explode. The rock dust flew up, and the other person's hair was also revealed, flying up and fluttering. She had been injured on the face. The words written on this piece of paper, Asuna said, grinding his teeth, is the handwriting of an old friend of mine, someone who was once a princess of Aidenbach. It's impossible for a second person to imitate it. Her hair flew out in the wind. Although I know this wasn't written by that friend. He clenched his fist tightly. Although you deliberately created this situation to corner me. Is the holy woman that cruel? Asena said with a pained expression. Why did you choose to contact me this way? He roared. Why? Invite me here. Asena glanced around. Why can't I feel anything? He thought to himself. If this is a trap, there's no way the princes would come here alone. Suddenly he was startled. Before him was Aisha. She was sobbing, weak. Tiny teardrops from Aisha rolled down her cheeks and fell to the ground. She remembered the image of when she was a child. Don't cry, Asena said. Whether it was before or now, I still don't understand why. She hastily wiped her tears. I don't know what kind of game you people are playing, but I can't just let it go. It's not that I'm sorry, I didn't intend to do that. I don't know why he changed like this and said those things. I should have cut that off before. She looked at Asuna standing in front of her and thought to herself. But when I saw him run here with that expression on his face, I don't know if I can do anything anymore. Aisha suddenly asked, If I said I came here to see you, would you believe me? Asuna was startled. He wondered, what's that about? What? Aisha stepped forward and said, What if I told you that the handwriting spurred me to come here? What if I told you that we share the same piece of memory? She let her tears fall and brushed her hair back, continuing, Even though the image of a little boy with black hair in my memory is gone. Asena suddenly looked at her. But Asena, because it's you. So please recognize me, okay? Aisha smiled brightly. TACN was surprised, not understanding what the person in front of him was talking about. He thought to himself, Now what is this princess talking about? Am I understanding this correctly? He was startled. What is the princess talking about now? Aisha looked at him and smiled with gentle eyes. A child survived the raid. Hearing those words, Asna was startled. The little girl was hiding in the corner out of fear. Someone approached her and told her this. It's okay. That's right, slowly now. Try counting. I'll show you what magic is like, he said. He looked truly astonished by the story Aisha told. He remembered a story from the past. In the room, someone's crying could be heard. Elisa, it's been 3 hours already. Please stop crying and look at me. Okay? The past Aisha, who was once Elisa, was sobbing on the bed. A young Asana sat beside her and comforted her. From under the blanket, Elisa peeked her head out with dewy eyes. Atkin was worried. Oh my, your eyes are all swollen. Does it hurt? Elisa wailed loudly. Asana, can you not go to the academy? It's for 3 years. If you go. Without you, I'll be so sad, she sobbed. Asana quickly comforted her. Elisa, but you still have Princess Marianne to play with. Alice sobbed. That's true. But every time I'm with Marianne, people gossip. Asena looked at her with concern. ACN soothed. Now don't cry anymore, go to sleep first. You have to wake up early tomorrow, don't you? I have to, right? Elisa whined. I don't want to. When I wake up, you'll be gone. Asana tucked Elisa in, forcing her to go to sleep. Don't be like that, Elisa. Just try. Let's count. I'll show you some magic. Asana laid Elisa down on the bed and said, You're trying to trick me again, aren't you? I won't be fooled this time, you idiot. Elisa looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Asana replied, Come on, 1, 2, he began to count. Aisha followed Asana's instructions and began to count. 3, 4, 5, 6. He looked at her and gently. He smiled. In the darkness, the little girl fell asleep. Asana looked at her. He gently squeezed her hand. Elisa, just wait for me a little longer, okay? He quickly stepped out of the room and thought to himself, I will try to get stronger every day. And then I'll take you away from here. 1. Another flashback appeared. When Asana was older, he ran hurriedly down the hallway to return. It was raining heavily. At the temple, the door opened. The man, drenched, stepped inside. A CN was exhausted. Before him was an old coffin, adorned with only a few scattered wildflowers. I fell to the ground, helpless. His hand gently touched the coffin. Every night after you died, every day I used my time to get closer to the divine. So, he knelt before the statue of the goddess Selena. I came here to pray. God of vengeance, Selenasi, please listen to my plea and condemn those who speak falsely. Bring those who turn their backs on the truth to the hell of misfortune. Sadly, the gods are beings with minds, and they do not protect humans. Even now, I can still hear their mocking laughter. His eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost his last ray of hope. Asian wondered if gods truly existed. If so, who judges the sins of humans? Then I will use my own hands to burn this country full of lies. I will not let your final injustice drag on any longer. When we meet again, I can clearly tell you that I have avenged you. As he spoke, Asena's tears fell. He called out the name of his childhood friend, Elisa. This is the end. Please comment Aisha Z Elmira below if you want me to do the next part.